The chandelier sparkled above as Ed Rothsayler's reputation echoed through the noble family's mansion halls. Sitting quietly alone, Ed once held power over the academy like a crownless, lazy king. Documents spilled across the desk, listing his faults and disgraceful actions in precise, sharp ink. He covered his face, overwhelmed by disbelief, feeling mocked by the gods and their whims. With a pack bag and no farewell, Ed Rothsayer walked out. His noble life was over. Whispers chased Ed down the path, students pointing, heads turning with curious, judgmental stares. His name spread fast, followed by shame. People glanced away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. The dorm emptied, his past exposed. Everyone talked like they always knew he'd fall. Sitting outside alone, Ed heard them call him a disgrace, a fraud, a filthy noble. But the truth was cruel. This wasn't his life. He wasn't that arrogant Ed Rothsayer. He wasn't from this world. Somehow he woke up inside a game he once played, a fantasy school full of magic, mystery, and deadly decisions he once enjoyed from afar. Usually players become heroes, chosen ones, or powerful magicians destined to beat unbeatable trials. But instead of glory, he got Ed Rothsayer, a third-rate villain who's hated and already ruined. The game picked the worst character at the worst moment, dropping him into disaster. Ed shouted in frustration, insisting he lived modestly, never greedy, always simple in real life. Students watched from above, mocking his meltdown, shaking heads at the once proud noble now yelling. Even the system betrayed him. His stats were laughably low, barely enough to carry a bag. Someone stared in shock at Ed's numbers. Weak, talentless, no stamina, hopeless even among commoners. No one remembered him past the prologue. Just a blurry face in early scenarios. A single memory flashed, Ed sitting in the credits, begging, forgotten like an afterthought in code. He remembered now. That's where this body came from. A ruined name tossed into trash, begging on the streets, ragged and cold. That was Ed Rothsayer's real in-game ending. They laughed at his misery. The once proud noble collapsed into a dirty corner of nothing. Why him? No answers, just questions and a worn diary, his only clue to what comes next. Ed clenched his fists and looked ahead. He refused to accept that pathetic fate. Determination burned in his eyes. He promised to survive, no matter how bad it gets. The academy wasn't just a school, it was an entire city of magical possibilities. He wandered far northeast into the untamed woods, hoping to escape gossiping students. Half a day of walking gave him time to reflect and grasp his grim situation. This was the game's beginning, before everything important unfolded or characters met their destinies. Though disowned, Ed was still enrolled. He hadn't been expelled from the school yet. That detail mattered more than anything. The academy was his only shot at stability. Graduation meant guaranteed success. He couldn't waste the one opportunity he still had. If he could just survive and graduate quietly, life could be even better than before. His dream now was simple: graduate, live comfortably, and forget his old life completely. But there was one problem: tuition wasn't cheap, and he had no backup plan. Thankfully, this semester's paid for. He just had to earn a scholarship moving forward. With these stats, it wouldn't be easy. Even hoping was probably too optimistic. Still, scholarship or not, his current worry was more immediate: how to survive this week. Ed stared at his bags. Food, clothing, shelter, he needed all three just to survive. Clothes, not a problem. He had enough formal outfits, though none gave him bonuses. But he had no food, no roof, and certainly no warm bed to crash. Given his reputation, dorms weren't an option. He was stuck living in the woods. At least there was a stream. He'd drink from it until things got better. 10 days until the semester began. He needed to get stronger before returning. Ed practiced alone. He pushed his limits every day, refusing to waste a second. At least he could cast spells. Windblade worked well for cutting and survival. Still, chopping trees with magic made him dangerously hungry and completely exhausted. His stomach growled. He remembered something his grandfather once said about chewing bark in hard times. Ed's stomach growled louder than usual, reminding him that it had been a full day. With a deep breath, he brought the strange stew to his lips and swallowed. His face twisted instantly as nausea hit. Whatever he made shouldn't be eaten by humans. 3 violent retches later, he dropped to the ground, cursing his non-existent cooking skills. By the 3rd day, Ed sat in misery, clutching a spoon and questioning his life choices. He gathered scattered logs and branches, determined to build a decent place to sleep. The first step was figuring out how to balance 4 posts with only 2 hands. Each beam wobbled and refused to stay still no matter how hard Ed tried. He growled in frustration, wood falling in all directions, forming a chaotic forest around him. Ed collapsed to the ground, the tangled mess laughing at his lack of experience. Gritting his teeth, Ed forced himself to lift again despite sore arms and throbbing shoulders. Slowly but surely, the frame began to resemble a structure rather than scattered firewood. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he hammered the final beam into stubborn place. Exhausted but proud, Ed stared at the partial shelter, realizing there was still more ahead. With a sigh, he curled up on rags beneath the stars, already dreading tomorrow's labor. Sunlight filtered through the trees as Ed gazed at his now complete triangle-shaped shelter. His voice cracked from dryness, but the words came. He finally built something with his hands. He sat in front of it in awe, eyes wide, surprised he'd actually made it work. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him, flashing skills and a finished wood shelter. Ed blinked twice, realizing he might be better at crafting than he ever expected. His stomach interrupted again, louder this time, reminding him that shelter didn't equal survival. Ed's mind shifted to tools, and a new crafting screen opened with a weapon option. Apparently, magic wasn't his thing, but his hands were made for building and shaping. The creation system confirmed a harpoon just in time to hunt something edible for once. Armed and desperate, Ed yelled to the sky, ready to finally get real food today. Ed could barely stand, but hunger drove him forward like a man possessed by instinct. The harpoon flew from his hands, landing perfectly. A fresh fish flopped onto the ground. Fire burst from his fingertips as he shouted, desperate to cook something he could eat. The smell of grilled fish filled the air, warm enough to bring tears to Ed's eyes. 1 week left until school begins. Ed just had to survive with fire, fish, and stubbornness. As he took a bite, a familiar blonde figure appeared, catching him completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock. He'd been too focused on living to notice her arrival. It was the main heroine, appearing like fate, calling him by his full name. Of all possible encounters, Ed hadn't expected to meet her in this exact situation. Her cold stare returned, reminding him of the past and why she wanted him gone. Princess Phinia stood tall, her voice sharp, the very one who expelled Ed from the dorms. Ed Rothstaler was infamous the moment the game began, known as a noble-turned-academic disaster. Humiliated and bitter, he tampered with the exam, hoping to ruin someone else's future instead. But his actions were uncovered by Phinia, who saw through his petty sabotage instantly. She activated her insight skill, calm and poised, sensing deceit behind Ed's arrogant smile and posture. Her ability read lies like open books, and Ed's excuses were riddled with self-serving nonsense. Exposed and cornered, Ed was thrown out of the dorms with nothing but shame and bitterness. But fate had him bump into Phinia again, confronted him, demanding answers, her expression unreadable. He fumbled for words, saying he hadn't been expelled, just no longer welcome in the dorms. She didn't flinch. Her tone stayed cold. She said she'd speak with the academy about him. Ed's situation was growing worse, especially with his latest kitchen disaster ending in charred, inedible dinner. Meanwhile, Phinia had real power, enough to wipe him from the academy with one formal report. Knowing this, Ed tried to reason. If she acted, he'd truly have nowhere left to go. As the sun sank, he realized he might not survive another night without guards or support. Phinia raised her hand, energy flaring, making it clear she wasn't amused by Ed's attitude today. He panicked, arms raised in surrender, insisting he wasn't mocking her, only trying to say something important. She paused, suspicious, as Ed lowered himself to the ground and sighed through his exhaustion. With genuine intent, he said, "Thank you." Not sarcasm, but actual gratitude tangled in tired words. Insight activated again. Phinia's eyes sharpened, ready to catch every unspoken thought hidden behind his sincerity. To her surprise, no falsehood surfaced. Ed's thanks rang honest, simple, and slightly pitiful. She stood quiet, momentarily stunned, unsure how to process such plain truth from someone like Ed. The Rothstaler name still carried weight, wealth, influence, a family so infamous it tainted everything he did. Their legacy was darker than rumors suggested, built on experiments and selfish quests for eternal life. To Ed, they were rotten beyond redemption, destined for ruin no matter how grand they appeared. The protagonist had already planned their downfall. Every member would be imprisoned or destroyed eventually, but Ed was disowned, abandoned like garbage, left to fend for himself among cold stares and silence. Ed figured things weren't looking too bad, even if everything felt risky right now. Still, failing to win Phinia's trust meant everything could spiral straight to game over. He had to convince her without lies, or his fate would be sealed immediately. Based on timing, this was about 1 week before the big incident broke out. Ed noticed Phinia approaching, oddly dressed and clearly not here for something casual or friendly. Ed crouched to act natural, tossing out a harmless question about the placement test. The forest challenge involved finding beads, simple in theory but never easy in execution. Professor Glast's test always had some twist that caught even the confident students off guard. Phinia didn't trust him at all, but Ed kept calm, sticking to what he planned. She declared that without her help, he had no shot at reaching Class A. Ed stayed cool, telling her to check the southeast lake if she thought he lied. Near the lake's edge, Phinia would find a glowing magic bead if he was truthful. A large tree stood tall there, the Marilda's guardian tree, easy to recognize once nearby. Ed told her she'd find the present he left, waiting at the tree's roots. Phinia looked curious, still doubtful, but she held the bead like it meant something deeper. She remembered clearly, Ed from 3 days ago was nothing but trouble and empty words. But the Ed she'd seen just now. Something about him was different, surprisingly sincere. The forest test finally ended, and students returned, their expressions mixed with hope and worry. Inside the academy gates, anticipation rose as Professor Glast prepared to announce the results. With his usual cold glare, Glast asked everyone to present the beads they'd found. Everyone stood silently, clutching their beads, unsure what would count or be discarded immediately. Glast told them all they'd begin from Class F unless they proved something exceptional. He reminded them the test wasn't just about finding beads, but understanding the deeper goal. Only 3 students had found beads imbued with true magical value: Zix, Lortel, and someone else. Glast turned, eyes sharp, and pointed at someone, the one who uncovered the hidden magic bead. Glast declared his expectations, his voice steady, declaring Phinia would rise to the top of class. But Ed, fishing alone, doubted himself. He knew survival mattered more than any title ever could. Meanwhile, Phinia, 3rd princess of the Empire, had lived through trials that sharpened her judgment early on. Those experiences formed her insight skill, an ability so precise it pierced deception with terrifying accuracy. No lie could escape Phinia now. But honesty came with burdens heavier than any diplomatic armor. Despite her honesty radar, love remained her unseen weakness, one the Academy's system could never quantify properly. When fate threw her into Class A or F, Phinia's worldview and expectations began unraveling in small ways. Ed watched quietly. If she joined Class A, the story would break before it even began. He thought hard while holding his fishing rod, realizing that her choice might change everything forever. Even survival wouldn't save him if the future deviated too far from what he remembered happening. But even with different players, Ed wondered if the scenario's outcome might still remain the same. At the academy gates, Lucy Merrill echoed Phinia's words, claiming Ed had to reach the top. Phinia watched Lucy closely. Her insight confirmed something strange. He wasn't lying about the golden bead. It existed, and Ed hadn't tricked her. Somehow, that fact complicated her feelings more than expected. She opened her palm. The bead shimmered, tempting fate, but its meaning wasn't as simple as victory. Phinia froze. It wasn't a gift, not even close. It was something else entirely, maybe even bait. She remembered the shame of hiding her name, afraid of failing despite her prestigious background. To truly succeed, she wanted to prove herself, not as royalty, but as someone deserving her place. Taking the bead meant leaning on privilege, so Phinia walked away, choosing integrity over advantage again. Ed respected her decision quietly, knowing her pride was built on more than position or title. Phinia faced Ed once more. Her title didn't define her, only her choices would from now. Ed, meanwhile, knew the academy wasn't kind. One misstep meant losing everything he'd barely managed to rebuild. He told her she'd fail. Maybe it was bluff, maybe not, but her insight could decide. Phinia stood still. Whether his words were real or fake didn't stop her from trusting herself. But as she stared him down, Phinia swore to keep her eyes on Ed Rothstaler. Ed reeled in a large fish, hands trembling, grinning like it was a final boss. He exhaled hard, the weight of effort clinging to every muscle in his tired frame. Ed sprinted up the hill again, heart pounding, hoping he wouldn't be late for class. Living off campus meant waking before sunrise, racing just to avoid the academy gates slamming behind her. Still panting, she pushed forward, determined not to fall behind everyone else one more time. Ed stood tall again, eyes wide. The spring breeze carried memories as petals floated past. Sylvania Academy towered before him, welcoming him back with grandeur, noise, and distant hopes reborn. Opening ceremony rang out, voices rising in tradition, students gathering with polished uniforms and cautious optimism. He took his seat while others whispered, some surprised, some amused that he had survived everything. A feast awaited, and Ed dug in slowly, savoring a moment that felt almost like triumph. He took his time with each bite, not from hunger, but because he could now relax. Nearby students gossiped. They recognized Ed Rothstaler, but something in his air made them hesitate. They wondered if this once villain was really back, quiet and focused, just chasing graduation like them. Ed didn't seek greatness. He simply wanted peace, a diploma, and enough food to keep going. From afar, a girl watched him closely. Something about Ed now felt unshakably and completely different. The campus of Sylvania looked peaceful, unaware of the chaos already brewing inside. Everyone gathered in the hall, eyes focused, hopeful energy buzzing through every single row. Ed, meanwhile, had already found trouble before the first announcement even ended properly. Standing before the dean's door, Ed wondered how he'd screwed up so quickly again. Turns out, Phineas spilled something to the dean, and Ed felt sweat crawl his back. The dean seemed too calm, his smile unreadable, which only made Ed even more nervous. Thankfully, he escaped without punishment, just a warning and a silent vow to behave carefully. Ed reminded himself not to mess with the story's flow, to play things smart. His skills were survival-based, a mix of archery and instincts sharpened through rough experience. Magic training fused with hunting knowledge, and Ed believed no tool beat a well-balanced battle. As his skills grew, so did his confidence crafting arrows meant for much more. With focus, Ed began infusing spirit formulas into each shot, aiming for precision and depth. Though complex, he believed even spirit-based arrows would someday be within his grasp. A sudden movement caught his eye, a blur leaping from behind the trees. That girl again, Janica Faylower, always appearing like she belonged wherever she stepped. She watched him closely, book in hand, never missing a moment of his training. "So you're the guy Marilda mentioned, huh?" That piqued Janica's curiosity even more. Ed blinked. She was already standing beside him, like she'd been there all along. Janica smiled knowingly, saying she'd heard plenty about him through the forest's watchful guardian. Marilda, the forest spirit, clearly liked gossip, and Ed was now part of her latest story. Ed stood awkwardly, unsure if he should apologize for being labeled an unwanted guest. He admitted cutting trees and maybe overhunting a little more than necessary. Janica didn't seem bothered, brushing it off like it was the forest's natural cycle. Even Marilda seemed chill, apparently not fussing over a few missing branches or beasts. Unexpected, he thought, this confident girl, sharp-eyed and calm, laughing with genuine warmth beside him. Janica beamed brightly, holding out something tiny and glowing gently in her palms. She called it adorable, cradling it like a treasure she just couldn't wait to show. Ed blinked, reaching forward uncertainly as curiosity overtook caution for a brief moment. Wait, a contract? Was it some kind of spirit she'd bonded with already? If he really wanted to be friends with Janica, he'd have to respond casually. Timing was everything, but Ed struggled to find the right moment or right words. He admitted it simply, he didn't know how to see spirits at all. Not won't, can't. It just wasn't something his eyes or magic could grasp. Janica stared, surprised by his honesty and the calmness in his tone. Ed confirmed again, nodding like it was no big deal and brushing off the moment. He'd only come to gather food anyway, and was ready to head off. Following the original story was Ed's best shot at keeping an edge. Janica, a powerful figure in the narrative, was someone he needed to avoid. Getting too close would change things. That couldn't be allowed. So he left her there, standing quietly with questions in her eyes. Janica watched him go, the weight of silence settling between steps. She stood beside Marilda, the spirit wolf, who gazed thoughtfully after Ed. No matter how she analyzed it, Ed clearly couldn't perceive spiritual beings. She wondered who he really was, this confusing, unreadable student. Despite trying, she hadn't gotten through to him at all. Janica sighed, brushing her fingers through her hair in frustration. But it wasn't goodbye forever, just a pause and something oddly faded. From the treetop clearing, a calm breeze passed through her hair as she stared out. The map didn't lie. Ed's shelter and the student zone were miles apart. He sprinted daily, and that alone boosted his stats more than training could. Ed stared at Janica, her bright reaction clashing with everything he'd expected in that moment. He tried to stay cool, but saying it out loud left him stripped of pride. All he had left was honesty and a bare chest, which didn't help at all. He explained everything without sugarcoating it. No money, no home, just bad choices behind him. Then, the boldest move, he asked Janica straight up if she'd lend him some cash. Janica's cheerful face froze. Her whole expression turned grayscale, like someone flipped off the color. She scrambled for words, insisting she'd pay it back quickly, that friends helped each other. But the truth hit harder than kindness. Her scholarship was survival, not just recognition. Without it, Janica would be out, no tuition, no robes, no second chance at anything. She wasn't privileged either, just a ranch girl clawing her way through school on sheer will. Janica smiled, hiding her desperation. She needed money, not sympathy, to survive another day. Scholarship was her lifeline. Without it, she'd be expelled and dreams would crumble into dust. She studied every night, candle burning low, fingers trembling as poverty breathed down her neck. A ranch girl's world wasn't meant for elite towers of Sylvania's privileged, but she fought. When asked for help, she only laughed, hollow and fading, like a goodbye she couldn't control. 3 days passed. He tried forgetting Janika's sad smile, burying guilt beneath routine and silence. He hunted small animals, gathered wood, mumbled justifications to himself as the forest watched quietly. He swore to stay low, to dodge chaos, to avoid fate's hands twisting his path. But peace rarely lasts long. A rustle nearby disrupted his rhythm and stirred something uneasy. A shadow moved. He turned, startled, recognizing not Janica, but someone far more dangerous instead. Lucy Merrill, asleep on leaves, rested like a goddess untouched by worldly chaos or hunger. She stretched lazily, yawned with power. He stepped back, cursing fate's cruel sense of humor. Why was she here? The strongest student of Sylvania had no business in these woods. Before he could speak, she opened one eye and scowled, voice quiet but commanding. "Not you," she whispered, her tone sharp. She hadn't meant to talk to him. Lucy pointed past Ed with a serious face, straight towards something he hadn't even noticed yet. A massive spectral wolf hovered midair, glowing and shifting, its gaze locked firmly onto Ed alone. The creature's mouth didn't move, but its presence whispered louder than anything else in the forest. Ed turned instinctively, as if answering a question he hadn't fully heard but already understood. The wolf's words were simple. Save Janica at all costs, no matter what it takes. Lucy had only been here 2 days, and things already felt strangely intense. Ed stepped into the forest path, adjusting his gloves and muttering something to himself. He thought this wouldn't affect him, just routine training, nothing special on the schedule. But that assumption shattered fast as the notice for joint combat training appeared out of nowhere. The arena roared with noise, an overwhelming crowd gathering to watch the student battles begin. Combat training meant duels, one-on-one, intense but supposedly safe. Still, the tension never fully disappeared. To avoid serious injury, fake weapons were issued. But everyone still went all in anyway. The arena filled with names: Fenia, Lortel, Janica, Lucy, Clebius, all top students from different circles. Ed scanned the list, overwhelmed. So many strong personalities in one place felt exhausting already, but one name caught his attention: Taylor, the supposed main character of this unfolding story. Taylor's match was about to begin. Janica's eyes sparkled as he entered confidently. Ed already knew the outcomes. Most fights were predetermined, written out like a faded script. He watched calmly. Wind magic swirled on stage, announcing the next duel in a flash. These were all first-year students. Like Taylor, all destined to win, except for one odd case. Taylor called out cheerfully, waving at Ed like he hadn't just borrowed money from her yesterday. Ed blinked in disbelief. Why was she acting like nothing awkward had happened between them? The match list was out. Taylor clutched the papers, bouncing like an excited puppy. Ed, unlike Taylor's bright energy, always kept himself withdrawn, cat-like, quiet, and mostly disinterested in chaos. He admitted he wasn't even curious about his match, until something clicked inside him. Suddenly, Ed realized he wasn't just spectating. He'd been included in the fight roster. That made no sense. The original Ed never lasted this long. He should be gone. Taylor shoved the paper into his face. His opponent's name made his stomach drop. At the same moment, Taylor stood across the field, confidently preparing for what came next. Ed swallowed hard. No point stressing now. He'd have to give it his best effort. He took a deep breath. Lucy was Taylor's opponent. He had to show up fully. Taylor's body burned with determination, blade glowing as if fueled by pure instinct alone. Born into this role, the world had already decided he'd wield swords like destiny. Though this was his first swing, it slashed through Lucy's magic without hesitation or fear. Lucy blinked in disbelief. Her spell fizzled midair, intercepted so effortlessly it shocked her. Taylor dashed in closer, eyes steady, closing the gap she'd always relied on magically. Lucy panicked and cast lightning reflexively, her instincts lashing out faster than her thoughts. The arena shook violently as the magic hit, far stronger than anyone expected from her. Taylor collapsed beneath the blast, stunned and barely conscious beneath glowing embers of magic. Judges stood in silence, then disqualified Lucy for using banned intermediate-level spells in combat. Though Taylor had collapsed, he won. The crowd erupted. He was the first to beat Lucy. Lightning erupted toward Taylor, fierce and fast, yet he stepped forward without flinching or hesitation. Through shattered marble and smoke, Taylor emerged, quiet but firm, gaze steady with resolve burning inside. The class stared in stunned silence. No one had expected him to still be standing upright. Lucy yawned, bored by the moment, dismissing Taylor as just another pitiful, reckless fool. Taylor questioned his charge, wondering why he'd run at a powerful mage with bare fists. Taylor McClure's life was one long struggle, a storm of trials that shaped his resolve. He was mocked as a country bumpkin, a disgrace in the uniform of the academy. His grades were abysmal, his confidence shattered by failures stacking higher with each passing semester. Everyone assumed he'd lose, just another sad excuse for a student, undeserving of any real chance. But within that despair, a quiet strength formed, unseen by others, yet growing ever stronger. Taylor never once lost hope. Even when defeat seemed inevitable and odds impossible to overcome, he charged again, cloak blazing red, wooden blade clutched tight, heart pounding louder than war drums. Ed cheered from the crowd, voice sharp with belief. Taylor still had something to prove. The air cracked as Taylor launched upward, red streak trailing, barreling toward Lucy like a meteor. Lucy's eyes widened as her name echoed. Taylor came flying, even knowing lightning would soon strike. Ed's eyes widened in disbelief. Something unexpected had just slipped through their flawless defenses. A streak of energy shimmered, Lucy's instincts flaring as Taylor's sword pushed forward against surging magic. The clash erupted, green lightning cracking in spirals, Taylor's stance firm despite the overwhelming power surging in. Pain tore through him, a desperate scream breaking out as his blade clashed with magic. The spell shifted, and in the glow of power, a beast's shape emerged, terrifying, wild, dominant. Taylor was launched into the air, swallowed by the vortex spiraling from Lucy's outstretched hand. The impact sent shockwaves across the hall, Ed gasping as Taylor vanished in explosive wind. He crashed through the upper balconies, unconscious bodies barely dodging the flying debris from below. A whisper spread among the crowd. This wasn't lightning anymore. It shimmered too wildly, too fiercely uncontrolled. Lucy stood calm amid the swirling air, eyes glowing violet. She had used forbidden wind magic. The arena echoed with the final announcement. Lucy Merrill stood victorious, the crowd erupting in cheers. Taylor's head hung low, smoke curling around him, his body still aching from the magical assault. Shock painted Ed's face, heart heavy with disbelief. Taylor, the underdog everyone underestimated, had lost? Taylor walked away quietly, the weight of defeat pressing down on his every step. Ed watched him go, thinking this wasn't something they could ignore anymore, not now. A passive spell, protection of the wind, activated, shielding from danger before it ever arrived. Marilda, a powerful wind spirit, revealed herself through magical energy dancing like a glowing storm. Lucy casually asked for jerky, while Ed realized they weren't just a mage and spirit. Next training match, Ed Rothstaler versus Princess Fenia. Everyone's eyes turned toward the approaching pair. Fenia stopped him cold, reminding him of their last clash, her words clear and heavy. Taylor once stood strong, believing victory was his only option after training so hard, but he lost because of Ed, who unknowingly shifted the tides with his presence alone. Just being there, Ed Rothstaler caused change. Fenia saw it and quietly acknowledged the truth. Someone called out to Taylor, chasing after him as he stormed through the corridor. Even if it's meaningless, Ed figured trying something was better than standing still doing nothing. Others tried to encourage Taylor, saying his efforts weren't wasted, no need for shame. Ed feared Taylor would collapse emotionally and he'd be the one forced to rise. A peer yelled passionately, "Don't fall into despair, this place will throw more at you." The Emperor once told young Fenia she was born with divine blessing and rare grace, but her insight to it wasn't divine. It was something she learned in silence, among shadows and whispers. Every royal life is complicated. Conspiracies surrounded her, so she developed the ability herself. From darkness, she grew stronger, learning how to protect herself with awareness and clarity. Though she sensed the deception around her, Fenia always played the role expected of royalty. Ed politely asked to go easy, but it unsettled Fenia more than expected. Fenia gave the same polite response, but couldn't stop herself from studying him deeply. Nearby students gossiped, mocking Ed's dramatic support for Taylor like it was all fake. They thought he was just trying to seem noble after being harsh to Taylor. Fenia quietly accepted it. Ed Rothstaler had used his standing to shame his juniors before. Ed's name echoed across the room as surprise and suspicion filled everyone's staring eyes. Rumors of cheating swirled around him, twisting old memories into new judgments he couldn't deny. Everyone believed Ed had always been like that, desperate, dishonest, and full of empty ambition. But now, standing tall and calm, he met Fenia's gaze without hesitation or fear. Her heart stirred unexpectedly as she questioned everything she thought she knew about this quiet student. Phinia remembered his eyes, focused, tired, yet filled with something stubborn and painfully sincere. That unshakable resolve wasn't a trick. It pulsed like truth through every inch of him. Cheers faded as the arena shifted, the duel was beginning, and silence took over. She studied Ed from afar, his unreadable presence making her second-guess each passing thought. With icy magic forming around her hand, Phinia leapt forward to end the match quickly. Ed dodged swiftly, wind magic swirling around him as her freezing spell shattered behind. Everyone knew Ed only used wind and fire, but none knew how he'd respond now. Phinia narrowed her gaze, watching carefully, reading every move and testing her intuition. She wanted to settle this, on the field and in her heart, with one last clash. She charged with everything, heart and pride burning behind the blade of her spell. Ed accepted the blow without resistance, the wave crashing as if scripted for dramatic effect. Lying on the floor, he muttered that he lost, catching Phinia completely off guard. Her eyes widened in disbelief, confused by his stillness and unexpected words of surrender. He hadn't even blocked, just stood there and took the hit without hesitation or fear. Around them, murmurs filled the air as students reacted to the duel's sudden and odd end. Ed bowed politely, admitting defeat while thanking her, leaving Phinia frozen with unanswered questions. She stared at him, heart stirring, wondering what kind of person he really was. Something clicked. He hadn't looked her in the eyes once since the duel began. The match ended with Phinia declared victor, but something about him lingered oddly in her thoughts. As Ed left the arena, he reminded himself to avoid disrupting the story's flow too much. Even more important than Phinia, Ed remembered, was the protagonist of this world. Taylor. That thought triggered urgency in Ed, who bolted off without a second of hesitation. Phinia suddenly appeared, catching Ed off guard as her eyes narrowed with sharp focus. She demanded an explanation, questioning why he was alone without proper protection or escort. Her words were strict, but concern lingered behind them like a shadow she refused to show. Phinia stepped closer, voice rising with confusion and frustration she could barely keep hidden. Ed tried to deflect with calm words, hoping to ease her mood without conflict. But she exploded, accusing him of throwing the match just to get it over with. She ranted about the chaos at school, schemes, pressure, burdens weighing her down non-stop. With arms raised and temper flaring, she shouted about her overwhelming responsibilities piling up again. Ed gently held her shoulders, asking her to take a breath and slow down. Phinia paused, caught between fury and embarrassment, breathing deeply in the sunlit hallway. Quiet fell between them, their hands still touching in that oddly gentle moment. Her flustered silence filled the space as Ed blinked, unsure what just happened. He asked if she was all right, but her soft blush had already given him the answer. Phinia covered her face, quickly brushing off the moment and asking him to forget everything. Ed hesitated, then awkwardly asked if he could leave and continue searching for Taylor. Phinia reflected inwardly, blaming her upbringing in the palace for always guessing instead of asking. She stared at Ed again, then asked directly about his past and his family. Her voice was firm as she confronted him. Did he cut ties to escape darkness? She guessed he wanted to be expelled by causing trouble, starting with provoking Taylor. Ed admitted it was a sharp theory, even if most of it missed the mark. She continued piecing together her suspicions, determined to uncover everything hidden beneath Ed's quiet act. His denial came quickly, though not entirely convincingly. He knew she was getting too close. Phinia didn't hold back, eyes locked onto his, daring him to deny her straight to her face. Ed kept lying, hoping Phinia's insight skill hadn't fully activated without solid evidence yet. Despite claiming honesty, his thoughts betrayed him, and Phinia's magic flared up with suspicion. She slammed her hand down, furious with Ed's slippery avoidance and lack of straightforward answers. Her fire magic sparked in frustration, while Ed panicked but still clung to the scenario. Finally, she sighed and backed down, letting him go due to lack of concrete proof. Phinia allowed him to leave, pointing out his restless pacing and glances at the door. Ed thanked her quickly, slipping away before she changed her mind or pressed harder. Outside the room, he paused, stunned by how Phinia had acted differently than he expected. As someone tied to key events, Phinia's involvement with everyone made his situation more tangled. She already had enough drama to fill books, and Ed knew he'd only added more. Ed blamed his presence for shaking up the scenario's direction in such unexpected ways. Phinia, standing alone now, wondered how Ed compared his burden to her royal responsibilities. Still, she softened a little, sensing something unspoken behind his tired yet calm demeanor. Ed reminded her not to carry everything. This wasn't the palace, and she could breathe. For once, someone saw through Phinia's armor, and that truth startled her more than she admitted. Ed ran through the halls, breath ragged, mind racing after losing time with Fenia. He feared if Taylor gave up now, everything, including his new life, could collapse entirely. Rushing into the field, he spotted Taylor, only to freeze when someone else appeared. A girl blocked him, shouting with fierce protectiveness, keeping herself between Ed and Taylor. Her name was Ayla Triss, the main heroine, standing tall, eyes bright, and completely ready to fight. Ed Rothstaler stood nearby, hearing voices filled with concern and tension rising across the room. Ayla confronted someone firmly, stepping in before things got worse, her determination flaring without hesitation. Ed observed from a distance, slowly stepping forward, quietly surprised he was still being acknowledged here. Standing under the lights again, Ed's presence struck differently, quietly strong, calmly focused, no longer wavering. He walked toward them, silent but resolute, eyes lit with steady will, a purpose burning anew. While Ed faced his own trials, Ayla moved with urgency, worry pushing her feet forward. She ran without looking back, knowing exactly where she needed to be by Taylor's side. Finding him slumped, she sat close without words, her presence giving him space to breathe. Taylor slowly looked up, confused but comforted, as Ayla stayed grounded like always beside him. Ed knew Taylor's strength came not from solitude but from those who stayed when storms came. Ed remembered every moment shared with Taylor's struggles, laughs, pain, and how none of it was simple. He paused, realizing he never quite believed Taylor would falter, always treating him as untouchable. Facing himself honestly, Ed admitted he'd left everything to Taylor, never stepping fully into his own. Watching Taylor rise again, something changed, no longer just relief, but a quiet readiness to walk alongside. Ed smiled, no longer hiding behind fate's script, but choosing to shape the day himself. The arena shone in golden morning light as Ed stepped forward, silent beneath watching eyes. Behind him, voices faded. He knew the path wouldn't wait, even if he wasn't ready. He opened the doors calmly, heart steady, knowing there was no turning back from this. The clash was immediate, but Ed moved with clarity, no hesitation, only purpose in every motion. Flames danced behind him, but his gaze stayed forward, locked on what mattered beyond the fire. The scene was never meant to unfold like this, but Ed had stopped waiting for scripts. Power burst through the air as elements collided, chaos blooming in colors of ice and flame. Amid the frozen spirals, Lortel darted forward, fierce and fluid as the storm tightened around her. Her steps never faltered, blade tracing arcs through chilling winds and splitting the cold wide open. The clash intensified, her will echoing Ed's own, refusing to break even when everything else threatened to. Flames erupted wildly as Janica clashed with a massive threat, her magic pushing back with power. Calmly focused, Janica controlled the battlefield, proving her strength in a fierce, fiery confrontation. Ayla and Taylor quietly watched, their expressions a mix of worry, awe, and growing realization. Taylor's gaze sharpened, trials weren't over yet, and Ed's words echoed clearly in his thoughts. Fire surged forward, unstoppable and blinding, the true challenge revealing itself as the final act began. Janica stood alone, bathed in light, her face calm but fierce in quiet triumph. The moment solidified her name, whispered with reverence among peers who recognized her strength. Students gathered, cheering and celebrating, surrounding her with admiration and noisy congratulations. She smiled faintly, eyes soft, accepting praise, though her thoughts wandered somewhere more personal. Back in the arena, her path opened wider, no longer just a sorcerer, but a leader. Janica's name rang out, a beacon among students who admired her growth and drive. She hadn't followed the same road as before, yet reached far beyond the original. With every step, she became a symbol of the underdogs who could rise by effort. Even Ed noticed her path split from his, and yet it lit something inside him. Time moved forward, and Ed realized their paths diverged, leaving only reflections under moonlight. With others ahead, Ed embraced his quiet life, diving into routines, reading stats like scripture. Watching his stamina tick upward gave comfort, proof his quiet grind was starting to show. He stretched, energy flowing better than before, body lighter with each discipline morning. No reason to slack now, he stayed focused, pushing quietly forward even if no one noticed. Then, a familiar voice caught him off guard, Janica's timing, as usual, never predictable. Fire crackled beside them as Ed listened, unsure why this hidden place always drew her in. She spoke softly, almost nervous, wanting advice without saying so directly, her words careful and open. Ed blinked, caught off guard. Why him, of all people, for something personal and delicate? Janica revealed more, vulnerable yet composed, explaining how a mistake still echoed in her heart. Ed sat quietly, firelight flickering sometimes. Listening meant more than fixing anything at all. As the duel replayed in her mind, Janica questioned if she had gone too far. Sitting near Ed, her doubt quietly surfaced, thoughts circling the fairness of her past actions. Unsure but open, she wondered aloud whether making amends would be the right next step. Ed, calm as ever, gave a simple answer-clear advice that felt oddly grounding in silence. Even surrounded by praise, Janica still sought honesty, and Ed gave her just that, no more, no less. If Janica ever stumbled, the world would rush in to defend her bright and bubbly smile. But even with support, she knew when guilt lingered, it couldn't simply be excused away. Some truths needed facing alone quietly, firmly, even when others said she'd done nothing wrong. That's why Ed's words mattered, because he never picked sides just to make someone feel better. A small laugh escaped her, thankful that someone like Ed stood just outside the echo chamber. Janica didn't feel hurt, just understood something deeper about Ed by how he simply stayed present. Ed's reserved nature said more than words, boundaries clear but warmth still felt in his stillness. She noticed what others didn't, his posture, his quiet space, his unspoken decision to stay distant. That space wasn't rejection, it was just how Ed showed his truths without saying too much. Under soft starlight she smiled, comforted by his strange honesty, choosing to walk away at ease. Morning broke with bright skies, but Ed already sensed trouble rumbling beneath the academy's surface. Stepping through the halls, unease clung tight, something in the air felt heavy and out of place. A new trial loomed, one hidden within layers of decisions that could all go disastrously wrong. Ed recalled every hidden route and trap the game ever threw at early-stage players. One wrong move, and a secret could spiral into chaos. He'd seen the signs before. Bad endings came fast if you missed clues. Each choice led towards someone else's painful fall. Save one friend, another dies. Turn left instead of right, and flames erase progress. Every action felt like navigating a trap, memories of failure flashing in ominous red. But Ed knew the path. This time, moving before disaster could right itself again. Even as someone followed closely behind, Ed pressed forward, determined not to fall into fate's loop again. Lortel Ketchuln appeared with roses and charm, casually offering business hours like favors. Ed stayed silently cautious. She smiles and looks straight with her green eyes. It looked so shining and brightly. Lortel offered time like a product, smiling, poised, confident in her purpose with polished grace. Known as the hidden heroine, her true nature always veiled beneath sharp instincts and strategy. Treated like a villain early on, her mask only dropped in the story's second half. Ed recognized the pattern and paused. He couldn't afford to dance to her rhythm yet. Staying alert, he dodged the charm. A single step could shift the entire balance again. Lortel pushed forward with cheerful insistence, trying to get even the smallest reaction from Ed. Ed remained unfazed, flanked by teasing twins, unsure what game was really at play here. She spoke sweetly, praised him openly, but Ed heard tactics behind every compliment given. Her words wrapped in flattery felt too smooth. Ed stayed grounded, wary of shifting tides. Gold coins glimmered in her palm. This wasn't charity, this was negotiation with subtle motives behind. The request was simple: help her make a connection, with charm wrapped in transactional shine. Ed examined the coin, its weight echoing deeper values others might abandon without pause. She offered more than gold, she offered alignment, understanding exactly how to gain from helping. But Ed, ever measured, declined the payment, knowing this was about more than simple favors. Lortel smiled knowingly. In her world, allies mattered more than riches, especially in the long run. Ed realized Lortel understood the game power wasn't enough. She needed influence, allies, and strategy. She moved with purpose, anticipating the Academy's future as clearly as any political tactician could. Her instincts were sharp: gather allies now, before the real storm began to stir. So when Ed offered his hand, it wasn't surrender, it was an equal understanding in motion, and Lortel, smiling with composure, knew exactly what that handshake symbolized for her coming rise. For people used to comfort, a single moment of hardship could shatter their composure completely. Ed knew the cruel twist: how sudden change often became a trap too heavy to escape. One golden coin could unravel dignity, break resolve, and chain futures through desperation. That's why manipulators found it easy. Preying on need was cleaner than fighting with swords. But surprisingly, Lortel returned the coins untouched, defying the pattern she was expected to play into. Lortel found Ed's refusal oddly entertaining, rare resistance in a world used to easy leverage. Ed walked away quietly, weighing what he had declined, aware it could have simplified things. But temptation had a cost. Changing storylines could ripple across everything he worked to avoid. His eyes narrowed in the dark, silently reaffirming his goal to not derail fate. Meanwhile, Lortel stared out under moonlight, unfazed, plotting new angles around Ed's stubborn stance. That night, Janica crossed paths with Lortel under the stillness of silver-blue moonlight. Lortel, ever the strategist, saw a valuable opportunity where others only saw lingering tension. One sincere apology became her opening another chance to bring Janica into her growing circle. Janica's surprise shifted to reflection as Lortel offered something honest beneath her calculating exterior. Her curiosity piqued. Janica paused, wondering just how different this golden daughter truly was inside. Their conversation grew slower, more personal, Lortel nudging gently, reading Janica with careful, patient precision. Janica admitted past guilt still lingered, heavy despite time and distance from that one mistake. Lortel's mind spun, was guilt something to comfort or something to leverage for future gain? Her words turned a little too sharp, and Janica instantly sensed the shift beneath them. Spirits danced behind her, fiery and wild, Janica's calm masking the blaze still deep inside. Later, Lortel met Ed again, her tone different now, planning layered behind every pleasant word. Her eyes gleamed with ideas, one goal hidden behind another, never showing her full hand. She pulled out the same coin, still chasing something neither gold nor words could buy. Janica quietly reflected on everything, comparing sincerity not by action but by the person's heart behind it. And Ed? He watched silently, knowing sincerity wasn't a coin you could measure in weight. Coins gleamed again, an echo of earlier intent, but now weighed with a deeper meaning. Janica mused aloud, admiring Ed's honest ways so different from the usual negotiations and masks. She'd need more time to fully gauge Lortel, who shifted between charm and strategy. Janica knew this encounter had planted something, a rival, or maybe a new kind of mirror. Still, she turned kindly and apologized, because even amidst calculation, kindness didn't have to be forgotten. Ed watched her leave with a smile, but something felt off beneath the surface. Behind the closing door, Ed's thoughts lingered on her forced cheer and dimmed expression. Janica walked alone, her steps heavy, muttering to herself as emotions weighed down her stride. Her cheerful mask cracked briefly, revealing an edge of exhaustion Ed couldn't ignore anymore. Determined to help, Ed clenched his fists. He couldn't let her carry this alone. Isla sat quietly, sighing, overwhelmed by expectations she never asked to carry. Her thoughts echoed with pressure, wondering if she'd meet the hopes people stacked on her. Outside, sunlight warmed the air, laundry swaying lazily under the clear morning sky. Ed paused mid-chore, sniffing the breeze. It carried something unfamiliar, sharp and unexpected. Rustling nearby, Ed turned swiftly, instinct sharp. Someone else was there, watching him closely. Belmaya stood firm, her basket steady, ever the composed maid of Alphalis Hall. Ed remembered the time she kicked him out. Watching her with mixed emotions and curiosity, she greeted him with formal ease, casually revealing Janica had spoken about him often. Belle's tone was cool, noting Ed's rough living state with subtle judgment he couldn't deny. Ed forced a smile, unsure how to respond, heart tugged between embarrassment and gratitude. Ed barely listened, Belle's voice fading as his focus drifted toward the basket she held. Memories of Ophalis Hall resurfaced, its strict routines, the flawless maids, the endless polished duties. Belle's basket intrigued him. Its contents held secrets too practical to be just supplies. Mushrooms and herbs, freshly picked, sat neatly packed. This knowledge surpassed any textbook explanation. Ed realized these overlooked details might shape his story more than grand magic ever could. Ed flinched at her piercing stare, unsure whether to feel honored or intimidated. He straightened up, voice soft. He respected her too much to act superior in any way. Belle's words rang true. She never once altered the story, just lived with purpose. Smiling sheepishly, Ed reached for the basket this time, with sincere curiosity and budding friendship. As Belle listed edible finds, Ed's screen pinged, a new skill unlocked. One step forward, Ed gathered fish and meat, feeling proud his meals finally looked stable and nutritious. He lit the fire with confidence, controlling the flame with practiced magical precision. The pot roared to life, bubbling over sparks as warmth spread through the camp. Despite having only 2 spells, Ed unknowingly reached mastery just by constant practical use. Herbal tea brewed gently, filling the air with comfort, aiding both health and survival rate. Sipping tea, Ed smiled. His progress felt real, and everything seemed under control. His work finished early, Ed relaxed under the evening sky, enjoying peace before sundown. For once, he admitted to himself it was actually kind of fun surviving alone. Something streaked across the sky suddenly, breaking the quiet and catching Ed completely off guard. A massive crash shattered the earth, smoke rising as Ed stared in disbelief. The shockwave launched Ed backward, tumbling through dirt and ash with stunned confusion. Coughing through smoke, he scrambled to understand what just destroyed his peaceful evening. Dust parted slowly, revealing wreckage where his neatly organized camp used to be. Wide-eyed and stunned, Ed saw the remnants of everything he had built scattered around. His heart sank deeper. His cozy camp was gone in an instant puff of chaos. Ed sat in silence, staring at the crater that replaced his once thriving campsite. From the smoke, a figure emerged, barely conscious, wrapped in glowing blue energy. Lucy groaned from the crater, and Ed stood stunned, unsure how to process everything. She muttered complaints, but Ed gaped. How could someone like her almost be defeated? Lucy brought up Belmaya, triggering Ed's mixed memories of her fierce attitude. A tense flashback explained her panic. Belle's unexpected wrath had forced Lucy's hasty escape. Ed watched her quietly, trying to understand what just happened and how it all unraveled. Lucy sat beside Ed, still dazed, wondering why the landing wasn't more painful. Ed clenched his fists. His peaceful setup had crumbled in one dramatic arrival. He glared upward and yelled, frustration boiling over Belmaya's name on the tip of his tongue. Lucy casually asked for food, seemingly oblivious to the chaos she'd caused around them. Magic depleted, she explained herself, leaving Ed bewildered by her carefree approach to destruction. Lucy teased Ed, realizing she may have crushed more than just a basic shelter. Ed's eye twitched, his anger flared as he stepped forward, arms crossed and ready to lecture. His makeshift home in ruins, Ed vowed silently that next time he'd build stronger. With determination, Ed envisioned a proper house, made of real wood, not flimsy scraps. Still, his schedule was full, and he'd need to plan carefully before anything new began. Late at night in the library, Ed scoured blueprints, planning his sturdier wooden haven. A voice called out. It was closing time, but Ed hadn't even noticed the hours passing. A fellow student entered, praising Ed's dedication with genuine admiration lighting up her eyes. She introduced herself as Elka Islan, and Ed paused, sensing something different in her energy. Her wide eyes sparkled, silently urging Ed to respond with his name and maybe something more. Ed introduced himself calmly, used to the stunned expression that followed his name everywhere. Elka's expression froze, then softened. Ed's name carried rumors, but reality seemed to surprise her. She admired his quick comprehension, having watched him absorb dense materials like it was nothing. Her curiosity grew. How could someone known for being difficult master so much with ease? Smiling, she dismissed the rumors, realizing Ed Rothstaler might be far more than people claimed. Ed walked away with a confident stride, feeling encouraged by Elka's unexpected words of support. He thanked her quietly, surprised at how light his heart felt leaving the library. Elka smiled warmly. Waving, her words carried more meaning than she probably realized in that moment. As Ed left, Elka turned, her eyes narrowing. Something unusual had caught her attention. A strange light flickered between the shelves, and Elka's calm shifted into sudden unease. Elka's expression twisted into a sinister grin as magic swirled ominously in the library's air. A dark laugh escaped her lips, echoing through the quiet as books floated unnaturally. Runes activated, glowing beneath the floor, pulsating with raw magical energy across the academy. Above the spire, purple lightning split the sky. An ancient summoning ritual had begun. Across the city, alarms blared as a magic circle marked the return of forbidden power. Onlookers identified the spell, an advanced summoning rune only used by elite summoners with dark affinity. Panic spread as word confirmed it was summoning the dark spirit Glaskin, highest ranked in lore. The conclusion was swift. Only one student could pull this off with such power and ease. Janica Feylover appeared, shrouded in darkness, clearly the force behind this rising threat. Faculty remained tense. It wasn't the moment to act recklessly, even if danger loomed ever closer. Taylor McRae assessed the chaos, trying to remain calm while organizing a response team. Claire issued orders, coordinating student evacuations and calling for reinforcements from nearby dorms. Isla joined quickly, her instincts sharp. This wasn't an ordinary training exercise anymore. Jin, watching nearby, stayed oddly quiet, calculating the risks with narrowed, observant eyes. The magical beast sneered, eyes glowing. This wasn't just summoning, it was a full-scale assault. Two high-rank spirits materialized, a berserk flame demon and Velocipher, the darkness embodiment. Everyone stared in disbelief. This power was far beyond what any of them had trained for. Jin panicked, declaring the mission suicidal, refusing to throw himself at certain death. Isla kept calm, analyzing the situation. It wasn't all Janica's doing. Something darker fueled her. She suspected Janica was simply the vessel. Velocipher was the one truly manifesting destruction. Velocipher's dark energy grew unstable, its overwhelming power distorting the ritual's balance entirely. Janica stood beneath the spiraling magic, struggling to maintain control over what she had summoned. The summoned spirits resisted her commands, pushing her mental and magical limits near collapse. Meanwhile, confusion spread. No one understood how she achieved control over such chaotic spiritual forces. All eyes turned to Princess Pacencia, waiting for guidance as silence stretched between tense breaths. The group braced for battle, uncertain whether to engage or wait for the signal. Pacencia's gaze hardened. There were truths she couldn't yet reveal, secrets weighing on her deeply. In a flashback, Ed walked away calmly, unaware of how complicated things were becoming. Pacencia reflected on his words how nice peace would be. Even if unrealistic for now, she issued orders calmly, giving them 1 hour to prepare mentally and physically for battle. With composure, Pacencia stepped forward and claimed responsibility for organizing the emergency response team. She reminded everyone that even top-tier students might hesitate under this high-stakes situation. The others doubted reinforcements would help, but Pacencia offered a rare glimmer of hope. She mentioned one potential asset, someone whose actions always defied logic but got results. Eyes widened as they realized who she meant. It was Ed, of course, quiet and unnoticed. Elka's name was shouted, jolting many into realization her life could be in danger too. Panic set in. She'd been near the library, right where dark magic first erupted. One student sprang up to act, desperate to reach and rescue Elka immediately. Yet the faculty insisted they prioritize Janica first, the root of this dangerous upheaval. One instructor suggested trusting Ed. His instincts were sharp, and his resolve often surprising. Suspicion spread through the group. Someone knew the missing student but hesitated to speak up. Pressed hard, one finally cracked, nervously whispering the name that stunned the crowd. Ed Rothstaler, she confessed, her voice trembling with mixed guilt and admiration. Her explanation followed. He'd been there all night, quietly preparing, bothering no one. Despite teasing him before, she defended Ed, now reminding everyone he wasn't ordinary, even if he acted like it. Doubts rose about Ed, but some students insisted Elka wouldn't care about baseless gossip. His name caused a stir. Many couldn't believe he was alone during all this chaos. Chicks panicked, realizing Elka and Ed were both still trapped near the summoning site. Pacencia tried stopping the rash move, raising her hand to plead for calm. Despite the tension, she whispered gently, even so, unsure if her voice would matter now. The massive ritual circle continued glowing, stretching above the academy like a second sun. Students stared, speechless, some frozen by fear, others by awe of its scale. Pacencia watched in silence, hoping her quiet belief would reach someone who could act. Slowly, all eyes turned to the building, wondering if Ed Rothstaler was already moving. Just then, a silhouette broke the light. Someone was dashing straight into danger without hesitation. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Summoned beasts surged forward, snarling with vicious intensity. Ed's silhouette tore through the air, aiming straight toward their path without slowing. One thought burned in his mind: no one touches Elka, not on his watch. Energy exploded midair as he collided into the enemy with unrelenting force. Determined and furious, Ed shouted his name as a challenge. He had entered the battlefield. Ed gathers meat and fish, feeling proud as he nears completion of his food preparations. Sitting by his handmade stove, Ed activates his ignition spell with calm satisfaction and a steady gaze. A burst of fire erupts from the stove, warming the air and cooking his latest meal. A pop-up glows. Ed unknowingly maxed out 2 magic skills from sheer repetition during daily chores. Ed boils herbal tea with practiced ease, enhancing survival as he chops firewood and reflects alone. Ed sips tea, watching sunset hues. His tasks are done, and peace wraps gently around him. He smiles, enjoying the simplicity of the moment, basking in the rare stillness before dusk. A sudden streak in the sky breaks his thoughts, making him flinch with growing curiosity. A loud crash sends Ed flying from his campsite, rolling through dust and chaos unexpectedly. Gasping, Ed lifts his head, eyes wide in horror. His once peaceful camp now lies in ruins. From the crater center, a mysterious girl named Lucy emerges, shimmering with magic and exhaustion. Shocked, Ed stares. She's powerful, unpredictable, and just obliterated his carefully built survival zone. Lucy mutters, barely awake, while Ed panics, realizing she's Belle Maya's most fearsome and loyal ally. Recalling Belle's grip, Lucy explains she was dragged here without warning, bruised and out of mana. Ed tries reasoning, only to get hit and yelled at by Lucy for hoarding food. Frustrated and confused, Lucy demands answers. Ed rants about losing his handmade camp and jerky stash. Her energy spent, Lucy sits dazed while Belle scolds Ed for poor housing decisions and yelling. Her words soften Ed's mood. He smiles faintly, appreciating her sincerity amidst a day full of chaos. As he leaves the library, Elka wishes him luck. Ed nods, feeling a strange warmth inside. Ed sat quietly, deep in thought, until someone suddenly called his name from behind him. Confused, he asked who the person was, noticing the urgency in their voice and face. They demanded to know where Elka was, worry radiating from their shaking words and gestures. The person pointed, directing him toward the second room close by, where Elka had been. Bursting in, Ed rushed to her side, finding her lying unconscious but seemingly unharmed. Ed's knees buckled slightly as he let out a relieved breath, whispering a quiet thanks. He clutched his forehead, overwhelmed by emotions now that he'd found Elka safe and alive. He slowly started to realize the strange protection surrounding her subtle but intentional layers of security. Thick blackout curtains covered the room's edges, ensuring no light or sound reached her hiding place. A note lay on the desk, instructing Elka to stay calm and hidden once she awoke. The note's firm, protective tone suggested someone had risked everything to keep Elka out of danger. A wave of questions filled Ed's mind as he stared at the written instructions details. He looked around, thinking, who would go this far and then disappear without leaving any trace? That's when he noticed the dried blood on the floor. It wasn't Elka's, that much was certain. It trailed toward the library's exit, leading him to a painful realization that made him freeze. Someone had fought for Elka's safety and vanished silently before anyone else could find them. As he pieced it together, Ed's name echoed in his thoughts. Could it really be him? Sitting solemnly, tied and bruised, the blonde figure exuded calm strength even in painful silence. Everyone around whispered, Ed Roth Taylor, a name now tangled in mystery, sacrifice, and impossible assumptions. The quiet boy they had judged too harshly had endured everything to save her behind the scenes. Flashing back 3 hours, Ed dashed through empty corridors with Elka held firmly in his arms. His breath was steady, focused on securing her safely before chaos would inevitably reach the academy. Setting her gently down, he planned every detail of her shelter with meticulous care and purpose. He knew this episode would begin soon. He recognized the signs of the Glaskin's summoning approaching fast. Trusting Taylor to handle the confrontation, he headed away his path hidden from those central to the story. Ed watches grimly as panic unfolds around him. This final chapter has only just begun. Phinia identifies the magic's origin, dark summoning of Glaskin, confirming their most feared enemy's involvement. She suspects the mastermind, Janica Faylover, a former ally turned into an agent of chaos. Despite shock, the group regroups, steeling themselves for battle as the school trembles beneath them. Taylor prepares for combat, drawing strength from determination while students rally beside him. Claire and Ayla coordinate defense, guarding the evacuation paths with resolute courage and mutual trust. Students scramble into position as orders echo across the yard, everyone understanding what's at stake. Jix hesitates before volunteering, his voice quiet but firm, courage flickering behind anxious eyes. Taylor confirms their goals: survive, delay the summoning, and protect each other until reinforcements arrive. Shadows loom large as howling spirits storm the field, drawn by dark forces. Ed's eyes blaze with anger at the enemy, fearless, furious, and full of righteous strength. Magical force tears the sky as twin spirits materialize. Berserk Fire Spirit Tarkin and Velocipher awaken. One student recoils in horror, panicking at the realization they face 2 high-tier spirits alone. Ayla remains calm, analyzing Janica's overwhelming power, suspecting Velocipher's influence fuels her rampage. Claire confirms Janica is the medium manifesting Velocipher, her spirit bond unnaturally strong and dangerous. The battle begins, magic and fear colliding in a storm of rage and energy. Janica loses herself to Velocipher's power, her rational mind overwhelmed by darkness's pull. Princess Phenia's heart clenches, but she knows revealing secrets must wait for now. Jix remembers a time of peace and wonders if he'll live to see another. The group prepares to enter the battlefield in 1 hour, hearts full of uncertainty. Taylor rallies his allies, his calm demeanor hiding the storm of pressure inside. He takes charge, organizing students and forming a defense circle around non-combatants. Everyone nods silently, standing tall despite the rising tension in their hearts. Phenia steps forward to take responsibility, ready to lead this battle alongside her peers. One student panics, worrying the others won't join, too afraid of the consequences. But Taylor shouts, determined to act regardless of the odds stacked against them. One name breaks the silence: Elka Islan, drawing shocked reactions from those who'd forgotten her. Taylor's eyes widen in horror as he realizes Elka is in danger. Without hesitation, he runs toward the library to rescue her from Janica's summoned spirits. Jix nods and rushes off with Elka, leaving Ed to rest and regroup. Meanwhile, Ash watches them go, something stirring in her heart. Memories of Ed's earlier deeds start to resurface, nagging at her conscience. She whispers softly, remembering how Ed used to sit quietly through the night. Ash finally speaks his name aloud, tears welling as the truth dawns. Janica fires another blast, determined to destroy the academy and everyone in it. Fenia gasps, whispering Ed Rothtailor with dawning comprehension in her eyes. Bloodied and battered, Ed faces the monsters alone, his resolve burning brighter than ever. With one punch, he launches into the air, striking down enemies without fear. Every strike screams determination. He's fighting not for glory, but to protect what he values. Flashbacks reveal Jix's youth hunting mule deer across the vast empire, surviving on instincts. In the wild, he learned to kill fast and without remorse. Guided by necessity, he remembers the day he met Elka, comparing him to a wolf walking upright. Jix recalls Ed's selfless efforts and prepares to return the favor with pride. In the present, Ed suggests splitting the raid team to increase their odds of survival. He volunteers to lead one side, bruised but unshaken by the danger ahead. Everyone turns to him, surprised by his unwavering leadership during such chaos. Steeling himself, Ed adjusts his gloves and readies his body for the oncoming battle. His eyes burn with purpose. This is his moment, and he will not let them fall. Ed stepped forward, proposing a plan to split the team and face danger smartly. The tension rose fast as others shouted his name, not expecting him to lead. Some doubted his call, thinking Ed wasn't the one to take charge here. A voice calmed the noise, urging others to listen before making any judgment. Ed explained the threat clearly defeating the summoned beast was crucial to survival now. Tarkin's strength was already known. It had overwhelmed others before without even showing full power. Its armored shell made it nearly untouchable, forcing a change in strategy quickly. Ed outlined a new path to divert Tarkin while sneaking in to stop Janka. Some shook their heads, remembering how brutal the last fight with Tarkin had been. Still, Ed stayed calm. This was their best shot, with time slipping away fast. The team hesitated again. No one wanted to volunteer for the dangerous distraction group. Someone muttered it was like signing up for suicide, eyes filled with dread. Silence fell as a hand rose. One stepped up without hesitation. Ed refused the offer, already knowing who needed to run that path. He explained his speed, his role, and why it had to be him. This wasn't about sacrifice. Ed made it clear they weren't sending people to die. The team didn't need an even split, just the right ones in place. Cleebus and Lortel were strong enough. Ed trusted them with the plan. Panic sparked again, but Ed spoke with certainty, keeping them from falling apart. Even if they didn't fully get it, they started to trust his resolve. An order came down. Fenia backed Ed's plan, sealing the raid group split. She assigned the teams clearly. Some would hit Janka, others would draw Tarkin's fury. Ed's name was called with the luring group. He didn't flinch, just nodded once. Fenia turned one last time, voice steady, reminding them not to die. The moment cracked open, the raid began, and no one looked back. Ed briefed the team quickly as they arrived, reminding them to follow the plan exactly. His confidence carried through the group, steadying nerves even with danger this close. Cleebus nodded stiffly, still unsure, but trusting Ed's words enough to move. Lortel watched them go, blade ready. There was no time for second-guessing. Ed smiled slightly, giving Cleebus just enough belief to keep going strong. Ed's mind spun. Did his crazy idea have a chance of actually working? Behind the hall, Tarkin growled louder, stomping through the broken grounds toward them. They didn't need to defeat it, just distract, delay, and keep it chasing. Fenia had backed the plan. That alone gave the rest enough reason to fight. Lortel exhaled. She wasn't alone anymore, and that made all the difference. Cleebus charged in first, drawing attention before fear could return and freeze him again. Energy cracked. Tarkin's body sparked wildly as it turned toward the noise. Cleebus's heart raced. This was it, the real fight. No safety nets now. He panicked, wondering how to keep the monster focused on only him. Then something strange happened. It turned, as if drawn to something else behind him. Lortel froze, realizing Tarkin's rage had found her too. It wasn't part of the plan. She bolted, teeth clenched, heart pounding. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Screaming echoed down the corridor, her voice lashing out at everyone and everything. Her anger burned, but somewhere inside she knew it was working. Tarkin followed. Ed's voice cut through. Time to pull back. The distraction had succeeded perfectly. Lortel hissed, still furious. Was this really just clever planning or thinly veiled sacrifice? Ed met her glare calmly. This wasn't sacrifice, just hard choices made faster than usual. Cleebus kept running, battered but holding on tougher than they'd expected, stronger than he looked. Lortel's task was coming. She had to land the hit, and she knew it. Outside, she steadied her breath. Everything now depended on getting this one strike right. Ed reassured Lortel with calm certainty. Everyone hesitates, but she knew how to handle this. Magic erupted above her. Power was raw, bright, And without hesitation this time, the ceiling shattered, releasing a force meant to clear the path ahead. Debris thundered down, the air shook, and silence followed like a held breath. Lortel stood tall as smoke rose. The path was open, just like Ed planned. The others shouted in shock, watching her step into the smoke without hesitation. She smiled at them. This was her part, and she wasn't backing out. Her memory flashed back. Ed trusted her because of one chaotic moment during training. That forbidden spell she used once had become their key to this entire mission. She laughed softly. Ed Rothstaler always had a way of making crazy plans feel solid. With the path cleared, her next job became even more dangerous, facing Tarkin alone again. Tarkin roared, surging forward as if it remembered every blow from earlier. She knew the risk. If the others succeeded, she'd still have to stall Tarkin. The plan didn't end here. If anything, her part had only just begun. Escape wasn't an option. Now they had to stop it, no matter what happened next. Ed remembered their earlier loss. They couldn't scratch Tarkin's shell even with the full team. The solution wasn't brute force, it was how they used the magic they already had. Lortel had seen something back then, something no one else noticed during the fight. Her theory clicked. For Ed, redirecting magic properly could break through the armor. Lortel ran ahead, charging a slash that could shatter even hardened mana. The impact hit with a crash. Tarkin flinched, its defense cracking for the first time. The team's regular spells hadn't worked, but this one left a mark. Ed watched it unfold. They needed more than precision. They needed pure magical force. It had to be overwhelming, non-stop, powerful enough to punch through anything. Ed stood ready, thinking fast. Now they just had to figure out who could deliver it. Ed reflected. Only a few aim for everything, but he's cleared these conditions many times. Still, today felt different. More pressure, more eyes, and a strange sense of something bigger. He blinked at Lucy, who had randomly passed out during the middle of chaos. Turns out she'd used too much magic again. Her usual nap spot got blown up. Meanwhile, Janica was unstable, and Belmay was definitely not in the mood. Lucy dreamed of beef jerky while others fought, her magic reserves absolutely spent. Right now, being picky wasn't an option. Whatever was left, she had to eat. Beef jerky in hand, she powered up like it was a full meal. They targeted the flame lizard. Every shot counted, every second shaved off the danger. The throw was tricky, but her old military skills kicked in just fine. The bolt landed with a flash. Lucy's spell roared down like a falling meteor. Her voice echoed furiously, blasting out power and complaining mid-attack like usual. The explosion hit square. Purple energy crackled and lit up the entire rooftop. Tarkin reeled, knocked back hard for the first time in this whole battle. Divine punishment wasn't subtle, but it definitely worked better than expected. The team braced behind a barrier, eyes wide as the magic storm settled. Ed leapt forward without hesitation. This was the moment that mattered the most. Tarkin, tough as ever, roared again, but its armor had started to crack. Lucy's hit was exactly what they needed. It turned the tide completely. Now Ed knew they could do real damage, and it was finally time. Adrenaline surged. Ed sprinted with everything he had, no more holding back now. Ed Rothstaler remembered Janica's kind smile, how everyone admired her strength without ever questioning it. Praise followed Janica like sunshine. Friends, teachers, even strangers treated her like the Academy's shining hope. But behind every kind word, Ed noticed the cracks forming beneath her perfect, practiced smile. Alone in the hallway, Janica stood silent, swallowed by a darkness no one else could see. She held everything together, Ed thought, but maybe that pressure finally shattered her from within. The explosion shook the ground, and Ed dashed forward before thinking. His instincts screamed something was wrong. Students regrouped, blades drawn, but Ed's eyes searched only for Janica in the thick smoke. She floated, surrounded by energy too dark to be hers, but her smile stayed calm. A monstrous form emerged behind her, twisted magic warping everything she used to be. Ed raised his sword, heart pounding. He'd stop her, not as a hero but as her friend. Her blast sent 2 students flying. Ed barely caught one before crashing into a marble pillar. "She's gone," someone muttered, but Ed gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that. A student in shadows appeared just in time, matching Janica's energy with sharp purple spells. More rushed in behind, tired, hurt, scared, but unwilling to let Janica destroy herself or anyone else. Ed clenched his fists. "We fight to save her, not to win," he thought, stepping forward. They debated plans, argued roles, but Ed knew only one person had the precision they needed. Everyone hesitated. Stakes were too high. But Ed stepped up, his voice steady despite trembling hands. "I'll do it," he said. "I'll end this if no one else will." Behind him, one classmate nodded silently. They understood it wasn't bravery, it was a desperate promise. Ed walked toward the chaos, hoping trust would be enough to reach what remained of her. "This isn't suicide," Ed muttered. It's an investment, and he smiled like it actually made sense. The girl behind him stared, trying to understand what he meant by risking everything. I trust you, she said softly, summoning ice-like blades around her determined footsteps. Ed steadied himself, grateful. He wasn't alone. If she was fighting, he could too. He charged in, shouting her name not as a command but a memory that still mattered. Ed forced himself to move, even as fear gripped his chest like iron chains. He wasn't the only one struggling, others were falling, pushed back by the overwhelming magic. Everything felt heavier now, like the air itself didn't want anyone to get closer. Still, Ed stepped forward, heart pounding, refusing to forget the girl who once laughed. I'm not done, he muttered, charging in even though his legs screamed to stop. Light exploded ahead. Ed's instincts screamed, but his eyes stayed locked on the swirling chaos. Everyone stared at the red vortex, unsure if it was friend, enemy, or something worse. That's Rothstaler's right hand. Someone gasped. Ed had drawn attention without even realizing it. Memories of trials, stress, and sleepless nights flashed through Ed's mind like pieces of glass. His vision locked onto the monster. This fear? It can't be stronger than my reason. Blades of wind cut the edge of the chaos, carving a narrow path through magic. Ed dashed in, timing his steps between blasts of energy, trusting his gut completely. Behind him, Lortel moved with calculated precision, her expression calm, posture sharp as ice. Now, she whispered. Their plan wasn't perfect, but hesitation would cost lives. He leapt through the opening, green energy pulsing as he readied one final shot. Ed shouted, launching his windblade straight into the beast's chest with everything he had. The impact cracked something deep within the creature. Ed felt it more than saw it. Magic surged wildly. System messages blinked past his vision, data flying faster than he could think. Janica screamed from inside, voice echoing behind the roar. She's still in there, Ed realized. Above it all, red eyes opened like a god watching ants, calm, cruel, calculating. The sky bled red. The tower lit up, pulsing like a heart ready to burst. Something massive descended, a divine weapon, or maybe just the end, barreling toward everything below. Ed watched the falling strike. No time for doubt, just action before it landed. He jumped toward it, magic bursting from his feet. This is what I'm here for. One flash, one explosion, and then silence. He didn't run. He embraced it, like the protagonist. The final burst faded, and everyone stood quietly, letting the silence confirm it was over. Morning broke through the clouds, warm and slow like someone finally exhaling after a nightmare. Ed sat under a tree, watching classmates laugh. Somehow life kept rolling forward again. Most had doubts, but they showed up, fought back, and didn't run when it mattered. Ed smiled, not proudly, just tired. He never expected this much weight when he started school. Lortel grinned, introducing herself like they'd never fought monsters or nearly died side by side. Ed nodded awkwardly. He wasn't great at moments like this, especially with people like her. She handed him a coin, her idea of victory, and maybe a weird kind of thanks. See you again, she said. Ed didn't know if that was a promise or threat. He stared at the coin, unsure if he should feel honored, amused, or just confused. Another student walked by, muttering something about resentment. Ed just tilted his head, confused again. Turns out he'd accidentally stolen someone's spotlight, but not on purpose, not really. Even so, he nodded. A debt is a debt, the guy had said. Respect felt strange now. Ed never aimed to earn it, only to help where he could. But those words stuck, and he replied the only way he knew how, so thank you. Not everyone was happy. Klebus exploded with anger, calling Ed a traitor, a mistake. Others defended him firmly, calmly. People who had every reason not to but still did. They listed what Ed had done, even when he tried to downplay it all. Lortel winked. We're talking about everything, not just wins. Don't be embarrassed. Ed stayed quiet. Recognition made him uneasy, but he didn't walk away this time. The others teased Isla and Taylor, arguing about whether to keep respecting Ed like a senior. Ed stood back, watching from a distance, trying not to mess with the main cast. But now, seeing them all together, he felt something warm twist inside his chest. They'd all struggled, grown, and somehow stayed themselves through it all. And Ed? Maybe he was part of that now too, not just watching, but living. Jix found peace in people and purpose, no longer lost between blades and books. Klebus stood taller now, clearer about who he was and why he fought. Isla stopped chasing excitement blindly. She began asking what truly made a moment worth it. Lortel still smiled like a merchant, but Ed could see she was thinking deeper now. They were all main characters with arcs, battles, and endings that made sense. And knowing that, Ed quietly turned away, choosing not to stand among them this time. He wandered back alone, through cracked stones and silent halls filled with old memories. The academy was quiet now, but something still didn't sit right in his chest. No matter how much he tried to settle, the feeling never faded. So he returned not to fight again, but to find what he'd missed the first time. Maybe someone had to stay hidden, working behind the curtains so others could shine bright. Not all roles were heroic, some were just necessary, unnoticed, and still deeply meaningful. Ed glanced around, puzzled by Janika's sudden outburst. It wasn't like her at all. With a hint of concern, he remembered seeing something odd in Janika's room once. He recalled the cluttered space filled with gifts and notes stacked like walls around her. Each item carried warmth and gratitude, but no room left to simply breathe or rest. The overwhelming kindness ended up boxing her in, leaving no space for her own thoughts. Sticky notes of love pinned to the walls started feeling heavier than encouragement. All she had to do was step back, remove the pressure, not carry it alone. But she couldn't. That pressure turned her fairy tale life into something suffocating. Obsessed with being perfect, Janika ignored how much that image was costing her inside. When she lost control, no one questioned why. They just saw the explosion, not the weight. Ed later found out the spirit contract happened early. Lucy's role had quietly replaced someone else's. That change had roots in the forest up north, where Lucy wandered often to nap. The comfy spot was built by someone who should have left long ago but stayed behind. Janika's pain went unnoticed, while others relaxed in peaceful spots made just for them. Ed finally realized she waited for someone to notice her silence, but no one really did. Ed stood alone, trying to understand why he'd never reached out to Janika before. She said it herself, she wasn't looking for help anymore, just peace from within. That wolf spirit had a message, one only Ed could hear and carry forward. Even if he couldn't change the past, Ed could be someone Janika might have trusted. He wasn't sure what lay ahead, but he wanted to be someone she could rely on. Janika's ritual went wrong. Her haste led her to a dark spirit, not a guiding one. She trained every night, smiling through the pressure while slowly burning herself out. To everyone else, she looked perfect, cheerful, strong, reliable, but that smile hid her burden. Maybe failing was part of her beauty too, because she gave her all without complaint. Ed sat quietly, wondering if Janika ever knew how deeply her effort had touched them all. Ed gave a gentle nod. Those simple words carried more weight than loud applause ever could. While others celebrated in the spotlight, Ed stayed behind the scenes, reflecting in silence. The cheers echoed above, but the shadows below held the truth few bothered to see. Ed noticed Janika slipping away quietly, her part finished, fading behind the curtain. No one clapped for her exit, but Ed watched, understanding what she left behind. The spirits emerged as the combat training act wrapped, swirling light across the sky. Ed paused mid-step, feeling something shift. It wasn't just the spirits he noticed now. For the first time, he truly saw Janika among the rest, not behind them. The spirits responded, drawn to quiet resolve instead of loud victories. Janika's essence lingered. Wind and flame spirits gathered, even high-rank ones, stirred by something deeper than success. The high-rank wind spirit, Maruda, locked eyes with Ed. Something in him called to her. Janika's trial had shaken the academy, but the consequences finally began to settle. She admitted her faults, ready to start over, but not everyone gave her a second chance. Some stood to judge, while others offered support. Both voices clashed in that cold hall. Through it all, Janika remained firm, not excusing the failure, but not hiding either. Laurel stepped up, softening the blow by compensating the damage with swift negotiations. The merchants covered everything, though not without quietly adding terms benefiting their trade influence. Still, the school's final decision was heavy. Everyone felt the cost of Janika's mistake. Awards stripped, honors revoked, and entry bans enforced. It wasn't just her who bore the weight. Even those uninvolved faced probation and suspension. Caught in the aftermath of one desperate moment, just as expulsion loomed, it was overturned. The breath everyone held was finally released. Laughter burst out like sunlight through storm clouds, lifting a weight no one spoke about. But behind Janika's small smile, Ed saw pain deeper than the verdict could reach. She had endured so much alone, now it was time for others to step forward too. Ed glanced at the tea table, thinking quietly, "Yeah, it's our turn to carry things." Clara warned Anis to avoid any sensitive topics. Janika still needed time to breathe. They prepared a practice run, acting casual, but their nerves peeked through their smiles. With a cheer, they welcomed Janika, carefully pretending everything felt perfectly normal. But Janika, smiling warmly, dropped a question that caught them completely off guard. "What really separates love from liking?" she asked, as if pondering something bigger than words. The girls blinked in surprise. Was she joking? Or was this something heavier underneath? Janika glanced away, voice low, pretending she spoke about a friend to ease the pressure. That friend had a dream. one too gentle to survive in a harsh world. She picked wildflowers in that dream, just sitting quietly where everything felt peaceful again. Ed's voice echoed in her memory, steady and warm, pulling her thoughts back gently. Janica looked up and there he was, Ed, smiling softly, calling her name. He offered her the flower crown, crafted carefully, like it mattered more than words. They laughed together, the kind of laugh that made things feel less complicated. Back in the moment, Janica smiled, still calling it her friend's story. "So, what happened to that friend?" Clara asked, nudging her curiosity a bit further. Janica panicked, dodging the question with sudden drama and a surprising burst of energy. Clara braced herself, trying to approach Janica's feelings like a delicate mission. One misstep and everyone would know this wasn't just about a friend anymore, but Janica was one step ahead, eyes twinkling as she flipped the question back. Clara froze, caught between honesty and panic. Janica smiled, waiting for her to figure it out. Clara stammered her way through, trying to protect Janica without hurting her own pride. But Janica's grin made it clear Clara had done enough just by caring. Janica waved goodbye, Clara whispering relief that the situation didn't explode. She thanked Clara and headed off to face her suspension with her head high. Meanwhile, Ed smiled softly. He'd been waived from fees thanks to someone's quiet efforts behind the scenes. Ed used his coins to buy tools, determined to finally start on something meaningful. He spotted Janica nearby, walking alone, fiddling with her fingers like she was unsure. He'd avoided her during her spotlight, unsure what to say or how to begin. But now, maybe it was time to take the first step and just say hi. Her surprised reply made him smile. It wasn't perfect, but it was something new. Janica waved awkwardly, clearly unsure what to say next, but willing to try anyway. Ed told himself to be honest, but Janica rushed off with a weak excuse. For her, opening up was harder than most things. They both knew that truth quietly. Ed watched her go, still amazed by how she kept pushing herself forward. With a soft sigh, he picked up his tools and turned toward his own path. Day 1, Ed chose a peaceful, shaded spot where no one would stumble upon it easily. By day 3, he'd already gathered a neat pile of lumber with practiced ease. Day 6 brought exam results, so he paused to check his grades were surprisingly great. Even with everything going on, he had somehow stayed on track without falling behind. Still, Janica ignored him completely. No hello, no nod, just silence hanging in the air. Day 10. Her friends gave him a glare that said he wasn't welcome around. He got the message and kept his distance, focusing fully on the hut instead. Day 18, he nearly finished the lumber work, feeling a strange calm in the rhythm. Day 20, vacation started finally. Full days to put his hands and heart into building. He checked the trap nearby and found Lucy napping peacefully, bait clearly too tempting. Day 27, Belle Maya visited with herbs and mushrooms, curious about Janica's silence. When Ed mentioned Janica might hate him now, Belle simply tilted her head. Day 30, a support pillar cracked and the walls collapsed. He hadn't secured it right. That one moment undid all his work. It stung more than he expected. Later that day, he saw Janica again, and she ran before he could speak. Ed worked on the roof beside Taylor, pretending like he wasn't tracking everything carefully inside. He wiped sweat, marked progress in his head 45 days, and still hammering towards something real. Each scratch on wood counted time passed. Effort given, Ed made sure none of it went wasted. Day 45 brought sore feet, tougher hands, and an oddly comforting rhythm to his daily steps. Every creak underfoot reminded Ed, this wasn't just survival, it was the start of something truly his. Ed stood inside, eyes adjusting to darkness, still unsure if it counted as a home yet. There was nothing fancy, no floor polish, no decorations, just logs nailed together with steady, unshaking hands, basic walls, rough edges, empty corners. But all of it was made by Ed's own hands. With a proper door in place, the bugs finally lost their nightly war against Ed's ankles. A ding from the system confirmed it. Ed had built a log hut, 3 stars in all. As the sun dipped low, the hut caught gold light warmth layered over the tired wood. Ed stepped outside, looking up at trees, swaying quietly, finally feeling something like peace. I have a home now, he thought, not loud, not proud, just quietly sure of the fact. Ed looked around and thought a woodshed might be the next upgrade on deck. He rolled his eyes, seeing someone using his hut like a weekend nap zone. Janica's sudden entrance nearly made Ed trip, but he played it off cool like always. She waved with a grin, carefree as always, dragging her sunshine right into his space. Ed turned, half smiling, realizing visitors were becoming a regular thing. Now guess word really got out. Janica laughed nervously, probably realizing how sudden her visit actually looked from Ed's point of view. She remembered seeing the hut while wandering and got curious about what Ed had built. Even her maid seemed surprised at the build. Apparently Ed's skill level caught them totally off guard. The structure had charm, sure, but the fact Ed built it solo made it impressive. Now everyone wanted a peek, including even Rona, maybe just to inspect the foundation, of course. Janica defended herself fast. It was totally expected to be curious about a random forest hut. She called it natural, not suspicious, like she was just passing by and couldn't resist. Ed scratched his head, unsure how to respond to that energetic flurry of justification. She praised it again, lighthearted but honest, and Ed finally relaxed, rubbing the back of his neck. Spirits didn't give her the full update, just a whisper, apparently, not the whole blueprint. Janica clearly wasn't being honest. Spirits told her plenty, especially about Ed's strength these days. She remembered how his arms looked building the hut, sturdy enough to trust with foundations. While she blushed and over-explained, Ed just stared, pretending he didn't notice the flustered energy. She brushed it off, then suddenly asked if she could see the place for real. Ed shrugged casually and stepped aside. "It's just a log hut," he muttered, half proud, half shy. Janica lit up like sunrise, her excitement way louder than her earlier hesitation had been. She bounced ahead, already acting like the hut was some secret mansion hidden in the woods. The sunset threw color across the roof, making the place glow warmer than ever before. Ed sipped quietly, watching the fire, thinking about how he didn't do this all alone. He smiled softly, remembering Lortel's help, the unspoken bond that made this little home possible. Janica stared into the fire, realizing just how much Lortel had quietly done behind scenes. She wondered how she'd ever repay people who helped without asking for anything in return. Ed looked at her and simply said, "Then don't." Like it was that easy. That idea shook her. Help without payback? It wasn't how she usually thought about things, but Ed's honesty hit deeper than expected. Maybe because he actually lived like that already. Janica couldn't fully explain it, but she'd always felt the pressure to balance every favor. Back then, others covered her tuition and needs. That weight made her quietly downsize her life. She gave up comfort to owe less, moving from elite dorms to decks with the crowd. Dex Hall wasn't luxury, too many roommates, too little space, and too many eyes watching everything. Even with the shift, Janica still couldn't break the cycle of constantly repaying kindness with discomfort. Ed's invitation wasn't flashy, just a simple "come over if you need space," said kindly. She blinked, surprised. That offer stuck. Maybe no one had ever said it to her before. It wasn't a solution, but it was something warm, like sitting near the fire together. Janica smiled softly, feeling seen. Maybe even a little understood under the stars and firelight. She promised to be there if Ed ever needed help without asking anything in return. Ed paused, thoughtful. Overwhelmed? He hadn't said it, but yeah, he knew the feeling too well. Second semester crept in fast, and with it, the weight of another chaotic chapter ahead. Rain poured down, a quiet curtain for the start of something far bigger than expected. Somewhere else, a sealed book shimmered, about to turn into a trigger for wild changes. A simple artifact, old pages, hidden magic was quietly preparing to shake the academy from its roots. She held the book like it was nothing, unaware it'd soon change everything they knew. But Ed sat calm by the fire, confident chaos wouldn't catch him off guard again. He whispered a promise to himself this time. He'd be ready for whatever storm rolled in. Staring into the flames, he smiled faintly, hearing someone cheer him on without even being there. The storm was coming, but Ed Rothstaler had his hut, his people, and his resolve. Ed Rothstaler walked confidently, chosen student of Uphalis Hall, basking in status and special perks. Heavy rain blocked the southern roads, messing up return plans just after school vacation ended. Only students from Uphalis Hall got carriages, the rest trudged through mud with barely any help. News about discrimination reached the merchants early, passed through whispers and careful merchant hands. With a sharp eye, someone noticed the real power play hidden in all the chaos. They had guessed it. Plans were already forming around the unrest bubbling across the school grounds. Merchants stirred the pot quietly, just waiting for a spark to set things fully ablaze. When flames rose again, Ed stood nearby. Words weren't needed. The fire spoke for everyone else. A sealed letter traveled quietly inside, a neat proposal suggesting rule changes for future returns. Ed had supporters. Even staff from Uphalis Hall secretly stood behind the reform idea. At this point, approval didn't matter. Even the mention of change stirred up deep resentment. The crowd took that frustration and aimed it straight at the heart of Uphalis Hall. Fancy walls, priceless art, none of it mattered now. All they saw were symbols of unfairness. Meanwhile, deep underground, the sage's sealed grimoire sat still untouched, still waiting for desperate hands. The storm outside didn't stop. Inside, someone wondered how long this cloudy mess would last. Watching raindrops slide down windows, she didn't notice the shadowy figure already moving through alleys. The academy looked magical from a distance, but not everyone lived in that bright illusion. She remembered her past muddy, cold, forgotten far more clearly than the school's glowing marble walls. The desk before her held papers, notes, and messy proof of manipulation stitched behind smiles. Nothing in her past taught her trust. Surviving meant doubting everyone. Every single time. Still, part of her hoped, even in dirty corners of Sylvania, maybe her mind could change. Beyond the fancy academy walls, Ed knew people like him weren't supposed to belong there. Still, he believed someone out there might understand how it felt growing up in filth. Even with no answers, he kept searching, hoping someone might reflect the same loneliness he carried. But the truth was harsh. People didn't change. Not the world, not himself, never. So Ed put on his mask again. They all called her the Black Veil now. Ed knew this wasn't how things played out before. The story had definitely changed paths. Tote stood among them, a hooded figure meant to stall the tide from bursting in. Mocked by others and cast aside, Tote now had his moment, bought off by Laurel. Inside, one guard dropped. The first door cracked open. The students were breaking in fast. Rain poured through the ceiling as cries echoed. Ophelis Hall had finally been breached completely. No one waited. They ran straight in, lighting torches, yelling like they'd trained for, and still, Ed never expected to stand here like this, alone in the pouring rain. Somehow, he'd become the obstacle instead of the one charging through, a middle boss. Seriously? Rain poured down as Ed stared blankly. Somehow now the middle boss of Act 2. To figure out why, Ed needed to rewind time. Just 2 days should explain everything. That day started like any other, birds chirping, skies clear, but something felt off. His status window popped up again. Bow novice, decent aim, good awareness, still unimpressive stats. Ed crouched down, brushing dirt. Even with upgrades, nothing felt right. Something was definitely coming. With his lackluster talent, Ed still practiced daily, bow in hand, hidden behind the trees. Every shot missed by miles, yet Ed kept trying, hoping effort would someday outweigh talent. Despite the struggle, visitors started showing up more frequently, which felt weird for someone so isolated. One by one, people passed through the trees, curious about the quiet guy in the woods. Shirtless or not, they always said, hello. Like Ed's place had suddenly become the neighborhood hub, Ed figured word had gotten out. Apparently lives in the northern woods was enough attention. Among the regular visitors, 3 people stood out. The first one literally flew in, glowing. She was a genius mage, her energy cracking through the air like fireworks every time. She'd just appear mid-air, casually chatting while warping the laws of physics around Ed's cabin. Somehow, she always had project ideas, like adding secret doors and debating chimney placement with Ed. Her ideas usually involved bypassing doors entirely, like teleporting through roofs. Magic logic, basically. The second visitor was much gentler. Ed smiled whenever she skipped up to the porch. She always brought eggs, snacks, and friendly chatter, talking like they were long-lost neighbors reunited. She'd summon spirits to wash clothes, clean dishes, or rearrange furniture without breaking a sweat. Ed appreciated her help more than she probably knew. She made his life easier daily. Ed watched her leave and felt peaceful, but something in her eyes looked oddly calculating. She asked casually about another girl, Lucy, and Ed didn't know how to answer. Her mood changed fast. 1 second cheerful, the next, her tone darkened without warning. Ed brushed it off for now, but she was definitely Visitor B in his records. That night, under the full moon, Ed sensed a presence. Visitor C had been waiting. Under moonlight, she appeared confident, composed. Ed knew trouble was walking straight toward him. She called herself the Golden Daughter. Her presence always meant plans and complicated favors ahead. This time, Ed stood firm. He didn't want to be dragged into anything again. She smiled knowingly. Of course she had backup plans. Ed wouldn't escape that easily. He tried staying uninvolved, but fate and a passed-out student already changed the script again. Things unraveled fast. The passed-out guy wasn't part of the plan, and Ed panicked. Ed demanded answers. She shrugged. Apparently, someone got too emotional during a staged dorm fight. The guy got insulted, shouted something dumb, then caught a full punch out of nowhere. That moment changed everything. The story spiraled off track, and now people were whispering Ed's name. Ed didn't know who messed up worse, the angry student, or the one listening. The drama spread fast. Rumors twisted the story, and everyone had a theory about Ed. Meanwhile, the girl handed him a key. One tiny item, huge consequences. Naturally. Just open the door, she said, like it wasn't tied to a mountain of chaos. She feared being blamed, and Ed realized why she was suddenly being so cooperative. Her reputation mattered. But more than that, she couldn't risk being caught leading everything alone. She mentioned Ed's past, kicked out of the hall, traded silence for a favor. Ed wasn't thrilled, but deep down, he knew it was already too late to ignore. He paused, stared at the stars, and sighed. Fine, he thought. But I set boundaries. 20 gold coins sealed the deal. If he was involved, he might as well benefit. Ed agreed, but only to fix the timeline, not to join another pointless mess. The hall's chaos was about to begin. Ed had no plans to be a hero. While fires burned, Ed quietly navigated, dodging attention. This wasn't his mission, just survival. Two sides formed: the idealists versus the realists. Ed didn't want to pick either. He figured as long as he stayed neutral, he could just wait things out peacefully until someone showed up again, cheerful in the rain, as if nothing crazy was happening. Rain poured as Ed shared quiet company, warmth from the fire easing the day's tension. Talks drifted toward the future: cleaning, leaving, tossing things out before vacation fully ended. Supplies stacked up. Ed had no clue she'd prepared pillows, lamps, even clocks to spare. Ed thought it wasteful to dump furniture, though technically they weren't really his to keep. Still, something about her casual generosity made Ed smile. Maybe he could use the extra comfort. She offered again, joking about tossing it in a cart and calling it delivery service. Ed laughed. Her help felt less like kindness, more like someone used to fixing everything. The topic shifted. Lucy. Her powers came with weight, though she pretended they didn't. Lucy never talked about it. Rainy days made her look like she was running again. Ed watched quietly, no judgment, just recognition. Sometimes retreating was just another way to cope. Ed mentioned Janica. She was still inside the hall, and that worried him slightly. When the scenario activated, students would be trapped. He needed her out before that happened. Though Janica could probably escape easily, Ed didn't want to risk it, not this time. So he asked her to come out to the garden the next day. Discreetly, a simple favor, vague location enough to ensure safety, without tipping off the whole plan. She nodded, but Ed knew she was curious. He promised an explanation, just not now. He couldn't explain everything, not yet. The situation needed control before truth spilled out. Better to have her somewhere safe before chaos swept in. Rain gave cover, at least. With a cheerful goodbye, she sprinted off, sparkles fading behind her in the rainy woods. Alone again, Ed exhaled slowly. Something heavy in his chest finally began to ease. The rain faded. For the first time, Ed felt the shift semester was beginning. He'd missed sunlight like this. Soon the scent of autumn would settle into the trees. The quiet was brief. Clock tower struck 9. Ophelis Hall scenario was about to start. Somewhere else, a student snapped, rage boiling over, feet stomping toward what was definitely trouble. Ed didn't expect this reaction. He had a feeling things were going sideways faster than planned. Ed heard footsteps while passing by, catching something odd out the corner of his eye. A cloaked figure sprinted silently through the rain, like they didn't want to be seen. Ed narrowed his gaze, curiosity now mixing with concern. There was purpose in that person's movement. Meanwhile, a maid questioned the whereabouts of others, tension clearly rising in the room. The staff prepared quietly, unaware someone had already slipped past them with a hidden agenda. The hallways echoed with quick steps. Someone had already placed something near the center. A polite thank you disguised the intent, a simple bucket masking a far bigger plan. Alone now, the figure stood ready, taking a deep breath before setting everything into motion. Outside, the crowd gathered in the rain, eyes fixed on the building's shadowed upper floor. Ed watched from afar, hoodie up, steadying himself. "Here it goes," he muttered internally. Firelight flickered as students stormed forward, voices raised, fists clenched, anger burning through the dark. "We won't be ignored!" someone shouted, frustration pouring out of each protester's soaked expression. Ed blended in, footsteps calm, watching the outcry unfold around the courtyard with precision. Cries echoed louder, led by Willian, now the voice of the crowd's building frustration. Then bang. The door blasted open, a signal that the operation had entered its next phase. Gasps erupted as lights spilled out. Students blinked, confused by the sudden break in routine. Someone shouted the hall's doors were open. Chaos turned to momentum as they surged inside. The bucket plan succeeded, just as Ed predicted. One student caught his breath in awe. "Ed Rothstaler?" he stammered, realizing who had orchestrated the break-in from behind the scenes. Ed kept quiet, his expression calm, silently confirming everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Another student nodded, flustered but thankful. "I always believed in what you stood for." Ed admitted the truth. His past silence was comfort, but now it was time to act. He stood up straight. "I am," he declared inwardly, "the one who made this happen." The student regretted misjudging Ed before, realizing this calm guy was behind the entire spark. "Willian's the one who'll take the heat," Ed thought. "I'm sorry, but this is necessary." The maid slipped through unnoticed. Ed didn't stop her. Her superiors were all preoccupied elsewhere. Chief Maid Alice held the protection runes, but Ed knew whose hands really held control. As expected, the runes activated not to guard students, but to contain and lock them inside. Everything aligned perfectly. Ed watched as chaos followed the exact rhythm he quietly orchestrated. Black veils smirked in the shadows. Ed's planning had gone smoother than even she had expected. Footsteps echoed down the hall, steady and confident, someone familiar walking toward the spotlight. Black veil stepped into view, no longer hidden, proud of what had been set in motion. Ed stepped into the hallway, socks soaked, regretting every step he took outside today. The rain felt like a curse lately, cold, relentless, always arriving at the worst time. He noticed Lortel standing under the light, hood up, eyes calm but calculating as ever. "We've got a window," she muttered. "Finish quick before the staff comes sniffing around again." As they moved, her voice cracked, asking a question that chilled Ed's spine completely still. "Have you ever killed someone?" Lortel asked, like it was small talk on a bench. Ed paused, the question heavy, his steps slowing as he processed the absurd timing of it. "No," he answered after silence, unsure whether he should have lied to protect his fragile calm. She laughed, not mocking, not surprised, just like she'd heard a joke mid-chaos. "I haven't either," she said, eyes darker, "but I've done close things to stay breathing." She grinned, remembering backroom deals and fiery betrayal survival always came with a body count. To not get stabbed, Lortel struck first, smiling through chaos, always 2 steps ahead. She built her name from gold and guilt, stepping over others who reached for salvation. Her success glittered like a lie, the golden daughter walking alone on her blood-stained throne. Still, Ed could see she wanted someone, anyone, to see the human beneath her legend. Ed knew loneliness didn't care about right or wrong, it found everyone in time. People clawed out of isolation, only to fall back in deeper, messier, dirtier than before. Redemption only showed up after someone accepted your mess, stayed anyway, and didn't flinch at all. "No," Ed said. "You made those choices, Lortel. Own them, or stay stuck forever." His words left a silence, the kind that echoed down marble staircases and quiet regret. Lortel exhaled, laughed softly, not from joy, just recognizing the weight of wasted breath. "Back to business," she whispered, her tone shifting back to the mission they couldn't abandon now. Time was slipping through cracks, and Ed watched her silhouette disappear into shadow like usual. Alone again, Ed sat down, drained like all his thoughts had been wrung out completely. He knew their plan was reckless, but also the only shot they had left now. The spells lit up the room, red, unstable, volatile as things escalated beyond predictions. Willain, drenched in chaotic energy, stood at the center. Now something more beast than man? Ed knew this was the plan, hold him off until Taylor made her move upstairs. It wasn't about winning, just dragging things long enough without losing too many teeth. And if he took a few bruises for the mission, that's just how it goes. Somewhere else, the rain kept falling over the rose garden, quiet, distant from the chaos. A carriage rolled in with urgency, confusing her who would arrive this late. And why? She crouched under the arch, still waiting, clinging to hope, and Ed's note like a charm. He left in a rush, but he had written that she still mattered somehow. Her face flushed, heart racing with the possibility maybe he planned something just for her. The golden carriage didn't matter, she was waiting for Ed, and only Ed tonight. Rain fell harder, but she stayed, thinking about everything he hadn't said out loud yet. Through Marilda, she tracked Ed's actions, his visitors, and the troubling stirrings around his camp. Too many girls had been to see him lately, and it tore at her pride. But even if it hurt, she still wanted to wait until he returned, no matter what. She touched her hairpin, wondering if Ed would have liked a different one, maybe Cosmos instead. Her thoughts swirled, soft and full of doubt, then she made a sudden decision to leave. If she hurried back, she could still return to wait, prettier, with a better pin. So she dashed through the rain toward Ophelis Hall, dress soaked, heart pacing faster than feet. But others had their eyes on the hall too, each chasing their own desperate reasons tonight. Someone shouted about magic herbs and preservation spells, already frantic and half-soaked from the storm. Another voice pushed back, warning of chaos, but urgency drowned out every bit of hesitation. Elvira charged ahead, her goals simple: save her ingredients, protect her research, no time wasted. Tensions rose fast, everyone talking over each other, hearts pounding from panic, not just the rain. One thing was clear: if you got in her way, you'd get run straight through. A voice called out from behind, sharp and unsure someone recognized him too quickly. She stepped forward with others behind her, gaze fixed, footsteps echoing through the broken silence. "Ed Rothstaler," she said again, disbelief mixing with suspicion in the air around her words. Ed didn't rise, didn't flinch, just sat there, calm like it was another quiet evening. One of them stepped closer, eyes narrowed, voice rising. "Why are you even here now?" The mess around them told a story: broken displays, scattered gear, students rushing in earlier. Footprints filled the dusty carpet, evidence of chaos sweeping in faster than anyone expected tonight. There, Ed sat, unmoved, facing away from the stairs like he'd chosen that spot deliberately. Her expression shifted, not fear, just curiosity, like he'd become an unexpected complication mid-plan. "You're going to stop us?" she asked, her voice half scoffing, half wary of what he'd do next. Ed stood up, eyes sharp, voice firm. Whatever they planned, he wasn't letting them pass. She smiled at the challenge, clearly enjoying the tension that was beginning to crackle again. Their group looked solid fighters, magic users, alchemists, each ready to test their strength tonight. They listed their talents like a checklist, already assuming Ed wouldn't hold out for long. But then someone asked the real question: why Ed, of all people, stood guard alone? Ed didn't reply, just stared, waiting until one guy rushed forward, blade swinging fast. Ed shifted, muscles tightening. It was time to stop stalling and start making his move. "I guess we're doing this," he thought, dodging with ease and barely missing a table. The attacker came in loud, fast, direct, the kind who expected answers through raw power. But Ed countered without hesitation, releasing a burst of wind that knocked the charge off balance. Alchemy Girl watched from behind, eyes narrowing as magic shimmered green in Ed's open palm. Basic magic, she thought, unconcerned. She didn't see it as a real threat. Not yet. Wind blade crackled to life, circling Ed's fingers as the tension surged all across the hall. He'll aim for Taylor, she calculated, expecting close-range magic to follow the obvious tactical pattern next. But Ed raised his hand high, unleashed the spell wide, and everyone saw its force. Chains snapped apart as Ed Rothstaler's spell sliced through the chandelier like butter, intense and sudden. Debris fell. Ed sprinted ahead, breath steady, heart racing, the air vibrating from unleashed magic. Taylor's eyes widened as shock hit. He hadn't expected this power. Ed wasn't holding back anymore. Crashing down hard, Taylor felt the impact across his body. The floor cracked beneath him. Magic symbols ignited in the next room. Everyone inside flinched, heads spinning at the sudden boom. Confusion spread like wildfire. Ayula stumbled up, dust in her eyes, wondering what Ed unleashed. Taylor coughed, calling out. Alvira growled, fists clenched. The wind swirled with tension, thick as smoke. Alvira narrowed her eyes. She wasn't retreating. Her body moved before her thoughts caught up. Magic spiraled behind her. Ed's spell twisted around the air like a ribbon ready to snap. Her bag clattered open. Bottles glowed ominously. She grabbed one without thinking. Instinct sharper than panic. Vials rattled beside her feet. Alvira's breath hitched. One move could light the entire place up. Her hand tightened. Flames sparked from her alchemy. She launched the vial like pitching a fastball. Boom! Heat surged. The flames circled, dancing along the edges like it belonged there already. Fire spread in seconds. Ed barely moved. His eyes tracked everything, expression unreadable, almost calm. He stepped forward, no panic, no hesitation. Alvira realized he wasn't just strong, he was terrifyingly focused. Glass bottles rolled across the floor. Alvira's supplies ready to burn, boom, or blind scattered mid-fight. She snatched the right vial, eyes narrowed. If Ed wanted war, she'd give him one. She whispered the trigger word. The alchemical formula ignited, heat curling fast around her fingers. Flames danced out, wild and controlled. Alvira stood inside the blaze, confident, daring Ed to move. The room was chaos. Fire curved like ribbon. Ed Rothstaler barely flinched, reading every step calmly. Flames licked the ceiling. Ed Rothstaler stood calm, like he'd been waiting for this mess. Everyone panicked except Ed. He dodged falling debris like he was stepping through raindrops on instinct. She introduced herself mid-crisis, top alchemy student. Ed barely glanced. He wasn't here for credentials. Vials clinked on her belt, useless without magic. Ed already knew that. He planned ahead. As the fire raged, she realized Ed predicted every move. This wasn't chaos. It was set up. Earlier, Ed shattered the chandelier. It wasn't random. It gave him a window to strike. One small spell, one tiny cast. Ed used fire not for damage, but direction. The girl flinched. Her bag was in danger. Or maybe Ed was after something deeper? No, she thought. If he wanted the bag, he'd grab it, not just brush it. She growled, "He's just a nobody." But even saying it felt like a lie now. "Ed Rothstaler!" she yelled across the fire. He didn't flinch. He was already moving forward. Glowing green magic in hand, she activated her last resort. No room left for pride. "I'm not done yet," she snapped. From smoke and sparks, her summoned beast took shape. The plan? Buff it. Coat in fire-resistant mix. Let it go wild. No holding back. Her rabbit beast charged, feral and fast, as she poured everything into amplifying its strength. Another student stammered, "Fire." I need a spell to stop the fire. Something, anything. Their palm lit. Magic surge, trying to snuff flames with raw power and nervous hands. Too much power. The spell burst brighter than expected, less precision, more explosion. A second student cried out, caught in the flare, eyes wide from the blast's heat. The blast echoed. Light spiraled out. Not destruction, just desperate energy trying to do something right. The flash cleared. Ed dashed past, blade drawn, flames at his heels, purpose in motion. Ayla, someone shouted. Ed didn't turn, his focus was razor sharp, cutting through hesitation and smoke. Ayla knew magic, but when it came to fights, she barely ranked among the average. Ed kept charging. The guy he was targeting made it impossible for Ayla to approach. They couldn't move. Not until she shouted, "Then go!" And Ed finally sprang into strike. Screams echoed as the berserk beast lunged. Ayla froze, heart thumping too fast to think. Flames blurred the hallway. Ed dashed forward, weaving through fire like it obeyed him. Ed's mind raced. It's now or never. No room for fear, only instinct. Ayla moved too, expression wild. "Let's finish this!" Her eyes gleamed through the smoke. Together they rushed the hallway, chaos behind them. But Ed's focus was still razor sharp. The beast's paw slammed down but missed. Ayla dodged, breathless, gripping her potion tight. The hallway opened up. Ed ducked low, momentum propelling him forward through fire and claws. Ayla grinned mid-battle. "Miss me?" Her potion clinked, dangerous, unstable, and perfectly timed. The flames parted slightly. Ed arrived just in time, green glow spiraling from his palm. She hurled the reagent. A reaction was coming. Ed's hand shimmered, release magic already primed. "Windblade?" Ed roared. The beast staggered as magic sliced clean through the firestorm. The girl hesitated. He's prepared, but... She gripped her own bottle tight, determination catching fire. She whispered, "Apply release magic," and charged. Glass shimmered like starlight in her hand. She hurled the flask. It spun midair, glowing brighter. Aimed perfectly as if drawn by fate. The potion detonated, green burst of energy. Night butterflowers and gall mushrooms never looked so dangerous. The potion ignited in blue brilliance. A chemical spark danced like stardust in the air. Ayla smiled faintly. It worked. Release magic synced perfectly, just as she'd envisioned in practice sessions. She controlled the effect. The chemical reaction subdued the mutated beast's raging magical influence. A temporary calm settled. Even the fire around them paused, unsure how to continue. The beast fell, dazed but breathing. Not dead, just stunned. Ed Rothstaler stepped between shadow and light. Bloodied but alive, the beast slumped. Ayla's potion worked. Ed didn't even look surprised. He stood quietly. Scorched shirt, steady eyes. Magicless, yet somehow more dangerous than anyone present. "Mr. Mage without magic," someone muttered. But Ed moved like that title meant nothing. "Now's your chance," they shouted. Adrenaline kicked in. Ed Rothstaler's name rang like a warning bell. But instead of attacking, Ed ran, not retreating, repositioning, calculating, and already 10 steps ahead. A barrel tipped, spilling something volatile. Ed's opponent didn't notice. Ed's eyes tracked everything. The container burst liquid fire. Flames flared unnaturally bright. Ed didn't flinch. This was part of the plan. The explosion followed instantly. Controlled chaos. Fire danced like it had been invited. The heat surged, walls trembling. Someone screamed, but Ed stood steady, sword gleaming orange in the light. He muttered, "This smell... oil?" Not fear, recognition. He knew exactly what this meant next. "This smell... oil?" he repeated louder. Ayla's eyes widened. This was the Ophilis Hall. "If fire spreads here, people die," she warned, panic rising with the heat. Ed shook his head. "I've got this. Oil or magic, I'll slash it away." The blade pulsed with magic. "Chemical won't last long anyway," Ed said. Confidence sharp as steel. With a roar, he charged. "Before anyone gets hurt, I'll end this. Now." Ayla shouted after him. "Wait, T. Taylor!" Her voice cracked, but Ed didn't stop. She glanced around. "Windows open. Smoke can escape. No carpet either, less to catch fire." She looked again, eyes narrowing. Nothing flammable in reach. Was this all planned? She stared at Ed's back. Did Ed Rothstaler really think this far in advance? Her breath caught. And plan it all? But Taylor dashed ahead, drawing fire with every step. Ed sprinted down the hall, sword drawn, his opponent ready to bow too late. "He's using a bow?" Ed muttered. "I'll deflect it." His grip tightened, pace unwavering, but then his eyes widened. Something was wrong. The shot wasn't aimed at him. "Wait." His gaze followed the arrow's flight. "He's not targeting me?" Across the room, Ayla froze, completely exposed to the incoming bolt. Isla gasped, realizing too late. The arrow cut through the air, light trailing its path. Her magic fizzled. Isla can't even cast basic spells right now, Ed thought, fear rising. Isla! He yelled, sprinting too far to reach her in time. Electric energy erupted midair. The impact knocked Isla back, but she was alive. Breathing heavy, she whispered, "That was close." Fire crackled nearby, but for now, she was safe. Elvira pants, hands glowing. She's scared but focused, gripping the lightning-charged arrow with force. The arrow floats above the magic circle, reacting weirdly. Something feels off about this one. A magic orb labeled Claw Hand appears. It's a tool to retrieve distant stuff. Elvira narrows her eyes. Why is the arrowhead wrapped in cloth? That's way too suspicious looking. She gasps, thinking fast was his plan to hurt Isla. Her mind's racing through scenarios. Taylor and Clebius clash mid-charge, blades swinging wide. Sparks fly and expressions twist, intensity everywhere. Clebius's eye shifts, sensing something. That noise. He thinks, it's time already? He looks concerned. Clebius yells, "We'll die if we don't act now!" Everyone freezes. Tension hits max. Chapter ends, Act 2 final minus the Ophilis Hall incident. Heavy moment. Boss alert. Clebius sprints out, fire trailing behind. Caption drops, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale has escaped. Wild. Taylor and Clebius fly down the hallway, wolf beast behind, everything's moving at warp. A shot of falling debris, dust and ash floating midair. Silence, before realization hits. Elvira freezes. "What?" She gasps. Her expression says it all. Pure confusion and dread. Clebius is crouched alone, bloodied and bruised. "What the hell is his deal?" she shouts. Chapter splash, Extras Academy Survival Guide, moody tones, rain outside, we're not done yet. Taylor grabs Clebius. "Why'd you go so far?" he yells, frustration boiling to surface. Elvira watches, arms crossed. "I feel icky," she mutters. She's not buying this outcome. She thinks, he showed up after the chandelier. Could have destroyed us, but didn't. Strange. Another guy chimes in, glowing hand, serious expression. He never let his guard down once. Clebius stares into the dark, silently bleeding. Something's off, they all realize, chilled to bone. Taylor, Elvira, and others stand stunned. "What?" he says. Everyone's reeling from the weirdness. Elvira stares at Clebius. "Why'd you stop us from moving, then suddenly let us?" The camera shifts to the ominous Academy Tower. Thunder cracks. "This isn't a normal night," Clebius replies vaguely, bleeding. "What do you mean?" But he clearly knows what's up. Elvira clenches her fists. "Answer me! Why did you let us win?" Suspense rises again. Clebius's eyes glow cold, serious. He's hiding something again, and Ed knows it too. Elvira grits her teeth, anger rising. She's done playing nice. This mystery's dragging too long. Footsteps echo down a dark hall. Someone's making a move, quiet, urgent, and probably secretive. The door creaks open slowly. Moonlight spills through. Tension builds again. Something's definitely up here. A flashback. A girl holds a flower pin. Her decision came after a restless night. Ed's sharp gaze cuts through silence. He knows something is about to begin. Her fury burns bright, baring teeth. She won't let this go unanswered. A hallway. Quiet yet ominous shadows stretch longer as footsteps vanish around corners. The door creaks open. Somebody dared cross the boundary into this troubled night. A pin on her uniform, a choice born of fear, love, and sleepless worries. She believed in her love, naive perhaps, but heartbreak doesn't ask for permission. Her steps tremble, imagination once warmed her, but reality shows no mercy. Seeing him bloodied shattered the sweet illusion he's no longer just the boy from class. She braces him, tightly gripped strong, heart struggling to catch up. "Ah, all of you," he mutters, voice fading, confusion evident in his gaze. A letter he wrote rare. Sincere, something about it didn't feel quite right. Could he have been dragged into something far beyond his peaceful student life? She thought he was always reliable, but now cracks start to form in belief. Seeing him battered, she realizes he always bore burdens alone, never asking for support. He wrote her out of character, just to protect her from the chaos ahead. Alone in battle, bloodied and bruised, he shielded Janica from punishment's reach. She remembers his eyes caring, calm, hiding turmoil behind calculated distance. "I don't know what happened," she whispers, fear mixing with guilt. While she focused on image and judgment, he fought quietly to spare her. "What are you doing?" Janica appears, eyes glowing, dark energy rising like a storm. "She's an enemy," her friend cries, hurling the potion with desperate resolve. Janica's expression shifts cold, distant. Something inside her has changed. "Honestly, I don't care what you're doing," she mutters, power crackling around her. Chaos erupts, floor shatters, students scatter. Ed screams her name through smoke and light. She grins. Crimson-eyed Ed, "Wait just 1 minute!" Ed Rothstaler stood still, watching elemental spirits surge like a storm ready to explode. He scanned the chaos, knowing even together, their strength wouldn't pierce that burning magical barrier. With grit in his teeth, Ed braced, knowing retreat wasn't cowardice, it was survival right now. A flash of violet magic split the battlefield, spirits screamed, and shadows started closing in. Top student or not, she wasn't playing. Her elemental command left no room for mercy. Taylor hesitated, but Ed's calm focus pushed the reality into sharp, terrifying clarity. Students might die, Ed had thought earlier. This wasn't a game. Awfulest Hall was war. He charged forward, flame blade drawn. No hesitation, just instinct and a little anger. Spirits clashed with roars and Frost. Taylor was pinned. But Ed dove into the chaos. Battered, bleeding, but unshaken, Ed shouted, demanding Taylor retreat before this battle claimed both of them. A blast erupted. The floor trembled. Ed tightened his grip, forcing clarity into chaos. "Listen up," he said firmly. Eyes locked ahead, Janica had to be handled now. The hallway cracked around him as Janica's beast loomed, glowing with molten fury and dread. Even Taylor balked, surprised by Ed's sudden shift in plan. He'd told them to run. Now he ordered them to move upstairs, bloodied, burning, and still full of fight. Taylor protested, disbelief flashing. Ed was scarred, tired, but fire still lit his voice. Ed took a punch for his trouble. He didn't flinch, just kept giving orders. He smiled, apologizing for a torn bag like it was some casual misunderstanding. Despite everything, they listened. Maybe Ed's madness was just the kind of strength they needed. They bolted ahead, spirits chasing. Ed stayed behind, daring the chaos to catch him. Janica turned, eyes glowing, her power surged, then froze at the sight of someone familiar. "Ed?" Her voice cracked with shock. He'd arrived, shirt torn, bruised, steady like always. "Let me handle this," he said, brushing past like the fight hadn't touched him. Janica's scowl softened, but she hesitated. Ed was always reckless, but never reckless with people. He raised his hand, scars and all, saying what needed to be said, "I'm fine." Here's the next continuation. 5 story panels from each of the new images you uploaded, written in a relaxed, flowing tone with Ed Rothstaler as the center of the story. Ed gave a soft smile, ignoring the sting in his muscles and blood on his shirt. "Maybe calm down a little?" he joked, as Janica's magic pulsed dangerously with tension. Her expression cracked confusion, frustration, something else. The storm inside her broke with a blush. Spirits howled around them, wind sharp as knives. Yet Ed stood steady, hands on her shoulders. "Janica, can you ease the wind?" he asked, barely standing as magic whipped the floor. The wind began to die down slowly, taking the pressure in the room with it. Shards of glass hit the ground as if marking the end of that magical standoff. Taylor peeked around the corner, jaw dropping. Wait, did Ed seriously stop her? Janica looked dazed, but Ed just nodded, waving them to move up without delay. "Now go," he muttered, eyes flicking upward. "There's probably something worse waiting beyond this mess." Outside, thunder rolled. Ed collapsed beside Janica. The air felt heavier, time ticking fast. She grabbed his shoulder, desperate he was fading fast. "Ed! Ed!" Lightning split the sky over Ophelis Hall, the whole academy tense and waiting. "Why do you keep getting hurt like this?" she whispered, barely holding him upright. Still, Ed managed a weak smile. "Yeah, thanks for worrying. I'm just doing my job." He leaned on her, breath ragged. "Now I can rest, my camp's covered." Janica turned. "By the way, Ed, I saw something strange in the garden earlier. A huge carriage flew past. Couldn't see clearly, but it looked like a golden crown." That single phrase hit Ed like a jolt. Merchant association, politics, and shadows. Danger was still lurking. A golden crest, a fake boss, and the past Ed hoped wouldn't surface again. Golden King Elite. Ed remembered the name. A power player no one wanted involved. His arrival was too early. Plans were unraveling, and this wasn't part of the script. Rain poured harder, washing secrets into the academy's halls like whispers no one wanted heard. The carriage rolled beneath dark clouds. Someone watched from a high window, waiting, maybe listening. Inside Ophelis Hall, someone sighed and pressed their hands together. "Also, did you know I was dumped?" Ed overheard whispers in the hallway, his name mentioned with suspicion and curiosity alike. Lortel raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by how others perceived Ed's quiet, sharp presence. Even Belle couldn't hide the unease his demeanor brought, thinking deeper about their last encounter. Ed walked away from the voices, feeling the weight of misjudgment pressing against his chest. Alone again, Ed processed every word, every expression, more familiar with heartbreak than he cared to admit. At Ophelis Hall, Alice ruled with quiet strength, her posture unshaken by passing years. She had started young, working hard to climb the ranks, never asking for shortcuts. Lortel had invested deeply in Alice, both financially and emotionally, despite Alice's rigid values. For Lortel, it wasn't wasteful. Alice was a rare anchor in her chaotic, shifting world. Bonds formed not through warmth, but through survival instincts wrapped in shared ambition and compromise. Lortel often found her comfort among coins, not people. Money never lied or left. Memories of scrambling through alleyways shaped her, trusting gold over hands and words. In that world, kindness could get you killed. Survival always came with a price. Now, cold plans formed: take over, strike first, and never reveal the scars underneath. The plan was precise, cruel even, but necessary to keep Ophelis from collapsing again. Lortel kept her act together, hiding ruthless intentions beneath practiced expressions and smiles. She slipped into the role pitiful, naive, playing the victim before slipping into the shadows. Words echoed behind her. A blade in the dark spoke louder than intentions. She wasn't innocent, never had been, and truth was just another tool in her arsenal. Ed moved through the stormy halls, knowing they'd reach the 4th floor sooner than expected. Clebius panicked, dragged into the party's pace, clearly outmatched by their momentum and purpose. Kelly stepped in, but without backup, she couldn't stop what had already been set in motion. The group didn't pause to question. It was too easy, which made Ed more suspicious. Ed sensed the danger wasn't behind them, but waiting above, quiet and burning like fire. Panic erupted. Something went wrong, horribly wrong, forcing Ed's group to retreat without second guesses. A trap activated, their formation shattered under sudden bursts of defensive spells spiraling around them. Fear overtook one of them, begging for help amidst the magical barrage they couldn't contain. Willan, twisted by the crystal's power, became the volatile force they were meant to stop. The defensive spells once meant to protect were now hunting everyone like blind, reckless sentries. Explosions rattled the building, magic spiraling unchecked while students scrambled across every floor and hallway. Outside, windows blew open with light inside. Tension cracked louder than thunder between crumbling walls. Screams echoed in chaos. Even calm students now feared everything would collapse under pressure. Fire spread, not from flame, but magic gone wild. No spellcaster could maintain control anymore. Orders shouted. No one was listening. Ed's gut told him this was far from over. "Evacuate!" echoed in every corridor as students leapt from windows, flying or crashing through magic. Everyone ran different ways. Some flew, some warped, but none paused to help another. Ed descended the shaking halls, fire and shards chasing his heels as he pushed onward. Behind him, someone screamed for reagent, any potion to hold off collapse even for seconds. Alvirai responded, searching their satchel. Every second counted now. Every move could save or doom them. The anglerweed reagent sparked green light, flooding the corridor with temporary magical stability. Ed and Alvirai worked fast, assisting spells flaring between them like rhythmic beats in battle. Ed stayed calm, knowing others were watching his lead, even without saying a word. As protection expanded, he passed the offensive role to another, trusting they'd strike precisely. Ed charged through the chaos, focused, fierce, but deep down wishing he wasn't always the one. Flames erupted violently as magic clashed, Ed's group barely dodging the deadly spellstorm around them. One student grinned madly, thrilled by chaos, whispering relief as the explosion drew near. Finally, he sighed. His moment arrived, even if it meant everything else burned around him. Fire burst outward, swallowing hallways whole. This wasn't a battle anymore, it was pure destruction unleashed. Ophelis Hall's windows shattered as the inferno barreled across floors, lighting up the night sky. Outside, the building blazed while Ed emerged, drenched in blood and rain, breath catching hard. A friend called out Ed's wounds weren't healing right, concern rising beneath his calm exterior. Ed shook it off. Others needed saving more than his bruised body and aching ribs did. Lightning flickered over a grand carriage, ominous and out of place amidst the storm's fury. Whoever waited inside that carriage had deeper reasons for arriving just now, not before. Golden King Elti, a name as heavy as gold and equally capable of destruction, had arrived. His presence was too quiet, too strategic for someone meant to lead with grand flair. Lortel's adoptive father, yet soon to be betrayed by her, Ed, knew the story's shape. As Elti lit a cigar, Ed wondered, had he planned this whole disaster from the shadows? A familiar maid stepped forward. Shenny, once trained under Alice, now standing beside Elti silently. Shenny's presence with Elti twisted the situation. Loyalty and betrayal danced behind the rain-soaked tension. Could Alice be the one who crossed lines? Was Lortel truly alone in this game? Ed sensed the future chaos, politics, betrayal, and saw only one conclusion: Lortel's inevitable downfall. She had been an ally once. Soon she'd stand against Ed in battles yet to come. Ed hated political roles, but fate kept pushing him into them, one step at a time. Janica listened as Ed asked a favor, rain soaking his battered figure in fading strength. Without hesitation, she agreed, not even knowing the weight of what she'd just accepted. Ed hesitated. How could he explain the tangled web without unraveling everything she believed in? What do I need to do? She asked, her calm steadiness a rare comfort in chaos. Somewhere else, the golden seal burned as orders shifted and the real game began again. Ed Rothstaler uncovered secret documents revealing Lortel's ambition to seize control of the merchantry. She manipulated powerful figures and spread rumors while pretending loyalty, masking her true intentions. Well, a stage deal brought Ed to the academy, leaving headquarters vulnerable to swift betrayal. The man confronting Ed held proof of the plan, demanding payment for his silence. Lortel, blade drawn, showed no hesitation, ready to strike unless a better deal emerged instantly. A loyal maid, aging and worn, shared her fading senses and final loyal intentions. With power slipping away, she stood torn between duty and vengeance, judgment clouded by pain. Her next move would ripple through institutions she secretly nurtured with hidden funds and care. Future donations would decide her path, allegiance swayed by the weight of gold offered. In the stormy silence, she left her trust behind as others closed in. Ed faced Alice, stunned by the cold look in her otherwise composed eyes. Words stung, accusations blurred intentions. Alice questioned motives as hallway tension thickened, emotions twisted between revenge and doubt, explosion bursting through still air before reactions formed. Ed watched the smoke rise, confirming deception. Something felt too clean, too well-timed. A young mage doubted the defense too sophisticated for one like Willain to conjure. Chaos erupted as Alice appeared, holding a hostage, unsettling everyone nearby. The surprise on Alice's face betrayed her as Ed moved with calculated speed. Ed shielded Lortel, eyes scanning the room, already weaving her next narrative. Lortel whispered, planning Alice's downfall while feigning pain to buy her moment. Doubts crept in, a shaken classmate confused by the sudden change in Lortel's demeanor. Lortel smiled faintly, her expression unreadable, even to those who knew her best. Amid battle cries, she moved silently, preparing for what came next without hesitation. Golden King Elti approached, distrust in his eyes, refusing to rely on anyone. Ed's plan neared its peak, evidence in place, blame ready to fall on Elti. Lortel ran to send word, heart racing, everything depended on her staying free. Ed Rothstaler walked calmly, telling himself it would all work out in the end somehow. Alone with his thoughts, he masked pain, feeling like no one could truly understand him. He had faced betrayal many times before it no longer stung the way it used to. Still, the sting lingered as Lortel passed by, her expression unreadable under the hallway lights. Ed paused, gathering strength. Whatever came next, he had already learned not to rely on others. Ed held back tears, shaking off the ache of disappointment before it overtook him. Betrayal wasn't new, but somehow it still left a dull, tired ache deep inside. Ed stepped forward, choosing action over sorrow, determined not to waste another moment in doubt. With urgency burning in his chest, he sprinted down the corridor, focus clear and sharp. If he could just reach his room and send that message, everything would be okay. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded below as forces moved swiftly through the broken hall's shadows. Elti arrived, calm yet commanding, flanked by figures cloaked in urgency and expectation. A student intervened, urging retreat, concerned for safety as the building creaked with unseen stress. Tension brewed as orders clashed, resolve tested by duty and suspicion in uncertain times. A firm voice blocked the path, stalling movement until help from faculty officially arrived. Ed kept his cover, casually answering Sylvania's system didn't require special clearance to act. He quietly observed, piecing together the tangled web spun by three key players. Lortel, driven by vengeance, wanted to remove Elti and claim her own place. Elti resisted with everything he had, desperate to stop her and fulfill his mission. Between them stood Alice, her choices balancing both sides, this chaos shaped by her presence. Ed recalled Alice's betrayal, her presence beside Lortel, a sharp twist he hadn't expected. He questioned whether to act, but quickly realized fate had already moved the pieces ahead. Taylor's group would face her. Ed didn't need to intervene where trust already existed. Trust wasn't blind, he had seen Taylor's strength firsthand, proven through fire and determination. Ed turned back, eyes set. Ophelis Hall needed him now more than ever to end this. Ed stood firm, believing as long as he delayed them, the plan could unfold. The realization hit the man before him was Elte Kichelm, an unexpected force in play. Diplomacy emerged briefly and offered to talk things out and keep appearances polite. LT's smile masked suspicion, red gem glowing as if to challenge Ed's intentions directly. The mood shifted. Ed's silence hinted allegiance, and LT finally understood where he stood. Power radiated from LT as realization struck. Ed might have been playing for Lortel's side. The explosion roared above as Ed Rothstaler and his friends emerged into the broken hallway. Amid the flames, Ed stood firm, watching the chaos unfold with calm, analyzing the situation. He stepped into a ruined room, surprised to find someone calmly hanging upside down. Unbothered, they exchanged casual thoughts, the wall's destruction more inconvenient than dangerous to this strange resident. Ed tried to process it, how someone so muscular could still be called a mage. Janica appeared beside Ed. It was their first proper meeting under far less than ideal circumstances. Memories of past conflicts surfaced, but apologies came quickly, easing the tension between them. Ed reassured Janica the past had passed, and they all deserve second chances now. Their closeness sparked curiosity, and someone loudly wondered if they were secretly dating already. Flustered reactions followed. Ed calmly deflected, brushing off the awkward moment with composed maturity. A sincere bow broke the tension, a quiet apology offered for earlier recklessness and noise. Still puzzled, the muscular man asked why Ed would destroy a wall just to meet. Ed's eyes grew serious. He needed a favor, promising he'd repay it once things settled. Outside, the academy's grandeur loomed, students and teachers gathering after hearing the earlier disturbance. An older official approached, suggesting Ed bring his concerns properly to the academy leadership. Before Ed could speak, a chilling voice interrupted. Shadowed in power and authority, Ed stepped forward, unshaken, even as threats and insults about his loyalties were hurled at him. The man questioned Ed's support for Lortel, offering bribes and calling her appearance dull. He claimed to know her deeply, offering double rewards, trying to buy Ed's allegiance. Unmoved, Ed stood his ground, dismissing the offer without hesitation, unwilling to betray his beliefs. With bloodied shirt and calm resolve, Ed stated he never asked for gold from anyone. The offer meant nothing. There was nothing to double if no deal was ever made. Frustration brewed in the opponent's voice, realizing words wouldn't sway Ed's unwavering decision. Suddenly, magical forces moved. Soldiers surrounded them, blades drawn, summoned to silence the disagreement. Ed's eyes narrowed. Battle was inevitable. He prepared quietly to handle what came next. Ed Rothstaler charged through the chaos, dodging attackers as the hall filled with shadowed figures. Chasing him down, enemies surrounded from both sides, blades flashing, determined to trap him inside. But just as blades clashed, green energy surged forward, someone shielding Ed with radiant force. Allies arrived in time, brave, confident, standing firm as their magic lit up the corridor. Promising to return, one turned away, leaving Ed with a quiet nod and clear purpose. Janica and the others launched into battle, fire swirling around them in a glowing spiral. They reminded Ed of old debts, now gladly paid back through flame and sheer grit. Warnings echoed they weren't fighting amateurs, but skilled foes hardened by experience and confidence. The room blazed as attackers charged, heat and noise flooding every corner with roaring tension. Meanwhile, Ed slipped away, intent on finding Lortel to uncover the full story himself. Ed ran through the corridor but paused, startled to find someone already waiting there. Lortel stood firm, her calm eyes meeting Ed's as tension settled between them quietly. She suggested an escape route, clear and swift, offering help without hesitation or question. Ed glanced back, then gave one final instruction: don't fall behind, just keep running forward fast. In the chaos, even survival needed strategy, and she matched his pace with silent trust. Even in friendly smiles, there lingered motives, profit, secrets, or hopes of something useful slipping through. Everyone around Lortel expected something from her: tips, advice, maybe a hint of market gain. Even the bird clung to her, not for love, but for her perfect feed quality. In Lortel's world, every kindness had a cost, every gesture weighed for benefit or return. But Ed had seen Janica offer something different: pure, honest warmth, without expectation of anything back. She once hoped for warmth, trusted Alice, and shared every thought, dreaming of companionship. But betrayal cut deep. Alice stood on the other side, sword raised, loyalty now fractured. Regret followed swiftly. She had never truly trusted anyone, and now her hopes crumbled. Looking inward, she saw the shadow of herself, not meant for such dreams or light. Now, even standing among mercenaries and Ed, she felt undeserving of anything resembling affection or trust. Ed considered his allies. Loyalty was hard to count on when personal goals clouded decisions. One by one, possible supporters were ruled out, each following their own ambition instead. From behind, she apologized to Ed, guilt settling in her voice as reality hit. Her reasoning spiraled, loyalty wavered, rewards vanished, yet she wasn't sure why she kept explaining. Ed's expression turned sharp. He didn't care about excuses. He just wanted honesty and action. She reached out and grabbed Ed's hand, grounding herself before panic pulled her away. If they got caught now, none of their future plans would even matter. They leapt together through the corridor, urgency in every step, escape their only priority. Even now, trust and goodwill weighed heavy on her, both precious and dangerous. Ed turned back to her. He needed answers, and he needed them now. She finally spoke. The market manipulation was orchestrated from the top, driven by her father. Armor prices crashed last summer, prompting secretive buying and planned artificial inflation. To execute the plan, her father searched for quick profits, selling ancient tomes at high prices. She came to infiltrate and steal the grimoire, but Ed stopped her before more spilled. Diagrams clarified the scheme. Merchants looped trades, raising prices through controlled exchanges to fool the market. The cycle continued. Prices rose steeply, triggering panic buying and profit opportunities for those in control. Fear set in. Buyers rushed to secure deals before affordability slipped from reach. At that peak moment, manipulators could sell everything for massive, nearly absurd profits. But the scam relied on perfect trust. One crack would collapse the entire scheme. If trust broke, leaders like Elite would fall, caught in their own inflated trap. Ed pieced it all together. Lortel aimed to destabilize finances to pressure negotiation conditions. By weakening the academy, she could force Elite into desperate deals for fast cash. Ed's insight stunned her. He understood the entire web of manipulation without missing a beat. She confirmed it. Now the only move left was to relay orders to headquarters. A hidden pigeon in her room held the key. One flight would tip the balance. Ed and Lortel exchange intense glances, tension thick, as the plan begins to unfold urgently. They whisper, strategizing escape, pressure mounting while trust starts taking fragile root between them. Ed listens intently, planning ahead, eyes focused despite exhaustion. He knows there's little room for error. Outside, the rain cloaks figures in the dark. Trouble lurks near the Arkan mountain-bound bridges. Ed sketches a decoy plan involving a carriage, intent on fooling Elite's hunting forces. In the narrow hallway, Ed speaks low and fast, revealing an old northern hut as shelter. His plan includes using Lortel's pigeon for coded communication to trigger a chain reaction. A simple command like "sell now" could shatter the merchants' alliance and upend the plan. They move cautiously, tension rising as Ed suddenly notices someone blocking the escape route. Resolute, Ed takes charge of the front. Lortel is ordered to run back to safety. As chaos builds, Ed's decisiveness leaves a mark. Lortel is quietly struck by his leadership. She wonders about his motives, realizing he's risking everything for her without asking for anything back. His bruised face and silence speak volumes. Trust grows silently in the stormy night. With quiet resolve, Ed avoids sentimentality, only saying he feels like he should help her. Lortel flees into the cold halls, the echoes of Ed's resolve ringing behind her. Racing through corridors, Lortel's breath fogs. Her heart races faster than her desperate footsteps. Sounds of battle echo violently. Her thoughts spiral toward worst-case fears about her ally's fate. She suspects the commotion belongs to Alice and Taylor, locked in their final confrontation. But no, it's too close. Danger isn't on the battlefield. It's practically in her hallway. She gasps, shocked to realize the pounding isn't noise, it's her own overwhelming heartbeat. Her pulse deafens her thoughts. Lortel's emotions swirl as anxiety turns to something much deeper. The hall flickers red. This feeling isn't fear or panic. It's a sharp, unfamiliar warmth. Her gaze softens. It wasn't the sound of battle, just her growing feelings for Ed. In a moment of clarity, she recognizes something new blooming amidst the tension. She clasps her chest, whispering a truth only her heart knows. It's my heartbeat. Because of him, the rain falls steadily outside the academy walls, shrouding the tension in quiet suspense. Ed steps into view, surprising the cloaked figure waiting in ambush near the carriage route. Maid Shenny stands ready, sword drawn, eyes calm, yet even she's caught off guard by Ed. Her expression hardens with acknowledgement. It's unexpected but not unwelcome. She prepares to test his resolve. Ed clenches his fist, unimpressed by the challenge, muttering that this final hurdle feels surprisingly bland. All of Opil's runes surge toward Alice, responding to her command with glowing intensity. She stood tall, skilled enough to rival even the combat faculty's finest young swordsmen. Alice wasn't only strong, her spells were perfect, her timing sharper than steel in battle. Everyone knew her name, Chief Maid Alice, the pride of the Rothstaler estate. But even she couldn't overpower Ed Rothstaler, whose strength kept rising beyond logic or expectation. Ed's resolve held firm. After all, he's the one this story won't let lose. Alice advanced with purpose. This wasn't training. This was the final battle of her arc. Their clash sent shockwaves through the hall, magic and metal screaming together in fury. Through the rain, another figure appeared, steady stance, eyes sharp. A different maid now stood ready. Ed watched her approach, his mana nearly gone but his will stronger than ever before. Only a few spells left, Ed thought, blood running from his temple in steady lines. Still, he pushed forward, launching his next strike with everything he had left inside. The clash was swift. Shenny blocked, countered, then struck low with precision and fierce speed. Ed's eyes narrowed. He'd seen this before, and this time, he was ready for it. Their blades met again, Ed's counter forcing Shenny into the air, staggering from the surprise hit. Her attack was fast, but Ed had already seen the angle, reading it mid-strike. She went for his leg. He dodged cleanly, just ahead of her prediction. Ed had trained for this moment, learned her rhythm, her motions, her common openers. His spell activated faster than her reaction, catching her, just as she reset her footing. With a loud crack, Ed's spell struck true, flipping her back into the stone wall. Shenny gritted her teeth, groaning from the impact, eyes blazing with renewed defiance. A purple glow surged, telepathic link awakening between twins bound by fate and celestial grace. Ability sharing triggered. One day, one skill, one moment. That was all she needed. Power gathered in her hands, low-level telekinesis flaring with borrowed strength and precise control. Ed lunged in, mana swirling around his fist, meeting her strike head-on without hesitation. Purple blades struck Ed's side sharp but shallow, scattering light more than breaking skin. Shenny grinned, confident in her strike until she saw Ed standing, barely even flinching. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her vision blurred. The telekinesis had suddenly stopped working. Ed stepped forward silently, gripping her wrist firmly. Rain fell harder with every slow heartbeat. Borrowed strength lacked polish. His wounds bled, but not enough to slow his advance. With a sharp yell, Ed spun, lifting Shenny and hurling her toward the stone wall. She crashed hard, pain echoing as she tried to rise, drenched and trembling. Ed landed beside her, bruised and breathless, as magic flared again from above. 1 minute, that's all he had left before others arrived. He needed to finish. Kneeling, he caught his breath. Lightning flashed. He couldn't afford to let this chance slip. Shenny gritted her teeth, shouting she couldn't let Alice down, not after everything she'd done. Her voice cracked, desperate. Ed stayed quiet, eyes locked ahead, unwavering under rain and threat. The tension rose. She screamed Alice's name, convinced Ed didn't understand her loyalty. Her voice echoed of pain, of honor, of every sacrifice made under Alice's command. Above them, Alice unleashed her power spell circles, swirling with brilliant pink fury, magic roaring. Explosions lit the night sky, casting Alice's silhouette in blinding pink and orange flames. Shenny cried out, defending Alice's heart, her mission, her countless acts of kindness. Ed whispered the truth. He knew almost nothing about her. Not really, not her whole story. Her past remained hidden, even from the books, but her presence had shaped lives deeply. If not for her, Shenny gasped, I'd never have survived, never had a job, a future. I wouldn't even be alive, Shenny muttered, memories blazing as spells crashed around them. Her eyes burned. Through it all, she stood to defend what gave her meaning. You don't know her, she snapped. Ed lowered his gaze, quiet under heavy thoughts, but even after hearing everything, his response was calm, soft, steady. That's none of my business. Despite her pain, her rage, Ed's feelings hadn't changed. His resolve stayed firm beneath the storm. Shenny's voice cracked, furious and betrayed. How could you side with her? She asked painfully. Her body trembled, lips quivering. She could barely stand, her thoughts spinning in burning doubt. Fire roared behind her. The battle was ending, but the scars were far from over. Ed stood silent. I don't know everyone's past, he thought, and I never pretended to. There are already too many stories that'll never be heard, never be remembered, he muttered. The explosions raged behind them. Heat swallowed the building's silence with chaotic orange fury. If you weigh Alice's sins and her kindness, how would her balance of deeds fall? The orphans she saved, the enemies she defeated. How does one measure good and bad? People who weigh choices like that live meaningful lives. Lives shaped by what truly matters. But Ed? His only goal never changed. From the start, it's always just been survival. System you have killed Shenny, who was assigned to kitchen duty. New skill acquired minus pain endurance, delays fatigue, and pain for limited duration. Ed blinked. Now's the time I learn this? Figures, he muttered. Pain barely held back. Glass shattered. Suddenly something crashed through the window, warning of danger still ahead. Ed leaned back against the wall, breath shaky. No time for rest just yet. Ed scanned the room slowly, eyes trailing the fancy furniture and scattered bloodstains. Everything was lined up with care, arranged purposefully like someone had tried to stay grounded. The desk was messier papers stacked in urgency, probably notes Alice kept hidden from others. Books stood in straight lines. It was clean, orderly, serious. It all suited her. He stepped past the window. A birdcage sat beneath, silent, except for its small white resident. Orders from a distant hand 3 days before LT returns to their base with news. Instructions scratched fast: sell the gear, hide the trail, leave nothing that could be tracked. A carrier pigeon cut through the wind, flying with speed only secrets ever achieve. That bird would carry vengeance, returning through storms with a single, silent answer. Ed exhaled, blood dripping down. His wounds stung, but healing would come at least physically. Without Jix, Janica, and others, Lortel would have already fallen into Elte's hands. Now her carriage races downhill, far past the reach of chasing enemies. LT can only chase blindly, too late to realize it's all part of a plan. Even if he uncovers the truth, the pigeon will seal his fate. Ed breathes deep. If all goes well, Lortel's already waiting ahead, though someone stands in his way. Ed flinches. It's her. Lortel herself, not hiding, not running. He knows he's miscalculated. She's the true mastermind behind everything unfolding around him. Her dagger glints. She's calm, calculating, and unshaken by blood or betrayal. She controls the pieces. With LT gone, Alice would have no choice but to follow her. Ed's presence? A problem. He's a variable one that can't be bought, bribed, or bent. If she kills Ed here, no one would ever find out. Alone, wounded, and surrounded by trees, he realizes the danger too late. Lortel would discard anyone. She only keeps people for their usefulness. Truly, she's a villain in her own league, and Ed's the only threat. I've got to think fast, he gasps, but my body won't keep up. Lortel's blade swings. Ed's instincts scream, but his body refuses to move fast enough. Just before it hits her hand, stops. She grabs the blade herself, trembling, conflicted. Why? Ed mutters. Stunned by the sudden change in her expression, she looks at him, voice soft. Let me help. You're hurt too much already. The rain finally ends. Ed leans on her, surprised by the warmth in her words. Flames roared in the quiet night as Ed sat near the fire, reflecting on the perilous deal just struck. Lortel reclined with a smirk, recounting the calculated risks that made her victory possible, her confidence unwavering amid Ed's silence. His selflessness secured their chance, Lortel thought, recalling the ally who risked everything for the mission's fragile success. Ed's brow furrowed, unsure whether admiration or unease stirred within him as Lortel described the unyielding ambitions shaping their ally's life. The campfire crackled louder, Lortel's smile deepening. A great ally indeed, she declared, awaiting Ed's response to her sly observation. The firelight softened her sharp words, but Ed's calm demeanor masked the storm of thoughts churning behind his composed expression. Ed will not forget this. Just pay him that 20 gold, she promised. Though confident, her gratitude carried a rare vulnerability that made Ed's gaze linger a moment longer. The night sky stretched endlessly above as Ed considered the cost of their journey, his silence speaking louder than words. Lortel's focus shifted momentarily, her tone sharp but curious, revealing plans too crucial to leave untended even in brief respite. Yennecar is a good person, he mused inwardly, their mundane exchange contrasting the tension of the day. Ed's mention of about Yennecar brought a rare softness to Lortel's features, her guarded admiration surfacing for the trusted friend they shared. Lortel sit and looking at the fire, her resolve stood as a beacon, her actions driving their mission's unrelenting momentum forward. Silence lingered, heavy yet revealing. Lortel's thoughts turned inward, conflicted by her roles of ally. She said that she is not that nice. Meanwhile, in the shadowed halls of Ophelis, a new danger emerged, shattering tranquility as cloaked figures began their ominous descent. Cloaked figures gathered on Ophelis Hall. LT received a report midway through the fight and suddenly hurried off. The fight's intensity surged as Ziggs faced the overwhelming force. Each strike pushed him closer to his physical and mental limits. He launched a final desperate maneuver, channeling all his strength. The arena trembled under the weight of his unleashed power. Spiraling red energy engulfed the surroundings. Ziggs braced himself, focusing on keeping the chaos contained as his spirit hovered on collapse. Yennecar observed with quiet determination, assessing every detail. Despite the turmoil, she remained focused, knowing a single misstep could end everything. The storm settled briefly, tension lingering as the energy dissipated. Yennecar stood exhausted, but her resolve remained sharper than ever. Yennecar's aura shifted, her expression unreadable as she regained composure. The glow of a spectral bird illuminated the fading battlefield. She glanced at Ziggs, who returned her gaze. She is not angry. Words passed between them, but understanding hung thick in the air. In the aftermath, a sense of calm returned. Small victories often carried greater weight, paving the way for larger battles. The halls of Ophelis echoed with restrained energy as the consequences of their actions rippled far beyond what they anticipated. Meanwhile, Willain had to take most of the responsibility for destroying Ophelis Hall, and Eldris the headmaid had not said a word. Exhaustion gnawed at Ed's body as he surveyed the aftermath. Recovery seemed distant, but his mind remained fixed on progress. One step at a time, he thought, recalling the resources needed to rebuild. Every moment brought a new set of challenges. Skill charts materialized before him, highlighting untapped potential. His goals crystallized further as he planned the next stages of his journey. Spiritual infusion intrigued him. The delicate art blended seamlessly with elementalism. Each new skill would carry him closer to self-sufficiency. Magic engineering promised transformative possibilities. Ed resolved to refine his craft, driven by a vision of survival amid chaos and opportunity. Ed contemplated crafting infused items, understanding the value of a spiritual contract while debating whether a low-ranking spirit sufficed for now. Yennecar appeared, her cheerful greeting contrasting the weight of Ed's thoughts. Her presence added warmth to the chilly morning air. Ed admitted his exhaustion, choosing rest over lectures. Yennecar's concern, though subtle, reflected her growing attachment to their companionship. Her glance toward the cabin hinted at quiet worry. Yennecar's unspoken thoughts centered on her head hurts and she feel weak. Her glance toward the cabin hinted at quiet worry. Yennecar's unspoken thoughts centered on Lortel and her current fragile state. The cabin's stillness enveloped Yennecar as sunlight streamed in. Her mind raced with unfinished tasks despite the brief reprieve she allowed. Days passed as Lortel awaited news. The weight of her responsibilities kept her restless, yet her spirit refused to falter. She envisioned appeasing Elris, the stern headmaid, knowing the success of negotiations relied on her careful management and patience. The cabin, though confining, became a temporary sanctuary. Lortel found solace in fleeting moments of peace amidst her relentless schedule. Her gaze softened as memories of Ed lingered. Somehow his quiet reliability eased her restlessness, though she'd never admit it aloud. Ed's steady presence resonated deeply with Lortel, her heartbeat quickening whenever he was near, though she kept her feelings guarded. His unwavering kindness gave her strength, a warmth she cherished, despite the cold, detached image she often maintained for survival. Lortel valued Ed's sincerity, recognizing its rarity in a world rife with manipulation. For her, it became an irreplaceable anchor. Yennecar's friendship added a layer of complexity. While Lortel trusted her, a quiet rivalry over Ed's affection simmered beneath the surface. Lost in thought, Lortel resolved to protect the rare connection she shared with Ed, knowing its worth exceeded all material gains. Lortel reclined, analyzing the chaos unfolding in her mind. Her strength was turning unpredictability into a controlled, profitable opportunity. She reflected on how to piece together seemingly random events. This knack for strategy was both her power and her curse. 3 days of living together is a prefect advantage, Lortel mused, visualizing gold filling the cabin. Yet practicality held her back from such an impulsive display. Lost in thought, Lortel chuckled at the absurdity. Dreams of grandeur collided with the stark reality of her current situation. She could pay for his tuition, she will be casual about it, she concluded, brushing aside wild fantasies. Focused resolve returned as she mapped out her next deliberate moves. Lortel practiced composed confidence. Though her heart raced, her meticulous plans anchored her emotions. She wouldn't let ambition blind her judgment. A fleeting blush betrayed her composure as her thoughts lingered on moments she dared not overanalyze. "That's so embarrassing," she groaned. Her retreat to calm was interrupted by a playful distraction, pushing her to refocus and guard her carefully constructed demeanor. Lucy's sudden presence startled Lortel. Her quiet steadiness always grounded her, even when her inner thoughts threatened to spiral unchecked. A subtle rivalry flickered in Lortel's mind. She cherished Lucy's calm influence, realizing how it balanced her restless determination. The cabin stirred as Lucy barreled in unannounced. Lortel bristled at the intrusion, her space disrupted by Lucy's boundless energy. Ed maintained his usual calm, reassuring Lortel with a glance. "She's here again," Ed said to her, masking her irritation with quiet resolve. Ed handled Lucy with practiced ease, leaving Lortel to observe. She marveled at his patience, contrasting sharply with her growing frustration. Lortel sighed, considering Lucy a force of nature. Despite her exasperation, she envied Lucy's carefree approach to the chaos around them. There's always one more, Lortel thought, resigning herself to coexist. Her ambitions remained intact. undeterred by the lively distractions surrounding her. Lortel's thoughts lingered on the ticking clock. Her confidence surged, vowing to conquer all challenges within the next 3 days. The second morning greeted her with tranquility. Yet, the cabin's stillness belied the unyielding determination fueling Lortel's plans. A cheerful greeting shattered Lortel's solitude. Despite the interruption, she mustered a polite smile, concealing her frustration at the intrusion. Yennekar's bubbly demeanor clashed with Lortel's calm, revealing how rare moments with Ed seemed impossible amid their ever-complicated dynamics. With a sigh, Lortel resigned herself to sharing the day. Her focus shifted back to managing priorities amid distractions. Lortel sought clarity in quiet moments, her mind tracing the delicate balance between strategy and execution, always recalibrating her ambitions. Ed, meanwhile, completed another crafted item. His steady progress demonstrated a practical resilience Lortel couldn't help but silently admire. The handmade brick marked another achievement, small but significant. Each creation reflected Ed's resourcefulness and his unwavering focus on rebuilding. A crafted fireplace now stood as a testament to Ed's efforts. Functionality and precision combined into an enduring monument of diligence. Despite interruptions, progress was undeniable. The cabin became a nexus of survival and ambition, fueled by unyielding resolve and teamwork. The aroma of grilled food wafted through the air, signaling a momentary reprieve as the group gathered for a meal. Lortel noted Ed's sharp sense for details, admiring his ability to remain grounded even as plans unfolded around them. Tensions eased but vigilance persisted. Lortel reminded herself that their achievements required constant adaptation to an ever-shifting landscape of challenges. Ed's straightforward request for materials highlighted his practicality. Lortel appreciated his clarity, valuing efficiency over needless complications as they outlined next steps. Lortel's thoughts flickered briefly, wondering if Ed's calm persistence masked deeper desires. She vowed to match his focus with equal dedication. Ed evaluated the stock carefully, Yennekar watching closely. Their collaboration began with shared trust and a mutual respect for practicality. Yennekar's enthusiasm spilled over as Ed asked for help with elementalism. She eagerly embraced the chance to teach and guide. Lortel's faint smile hinted at her approval of Yennekar's confidence, but her sharp gaze betrayed her careful observation of every detail. Yennekar's lively teaching turned serious. The energy in Ed's hands pulsed as he focused, a connection forming through spiritual resonance. The glowing spirit flickered, revealing an ancient primal presence. Ed's concentration grew deeper as Yennekar guided him through the critical moment. The spirit's voice whispered faintly, its resonance weaving into Ed's awareness. Yennekar cheered his progress, delighted by his natural aptitude. Lortel stayed in the background, processing the exchange. Her strategic mind cataloged every insight into Ed's unexpected growth and potential. The spirit's playful chatter and Yennekar's encouragement harmonized, hinting at Ed's untapped abilities. His rapid learning impressed even the skeptical Lortel. A sudden surge of energy startled everyone. The room crackled with life as the spirit fully revealed its luminous presence. Amid the commotion, Ed remained focused, adapting swiftly to the demands of elementalism. His calm steadied the room's shifting atmosphere. Lortel approached Ed after the session, her sharp wit masking admiration. "Is she done here?" she teased, concealing her genuine curiosity. Lortel discussed the stocked items casually, his practical tone amusing Lortel. She saw opportunity in their banter, sharpening her strategy. Lortel's proposal hinted at underlying intentions. Her smile carried confidence, an invitation to a game of clever exchanges and subtle bargains. Ed weighed her words carefully. Her charm and candor masked a deeper ambition that kept him cautiously intrigued yet willing to engage. As plans formed, Lortel's gaze softened. Their partnership, built on mutual respect, promised more than simple transactions. It was a quiet alliance. Lortel teased Ed over his frugality, her words playful but deliberate. She admired his restraint yet sought to challenge his practicality. Ed's response, calm and composed, shifted the mood. Lortel's smirk faded slightly, her mind analyzing his every subtle reaction. Yennekar chimed in cheerfully, lightening the atmosphere. The group found unexpected harmony, each presence balancing the other's quirks and motivations. Belle's arrival introduced a formal edge. Her composed demeanor hinted at urgent news, shifting their dynamic towards something more serious. Lortel's sharp eyes met Belle's. The mention of the former headmaid's message carried weight, leaving Lortel cautiously intrigued. The wind carried a subtle sense of urgency as letters fluttered into the air, hinting at secrets about to unfold. Clara leaned closer, her curiosity ignited by the mention of a hidden truth that could shift the balance of her day. With a hushed tone, her confidant emphasized the need for discretion. their words laden with unspoken weight and anticipation. Yennecar has feelings for Ed. The confession landed like a sudden downpour, soaking Belle's mind with endless possibilities and intrigue. Belle's gaze lingered on Clara's distant figure, her thoughts swirling between surprise and the polite facade she wore like armor. Belle took a deep breath, her posture straightening as the calm facade cracked slightly under the weight of news. Ed's reputation isn't stellar, she mused, her mind wandering to Yennecar's quiet strength and how opposites often collided. The revelation of Lortel's involvement complicated matters. Her calculating nature hinted at something more elaborate than a simple friendship. Memories of their absence during the semester's opening ceremony sharpened her suspicions. The intrigue deepened, painting a picture of hidden intentions. Ed's obliviousness to Yennecar's feelings was frustrating. Belle couldn't decide if it was intentional or just an odd trait of his. Clara stifled a laugh at the absurdity of girls competing for Ed's attention. The thought was both amusing and absurd. As her gaze shifted, she noticed Lortel's silent presence, always observing yet rarely sharing her thoughts on these matters. Meanwhile, Yennecar's quiet demeanor seemed to waver. Despite her strength, her feelings were a fragile secret teetering on exposure. The group dynamic felt like a chaotic puzzle, with every piece moving yet never quite falling into place. Belle rubbed her head, overwhelmed by the tangled emotions and relationships swirling around him like a relentless storm. Lortel's sharp eyes met Belle's. The mention of the former headmaid's message carried weight, leaving Lortel cautiously intrigued. A sharp bow accompanied a gesture of respect, the letter seal identifying its sender as the former headmaid Elris. Memories of a blazing fire resurfaced, revealing the extent of the destruction caused during a critical moment in the academy. The survivors huddled together under the moonlit sky, the tension palpable as decisions about the future had to be made. Considering Lortel's calculated actions, Ed couldn't help but wonder what strategic move awaited next in this intricate web of alliances. A carrier pigeon soared into the sky, bearing news of Lortel's latest victory, its urgency unmistakable to its intended recipients. Lortel's thoughts shifted to her father's tireless fights. With the academy at peace, her attention could finally return to Lortel. Trusting Slog to oversee future operations was a gamble Lortel's reluctantly accepted, knowing her concerns with Elris were unresolved. The Inferno marked an end to this chapter. Lortel mused that sometimes fate had a way of resolving lingering problems. The flicker of flames illuminated her face, determination steady as she clutched a document hinting at a bigger confrontation ahead. Lortel unfolded the letter, the elegant script revealing plans she suspected would force a decision she'd long dreaded to make. Delivered through discreet channels, the letter listed maintenance fees and sponsorship options, a plea to keep the academy afloat. Elris's worsening health and workload fueled the desperate appeal, yet the academy's leadership turned a blind eye to her plight. Striking in the moonlit academy grounds, Elris's silent endurance masked the gamble she made with every remaining ounce of her strength. Those loyal to Elris knew her struggle but stayed silent, their unwavering support keeping her driven, even on the brink. Lortel unfolded the letter slowly, her thoughts racing. She knew trust was fragile, especially after witnessing such calculated moves. Flames flickered as she reflected on the sender's intent. The world of merchants was harsh, and pity held no place. She realized the letter's implications, her grip tightening. It hinted at a potential reveal that could expose her involvement. Deciding to play along, Lortel smirked faintly. Allies and enemies, she thought, often switched roles depending on convenience. For a brief moment, Lortel exhaled deeply. The burden seemed lighter, her focus sharpening on the path ahead. Under the starlit sky, they glanced back at the fire. The warmth contrasted with the cold realities surrounding her choices. Her companions, Ed offered to mend things, added a spark of unexpected camaraderie. A simple gesture, but it meant something. Looking at the offered light, Lortel didn't give any reaction to it. The flickering fire between them reflected the unspoken understanding they now shared. Lortel hesitated at his sudden insight. "Too fast," he said, unsure how to navigate the awkward yet growing connection between them. She sighed, brushing the thought aside. "Catch up later," she murmured, suppressing the urge to rush into uncertain territory. Lortel paused mid-step, her voice quieter. She didn't often confide, but moments like these demanded subtle vulnerability. Her fingers lightly adjusted his tie, feigning casualness. The motion concealed the swirling thoughts she couldn't entirely suppress. The crooked tie served as a metaphor, perhaps, for the misaligned paths they both seemed to walk separately yet together. His puzzled expression softened her guarded demeanor. Perhaps the academy, with all its chaos, left room for genuine connections. With a final tug on the tie, Lortel stepped forward, her heart steadying. She'd find her answers in time. The fire cast long shadows as the two stood silently, their thoughts drifting to the paths they had chosen. Lortel reflected on the small victories she had gained, weighing the steps she'd need to take to maintain her composure. A flicker of warmth crossed her face as the firelight mirrored her resolve, strengthening her focus for what lay ahead. The subtle dance of the flames reminded her of the delicate balance between actions and consequences in this turbulent academy. Lortel turned her gaze upward, the night sky offering a quiet moment of clarity before she prepared for the unknown. The firelight faded as Ed watched her leave, his thoughts shifting to the challenges that awaited him the next day. The narrow forest trail seemed endless, a fitting metaphor for the complexity of her situation at the academy. The distant sounds of the forest reminded him to stay vigilant, her role in the unfolding events becoming increasingly precarious. Stars shone brightly above, offering an unwavering reminder of the constant passage of time, indifferent to the struggles below. Ed stepped forward, determined to navigate the chaos, his focus unwavering despite the unpredictable paths that lay ahead. The cool night air carried a stillness that Ed found comforting, a rare moment to gather her thoughts before moving on. His priorities remained steadfast: survive, adapt, and finish what he had started. Simplicity was her strategy in this intricate environment. The academy loomed in the distance, a place of trials and opportunities that would shape his next steps. Ed paused briefly, his gaze settling on the autumn leaves, a quiet symbol of change he could not avoid. The seasons turned as they always did, carrying with them new challenges. Ed knew he'd need to remain vigilant. A single leaf floated from the sky, carried by a soft breeze over the vast, serene landscape. The leaf gently landed near the edge of a calm lake, where a dragon rested beneath a tall tree. A glowing blue creature approached cautiously, its shimmering body contrasting with the fiery presence of the watchful dragon. Nearby, a young woman stood still, observing the strange scene unfold as tension filled the air. Her focus sharpened as the dragon shifted slightly, its movements deliberate, while the blue creature remained silently attentive. Seated near the dragon, the young woman's expression showed concern as she reflected on the unusual events surrounding them. The blue creature moved closer to the water, its calm demeanor unbroken despite the overwhelming presence of the fiery dragon. The dragon exhaled softly, its massive form radiating heat, while the woman's thoughts lingered on the unfolding situation. Her gaze shifted as she contemplated the dynamics between the creatures, her mind seeking clarity amidst the growing tension. Despite the uncertainty, the woman's resolve strengthened, knowing she couldn't leave things unresolved with the stakes so high. The blue creature stepped forward, its glow illuminating the surrounding area, creating a stark contrast against the dragon's fiery aura. The woman adjusted her stance, carefully considering her next move, aware of the delicate balance between the opposing forces. A subtle blush crept onto her cheeks as a thought crossed her mind, her resolve firming with newfound determination. The dragon's fiery breath flickered briefly, as if sensing the shift in her demeanor, its attention never wavering. With steady hands, he gave a spoon, offering a gesture of calm amidst the chaos, bridging the distance between them. In the wooden cabin, the young woman leaned forward, inspecting something while her companion, Ed, kept a careful watch nearby. Her gaze suddenly shifted, purple energy glowing ominously, as the atmosphere in the room became charged with an unsettling presence. Outside, the cabin stood in quiet isolation beneath the vast sky, as a frustrated cry echoed from within its walls. A notebook was thrust into use, the man furiously scribbling down observations to improve his efforts despite his apparent annoyance. The glowing screen displayed his skill levels, revealing modest progress in various crafts, with room for significant growth over time. The screen highlighted dexterity, a key stat influenced by skill proficiencies, emphasizing the importance of balanced growth across multiple abilities. The tower loomed under the midday sun, marking the academy's sprawling campus as a place brimming with bustling activity. With the semester in full swing, the packed schedule left little time to focus on personal survival or broader preparations. His time for strategic planning had dwindled to a few hours each day, often stolen from much-needed sleep and rest. Glancing toward his companions, he monitored their interactions, ensuring the main events progressed smoothly without unnecessary complications arising. At the combat training grounds, Taylor sparred with classmates, honing his skills with impressive precision under his best friend's intense supervision. Nearby, another group watched as a sparring match unfolded, each participant bringing their best techniques to every calculated move. The Lortel observed silently, her composed demeanor masking her internal thoughts as she weighed the dynamics of the unfolding scene. Ed's sharp focus reflected his determination, though the challenges presented by others required constant vigilance to maintain his place. Beyond individual efforts, the Academy's competitive structure demanded teamwork, precision, and an unyielding commitment to constant improvement and success. The towering windows of the Grand Hall reflected the light, casting long shadows that hinted at an ominous revelation ahead. A faint voice echoed through the still room, as realization dawned on the figure holding a collection of vital documents. The truth became clear. Professor Glass, shrouded in mystery and power, stood at the center of the unfolding conflict. Professor Glass stood in the dimly lit study, deciphering cryptic notes as a faint glow illuminated his expression. The page revealed a hidden message about the mysterious events tied to Awfulous Hall, stirring a sense of foreboding. Professor Cleo Elpin, seated across the room, examined Glass's findings, her intuition confirming their growing suspicion of deeper conspiracies. Glass, urged by Cleo's warning, gripped the papers tightly, ensuring every detail of the celestial thesis remained intact. The professor's stern glare radiated a cold aura, his energy manifesting, pushing Cleo to promise swift completion by morning. Awfulous Hall gleamed under the midday sun, its serene facade masking the secrets unfolding within its hallowed walls. Professor Cleo lounged in her office, reflecting on Narumi's findings while her assistant, Anise, diligently handed her new reports. Cleo adjusted her glasses, analyzing the report thoroughly, her mind racing with connections to the recent disturbances at Awfulous Hall. She pondered over whether such relentless investigation was necessary, given the tangled web of motives driving each actor involved. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, the notes before her blurred as she struggled to stay awake amidst the chaos. Cleo's mind fixated on a name, Ed Rothstahler. There was something undeniably peculiar about his involvement in recent events. A sharp realization hit Cleo as she prepared documents, guilt flashing momentarily for having forgotten an earlier promise. Ed was an LT company, his composed demeanor a stark contrast to Lortel rushed apologies, their conversation teetering on forgotten details of their contract. Outside the LT company headquarters, sunlight bathed the streets, masking the storm of strategic discussions brewing within its walls. Lortel offered refreshments as a token of apology, her voice steady, masking the weight of unresolved mysteries surrounding Ed. Lortel adjusted her hair, her formal attire reflecting her intent to handle a significant matter in the bustling office. Ed observed her transformation, surprised by her unusual effort. Wondering about the critical tasks awaiting her that day, Lortel mentioned his unfinished cabin project, hinting at furniture needs and lamenting the unaffordable prices of high-quality company products. She noticed a flawed product, her abilities surging to dismantle it entirely, resolving its uselessness with a decisive crash. Ed sipped his tea, appreciating her gesture, as her silent gratitude lingered in her warm and steady gaze. The atmosphere thickened as Lortel questioned his calm demeanor, the slight tension between them hinting at unspoken thoughts and emotions. Lortel leaned closer, placing a firm hand on the chair, her determined gaze challenging Ed's detached composure. Ed looking at the chair the chair suddenly fell to its place as usual. He said that it is too high quality. The fiery sunset framed their silhouettes, her words carrying weight as she reflected on her emotions left unacknowledged. Her tone shifted, revealing vulnerability and resolve, as she admitted seeing Ed as a man despite their unresolved tension. Lortel leaned forward with a soft smile, her resolve unshaken despite Ed's reserved demeanor and her own hidden concerns. She silently reflected on her choices, masking vulnerabilities with calm expressions, her hands betraying faint trembles under the table. Ed's quiet acknowledgement hinted at a deeper understanding, though his words remained elusive, leaving Lortel's thoughts in restless circles. The fading sunlight illuminated that moment, framing their silent exchange with a warmth that softened the weight of the moment. Lortel, ever composed, resumed her tasks with newfound determination, concealing emotions behind her professionalism as she moved forward decisively. Lortel smiled to him. She pointed her index finger to Ed's chest. She smiled. She is only helping him like this out of her own selfish reason too. Ed raised his face, commanding attention with grace, his confidence unwavering as he explained for now she is still very much different. Her fiery aura intensified. Lortel still pointed his finger on Ed's chest. Lortel becomes serious and said that she will not be the only one. With precision, she smiled to him. Her eyes seems like speaking many words to him. Coquettish smile of hers remained the same. Lortel index finger that pointed to Ed's chest tremble. Ed realized that she using her skills as a merchant, she never revealed her true feelings. The academy courtyard bustled with students, the centerpiece fountain glistening under the sun as anticipation filled the lively atmosphere. Yennecar raised her staff, commanding attention with grace, her confidence unwavering as she prepared to demonstrate advanced magical techniques. Her fiery aura intensified, magic surging through her staff, a brilliant display of flames igniting the awe of onlookers. With precision, she summoned a controlled burst of fire, its mesmerizing glow casting a golden hue over the gathered crowd. Yennecar encouraged focus and discipline, her demonstrations serving as inspiration for those striving to reach her level of mastery. Ed nodded quietly, absorbing the instructions, his determination evident as he prepared to follow Anissa's lead in mastering fire magic. The fiery sphere in Ed's hand crackled, its unstable form threatening to burst, yet he maintained calm and focus. A brilliant explosion of flames erupted, revealing a fiery spirit emerging from the chaos, its form glowing with vibrant energy. The spirit saluted Ed with fiery enthusiasm, introducing itself as Mug, a low-ranking fire spirit eager to serve. Mug proudly detailed its selection process, emphasizing its capabilities while expressing excitement about forming a bond with Ed's magic. Mug proudly boasted about its training achievements, detailing its mastery of fire magic deep in the northern forest. Ed admired Mug's fiery enthusiasm, realizing its dedication and how it would push him to new levels of mastery. Their dynamic quickly proved unique. Mug's boundless energy and Ed's focus created an inspiring partnership that brightened the atmosphere. Reflecting on his past attempts, Ed felt a new appreciation for spirit contracts, seeing Mug as more than a tool. Amid training, Mug's intensity reminded Ed of a drill sergeant, its passion pushing him to keep up despite exhaustion. Mug's fiery aura intensified as it explained its rigorous selection process, emphasizing the effort involved in earning Ed's companionship. Ed's respect for Mug grew, especially as it shared stories of trials, teamwork, and the challenges of spirit bonding. Concentrating deeply, Ed worked to synchronize with Mug's power, knowing their collaboration was essential for future challenges ahead. A surge of energy marked their first synchronized spell, their connection glowing brightly as they unlocked new levels of power. Mug's light-hearted humor cut through the tension, claiming it could double as a portable heater for Ed's convenience. Their bond deepened further as Mug's cheerful determination inspired Ed, setting the stage for adventures filled with trust and growth. Mug's shared senses opened new tactical possibilities, reinforcing Ed's decision to trust in this fiery companion during critical moments. Ed laughed as Mug teased about his tired appearance, the partnership already bringing a sense of camaraderie to their journey. Ed reviewed Mug's magical stats, impressed by its potential despite its rank, seeing how it could complement his strategies. Together, they faced the horizon, ready to tackle the trials ahead with unwavering confidence and a spark of humor. Ed and Yennecar walked through the courtyard, their casual chatter blending with the vibrant energy of the academy grounds. Yennecar offered her help, her genuine enthusiasm lifting Ed's spirits as they discussed ways to improve his training regimen. A sudden blush crossed Yennecar's face as her words stumbled, revealing a deeper sincerity she struggled to put into words. Ed, oblivious to her nervousness, tried to ease the mood, focusing on the practicalities of their upcoming plans. Yennecar composed herself, determined to express her thoughts clearly, balancing her emotions with the camaraderie they had built over time. Yennecar reminded Ed about the importance of mutual effort, her advice steeped in both care and a hint of mischief. Realizing her point, Ed rummaged through his belongings, insisting on finding a token of gratitude for her unwavering support. Yennecar waved off his offer, stressing their friendship meant more, her words carrying warmth that melted Ed's awkward attempt. Their bond deepened further as they shared a laugh, the tension dissipating into the light-hearted atmosphere surrounding them. Yennecar's genuine concern for Ed shone through, her encouragement a reminder of how friendships thrived on honesty and shared goals. Ed reflected on Yennecar's words, realizing how her gentle push was a necessary balance to his often solitary efforts. She admitted her intentions, explaining how their friendship motivated her to support him while respecting his independent nature. Their walk ended with a promise to meet at the combat training hall, excitement brewing for their next challenge. The academy fountain sparkled under the sun, a fitting backdrop for the growing bonds and challenges shaping their shared path. Yennecar dashed off, her energy contagious, leaving Ed smiling as he prepared for the next steps in his journey. Yennecar waved goodbye, her enthusiasm lingering in Ed's mind as he returned to focus on honing his magical engineering skills. The newly acquired production skill expanded his understanding, allowing Ed to efficiently modify and enhance items he had collected earlier. In his dimly lit workspace, Ed worked late into the night, creating tools that reflected his growing magical proficiency. Using Mug's fire, Ed sustained warmth in his cabin, balancing mana use carefully to conserve resources for critical tasks. His shelter became a cozy haven, a safe place where his growing confidence flourished amidst challenges from the outside world. Ed reflected on the comfort of safety, finding solace in the mundane as it eased the weight of responsibility. Moonlight illuminated the cabin as Ed prepared to venture out, ensuring his traps were set for the approaching night. Thoughts of the Ophelis Hall incident stirred her resolve, his mind determined to uncover the mastermind behind its occupation. A creeping unease settled as Cleo walked through the forest, the familiar surroundings cloaked in an ominous midnight silence. The rustling of leaves broke the quiet, drawing Cleo's attention to a shadow moving just beyond his line of sight. Cleo's senses heightened, mana pulsing faintly as she scanned the area, unsure whether friend or foe awaited her. Whispers of a forgotten plot echoed in her mind, piecing together clues that pointed to a greater looming threat. A fleeting glimpse revealed figures moving stealthily, their intent unclear but their presence undeniably tied to Ophelis Hall's mystery. Cleo steadied her breathing, her determination burning bright as she prepared for the confrontation hidden within the forest shadows. The sound of footsteps approached, the tension thickening as Cleo faced the unknown, ready to protect everything she had built. Cleo hid in the shadows, her heart racing as her instincts warned her of an imminent and unseen danger. A chilling energy surged in the air as she noticed the mysterious figure surrounded by glowing violet magic. The moonlight revealed the face of Luce Mayfield, her commanding presence radiating power as she whispered cryptic words. Cleo's suspicions solidified, her trembling hands gripping tightly as she realized the connections tied to Ophelis Hall's ominous events. Her deductions stunned her. Ed Rothstaler was the one orchestrating the occupation of Ophelis Hall, the mastermind all of this. Smoke billowed from the distant cabin, faintly visible against the moonlit sky, signaling an unusual disturbance in the calm night. Ed silently approached the glowing campfire, his sharp eyes catching the scattered shadows dancing ominously around the area. Ed dropped a deer with a rope beside the fire, the movements deliberate, revealing a task shrouded in secrecy. Lucy crouched, blending into the shadows, observing the unfamiliar group, their strange rituals raising questions about their intentions. He stepped back, pondering his priorities, preparing for tomorrow's meeting or confronting this sudden, unsettling mystery before him. A sharp breath escaped Cleo's lips as he noticed Lucy bound near the fire, her expression calm but eyes sharp. Hidden behind a tree, she assessed that place, every rustle of leaves heightening the tension of his calculated rescue. Sneaking forward, Cleo kept her movements deliberate, her thoughts focused entirely on freeing Lucy without attracting unwanted attention. A quick motion sent a sharp blade cutting through the ropes, freedom for Lucy but a spark of chaos for others. Bright light flared from behind, catching them off guard as a spell disrupted their quiet escape attempt. Lucy spun to face her rescuer, her narrowed eyes meeting Cleo's, gratitude briefly overshadowed by the urgency of escape. Cleo explained to her that she is the assistant professor, but when she wants to continue her words, something bright is behind her. Turning quickly, Cleo caught sight of someone familiar among the guards, a revelation freezing her mid-step, heart pounding. Lucy ducked behind the trees, whispers of pursuit growing louder, the forest now a dangerous maze of hunters and prey. Cleo gestured toward Lucy, who was behind her, her sharp gaze scanning for Lucy, as Cleo quietly looking for her. Peeking from behind her hood, Lucy focused on the intense magical energy swirling through the night, signaling something unpredictable ahead. A burst of violet light illuminated the area, lifting Lucy effortlessly into the air as her form shimmered with raw power. Cleo below froze, stunned by the overwhelming magic cascading above them, turning the once lively campfire into eerie silence. Hovering mid-air, Cleo's gaze pierced to Lucy, her resolve hardening as she recognized the familiar faces amidst the chaos. With a sudden thud, Cleo told her professor about what she saw, the energy dissipating, leaving her alone yet confident amidst the curious eyes of the onlookers. The professor glared with stern authority, the sphere of power in her grasp glowing faintly, evidence of her unwavering expertise. Glast's response was measured, his calm demeanor masking the brewing tension as the weight of her expectations pressed heavily on him. She gestured to the glowing sphere, emphasizing the need for precision, her tone unwavering, but the challenge was unmistakable. Cleo adjusted her stance, her expression neutral but her mind racing, preparing to demonstrate the very skill she demanded perfection in. The golden light blazed once more, marking the start of her focused attempt as everyone watched, silent and expectant. A shadowed figure sat under the dim red light, his piercing gaze giving an aura of foreboding intent and hidden strength. Whispers filled the air, speculating his purpose, yet his calm composure seemed to dismiss their assumptions without uttering a word. A tense conversation followed in the office, documents scattered on the table as conflicting priorities collided with unresolved past events. Glast looking at her silently, taking the parchment with a determined expression, his resolve stealing with every passing moment of their interaction. The slam of the door echoed as Cleo stepped out, focused on his task, the weight of responsibility clear in his stride. The shadowed figure, Glast observed the scene with sharp eyes, analyzing every movement below with calm, calculated precision. The mission details aligned as expected. Taylor and his team were right on time, their actions deliberate and coordinated. With fluid movements, they engaged their targets, their teamwork and precision standing out amidst the tension in the dim light. The gifted swordsman, Ed, led the charge, his confident stance commanding the respect of his peers in the high-stakes moment. As the radiant magic flared, a surge of determination coursed through Glast's mind, his resolve shining against the odds. The orb of magic pulsed brighter in front of Glast, channeling energy into a powerful spell aimed at shifting the battlefield. A sudden explosion rocked the surroundings, sending debris flying as the fiery impact left a glowing crater in its wake. The weapon gleamed in the light, its intricate design symbolizing the skill and precision poured into its creation. The completed construction marked a pivotal achievement, further bolstering the strength of the group in the challenging confrontation. With renewed confidence, Ed charged forward, the fiery aftermath behind him igniting the resolve in his every movement. Ed grinned as the infusion worked flawlessly, the fiery companion beside him chirping with delight at the successful enchantment. He explained the intricacies of the infusion process, his tone confident, reflecting his growing mastery over the advanced technique. The spirited creature beside Ed burst into song, celebrating the moment with an impromptu melody that left him slightly flustered. Apologizing profusely, the fiery companion hovered nervously, its bright glow dimming slightly as it sought Ed's forgiveness for its misstep. Ed waved it off with a small smile, redirecting focus to the task ahead as the journey pressed forward. Ed dismissed the formalities, his tone firm, focusing on the unusual dynamics between spirits and their pursuit of acknowledgement. The fiery spirit eagerly explained its reasons, glancing nervously at Ed, trying to justify its ambitious attempts for recognition. Ed's expression remained neutral, his silence compelling the spirit to reveal more, its anxiety bubbling over into a comical outburst. Walking along the forest path, Ed listened patiently, balancing his firm demeanor with a quiet understanding of the spirit's struggles. The spirit, overcome with emotion, expressed gratitude and loyalty, its bright flames glowing warmly, reflecting its unwavering admiration for Ed. The spirit confessed its calculated decision to seek Ed, believing the partnership would accelerate its growth and abilities significantly. Ed sighed, his calm acceptance putting the spirit at ease, though its emotions still spilled over in exaggerated expressions. Walking ahead, Ed encouraged the spirit to adapt to the realities of survival, his words practical but not unkind. The fiery companion, reluctant but inspired, resolved to learn from Ed's guidance, its antics fading into focused determination. Their journey continued, the forest enveloping them in peaceful silence, as Ed reflected on the surprising complexities of the spirit's world. With a solid swing, the axe split the wood cleanly, Ed's practiced movements showcasing his self-reliant and disciplined routine. He surveyed his progress, his strength honed enough to handle physical tasks with ease, a testament to his disciplined lifestyle. The stocked shelves in his cabin reflected his hard work. No longer starving or desperate, he had secured a stable life. Ed juggled study and labor seamlessly, determined to excel in both theory and practice despite the exhausting demands on his time. Late at night, he leaned over his desk, sleep tugging at him, yet his dedication to improvement kept him pushing forward. Late at night, Ed dozed off at his desk, exhaustion catching up with him after hours of relentless study and planning. A sudden voice called his name, jolting him awake, as Yennekar's concerned expression filled his blurred vision. Yennekar approached, her worry evident, reminding Ed to take care of himself instead of overworking to the point of collapse. Sitting by the fire, Ed apologized, explaining how his thoughts had been consumed by his latest challenge, leading to his fatigue. Yennekar's gentle reminder resonated. Prioritizing health over ambition was just as vital for the battles they would face tomorrow. Sorting through 3 letters, Ed's eyes lingered on one, its elegant seal hinting at a message of great significance. The contents outlined a balance of power, revealing the tensions between factions that governed the Academy's delicate political structure. At the heart of the letter was a veiled warning about a key figure, one capable of upsetting this fragile order. Ed contemplated the significance of the sealed tome, its importance to both allies and enemies making his role even more critical. As dawn broke, he resolved to uncover the truth behind the faction's intentions, ready to act decisively when the time came. The ominous imagery of the crossed-out sigil weighed heavily on Ed, a stark reminder of the high stakes of his task. Excluding a powerful adversary from the upcoming conflict was crucial, as their influence could shift the tide against him. Ed mulled over the challenge of securing the sage's sealed tome, knowing its possession could determine the outcome of the ordeal. The letter revealed key insights, urging decisive action while extending an invitation to play a pivotal role in the brewing conflict. Standing by the fountain, someone talked to the woman that he has returned from the northern forest, his resolve hardening as he prepared to step into the unfolding events. Someone greeted an old acquaintance in the courtyard, their casual conversation masking the weight of the secrets they both carried. The conversation shifted to a tome of immense value, its significance tied to the Academy's delicate political and magical balance. The stranger explained the risks of keeping the tome, its aura attracting those who sought its power for their own gain. That woman listened carefully, pondering how such a relic could fall into the wrong hands and disrupt the fragile peace. The encounter ended with a cryptic remark, leaving her with more questions than answers about her next steps. A figure clad in red approached Lortel, her formal demeanor suggesting a request of importance, though her presence carried a hint of tension. She humbly asked for the opportunity to join her efforts, surprising her with her sudden change of heart. Her sharp words hinted at her motives, but that woman's composed expression betrayed nothing as she assessed her sincerity. A fleeting mention of negotiations involving Ed's name sparked curiosity, revealing connections that ran deeper than he initially suspected. The conversation ended with full-on confusion on that woman's face, though she remained wary of the true reasons behind her unexpected alliance. The woman elaborated on the conflicts within the factions, each vying for dominance, their intentions masked by politics and alliances. She revealed her motivations, aligning with Ed not out of friendship but due to shared enemies and overlapping goals. Sipping her tea, she spoke of the ongoing struggles, her words laced with subtle warnings about the dangers ahead. That woman carefully considered her offer, understanding the necessity of temporary alliances, though trust would remain a distant possibility. Lortel looked at her. She reflected on the complexities of their world, where even allies could become adversaries in a heartbeat. Lortel explained her intentions to step in. Concerned about Ed being dragged into the chaotic and politically charged situation, she expressed genuine worry for Ed, emphasizing how misunderstandings about his past affiliations could unfairly harm his current standing. Lortel's resolve to support Ed became clear, her willingness to use her authority showing her dedication to protecting his position. While that woman stayed composed, Lortel's persistence highlighted her determination to ensure fairness in a world often dictated by misunderstandings. She paused, looking across the table, awaiting that woman's acknowledgement of her efforts, the moment heavy with unspoken understanding. That woman's calm demeanor faltered slightly as Lortel declared her willingness to use every resource available to secure her goals. She reached for her cup, the small motion adding weight to her declaration, her confidence unwavering in the quiet exchange. The gravity of Lortel's words left a ripple of tension as her bold approach surprised even her for a moment. Lortel's subtle smirk hinted at her assurance, her words carefully chosen to challenge that woman's own approach to influence and control. With her gaze steady, Lortel conveyed her belief in her power, leaving her to ponder her bold and direct strategy. Lortel slammed the table, her sharp gaze commanding attention. Tensions flared as the room stilled in silence. Princess Penya's calm demeanor masked her growing unease. An alliance, even temporary, demanded trust amidst these stormy interactions. Lortel stepped closer, her firm tone carrying unspoken weight. Lessons of trust and power echoed within her determined eyes. Warning clear, Lortel's steady gaze challenged the room. Her cautionary words left a lingering sense of unease behind. Penya exhaled softly, pushing away thoughts of indignation. Alliances demanded resolve even when power dynamics tilted sharply. Lortel's boots echoed against the cobblestone, her determined stride drawing attention amidst the bustling crowd. Focus lingered in her gaze. The lively streets provided no answers. Penya wondered if she was seen as a force for order or chaos. A sudden commotion shifted her focus. Her instincts sharpened as she assessed the scene with a cautious, knowing expression. Ed and Yahello stirred, their movements confident but reckless. Lortel's presence loomed, a subtle reminder of discipline they often ignored. The group straightened, recognizing her intent. Leadership wasn't just about commands, it demanded accountability from everyone, even those at the top. Lortel's expression shifted to a playful grin as she led the group inside, her confidence lighting the dim shop. A glimmering display of enchanted trinkets captured everyone's attention. Each item seemed to hum with untapped energy and potential. The group's excitement grew as Lortel revealed her find. Rare artifacts gleamed brightly, promising power to those daring enough to use them. Yanerka fumbled an item, its intricate craftsmanship almost wasted. Lortel's amused smirk hinted at a deeper understanding of their value. It's not about appearances, Lortel thought, watching them struggle. It's about utility and the ability to adapt under pressure. Ed's gratitude masked hesitation. Accepting a gift without strings felt unnatural, but Lortel's insistence carried a strange sense of reassurance. A fleeting sensation of unease gripped Ed, as if the weight of expectations had tethered itself invisibly to his resolve. His mind wandered, thoughts sinking into an all-too-familiar realm. The sense of floating brought clarity, yet confusion lingered. Memories swirled like currents underwater, tugging at his consciousness. Ed recognized the pull, though its origin remained veiled in mystery. Emerging, Ed refocused, eyes sharper. The tasks ahead were plenty, yet a lingering unease suggested unseen challenges brewing beneath the surface. The dimly lit cabin offered quiet reprieve. Ed considered his to-do list, crafting, cleaning, and preparing for days ahead. His thoughts drifted to resourcefulness. Every small improvement to his surroundings brought tangible relief, reminding him of survival's constant demands. The sight of a half-prepared deer carcass evoked determination. Each task, no matter how mundane, was vital for endurance. Ed's focus was sharp, yet a faint tug at his consciousness reminded him of deeper, unresolved mysteries lurking in the past. A voice broke through the haze. His name echoed, pulling him back to the present. Concern surrounded him like ripples in water. Sunlight filtered through the Academy's grand windows. Penia sat in deep thought, the weight of recent revelations gnawing at her resolve. The intricate dynamics of survival revealed truths she had long overlooked. Focus and judgment clashed in her restless contemplation. Memories of Ed's unwavering determination surfaced, shifting her perspective. Survival wasn't just about strength, it was about calculated action. Penia realized her insights had been limited. The stories whispered about Ed held lessons she had yet to fully grasp. Resolute, she turned to the ceremonial artifact. Understanding its role in the broader scheme was now her responsibility to bear. A concerned gaze fell on Claire's exhausted figure. Whispers of his relentless effort hinted at a toll too heavy to bear. The word collapsed carried weight. Penia's expression shifted, understanding the unseen cost of determination that pushed beyond physical limits. A status screen appeared, stark and unyielding, exhaustion. The consequences of pushing boundaries demanded rest, a lesson often ignored. In the quiet, Ed stirred faintly. The fragile balance between willpower and body's limits had been stretched dangerously thin. Rest wasn't optional anymore. The battle against his own limitations began, challenging Ed to prioritize survival over relentless ambition. Breathing felt labored as Ed awoke, body heavy and movements sluggish. The toll of overwork left undeniable traces on him. Sunlight spilled into the room, a faint warmth contrasting the cold fatigue gripping him. Rest remained elusive, even in slumber. A soft murmur escaped him as dreams melded with reality. The line between exhaustion and recovery blurred into a surreal haze. Nearby, his companions exchanged worried glances. Even in rest, Ed's struggle was apparent, a reminder of their shared vulnerabilities. The memories about Lucy, the serene morning masked the silent battles waging within. Recovery required patience, a resource as rare as strength. Ed lay motionless, his body unresponsive. The stillness weighed heavily on him, a stark reminder of his depleted strength. The unfamiliar blanket covering him hinted at care. The LT Company's resources extended beyond missions, offering quiet support. Hunger gnawed faintly at Lucy Core, a sign of life returning. Even small needs felt monumental in his fragile state. A flicker of green light surrounded him, energy pulsating gently. Magic, once dormant, began to stir and realign within. The voice nearby confirmed it. Recovery had started. Months of strain unraveled, leaving Ed with hope for strength yet to come. Ed's glowing aura revealed magic's quiet repair. Lucy, ever watchful, reflected on the fragility of life amidst recovery. The past weighed heavily on Lucy. Memories of loss mingled with her determination to ensure Ed's strength endured the trials ahead. Green energy pulsed faintly as Ed's body regained strength. The unspoken bond of companionship lent courage to both of them. Lucy's quiet resolve deepened as she remembered the pain of watching others succumb to sickness. Her vow strengthened silently. Gratitude filled the cabin's quiet air. Their shared experiences reminded them that survival was never achieved alone but through trust. The soft creak of the door stirred Ed awake. Ziggs stepped inside, his presence carrying a spark of curiosity. Ziggs, from the magic department, observed the glowing traces of magic. His mind raced with the implications of Ed's condition. Ed shifted slightly, his body still heavy with exhaustion. Ziggs studied him, marveling at the resilience that defined his character. The cabin's quiet felt like a fragile bubble, a momentary refuge from the relentless demands of the academy. Outside, a gust of wind swept the grounds. The world kept moving, though for Ed, the focus remained on recovery. Ziggs studied Ed with amused curiosity, his question tinged with playful intrigue. Ed's reputation had grown in unexpected directions. Reflecting on his actions, Ed realized the connections he formed weren't just strategies, they carried unintended consequences and responsibilities. The crackling fire filled the silence. Both companions contemplated their roles, the burdens of power and the unseen costs. Ziggs shifted his focus, noting Ed's slightly changed appearance. Even small details spoke volumes about the trials he had endured. The quiet moment passed, and Ziggs smiled faintly. Both knew the next steps were inevitable, but this pause offered clarity. Ed grimaced at the bland food, but hunger left no room for complaints. Survival often meant settling for less. Ziggs mused over recent developments, noting how small decisions carried ripples. Each choice moved their shared story forward, knowingly or not. A fleeting thought about Academy troublemakers brought a smirk to Ed's face. Every act, good or bad, shaped their path. Tales of Taili's underground skirmishes echoed through the conversation, a reminder of the hidden battles fought to maintain balance. Progress meant sacrifice, and their stride so far had built a foundation. Chapter 5 of their shared journey was taking form. Ed reflected on his unexpected 10-day absence, the weight of lost time pressing heavily on his mind and shoulders. Ziggs detailed recent events, from academy disruptions to preparation for the battle ahead. Every piece fit into a larger puzzle. Ed's companions carried on in his absence, their actions keeping the balance as he rested. Trust in teamwork proved vital. Thoughts of tomorrow lingered. Negotiations, alliances, and strategies collided, reminding Ed that recovery wasn't the end, action was inevitable. Determined, Ed ate all the food. The days ahead required focus and resilience, no matter how unprepared he might feel after his rest. Ed jolted upright, realizing the urgency of upcoming events. His recovery left no time to fully prepare for what awaited. The academy bustled with activity as news of the battle spread. The atmosphere grew charged with anticipation and unspoken tension. The LT Company's role became clear: protect their stake in the chaos to ensure their survival amidst powerful factions. Lortel's commanding presence was a stark contrast to the mounting uncertainty. Her leadership held the group together during pivotal moments. Steps echoed in the hall as the battle for the sage's sealed tome loomed closer. The stakes had never been higher. The ornate pendant gleamed faintly under the dim light, a symbol of authority and the burdens carried by its bearer. Kreppen Rothstaler stood tall, his calculated smile hiding decades of cunning and power, making his presence an overwhelming force. The Academy's spires gleamed in the morning sun, promising another day filled with challenges and uneasy alliances within its grand halls. Sitting at the dining table, Penya eating her food, her expression revealed years of burdens disguised under polished manners. A solemn pause filled the air as Kreppen reflected on the years gone by and the decisions weighing on him. The disownment letter of Ed Rothstaler lay before him, a stark reminder of the fallout from one reckless mistake. Straightening his posture, Kreppen brushed aside his guilt. The past was settled, but the scars it left remained fresh. The tension thickened as Kreppen locked eyes with another noble, Penya. Every word exchanged carried implications beyond the walls of the room. With careful diplomacy, Penya outlined the next step. His resolve masked the unease bubbling beneath his measured tone. His shadowed thoughts revealed the truth beneath his poised exterior. A villain's schemes lurked, weaving intricate plans with cold precision. Kreppen then looking at Lortel, who sat behind him. He'd think that Lortel might be the representative of the LT Company. Yet, amidst the veiled maneuvers, Lortel sought a way to emerge unscathed. She bowed to him and introducing herself to him as Lortel Keheland. The negotiations reached their climax as the table of nobles considered the precious artifact, its value far outweighing monetary cost. The Saint-Sealed Tome was no ordinary relic. Whispers claimed it held ancient secrets capable of altering fates entirely. Each noble weighed their next move. The stakes had shifted, and hesitation could mean losing more than gold or pride. The bidding commenced, tension mounting with every passing second, strategies intertwined as the room braced for the highest bid. Behind the scenes, hidden motives unraveled. Kreppen knew securing the tome was vital. His plans depended on its power entirely. The bidding room was tense, with participants bracing themselves. Everyone knew this auction was more than just acquiring a simple relic. The auctioneer's decision cut through the silence, announcing the rules. Only 2 bidders remained, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Penya's sharp gaze swept over the competition, studying their resolve. She could sense hesitation in the opponent's moves. The room seemed to hold its breath as Crepin weighed his options. The tome was invaluable, but so was leverage. As the bids escalated, Penya leaned forward. Her strategy was clear: to outlast and overwhelm his opponent through sheer determination. The auction continued, but the tone shifted. Penya looking at Lortel and think that she must be aware of countless other price ranges. Lortel smirked on it. But Crepin seems didn't understand what the situation here. When he decided to sign up the document without thinking about anything, Crepin signing the document, calculating the consequences of pursuing this treasure, another battle of wits, another chance to secure dominance. The auctioneer's call echoed as bids surged higher. Nobles around the table threw caution aside, blinded by the lure of power. Penya remained calm, masking her anxiety. She knew this was no ordinary battle. It was a defining moment for her legacy. As the bids closed, tension reached its peak. Lortel's bold strategy faced its final test against her rival's audacious moves. The auctioneer revealed the bids, and a hush fell over the room. Crepin's victory or loss hinged on this moment. Crepin Rothstaler looking to in front of him, his subtle challenge signaling the start of an entirely new rivalry beyond this auction. Crepin Rothstaler, 8.500 gold. Relief washed over him briefly, but doubt lingered. Had his sacrifice truly secured his goals? Crepin straightened, resolved. Victory today was just the beginning. He would not rest until his family's name commanded ultimate respect. The room froze as the final bid, 9,400 gold, was announced. The LT company's dominance left everyone stunned. A quiet bow followed, leaving Crepin to silently fume. He realized her goal wasn't profit, it was something far more profound. Crepin stood abruptly, his plans unraveling. His opponent's composure hinted at a deeper strategy, one that unsettled him completely. With measured steps, the LT company's representative departed. Penya's thoughts churned. What connection did Lortel Kaeland have with this mysterious outcome? Suspicion crept into her mind. Could this series of moves be orchestrated for a purpose beyond the auction's scope? Lortel's smirk hinted at her real intentions. The seemingly random bids were calculated pieces in a larger plan unfolding perfectly. Sliding into the shadows, she clutched her notes. This wasn't just about the tome. It was about justice for her cause. Lortel trailed her movements, recalling past decisions that led to enemies in unexpected places. Trust was becoming a rare commodity. Somewhere, unseen forces aligned, stirring restlessness among nobles. The stakes went beyond wealth or prestige, they hinted at deeper treachery. Penya paused at the balcony, her eyes scanning the horizon. Remember about Lortel words before. Quietly, she vowed to ensure Ed's schemes unraveled entirely. Ed Rothstaler's name echoed in whispers, hinting at a defiance that once challenged Crepin's authority. The fallout was far from over. A sudden confrontation disrupted the hall, turning eyes to the chaos. The truth of Crepin's shadowy past loomed dangerously close. The princess stood trembling, grappling with her role in this web of deceit. Guilt pierced her heart like a blade. Beyond the turmoil, a revelation stirred. Misunderstandings layered with secrets might shape the future in ways no one anticipated. As the academy loomed in the distance, the stage was set for a battle where resolve and truth would collide. Lortel calculated the profits from selling the tome, considering every gold piece gained from her bold maneuver against Crepin. Her sharp glance revealed deeper plans, each step carefully laid out to ensure nothing disrupted the balance of power. The parchment bore intricate details outlining promises and alliances. A single misstep could unravel the delicate threads she'd woven. Her lips curled in amusement. Securing favors from unlikely allies she knew would soon tip the scales in her favor. As the sun set, Lortel reclined, her resolve unwavering. Every move brought her closer to achieving her ultimate vision. The fiery horizon mirrored the uncertainty lingering over the academy. Every victory revealed hidden motives, and alliances shifted like sand. Morning letters delivered subtle messages. The words carried coded warnings, their meaning understood only by those entangled in the intrigue. Ed watched the flames dance. His silence reflected both resolve and a growing awareness of the forces closing in. Though his heart carried guilt for past actions, Ed's focus remained on surviving this elaborate game orchestrated by unseen hands. Rising, Ed steeled himself. The path forward required more than strategy. It demanded he trust in those he'd once doubted. Yennecar arrived breathless, her excitement evident. Her presence reminded Ed that, amidst chaos, moments of genuine camaraderie still existed in the academy. With laughter and relief, the companions exchanged stories. The weight of past misunderstandings lifted, at least for now. Rumors swirled around them, each whisper twisting truths. Ed's connection to Yennecar became both a strength and a vulnerability. A playful scuffle interrupted the serious undertones. For a brief moment, the world outside their group felt less menacing. As they stood together, Ed realized bonds forged here would decide not only their survival, but the fate of their world. Mug's arrival startled Ed, though his exaggerated guilt seemed more of a distraction than genuine remorse for his absence. Mug rambled on, his fiery presence emphasizing his sincere apology. Ed sighed, unsure if he could stay annoyed with him. The mention of 10 days unconscious jolted Ed, his mind racing through missed opportunities and critical tasks left undone. Realizing the deer carcass had spoiled, Ed grimaced. Resources were scarce, and losing them set his survival plans back. A faint buzzing from nearby interrupted his thoughts. Something ominous seemed to be brewing, demanding his immediate attention. The fishing net floated empty in the water, torn from neglect. Ed's carelessness had cost him yet another resource. Staring at the ripples, Ed reflected on his dwindling supplies. The weight of rebuilding from scratch pressed heavily on him. Yennecar and another friend approached, their supportive smiles easing Ed's frustration. Survival felt more manageable with willing allies by his side. Offering their help, they began strategizing for the next exam. A sense of teamwork brought clarity to the chaos. One task at a time, Ed reminded himself. With their encouragement, his resolve to overcome challenges strengthened. Ed stood before the ramshackle shelter from his past. Its fragile frame reminded him how far he'd come since then. Memories of solitary nights plagued by insects returned, each moment a testament to his grit during those desperate early days. Despite the hardships, Ed had persevered. The contrast between his lonely past and present support left him feeling grateful. His friends stood beside him now, their warmth a reminder that survival wasn't meant to be faced alone. Ed smiled faintly. Though progress was slow, every step forward proved his determination to thrive against the odds. Ed smiled faintly, determined to press forward. Exhaustion lingered, but he trusted his resolve to guide him through challenges. Yennecar watched him closely, noting his tired posture. The trials had left their mark, yet Ed refused to waver. Discussions shifted as a majestic creature emerged, its azure form radiating power. This was no ordinary beast, it was Marilda. Marilda's calculating gaze unsettled Yennecar, who realized the importance of observing her behavior and learning from her clever, elusive tactics. First impressions matter, Yennecar thought, glancing at her disheveled attire. Adjustments were essential to leave a mark on Marilda's memory. Yennecar's confidence faltered briefly, but Marilda's sharp intellect drew his admiration. A fleeting exchange sparked an unexpected mutual respect between them. With a playful remark, Marilda hinted at hidden tests, challenging their wits. The dynamic between her and Yennecar became captivating. Marilda's lessons were practical and steeped in strategy, emphasizing the importance of understanding both allies and opponents in critical moments. While Yennecar absorbed her wisdom, she reminded him to tread cautiously. Impulsiveness, she warned, often led to missteps in high-stakes situations. Their dialogue ended with an unspoken understanding. Both had much to gain from one another's insights in the days ahead. A sudden shift in Marilda's demeanor brought tension. Her keen senses picked up on an approaching force hidden in the shadows. A sharp howl pierced the air, Marilda signaling danger. Yennecar braced herself, realizing this trial required both courage and composure. Shadows loomed, and a mysterious figure emerged. Marilda's stance reflected a mix of authority and readiness to confront the intruder. Recognizing the stakes, Yennecar steadied herself. She understood this encounter could shift alliances or reveal critical truths they had long sought. Yennecar leaned in, whispering a plan. Marilla nodded, trusting her strategy to navigate the impending confrontation without needless conflict. The evening air was crisp, the forest illuminated by soft moonlight. Marilda paused to admire the cleverness of Yennecar's plan. As the night deepened, Ed returned to the cabin. A warm fire flickered, casting shadows across the wooden walls. Yennecar's stew simmered over the flames, its aroma filling the room. Ed marveled at how it surpassed Ziggs's cooking. Ed realized he had much to learn from Yennecar, especially in practical skills. For now, recovery took priority. Resting in bed, Ed felt a mild fever creeping in. Fatigue lingered, but determination to improve kept him grounded. The creak of the door jolted Ed awake. His heavy eyelids lifted, struggling to focus on the shadowy figure entering. A faint voice broke the silence. Yennecar leaned in, her playful gaze catching Ed off guard as she teased lightly. Peeking mischievously through the doorway, Yennecar's grin widened. Her intentions seemed unclear, yet her energy was as infectious as ever. Yennecar entered the dimly lit room, her warm smile a stark contrast to the tension hanging in the air. Sitting beside Ed's bed, she softly placed a comforting hand on the ground, her presence like a calming balm. Ed tried to act composed, but Yennecar's gentle demeanor made it hard to hide the exhaustion etched on his face. Yennecar's steady gaze pierced through Ed's mask, her concern evident as she quietly reminded him he didn't have to pretend. As Yennecar recounted her own struggles, she leaned closer, her words a soothing reminder of the strength found in company. Yennecar's words carried a weight of kindness, her voice steady as she reassured Ed of his efforts and resilience. Ed's initial resistance softened, her quiet insistence made him confront the truth. He was pushing himself beyond his limits. Yennecar leaned in closer, her eyes shining with determination, as if willing Ed to accept the vulnerability he so feared. Overwhelmed, Ed finally let his guard down, allowing himself to acknowledge the toll the relentless days had taken on him. With a gentle sigh, Ed smiled faintly, her presence a quiet anchor, letting Ed rest without judgment or expectation. As the light filtered through the room, Ed stirred, his body heavy with fatigue but his mind oddly at peace. Ed told the truth to Yennecar that it is really difficult. Meanwhile, Yennecar listened to him calmly, know exactly what Ed's mean. The soft chirping of birds accompanied the faint warmth of sunlight, marking a quiet moment of much-needed stillness. Rising from his bed, Ed looked towards the window, his thoughts drifting to Sylvia's unwavering support the previous evening. He exhaled deeply, realizing how her simple presence had helped lift a weight he hadn't known he was carrying. Yennecar leaned against Ed, a soft embrace offering silent encouragement, her actions conveying what words couldn't in the stillness. Ed's lips curved into a faint smile, her warmth melting away the weariness, grounding him in the present moment. Rising with new energy, Ed laughing, his body feeling lighter, his resolve renewed after the much-needed reprieve. Reviewing his progress, Ed examined the detailed skills he had honed, every ability reflecting his diligence and unwavering determination. The screen of achievements displayed vividly in his mind, reminding him of the effort it took to get here. Ed wiped hair, his mind racing with the intricacies of advanced magic engineering that now lay within his grasp. Each skill represented countless hours of practice, their utility proving to be unparalleled when compared to standard abilities. He meticulously disassembled and reassembled magical artifacts, each process a step closer to mastery, despite the inherent limitations. Formulas and blueprints danced in his head, their complexity reminding him of the challenges that lay ahead in his craft. He smirked at the thought of allies like Taeli, who had little interest but endless faith in his path. Materials scattered before him told a story of scarcity, their rarity a constant obstacle he had to overcome creatively. The scroll before him glowed faintly, an incomplete recipe, waiting for the rare components required to bring it to life. Ed's mind wandered briefly. His reliance on a resourceful ally was invaluable, bridging the gap between theory and practice. Sitting under the open sky, Lortel's light-hearted presence contrasted his intense focus, grounding him in moments of shared camaraderie. Her playful remark about her appearance drew a chuckle, her humor breaking through the monotony of Ed's focused endeavors. Ed and Lortel sat in the quiet forest, their surroundings offering a serene break from the Academy's relentless challenges. Lortel mentioned her plans, her voice carrying determination as she spoke of opportunities and responsibilities she hoped to take on. Ed listened intently, impressed by her vision, realizing how much she valued collaboration and the balance required for leadership. Lortel's boldness made her plans sound enticing, her energy contagious as she outlined her vision for managing a successful group. She smiled confidently, her face glowing with excitement, as if daring Ed to imagine their potential future partnership. Lortel leaned back, her expression shifting to one of mock concern, teasing Ed about his own dedication to their shared efforts. Ed kept calm, shaking his head at her playfulness. He asked to her that going so far with him is going to be a little strange. Lortel tugged her hood forward, her expression softening, a reminder of the trust and respect that underscored their growing bond. She whispered her commitment to their cause, her confidence in Ed evident as she vowed to remain a steadfast partner. Ed looking at her, her words are right, especially when Lortel said that Ed has no intention of being anything but business partners. Lortel described a world ruled by ambition, where trust was scarce, and alliances were forged only when necessary for survival. Her words painted a vivid picture of betrayal, greed, and the challenges of navigating a cutthroat society driven by power. Yet, she emphasized the importance of loyalty, someone who would stand beside you even when the odds were overwhelming. Ed felt her conviction, her voice tinged with both wisdom and vulnerability, revealing fears that drove her determination to succeed. In that moment, Ed resolved to honor her trust, silently vowing to support her dreams, no matter the cost. Lortel's gaze softened, her words laced with vulnerability as she requested something simple yet deeply meaningful, to stay by her side. Ed observed her carefully, caught off guard by the sincerity in her eyes, realizing the depth of her unspoken emotions. Lortel chuckled, her attempt at lightening the mood almost working, though Ed's subtle smile betrayed his growing understanding of her thoughts. She teased Ed further, her confident demeanor hiding the earnestness of her request, leaving him contemplative yet silently amused. Her green eyes sparkled with mischief as she explained her tactics, knowing full well she had caught Ed off guard. Lortel's words lingered as they sat by the water, the steady trickle of the stream blending with the quiet moment. Despite her playful tone, her words hinted at a truth she seldom expressed, a longing for stability amidst unpredictable challenges. Ed looked at her thoughtfully, deciding to match her vulnerability with honesty, his determination to support her quietly strengthening. The Academy's pressures might have loomed over them, but Lortel's resolve made her plans feel achievable, her trust giving Ed strength. As the sun dipped lower, Sylvia's expression turned contemplative, her thoughts on the path ahead mingling with quiet gratitude for Ed's support. Lortel smirked when Ed admitted uncertainty about his post-graduation plans, her confidence in the present moment contrasting her hesitation about the future. She rose, her movements deliberate, as if reinforcing her belief in the choices she had yet to make. With a teasing remark, she reminded Ed of his own unwavering commitment, her smile a playful nudge toward his determination. Her departing words carried an undertone of trust, her genuine warmth reflecting her gratitude for their shared camaraderie and understanding. As she walked away, Ed stood motionless, grappling with the quiet weight of her trust and the path they both pursued. Lortel smirked as she walked away, her triumphant expression hiding the swirling emotions that followed their heartfelt conversation. He is hers now, she thought to herself, her determination renewed, though the thought carried an unexpected warmth she didn't acknowledge. Ed sat quietly, reflecting on her words, his mind wandering to the impact her presence had already made in his life. She realized her trust had changed him, breaking down walls he didn't know he had built around his goals and emotions. Watching her retreating figure, Ed sighed, knowing their bond had solidified into something unspoken yet unbreakable in its quiet depth. The silence was shattered as another figure, Yennecar, burst through the door, disrupting the stillness of Ed's thoughts. Lortel, back from the river, caught the commotion, her curious gaze falling on an unexpected visitor in the midst of chaos. The tension in the room escalated as Lortel questioned the intruder, her sharp gaze conveying authority despite the situation's absurdity. The interruption left Ed on edge as he grappled with balancing the bonds he valued and the challenges that persisted. Lortel's sharp instincts kicked in, preparing for what felt like the beginning of yet another unpredictable and turbulent chapter. Morning light filtered through the trees as Ed worked diligently, chopping wood while mulling over the increasing demands of daily life. The voice in his mind nagged him to maintain balance, reminding him that overworking would only weaken his already strained body. A golden aura, mugs flickered nearby, as if the forest itself held secrets waiting for Ed to uncover and utilize. Reflecting on recent days, Ed felt gratitude for Lortel's unwavering presence, knowing her support had made his burdens lighter to bear. As Ed glanced at the letters in his hand, he sighed deeply, anticipating the challenges still waiting to be addressed. Ed stared at the sealed letter, unease creeping into his thoughts as he anticipated its contents and the challenges ahead. The faint glow of magical seals hinted at the importance of the letter, raising questions about its sender's intentions. His heart sank as he recognized the sender, Professor Glast, a name that carried weight and a dangerous reputation. The memories of past exhaustion returned, reminding Ed of how Glast's demands always pushed him beyond his physical and mental limits. As the letter's magic faded, Ed realized this marked the beginning of a new, inevitable chapter in his journey. Glast, revered as the great sage's foremost scholar, stood as a controversial figure in the world of magic and academia. With celestial magic bending natural laws, he aimed to revive ancient powers and reshape the future with his grand ideals. However, his ambitions often clashed with morality, his willingness to risk everything leading to desperate, questionable decisions. In pursuit of his goals, Glast defied all boundaries, stealing forbidden knowledge and betraying allies to achieve his impossible dreams. Yet beneath the scholar's brilliance lay the dangerous obsession of a man blinded by his vision of progress. Glast's relentless pursuit of magic led him to summon a colossal tower, the culmination of years of research and ambition. His ultimate plan centered on extracting knowledge through resonance rituals, aiming to manipulate the fabric of magical existence itself. Opponents challenged him at every turn, but the tower became a stage for Glast's defiant final stand against them. As the tower crumbled, Glast's last words were cryptic, leaving behind an enigmatic legacy that would haunt the world forever. Ed clenched his fists, knowing the final battle had only set the stage for greater struggles in the days ahead. At the same time Ed faced his own challenges, Ayla found herself entangled in an eerie confrontation with unsettling figures. Her usual confidence wavered as she yelled at the shadowy figure, her emotions a mix of fear and defiance. The dimly lit room amplified the tension as she tried to assert control, but her voice betrayed her growing panic. Suddenly, the name Ed Rothstaler echoed, her desperate cry breaking through the eerie silence, revealing her faith in his support. Slumped against the cold floor, Ayla's exhaustion showed, a quiet resolve forming as she admitted her own predicament. She had been captured. Ed took a deep breath, steeling himself. The weight of what lay ahead was suffocating, but his resolve remained unbroken. The academy stood tall, its walls radiating power. 3 days ago, the fate of Glast was set in motion. A rustic wooden cabin served as his retreat, where he reflected on missed days spent recovering from intense training. Holding the intricate gear, he lamented wasted time yet resolved to refine his skills before the subjugation began. Balancing magic engineering and combat felt impossible without better blueprints. The lack of resources weighed heavily on his plans. A sudden memory surfaced, an old formula that could drastically enhance his progress if he dared to retrieve it. The intricate blueprint etched into his mind revealed a technique to boost magic stats quickly, but it carried risks. The subjugation of Glast loomed, divided into phases. Each stage would test their strength and resolve beyond limits. Phase 3, the secret laboratory, was infamous. Securing it required precision, stealth, and mastering the dangers lurking within. The library's spectral guardian, a formidable opponent, guarded invaluable knowledge that many sought yet feared to challenge directly. His focus wasn't on the guardian but on the rare scrolls that held secrets of unparalleled magic engineering. The desk scattered with alchemy supplies reminded him of the formulas left behind, essential to his rapid development plan. He weighed the danger, recalling the formula's location. The odds were against him, but time left no choice. With a glance, his resolve solidified. He would embark alone, trusting his instincts to navigate the peril ahead. The academy loomed in the distance, its grandeur masking the struggles within. He knew returning victorious would demand everything. Standing at the podium, the instructor outlined their mission. Determination burned within him as the path to Glast began. The Academy's LT class was filled with talent, each student excelling in unique ways, shaping an intense atmosphere of competition. Ziggs suddenly raised his hand. It feels like he wanted to ask about something to that class. He supposed he heard something about Ayla being very susceptible to celestial magic. Glancing at his peers, he wondered if pure talent alone dictated their future, or if effort could truly surpass limitations. A question lingered. Was it fair to value only natural talent, dismissing those who worked tirelessly to overcome their inherent weaknesses? The weight of decisions hung heavy on his mind, reflecting on the burdens placed on students who sought to prove themselves. The lecture hall quieted as the instructor emphasized the dangers of misplaced encouragement, warning against pushing unprepared students toward unreachable goals. Lortel sighed, remembering stories of students who collapsed under pressure, their failures haunting both themselves and the mentors who guided them. Details about Glast's daughter surfaced. Though ordinary, her father's belief in her talent propelled her into challenges beyond her ability. As a parent, Glast's faith was understandable, but his misplaced expectations led to decisions that ultimately put her in peril. Believing in her potential, she joined a raid too early, her lack of preparation becoming a catalyst for devastating consequences. The raid became a grim reminder of recklessness born from ambition. Her loss left Glast consumed by guilt and regret. The tragedy shifted Glast's focus, driving him to research celestial magic, an enigmatic field that promised answers to unspeakable losses. His obsession with talent became evident, a reflection of his desperation to avoid repeating the pain of his past mistakes. Celestial magic, though mysterious, seemed less about power and more about redemption, a tool to rewrite the rules of fate. In the quiet of his studies, Glast sought not power but absolution, chasing the elusive dream of undoing the irreversible. The great sage, Sylvania, was a legendary figure, hailed as history's most brilliant genius in the realm of magic. Her groundbreaking research on celestial magic relied heavily on dragon-fed mana, a resource both rare and fiercely guarded. Lortel reminded the class of Sylvania's unmatched achievements, stressing the importance of their own pursuit of magical understanding. until Glast calling her name. Lortel listened, determined to secure his role in the ritual. The looming responsibility weighed on him heavily. Through the resonance ritual, the tome's ownership would transfer. Lortel knew her preparation had to be flawless for success. The day ended with a sharp reminder: the resonance ritual was imminent, and every moment of preparation was crucial. Ed, thinking about something, formulating a risky plan. Tailing Taily closely would provide insights and possibly rewards to enhance his strategy. As Taily forged ahead, Ed followed, ready to claim any valuable items left behind during their perilous exploration. A checklist of treasures occupied Ed's thoughts. Each artifact promised to significantly bolster his capabilities in the coming trials. Among them, Glock's Eyes and Delheim's Hourglass were paramount, artifacts rumored to unlock new dimensions of celestial magic's potential. Ed muttered to himself, confident the artifacts wouldn't serve Taily's purpose. Claiming them would be a step toward his goals. Securing the items, he intended to verify Taily's success before retreating, completing his own mission without unnecessary conflict. The subjugation began with plans in motion. Ed enlisted Yennecar for the underground search, trusting her expertise despite his guilt. Yennecar's unexpected enthusiasm brought reassurance. Her unwavering support eased his doubts, convincing him their journey into the depths would succeed. With determination and a capable ally, Ed braced for the challenges ahead, ready to conquer both his fears and ambitions. Cleo called Ed and said that Professor Glass would like to see him. Ed, looking at her, feeling curious because Yennecar told him that Cleo visited his cabin few days ago. Ed hesitated and, feeling confused, said that he will go to the Professor Glast's office, wondering what is the real motive behind this all. Ed steps into Professor Glast's office, greeted by his stern expression. The room feels heavy, tension unmistakable. The academy looms outside, its grandeur masking the unease Ed feels. Whatever lies ahead will test him beyond expectations. In the office, a sudden aura emerges. Ed turns sharply, realizing someone else has arrived with their own dark agenda. A flashback stirs. Ed remembers the last time he encountered Ayla. Her fiery determination had left a lasting impression. Ayla prepares for battle, her fierce resolve unwavering. She stands as a symbol of strength in the face of chaos. Back in the present, Ed wonders why Ayla is here. Her involvement complicates an already precarious mission. Suspicion grows as Ed scans the room. The professor's intentions seem unclear, and an ominous tension fills the air. Papers fly as Ed trying to looking for something on the paper. A hidden clue emerges, demanding Ed's immediate attention and caution. Ed reviews a report, frustration mounting. The details don't align with his understanding of events, raising new questions. The report hints at someone monitoring him. He suspects Professor Cleo but needs more proof to confirm the connection. A realization dawns. The report implicates him in the Awfulest Hall incident, but Ed knows there's more at play. Footsteps echo nearby. Ed tenses, sensing someone approaching. The tension thickens as he readies himself for what's to come. A glint of steel catches Ed's eye. He braces for confrontation, knowing the next moment could change everything. Ed narrowly evades a sudden slash, instincts kicking in, waiting for that person get into the room, leaving no room for hesitation. A dagger clatters loudly to the floor. Ed spins to face the shadowy figure, trying to decipher their intent. Professor Glass enters the scene, his presence commanding the room. His gaze sharpens as he assesses the unfolding chaos. Ayla run forward to Professor Glass, but Glass remained calm, halting the advance. Magic hums faintly in the tense atmosphere. A dark aura surrounds Professor Glass, their identity shrouded. Ed braces as a sense of dread begins to rise. The room fills with radiant purple energy, pulsating with overwhelming power. Ed shields his eyes, struggling to stay on his feet. Glass's magic surges forth, his control unwavering. Celestial sigils illuminate the space, locking the attacker within a mystical barrier. The time prison spell traps to the Ayla. Ed marvels at the complexity of Glast's magic, which feels ancient and unyielding. The dagger slips from the Ed's grasp as their movements are bound. Glast's eyes gleam with determination and hidden intent. A strange object descends into the room, bathed in golden light. Glast senses its significance, though its purpose remains unclear. A sudden flash engulfs the room, forcing everyone to pause. The artifact begins to activate, its patterns glowing fiercely. A powerful explosion tears through the air, sending Ed flying backward. He lands, dazed but instinctively preparing for another attack. Flames and light swirl, forming a chaotic vortex. Ed steadies himself, realizing the situation is more dangerous than it first seemed. Ed remains calm, his magic holding firm. Ed wonders just how much preparation went into this moment and its deeper purpose. The glowing artifact emits a final surge of energy. Ed understands this isn't over, it's only the beginning of something larger. Ed's thoughts race as he pieces together Glast's cryptic remarks. He realizes there's a deeper, concealed plan at play. Glast's focus shifts to Ayla. Ed begins to suspect her sensitivity to celestial magic holds the key to everything happening. Ed questions the professor's intentions, but Glast remains vague, offering little explanation. The tension between trust and suspicion deepens. Ed acknowledges that escaping now would only escalate matters. He resolves to confront Glast head-on to uncover the truth. The air thickens as Glast's expression hardens. Ed steels himself, prepared to challenge the professor's carefully laid plans. Ed considers the implications of letting Glast capture him. This path might lead directly to the core of his schemes. He visualizes the professor's secret laboratory, a shadowy place where truths might finally be unveiled. Ed prepares for the gamble. Accepting the risk, Ed decides to feign surrender. It's his only chance to unravel Glast's intricate plot from within. Glast observes Ed's compliance with a sly grin, recognizing a challenge. Both know the battle has only just begun. Magic swirls around Glast, his aura intensifying. Ed clenches his fists, sensing the sheer power he's about to face. The time prison spell crackles to life. Ed freezes mid-motion, trapped in a timeless void of celestial energy. Glast effortlessly manipulates the artifact, his mastery of magic evident. Ed begins to understand the professor's unparalleled abilities. Reports about Ed's academic performance flash in the professor's mind. It's clear Ed has surpassed expectations in unexpected ways. A bystander marvels at Ed's achievements, commenting on his rapid progress. The conversation highlights just how far Ed has come. As the artifact glows brighter, Ed braces himself. He knows his journey has only begun, and greater trials lie ahead. Ed's calculated combat instincts are praised, though criticized for relying on strategy over raw talent, showcasing his unique approach to battles. His careful analysis and resourcefulness draw admiration, but also a reminder of what Glast once valued and ultimately lost. Glast reminisces about his daughter, her determination to make him proud, and the parallels he sees in Ed's confidence. The memory stirs deeply within Glast, leaving him conflicted as he observes Ed's resilience and relentless pursuit of his goals. Haunted by the past, Glast's hardened expression falters. Ed's presence seems to challenge not only his plans but his regrets. A sudden flash of light disrupts the tension. Ed quickly reacts, sensing an opportunity amidst the chaos to gain advantage. The energy streaks across the sky, cutting through the peaceful academy grounds, heading toward an unknown but critical target. The magical projectile pierces the air with unmatched speed, leaving a glowing trail as students below marvel at its intensity. The impact shakes a distant structure, hinting at the spell's power. Ed wonders who or what was the intended target. A quiet determination fills Ed as he watches from afar, knowing this event could shift the Academy's balance forever. Yennecar stirs the bubbling pot, her thoughts lingering on Ed's absence. The flames flicker, reflecting her quiet anticipation and concern. As that person wrote in his journal, he reflected on how much he still needed to understand about magic. His thoughts drifted to Sylvania, the wise mentor who once guided him with patience, teaching him the foundations of magic. The image of Sylvania in her youth lingered in that man's mind, reminding him of fleeting moments lost to time. That man thought of the grief he once carried. Its sharpness had dulled, leaving only a faint ache in his heart. Even now, occasional longing resurfaced, stirring a deep desire to remember the great sage and those unforgettable years. Lucy clenched her hand, the weight of her resolve pressing her forward. She needed to become stronger, no matter what. In the quiet of her room, Glock dedicated every moment to preserving Sylvania's teachings, immortalizing them within his journals. Her name, Lucy, echoed in his thoughts, a reminder of the bond they shared, unbroken despite the years. The Lucy swing her legs, she really miss Glock. She sleep on the roof tiles and looking at the sky, remember their past memories together. Outside, a gust of wind shifted the air. Lucy wondered whether the grief of his loss, determined to face the challenges ahead. Lucy reclined against the roof tiles, the warmth of the sun and her sack of snacks bringing a fleeting comfort. As she reached into the sack, her brows furrowed, empty. The realization brought a soft chuckle despite her mild annoyance. Her eyes caught the sunset. The golden hues stirred a strange mix of serenity and the pull of responsibility. A shadow loomed behind her. Lucy stiffened, sensing a presence. The air seemed to shimmer with unspoken tension. A dark figure emerged, whispering words only Lucy could hear. Power surged around her as she readied herself for confrontation. Lucy tilted her head, puzzled by the sudden change in the air, her instincts sensing something unusual approaching. Inside Trix Hall, the atmosphere grew heavy. The main meeting room was illuminated by the golden glow of afternoon light. Documents covered the central table, detailing the complex agreements under discussion. Everyone's focus sharpened on the stakes of this meeting. Lortel observed silently from the corner, her gaze scanning the room. Her role as an observer carried weight and responsibility. Obel sat nearby, his steady presence a reminder of order amidst the tension. His calm demeanor kept the meeting balanced. The conversation flowed cautiously, veiled beneath formality. Lortel listened closely, her sharp intuition deciphering the motives behind Crepin Rothstaler's words. Crepin's cold expression revealed little, but Lariel knew his request for the sealed tome carried significant consequences beyond its worth. After the meeting, Lortel agreed to the exchange. Negotiations required skill, and she demanded proper compensation to protect Princess Penia's interests. Crepin agreed immediately, surprising Lariel. His nonchalance suggested deeper plans, but her focus remained on securing the princess's benefit above all. As Lortel talking to him, her mind raced. Trusting Crepin was risky, but the sealed tome's value justified her calculated decision. Crepin's smirk lingered in her thoughts. Something about his ease unsettled her, but Lortel brushed it aside for now. Crepin looked at her, his purple eyes, his gaze sharpened while talking to Lortel. He rubbed her the wrong way, but that didn't matter. The information from Crepin proved useful. Lortel found a willing buyer for the sealed tome, ensuring the deal brought her profit. Rumors of mercenaries watching Sylvania grew louder. Obel's presence reassured Lariel, though the situation hinted at a growing conspiracy. To her surprise, her hand froze mid-motion. She think about that she would gain a profit and finally obtain the sales certificate. Lortel smirked, determination shining in her eyes. She needed to act fast and rely on Ed to retrieve the tome. A burst of violet energy erupted, swirling around her. The power felt unstable, shaking the ground beneath her feet. Rocks crumbled as the magic intensified. Lortel braced herself, ready to fight against the overwhelming force trying to overpower her. The sealed tome appeared in the chaos. Lortel reached for it, but the explosive surge of magic pushed her back. Breathing heavily, she steadied herself. The tome was still intact, but the storm of magic showed no signs of calming. The tome floated mid-air, glowing faintly. Violet tendrils of light shielded it, as if protecting its mysterious contents from intruders. A flash of light blinded Lortel momentarily. She sensed someone else nearby, their presence wrapped in ominous magical energy. The intruder's figure emerged through the haze. Their smirk sent a chill down her spine, but Lariel held her ground. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Ayla's mind raced. At Professor Glass's secret laboratory, the book fell on the ground, while the name of Ed Rothstaler echoed in that place. On that place, Ayla tried to protect herself and asked what happened to Ed. She really hates this. Meanwhile, Ed listened to her, didn't give any reaction. In the underground chamber, Ed observed the sealed tome's absence. His frustration grew as he realized Glass's involvement in its theft. The dim light flickered as Coombe, the crystal magic researcher, entered. His imposing figure radiated a cold and calculating presence. Coombe addressed Ed, his voice measured. Glass's plans were progressing, and their group needed to move cautiously to avoid failure. Ed, seated in the corner, stayed silent. The weight of the situation pressed on him, though his resolve remained unshaken. As Coombe left, Ed glanced at his surroundings. There was no time to waste. He had to act swiftly and decisively. The chamber hummed with energy. A sinister plan began to unfold, leaving the Soul Library on the brink of collapse. Scattered scrolls and alchemical tools floated mid-air, their magical essence amplifying the brewing chaos. The situation grew increasingly unpredictable. A lone figure surveyed the chaos, calculating every move. The disarray didn't faze them, it was all according to plan. Ayla's piercing scream broke through the noise, shaking Ed from his thoughts. She seemed terrified of what lay ahead. Ed frowned, clearly frustrated by the mess. His annoyance grew at the idea of staying back to deal with it. Ayla glared at Ed, her fiery spirit undeterred. Her accusations made him pause, but he maintained his composed demeanor. Ed's expression softened slightly. Despite the tension, he tried to explain his actions, hoping to ease Ayla's rising frustration. Ayla's disbelief lingered as Ed reminded her of his past aid during critical moments. Trust remained fragile, but necessary. The room's energy shifted. Ed encouraged Ayla to stay calm, promising that reinforcements would arrive before the situation spiraled further. Despite their differences, Ed's confidence reassured Ayla. She reluctantly listened, choosing to believe his words, though doubt still clouded her mind. Ayla's shock turned to confusion. Ed's unexpected apology caught her off guard, leaving her questioning his sudden change in tone. Before she could respond, Mug popped up, his excited ramblings filling the room. The familiar presence brought an unexpected calm. Mug rambled about his delay, guilt evident in his voice. He apologized repeatedly, relieved to finally reunite with Ed. Ed patted Mug, the tension momentarily lifted. The chaotic events still loomed, but the small reunion was a welcome relief. A faint smile appeared on Ed's face as he whispered praise for Nug. The moment reminded him of old bonds. Ed glanced at Mug, his expression a mix of skepticism and mild amusement, unsure how to handle Mug's exuberance. Ayla, frustrated, argued they should act instead of waiting. Her resolve clashed with Ed's calm yet pragmatic demeanor. Ed sighed, unwilling to explain further. He reflected on how recent decisions led to this complicated moment with Ayla and Mug. Memories of the past surfaced briefly as he thought of Lady Sylvana, whose wrath during training had left a deep impression. As the energy around Mug memories, Ed braced himself, knowing that facing Yennekar's anger again was better than hesitation. Mug's carefree attitude brought lighthearted chaos to their tense waiting. Ed sighed as Mug's antics distracted Ed from the pressing matter. Ed muttered, his patience thinning as Mug teased him. Ed observed, amused by the sudden shift in their dynamic. Ed feeling annoyed because what Mug said to him, he grabbed Mug's head, while Ayla asking what's wrong with his face. Mug, sensing the rising tension, tried to lighten the mood again. This time, Ed's sharp glare quieted him. Ed threw Mug away, focused once more. The prison for action was shrinking, and the next move needed precision. The faint clinking of chains echoed as Coom appeared, his calm demeanor masking the urgency in Ed's sharp tone. Ed demanded release, frustration clear. Coom chuckled darkly, teasing Ed about his sudden desperation and the risks he now faced. Coom's words cut deep, challenging Ed's resolve. Still, Ed pressed on, determined not to be outwitted in this dangerous game. With a measured breath, Ed quieted his emotions. He knew the next steps required calm and precision to escape the chaos. Ayla, watching silently, grew uneasy. Coom's presence unnerved her, but she trusted Ed's ability to handle the escalating tension. Ed held the key with resolve, his mind racing to calculate the next steps to secure their escape. Mug praised Ed's ingenuity, marveling at how he quickly devised plans under pressure, despite the chaos surrounding them. Ed handed the key to him, urging him to proceed. The weight of the decision rested heavily on both of them. As the lock clicked open, a creaking sound echoed, signaling the first step toward freedom from their confinement. A loud bang interrupted their moment of relief. Both turned sharply, their senses heightened, anticipating the source of the disturbance. Ed's expression grew tense as he questioned Ayla. The situation demanded clarity and quick decisions to avoid further complications. Ayla hesitated, struggling with fear and doubt. Ed's sharp gaze left no room for argument as she nodded reluctantly. He spoke with determination, warning her of the dangers beyond the gate, urging her to move quickly and quietly. Ayla's legs trembled, but she steadied herself. She couldn't let fear hold her back in such a critical moment. With a deep breath, Ayla agreed to follow Ed's instructions, her trust in him finally outweighing her hesitation. Ed sprinted through the corridor, his mind focused on the plan. Each step brought him closer to the unknown. He recalled strategies from past experiences, piecing together tactics to navigate the labyrinth ahead without losing his composure. The walkthrough information resurfaced in his thoughts, a reminder of the calculated risks he'd taken to reach this point. Ed paused briefly, feeling the weight of the task ahead. Failure wasn't an option, and every decision mattered. As energy surged around him, he prepared for the confrontation that would test his resolve and abilities to their limits. Ed sprinted forward, determination in his eyes. He knew the challenge ahead required every ounce of his courage and wit. Memories of past encounters flooded his mind. Each ally and lesson reminded him that this wasn't a fight he could avoid. Mug's cheerful antics flashed briefly in his mind, a stark contrast to the intensity of the enemy he was about to face. As energy swirled, Ed's resolve strengthened. He recalled the tales of the unbeatable foe, a test of ultimate patience and skill. Facing Lucy, engulfed in violet power, Ed braced himself. Her overwhelming aura was the epitome of his deepest fears. Ed's jaw tightened as determination filled his gaze. No matter the odds, he knew this was a mission he couldn't fail. With every step, Ed's focus sharpened. Stopping Lucy wasn't just about survival, it was about protecting everything he held dear. The Grand Academy stood tall against the sky, its bell tower ringing as an air of unease spread throughout. Ziggs, focused and resolute, prepared himself with unwavering determination, ready to face whatever challenge awaited him. Taylor staggered into the room, breathing heavily, his hand clutching his side as he searched for help. Urgency filled the air as Taylor revealed Ayla's peril, his voice trembling with desperation and determination. Together, Taylor and Ziggs set out on their perilous mission, stepping into the unknown with a shared resolve. Ed recalled every step of the route through Trix Hall, his memory guiding their path in the labyrinthine academy. The underground waterways stretched ahead, dark and foreboding, with echoes of water splashing beneath their cautious steps. The Soul Library radiated a haunting glow, its endless shelves hiding knowledge both precious and perilous. The Monster Research Lab felt like a tomb of forgotten experiments, its chilling silence broken only by their footsteps. The heart of the laboratory shimmered, filled with mysterious energy, signaling the final stage of their dangerous journey. In the dim light of the lab, two figures stood locked behind bars, their presence unsettling despite their confinement. Ed let out a sigh of relief, realizing the creatures remained securely contained, giving them a moment to regroup. A sudden surge of energy illuminated the room, purple light crackling as an ominous presence made itself known. The guardian of the Soul Library emerged, its glowing form radiating power, prepared to defend its domain. Ed braced himself, locking eyes with the Guardian, aware that this battle would test both his strength and courage. The lab's shimmering aura intensified, casting eerie shadows that hinted at the unseen dangers lurking just out of sight. A sudden revelation struck as the Soul Library's protective enchantments began to activate, glowing with an ominous, unyielding power. The shimmering Guardian loomed, its movements elegant yet foreboding, each step a reminder of the challenge standing before them. Taylor gripped his weapon tightly, the glowing blade pulsing with energy, ready to confront the unrelenting test ahead. Through the thick shadows, figures emerged, adding another layer of dread as the stakes continued to rise relentlessly. The Guardian's ethereal melody filled the air, echoing through the labyrinth as Taylor carefully studied his next move. A fleeting glance at a shelf filled with treasures left behind stirred a moment of regret, but urgency pulled him forward. Ed couldn't help but mourn the lost opportunity to secure the artifacts, knowing survival was now the ultimate priority. With newfound resolve, he braced himself for the coming storm, the ground quaking beneath his feet as tension escalated. An explosion shattered the silence, throwing Ed off balance as the Guardian unleashed its wrath with overwhelming force. The rumbling earth sent shockwaves through the labyrinth, each tremor threatening to crumble the fragile path they desperately navigated. A cascading bookshelf crashed down, blocking the escape route and leaving Taylor with no choice but to face the unknown. The Guardian's glowing figure re-emerged, its power surging as it prepared a devastating strike that shook the entire library. Ed's breath quickened as he readied his counterattack, his eyes glowing fiercely, reflecting the resolve burning within him. As light and energy collided, the fate of the labyrinth seemed uncertain, hanging in the balance of their next moves. The air grew heavy with tension as a sharp screech echoed, the fiery familiar warning of imminent danger ahead. Ed darted forward, his heart racing, as the once quiet hallways erupted in chaos with resounding explosions. The academy trembled violently as a magical surge disrupted the tranquil skies, signaling the unfolding of a catastrophic event. A swirling mass of purple energy formed, shaking the ground as dark magic began to spread through the corridors. Cracks spread rapidly across the barrier, shattering in a brilliant burst of energy, leaving devastation in its wake. Debris fell from above as Lortel assessed the destruction, desperately searching for answers amidst the chaos. A moment of clarity struck as she realized the path forward demanded sacrifices and leaving treasures untouched. The memory of Lortel's plight pushed her forward, her resolve firm as she vowed to survive for her sake. A hidden chamber revealed ancient artifacts, their allure tempting but time too short to indulge in their secrets. Just as hope flickered, a loud boom echoed, signaling the beginning of a dangerous confrontation with an unknown foe. A commanding figure stepped forward, the energy around them pulsating with unmatched intensity, their gaze piercing through the chaos. Obel readied himself for a battle unlike any other, the stakes higher than ever with lives hanging in the balance. Sylvania's voice echoed in his mind, her teachings guiding his actions as he faced the terrifying challenge ahead. The confrontation reached a critical point, energy colliding in a vivid burst, illuminating the room with a blinding flash. With everything at stake, they knew this was the decisive moment that would determine the fate of the academy. The room buzzed with urgency as the gathered individuals debated the best course of action to handle the unfolding chaos. Discussions grew heated, tensions rising as names and plans were tossed into the mix with little resolution in sight. Amid the chaos, a calm yet firm voice cut through, commanding attention and presenting a plan to restore order. Lortel stepped forward, her fiery determination unwavering, declaring her intent to lead the mission and rally those willing to act. A resounding roar interrupted, shaking the walls and signaling that time was running out to act decisively. Lortel seized the binoculars, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of an entry point into the waterways. The ground trembled beneath them as a massive fiery creature emerged, its presence a grim reminder of the stakes. She locked eyes with the beast, calculating the best path forward as others watched in awe and unease. Yennecar stood nearby, her gaze focused yet calm, her presence a reassuring constant amid the growing uncertainty. The determination in their group solidified, every member preparing themselves for the battle and rescue mission ahead. Lortel took the first step forward, her leadership igniting a spark of hope as others rallied behind her call to action. An unexpected slip threatened to disrupt the march, but quick reflexes and steady hands kept the group moving forward. Lortel ordered a few to remain behind for negotiations, leading a smaller, determined group toward the source of the quake. Dorothy appeared, her energy unmistakable, ready to face whatever awaited, embodying resilience in the face of danger. The golden light ahead marked the threshold of the unknown, their resolve unshaken as they stepped into the labyrinth's heart. Glass clutched the stolen artifact tightly, his determination unwavering despite the firestorm his actions unleashed across the academy grounds. The room vibrated with tension as the flames flickered, reflecting the gravity of his transgressions against the sacred relics. Yennecar stepped forward, her voice calm but commanding, demanding an explanation for his betrayal and the chaos he caused. A deep growl echoed as a fiery guardian emerged, its glowing eyes fixed on Dorothy, testing her resolve. Standing tall, she braced herself, her unwavering gaze meeting the beast's fury head-on with steely determination. The beast roared in defiance, its fiery presence intensifying as Yennecar took a step closer, unshaken by its display. Dorothy looked at it cowered, their fear palpable, while Yennecar maintained her composure, channeling her energy into containing the escalating conflict. Dorothy stumbled forward, her voice trembling as she attempted to provide directions through the labyrinth of fire and chaos. The flames swirled around them as Yennecar focused on the task, her sharp instincts guiding her every move. Yennecar looked at Dorothy, who was fainting on the ground. She didn't believe that she is the one who made Dorothy like that. Yennecar paused, her gaze sharp as she observed the shadowed figure emerging from the flames with deliberate, calculated steps. The room fell silent as the two locked eyes, the tension between them thick enough to cut through the heat. With a sudden surge of power, Lortel looking at Yennecar, who's still checking for Dorothy's condition. Yennecar looked at Lortel, who come to that place. Her allies watched in awe as she held her ground, her strength and determination shining brightly amidst the chaos. As the dust settled, Lortel imagination show about Yennecar, who helping Ed, her resolve reaffirmed as she vowed to protect the academy at any cost. Ed felt the weight of the moment as Yennecar stood close, her determination reflected in the fierce fire behind her. The tension between them grew as their conflicting strategies became evident, both unwilling to concede their deeply held convictions. Yennecar's sharp glare pierced through the air, her fiery resolve amplifying the gravity of her words. Meanwhile, Lortel contemplated the growing complexity of the mission, torn between what was right and what was necessary. The flames flared higher as their path forward became clear. Yennecar looked at her and asked why would she tell her that. Yennecar's words resonated, her intelligence and quick thinking adding clarity amidst the chaos, even as emotions ran high between her and Ed. They moved swiftly, weaving through the labyrinth, their combined expertise revealing a clearer path through the dangerous terrain. The confrontation that Yennecar give to Lortel make her feeling annoyed. She think that she has not said anything she can deny. With no time to waste, Yennecar led the charge. She said that Lucy never listens to anyone when she asked Lucy to help her. Their goal remained unchanged, to rescue Ed, who trapped in the chaos no matter the cost. They looking at each other? The final confrontation loomed as the group gathered their strength, Lortel standing firm as the flames illuminated their determined faces. Their resolve solidified, their focus sharpening as they prepared for the decisive battle alongside their allies. Lortel go away from that place, reflecting the high stakes and the unwavering courage of the team as they charged forward. Together, they faced the enemy head-on. Lortel start running, she will do this no matter what. Before Yennecar do it first. As the dust settled, Yennecar dashed ahead with renewed purpose, leading her closer to victory and salvation. Yennecar and Lortel mind raced as the ground shook violently, their focus narrowing to a single goal, rescuing Ed before it was too late. The glowing guardian loomed ahead, its ethereal presence blending with the chaos as Yennecar charged toward her objective. The earth rumbled once more, splitting open beneath her feet, forcing her to maintain balance and push forward with urgency. In the distance, Ed stood vulnerable, the tremors intensifying as cracks formed across the barrier protecting him. The Guardian's energy flared brightly, signaling an impending clash that would decide whether it could save Ed in time. A burst of light erupted, the Guardian's energy clashing with Lucy's as the battlefield grew chaotic with debris and fire. Ed struggled against the weight of the crumbling debris, his determination unwavering despite the odds stacked against him. Lucy stretched her hand forward, her power slicing through the chaos as she fought to reach Ed amidst the turmoil. The Guardian faltered briefly, giving Lucy the chance she needed to refresh her body and her mind as she stretched her body. As the dust settled, Lucy sat calmly. She touched her eyes, feeling sleepy, the remnants of the battle glowing faintly around them. Lucy's wiped the tears on her eyes, carried an air of mischief, her arrival diffusing tension as she effortlessly claimed that she came to rescue Ed. The academy stood beneath the golden sky as anticipation filled the air. Students prepared for challenges that would shape their destinies. A stern instructor observed, hands folded behind his back. He believed hardships molded strength, urging students to embrace their trials. The academy had seen generations grow through adversity. Strength emerged from hardship, pushing students beyond their limits to reach new heights. Inside the training hall, competitors clashed, testing their skills. Each movement carried determination, proving their worth in the rigorous academy. Lortel's fiery energy burned through the battlefield. Her opponent gritted his teeth, knowing only those who adapted would endure this test. The autumn wind carried whispers of unease. Fenny clenched her fist, sensing an unseen force looming over the academy's peace. Shadows stretched across the academy walls. Attention grew as if unseen eyes monitored every movement, waiting for the right moment. The instructor's gaze hardened. He knew something was coming, an event that required every student to sharpen their instincts for survival. The sky darkened over a distant hut. An unnatural silence swallowed the air, signaling a disturbance beyond what the academy expected. Leaves rustled as the forest trembled. The unknown presence stirred, its reach extending toward the academy, preparing to break the peace. A dark void cracked open in the ground, the very air around it distorted, hinting at an ominous force stirring within. The abyss deepened as jagged cracks spread across the ground. Whatever lurked inside was no ordinary presence but something far greater. From the ruined structure, tendrils of energy leaked. The academy's walls trembled, signaling the arrival of something beyond human comprehension. A brilliant blue glow erupted, cutting through the darkness. Energy surged as a powerful force prepared to challenge the impending disaster. Taylor exhaled sharply, gripping his temple. He knew this was only the beginning, and the academy's greatest trial was just unfolding. The underground passage stretched endlessly as Lucy stepped forward. The eerie glow illuminated the damp floor, revealing hidden dangers ahead. A cold breeze carried whispers of unease. Lucy adjusted her hat, sensing the lurking presence that watched her every move. The tunnel walls trembled slightly. Something had already entered deeper within, forcing Lucy to move cautiously through the dim corridor. The distant echoes of unseen creatures resonated. Shadows flickered as Lucy's footsteps quickened, realizing time was no longer on her side. Ahead, an opening revealed a chaotic battlefield. Creatures roared as the students engaged, each fighting desperately to clear their path forward. The battle raged as students pushed forward. Taylor's progress reassured Lucy, but the real challenge loomed just beyond their reach. A flicker of doubt crossed Lucy's mind. She hesitated, knowing her next move could change the course of this trial. She exhaled slowly, recalling past mistakes. If things unfolded poorly, the consequences would be irreversible for everyone involved in this mission. The weight of responsibility settled in. She needed to decide whether to charge forward or hold her ground for better positioning. Ahead, a new set of adversaries emerged. Their menacing figures blocked the path, forcing Lucy to prepare for the next confrontation. The enemy's presence intensified. Taylor readied himself, gripping his weapon tightly, knowing hesitation would only make the situation more dangerous. The underground space trembled. A surge of energy erupted from below, signaling that something much larger was about to awaken. Lucy steadied her breath, scanning the battlefield. Their only chance of survival relied on pushing through before the next disaster unfolded. A sudden movement caught her eye. Without warning, Taylor dashed forward, forcing Lucy to follow closely behind without hesitation. The path narrowed, and the escape became clear. With one final sprint, they raced against time, leaving destruction in their wake. Taylor moved swiftly through the dark passage, his mind racing. He had no time to hesitate with danger looming nearby. He clenched his fists, determined to retrieve what was necessary before facing the next challenge. He could not afford mistakes now. Lucy adjusted her stance, scanning the dim surroundings. Something felt off, as if unseen creatures lurked beyond the shadows watching them. A swarm of winged beasts emerged, their piercing shrieks echoing. Taylor reacted immediately, summoning fire to counter their rapid assault. Flames erupted from his fingertips, engulfing the creatures in an intense blaze. The heat illuminated the dark corridor with fiery brilliance. The raging fire spread, consuming the creatures entirely. Rothtailor exhaled, steadying himself as the heat crackled through the cavernous underground. His magical resonance surged, amplifying the flames further. He could feel the power coursing through him, stronger than ever before. The glowing embers faded as Rothtailor assessed his surroundings. The enemy forces were thinning, but something even greater was approaching soon. A powerful aura emerged from the depths. Glast recognized the overwhelming energy, sensing the shift in magic surging toward the battlefield. Lucy remained cautious as she observed. The unfolding chaos meant their mission had become even more complicated than originally expected. Lortel moved through the passageway, her thoughts scattered. She was never one to hesitate, yet something different stirred inside her. Her instincts told her to leave, but a strange feeling rooted her in place, compelling her to stay and watch. The realization struck suddenly. She had acted not for personal gain, but because something deep inside told her it was right. Lortel's heart pounded as she grasped her emotions. This moment felt unfamiliar, unlike any transaction or calculated move she had planned. For the first time, she felt close to something meaningful, something beyond her usual schemes, something real in this fleeting moment. Lortel's heart pounded as the energy explosion sent shockwaves through the underground. The battlefield was shifting faster than she expected. A bright surge of energy crackled in the distance. Lortel turned, her instincts sharpening as an approaching presence filled the air. A familiar figure emerged from the light. She blinked, surprised by the sudden encounter, realizing things had changed drastically. The presence of Rothtailor was unexpected. His expression remained unreadable, but his tattered appearance hinted at an ordeal he had faced. Lortel felt a strange unease. Something about Rothtailor's situation did not sit right, and she braced herself for the next challenge. Rothtailor rummaged through his belongings, quickly handing supplies to Lortel. The urgency in his actions showed the seriousness of their situation. Lortel hesitated as she examined the high-grade formulas. They were powerful, yet their purpose remained unclear in the current predicament. The realization hit her. Something had changed in Rothtailor, a shift that made her wonder how he had managed to escape. Lucy's presence added to the tension. Lortel noticed her expression darken, sensing an unpredictable reaction brewing within the chaotic moment. The underground trembled slightly. Lortel had no time to hesitate. Every second counted as the events unfolded in ways she never anticipated. The weight of recent battles sank into Lortel's thoughts. Her choices had been calculated, yet now emotions complicated every decision. She thought back to past negotiations, where power and influence dictated every outcome. This situation, however, demanded something entirely different. The sunset cast a long shadow behind them. Lortel's eyes lingered on Rothtailor, uncertain whether to trust what came next. Her grip tightened around the formulas. This mission required survival instincts, but something else was pulling her toward an unfamiliar path. The golden glow reflected in her eyes. For the first time, Lortel considered an outcome not dictated by gain or strategy. Lortel's heart pounded as thoughts rushed through her mind. She could not ignore the growing uncertainty surrounding Rothtailor's next move. The situation demanded careful negotiation. Lortel masked her concerns, knowing every action here could shift the balance of their survival. She forced a smile while offering the formulas, keeping her composure despite the tension creeping into her thoughts with each second. A voice suddenly called out, breaking the moment. A figure emerged from the shadows, their urgency signaling something unexpected had happened. The air grew heavy as the approaching presence carried grave news. Whatever had occurred was significant enough to disrupt everything. Heavy footsteps echoed as the group pressed forward. The dark corridors stretched endlessly, each turn revealing more uncertainty than before. The warning lingered in their minds. There was no room for complacency, not with the stakes growing higher with each step. Clebius tightened his grip on his weapon. His instincts urged caution, but the tension among them hinted at a deeper conflict. Falira's determination burned as she stepped forward. She was not one to abandon an ally, even if the situation grew worse. The weight of the mission settled upon them. There was no turning back, only the unknown path leading deeper into danger. Zig maintained a calm expression, but the intensity in his stance spoke volumes. The confrontation ahead would test more than strength. The dim passage revealed new obstacles. Adele's presence alone signified that the unfolding events would lead to something truly unpredictable. Her insights were never wrong. Predictions often blurred reality, yet her words carried undeniable weight when it came to survival. A strange presence loomed ahead. The warning signs were clear, and hesitation now would only invite disaster into their uncertain path. Shadows stretched beyond the corridor. Each step forward brought them closer to a revelation that none of them were prepared for. Flames erupted as the explosion shook the chamber. The heat crackled through the air, signaling an unexpected turn in their mission. Chaos spread as fire consumed the surroundings. The strategy had shifted, forcing everyone to rethink their next move immediately. The inferno illuminated a silhouette amidst the destruction. A figure emerged through the blazing corridor, their presence altering the battlefield completely. A heavy impact sent Rothtailor tumbling. He struggled to regain his footing, realizing the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. The flickering flames revealed an unknown entity standing ahead. Its gaze locked onto the group, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. The tension thickened as the group braced themselves. Clebius held his weapon tighter, sensing the sheer intensity radiating from their foe. A memory flashed in their minds. Fear had once dictated their actions, leading to disastrous misunderstandings and costly consequences. Lortel's expression darkened, her instincts flaring. She had seen this type of situation before, knowing hesitation would only invite disaster. Determination surged through their veins. Each of them knew this was their defining moment, the choice that would alter everything ahead. A cry rang out as they charged forward. There was no turning back now, only the battle that awaited them. Heavy footsteps echoed as the tension reached its peak. Zig remained composed, his sharp gaze assessing the unfolding chaos ahead. The battle shifted as the flames flickered. Rothtailor clenched his fists, readying himself for what was about to happen next. The corridors trembled as reinforcements arrived. The once desperate fight now carried a chance of victory, but only if they acted fast. A familiar voice called out through the dimly lit chamber. Rothtailor turned, realizing this fight was far from over. The group stood together, their resolve solidified. No matter the outcome, they would push forward, determined to face whatever awaited them. Rothtailor tightened his grip, his mind racing. The battlefield had changed, and every decision would determine the outcome of this fight. Flames danced wildly around them. The heat pressed in, but retreat was not an option with everything hanging in the balance. The burning glow illuminated the determined figures standing together. Their combined strength would be tested against an opponent far beyond expectation. The enemy's presence loomed over them. Rothtailor knew that hesitation meant failure, and only precise coordination could lead them forward. Clebius readied himself, sensing the pressure in the air. Their battle would determine who walked away victorious and who fell here. Shadows stretched across the battlefield as Rothtailor's gaze sharpened. He could not afford to let doubt cloud his next decision. His mind calculated every possibility. There were no second chances, no guarantees, only the sheer determination to see this through. Zig's presence added a layer of reassurance. With each ally standing strong, the chances of survival seemed far greater than before. The weight of responsibility settled in. Rothtailor exhaled sharply, realizing that all their efforts had led to this defining moment. Their paths were set. With unwavering resolve, they surged forward, ready to bring everything to a close in this final confrontation. The figure moved through the shadows, his presence concealed by the darkness. His mission required precision, leaving no room for mistakes. His sharp gaze focused ahead, determination unwavering. The battle was inevitable, and he would not hesitate to eliminate any threats. Lortel already knew Taylor was heading back, yet something held her attention. Her instincts told her there was more to uncover. The crowded underground passage was filled with whispers. She moved forward carefully, knowing that hesitation could expose her presence to enemies. The old merchant revealed the existence of protective enchantments. Many were already using them, proving their immense value in this situation. He held out a glowing potion, explaining how survival depended on knowledge. Lortel considered his words, understanding the deeper meaning. The unfolding events confirmed her suspicions. The second act was nearly over, yet the looming battle would determine the real outcome. The battle's momentum shifted as Elte emerged, standing at the midpoint of the conflict. His presence signaled the turning point ahead. The past dictated that his downfall was inevitable, but Rothtailor knew nothing was absolute. He needed to ensure history played out correctly. He steadied himself, recognizing the importance of this moment. If things deviated too much, the consequences could be far worse. Clebius turned to Rothtailor, sensing his resolve. The group understood that their actions now would determine the battle's true outcome. Lortel saw the approaching conflict and tightened her grip. If they played their roles right, victory could be secured in time. Energy surged through the battlefield as crimson light illuminated the darkness. The confrontation with Elte was now fully underway. Crackling energy distorted the air as the enemy unleashed a massive force. The group braced for impact, knowing retreat was impossible. Lortel stood ready, scanning for an opening. Every action needed to be precise, as even a moment of hesitation could be fatal. Clebius clenched his jaw, realizing how close they were to failure. The enemy's overwhelming power threatened to crush their strategy completely. Taylor charged forward, flames trailing behind him. His determination burned brighter than the enemy's attacks, signaling the decisive clash that would follow. Janica rushed forward, her breath unsteady as she struggled to keep up. The dim tunnel stretched ahead, shadows shifting ominously around them. Taylor pressed forward, his focus unwavering despite the exhaustion weighing on him. Janica hesitated, gripping her sleeve tightly as doubt clouded her thoughts. Her heart pounded as she clenched her fist, watching Taylor continue. Memories of past struggles surfaced, reminding her of the dangers ahead. The air thickened as she chased after him, fearing his reckless determination. The tunnel seemed endless, each step echoing through the narrow passage. Ahead, Lortel stood firm, determination burning in her gaze. Janica hesitated, recalling Taylor's previous collapse. Concern gripped her as she stepped forward. Janica lowered her gaze, knowing her worries were justified. Taylor had always taken burdens alone, pushing himself beyond limits no one else dared. His expression remained unreadable, but hesitation flickered in his eyes. He understood the risks yet refused to step away from the unfolding crisis. Despite exhaustion, he stood firm. Lortel observed quietly, recognizing his resolve. Janica sighed, knowing neither of them would back down so easily. She clenched her fists, deciding to stand beside them. Whether they wanted it or not, she would not let them face danger alone. Lortel gave a small nod, acknowledging Janica's determination. Though unspoken, an agreement was reached. The three of them would move forward together. Glancing between them, he knew the stakes, but retreating was never an option. Every step forward carried a heavy price. Janica shifted, sensing his internal battle. She understood his reluctance, but walking away was impossible now. The weight of responsibility bound them together. Lortel remained silent, observing the exchange. Her sharp gaze flickered with something unspoken, acknowledging the burden Taylor carried without complaint. Suddenly, distant voices echoed through the tunnel. Urgency sparked in their movements as footsteps approached. The enemy was closing in fast. Taylor exhaled, stepping forward. Lortel and Janica followed without hesitation. There was no time for doubts. The battle ahead would decide everything. Janica twirled her braid, her thoughts racing as she assessed the situation. Lortel's position in the company was more complicated now. Taylor remained silent, his expression unreadable. He knew how crucial this agreement was, but doubts still lingered deep within his mind. Lortel glanced between them, her mind sharp as ever. She understood how difficult this situation had become, but there was no choice. The tunnel stretched ahead as the group moved forward. The air grew colder, and distant echoes hinted at approaching figures lurking nearby. Loose stones tumbled from the walls as the passageway trembled. The unstable tunnel threatened to collapse, urging them to move quickly. A deep rumble filled the air as Taylor moved ahead. He knew they had to leave before the tunnel became completely unstable. Janica hesitated, recalling past encounters. She never expected things to escalate this far, but retreating was not an option anymore. Lortel kept her pace steady, her expression unwavering. The situation demanded immediate action, but the weight of responsibility had never felt heavier. The exit was close, but danger still loomed. The group's urgency increased as the tunnel walls groaned under immense pressure from within. Beyond the tunnel, a dim glow revealed a waiting carriage. Relief washed over them, but they knew the danger had not passed. Bodies lay scattered across the ground as the group stepped outside. The scene before them was worse than they had expected. Taylor's eyes narrowed as he scanned the battlefield. The air was thick with tension, and a familiar presence loomed in the distance. Lortel clenched her fists, stepping forward with determination. She knew this confrontation was inevitable, but she had prepared for this moment. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, his gaze sharp. Taylor exhaled slowly. Recognizing the man who had shaped his past, the tension thickened as Taylor met his father's gaze. The long-awaited confrontation was no longer avoidable, and neither could afford hesitation. Lortel smirked, masking her unease. She had spent years perfecting that expression, knowing appearances could be just as powerful as words. The older man observed her carefully, his voice steady. His influence loomed over everything, leaving no room for hesitation in his decisions. A faint glint reflected in the darkness as crimson eyes emerged. Silent figures lay motionless, their presence a reminder of unseen dangers. A swift motion cut through the still air as energies surged. The overwhelming force carried an undeniable weight, forcing immediate reactions. The impact resonated, sending waves of power outward. Lortel braced herself, feeling the intensity behind the strike as the battle escalated. Blades clashed, sparks igniting between opposing forces. Lortel stepped back, adjusting her stance. The pressure of combat intensified with every calculated movement. Taylor surged forward, defending against the relentless attack. Despite exhaustion, his grip remained firm. He refused to yield against overwhelming odds. Janica watched intently, energy gathering in her hands. She knew this battle demanded more than strength. Timing and precision would decide victory. A sudden realization dawned as shadows shifted around them. They were no longer alone. Unfamiliar figures emerged, altering the course unexpectedly. The hooded figures raised their weapons, their presence radiating danger. Unlike before, the situation had spiraled beyond their previous encounters, changing everything. The strongest mercenaries stood against them. Unwavering, each movement carried lethal intent, honed through years of experience that few could counter. Lortel's eyes flickered with recognition. The man before her orchestrated every step, pulling unseen strings that controlled the chaos around them. Rothtailor's expression hardened as arrows soared. He instinctively moved, barely avoiding the onslaught. The opposition had planned this confrontation long before their arrival. A barrage of energy surged forward, tearing through the battlefield. Each force clashed, intertwining like an intricate dance of survival and dominance. The night sky reflected the chaos below. Shadows wove between streaks of light as the battle's outcome remained uncertain for all. Rothtailor deflected the incoming arrows with a swift motion, his sword glowing with energy. Each attack grew fiercer, pushing him backward. Janica channeled defensive magic, forming a shimmering barrier. The impact sent ripples across its surface as more arrows struck with force. Lortel moved swiftly, assessing the battlefield. Every action had a consequence, and hesitation now could mean the difference between survival and failure. The ground trembled as energy surged through the air. Their opponents maintained precision, adapting their attacks to test every possible weakness. Yennecar reinforced the barrier, her expression focused. She understood their tactics, but countering them required precise execution and perfect coordination between everyone. Rothtailor exhaled, nodding slightly. He had fought many battles, but elementalist magic always proved to be a complicated obstacle to counter. Janica noticed something unusual. The enemy's movements had shifted subtly, suggesting an unseen strategy unfolding beyond their current comprehension. Lortel's instincts flared as she caught a glimpse of a concealed object. The battle was not just about physical strength anymore. A scroll shimmered under the moonlight, radiating immense power. It was not an ordinary tool, but something far beyond their expectations. Bellerus Prejudice, a rare scroll. Activated, the battlefield's energy twisted as magic began to fade, signaling a drastic shift in advantage. The magic-restricting scroll pulsed, altering the battlefield. Lortel recognized the danger, knowing time was against them before it completely activated. Rothtailor analyzed their odds. Fighting without magic was possible, but against veteran mercenaries, their chances of survival dwindled with every passing second. Janica clenched her fists, realizing their biggest disadvantage. Every member of their group relied heavily on magic to fight and defend. Lortel's expression darkened. Her father had planned for this confrontation, ensuring every factor would force them into an unwinnable situation. The battlefield crackled with energy as the scroll neared completion. If they failed to stop it, escape would become impossible for them. Rothtailor braced himself as the enemy's attack intensified. The Academy's authority meant nothing now. Only survival and strength would decide everything tonight. Janica reinforced her magic barrier, deflecting another deadly strike. The enemy's movements were calculated, exploiting every possible weakness with unrelenting precision. Lortel watched carefully, understanding the stakes. Her father's influence extended far beyond this battle, ensuring that their resistance would not last long. The golden flames in the distance flickered ominously. Their betrayals had already shaped their past, and this confrontation would determine their future path. Lortel's father remained calm, his calculated words carrying weight. He had orchestrated everything, ensuring that no mistake would go unpunished tonight. Rothtailor clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming pressure surrounding them. The Golden Elite mercenaries had no intentions of letting them escape alive. Janica's mind raced as she assessed their position. Elite forces had been strategically placed, ensuring that retreat was nearly impossible. Lortel's father remained composed, aware that every step had led them to this inevitable conclusion. His plans had never failed before. The battlefield reflected years of conflict and betrayal. Rothtailor understood his enemy's motives, but he refused to submit to the predetermined outcome. A surge of magic coursed through the air as the mercenaries prepared to strike. The battle's intensity reached its peak. Lucy adjusted her hat, exhaling as she observed the battlefield. Her presence alone shifted the atmosphere, sending tension rippling through both sides. Lucy's gaze swept over the mercenaries, unimpressed by their formation. She raised a hand, magic swirling with controlled precision around her fingers. Lucy whispered something under her breath, the magic surrounding her growing denser. A pulse of energy formed, preparing to unleash its full strength. A brilliant explosion of light burst outward, engulfing everything in its path. The sheer force illuminated the battlefield, overwhelming their opponents instantly. Lucy stood amidst the fading glow, completely unshaken. The battlefield had changed once again, and she now controlled the direction of this fight. Lucy stood at the battlefield center, violet energy crackling around her. The once passive presence now radiated an overwhelming and undeniable force. A secluded house stood deep in the forest, hidden from the world. Few knew of its existence, and even fewer understood its significance. Within the quiet home, an old man sat across from a younger figure. His wisdom was vast, shaped by years of careful study. The old man spoke with certainty, his teachings emphasizing responsibility. He believed that knowledge was not just power, but a duty to uphold. His words carried weight, shaping the young listener's future. He stressed the importance of self-control, warning about the dangers of reckless ambition. With a knowing smile, he raised a hand, signaling the lesson's conclusion. In return, a small hand reached forward. Lucy stood amidst swirling violet energy, her presence shifting the battlefield. The once calculated mercenaries hesitated, sensing something beyond their understanding. Her awakening disrupted everything, her magic warping the air. The mercenaries, once fearless, now trembled as their instincts screamed of imminent danger. Those trained in battle recognized the signs. This was no ordinary mage, but a force capable of turning the tide effortlessly. The violet energy intensified, crackling with barely contained power. The battlefield no longer belonged to the mercenaries, but to Lucy, who commanded every element. The fear in their eyes was undeniable. Those who survived countless battles understood that they had underestimated something far beyond them. Lucy stepped forward, her movements slow yet deliberate. The magic surrounding her pulsed, sending waves of fear through the mercenaries watching. Some stood frozen, unable to react. Their survival instincts urged them to run, but an invisible force kept them locked in place. Lucy's expression remained unreadable as she observed the battlefield. Her presence alone dictated the rhythm, forcing even veterans to rethink their approach. A desperate mercenary lunged forward, attempting to break the paralysis. His sword swung with full force, but his attack never reached. Lucy barely reacted, her presence overwhelming the battlefield. Her magic required minimal effort, yet the fear it invoked was absolute. Lucy's hand moved effortlessly, summoning violet energy that pulsed through the battlefield. The overwhelming force caused the air to distort violently. A concentrated blast of magic struck a mercenary, sending him crashing backward. The sheer force shattered the ground beneath his impact. Dark energy crackled as raw power condensed in her palm. The compression created an unstable force, growing stronger with every second. An explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The unleashed energy engulfed everything nearby, forcing even experienced fighters to step back cautiously. Lortel's father gritted his teeth, watching the battlefield shift. He needed more time before the spell could fully activate. Lucy's piercing gaze locked onto the leader, her magic intensifying. He realized this battle was no longer in his control. A swirling vortex of violet light surrounded her, growing denser. The sheer pressure made it clear that she had reached another level. She extended her hand, releasing a concentrated force of energy. The impact sent the leader staggering, struggling to withstand the immense power. Electric currents flickered around him as his resistance weakened. The battlefield had shifted, and he was no longer the dominant force. Lucy stood unwavering as the violet energy faded slightly. Rothtailor approached, realizing the battle's outcome had already been decided. Lucy exhaled as the energy around her stabilized. The mercenaries hesitated, their survival instincts warning them that retreat was the only option. The ground trembled violently, sending deep vibrations across the battlefield. Something far greater than their fight was now coming into play. A blinding surge of violet energy shot skyward, illuminating everything. The sheer magnitude of magic left no room for doubt or hesitation. Above them, celestial patterns formed, signaling a powerful convergence. The moment of activation had arrived, changing the course of everything. Ancient inscriptions glowed, their energy expanding outward. The professor's high-level spell had triggered, twisting reality itself with an unimaginable force. A blinding purple glow descended over the city as towering structures emerged, distorting the very fabric of reality around them. The air trembled as the magic towers solidified, their presence signaling a shift in the balance of magical forces. Roth Taylor observed the unfolding chaos, recognizing the perfect moment to advance toward the core of the phenomenon. Deep underground, Taylor had already eliminated the lurking creatures, ensuring that nothing would interfere with his next decisive move. With allies gathered and preparations complete, the path forward remained uncertain, but Taylor was determined to stop Glast's plans. The sudden appearance of the towers confirmed the unfolding events were progressing as intended, ensuring nothing deviated from the planned course. The pulsating energy surrounding the towers carried a strange resonance, distinct from conventional magic, surpassing the understanding of most onlookers. Even the Academy's brightest minds failed to fully grasp the nature of this power, leaving them uncertain of their next steps. Roth Taylor narrowed his eyes as he studied the towers, realizing the ominous significance behind their strange magical properties. Above the towers, Lucy floated effortlessly, her magic hat barely shifting as she radiated an overwhelming aura of forbidden power. The scene shifted to Lucy, who stirred from her slumber, indifferent to the unfolding chaos surrounding her arrival. In the original sequence, Lucy should have remained asleep atop the Academy Hall, unnoticed until later in the conflict. However, awakening her early introduced unforeseen changes, drawing her into the conflict much sooner than originally anticipated. As the battle escalated, Professor Glast, faced with no alternative, presented Lucy with a tempting proposition that could alter everything. Instead of pursuing celestial magic to restore an ancient legend, he offered an alternative, resurrecting his most cherished pupil instead. Lucy's presence shifted the balance, altering the expected course of events as unseen forces moved to influence the unfolding catastrophe. In an instant, reality collapsed, leaving behind only remnants of magical energy lingering in the underground waterways where everything had begun. The only evidence left of Lucy's intervention was a single faint glow, a reminder of what had transpired beneath. Despite countless efforts to prevent disaster, no method had succeeded in countering the overwhelming power reshaping Destiny's original path. Unexpected turns had created a new possibility, one that diverged from previous failures and introduced an uncertain chance at survival. A legendary relic activated, sending shockwaves through the battlefield as its power suppressed all surrounding magic for the next moments. Lucy stood at the center, her presence undeniable, as Professor Glast recognized the shift in control slipping from his grasp. Roth Taylor prepared himself, knowing this was the best opportunity to strike while magic remained restricted, forcing a decisive confrontation. A figure descended swiftly, moving with precision through the suppressed field, exploiting the moment to eliminate any remaining threats. The disruption left an opening that had to be seized before the magic restriction lifted and balance shifted again. A powerful wind blade tore through the battlefield, disrupting the remaining defenses while forcing retreat from those still resisting. Roth Taylor stood firm, recognizing that his intervention alone was not enough to stop everything set in motion. Even as the battle shifted, an undeniable truth remained that some events could not be entirely prevented. Professor Glast's expression faltered, unable to comprehend how the situation had reached this breaking point beyond his calculations. Despite wielding a legendary artifact, uncertainty clouded his actions as the unpredictable forces continued shaping an unforeseen resolution. A surge of energy erupted as Lucy channeled her magic, pushing beyond known limits while reality struggled to contain her power. Roth Taylor watched, realizing the strain on the artifact, its cracks forming as the immense force threatened to spiral beyond control. The artifact released a final pulse before shattering completely, sending shockwaves through the battlefield while the surrounding magic grew unstable. A figure emerged from the explosion, her silhouette outlined by crackling energy as the overwhelming force converged into a single entity. Lucy stood with unwavering presence, her glowing eyes reflecting absolute dominance while others barely grasped the extent of her transformation. Roth Taylor's instincts screamed at him, warning of an impending disaster as Lucy's aura grew denser, warping the space around her. Suspended in midair, she radiated power beyond comprehension, an unstoppable force unchained from previous constraints, leaving devastation in its wake. Professor Glast's trained senses confirmed the inevitable outcome, a chilling realization settling in that survival against her might be impossible. The overwhelming force gathered at her fingertips, crackling violently, preparing to unleash destruction capable of reshaping everything caught in its path. Roth Taylor remained motionless, fully aware of the impending outcome, his mind racing through every possible escape while reality twisted around them. Lucy's transformation had exceeded expectations, but a lingering hesitation remained, as if something unseen restrained her from complete annihilation. Taylor noticed this hesitation, recognizing an unexpected flicker of restraint within her gaze, suggesting that control had not been entirely lost. Despite the chaos unfolding, a strange thought crossed his mind, questioning why she had yet to finish what had been started. Memories surfaced, fragmented recollections of moments before everything spiraled out of control, hinting at an unseen factor influencing her decisions. Taylor clenched his fists, knowing that something deeper lay beneath the destruction, an answer buried within the storm Lucy had become. Lucy turned away, her steps deliberate, as if the outcome had already been decided before the battle had even begun. Taylor watched her go, uncertain whether to chase after her or accept that their paths had finally diverged completely. Lucy's expression remained unreadable, her gaze fixed ahead while the remnants of energy crackled softly in the fading aftermath. A lingering silence settled between them, filled with unspoken words neither had the strength nor the will to say. As she disappeared into the distance, Taylor clenched his fists, feeling an unfamiliar weight settle deep within his chest. Lucy found herself before a familiar book, its pages filled with the wisdom and regrets of those who came before. The final words of the text resonated deeply, urging strength for those who remained, despite everything that had been lost. Memories surfaced as she traced the worn pages, recalling the lessons imparted by a figure whose presence still lingered. The book's dedication carried a weight beyond its words, marking the culmination of a journey shaped by sacrifice and resolve. Under the golden light, Lucy stood alone, the book now a part of her as she prepared for what remained. The battlefield lay silent as Taylor lifted his head, watching the space where Lucy once stood before fading from sight. A sharp gust of wind carried away the remnants of magical energy, leaving only the aftermath of everything that transpired. The towers stood tall, their ominous glow dimming as the world slowly adjusted to the absence left behind. With Lucy gone, uncertainty filled the air, yet something deeper lingered, a shift not even Taylor could fully understand. He turned his back to the ruins, deciding to leave the questions unanswered for now, letting time reveal its truths. The elite company maintained their watch, ensuring everything proceeded as planned while unseen forces continued shaping the course ahead. Lortel assumed responsibility, handling matters with calculated precision, understanding the weight of decisions that shaped the unfolding circumstances. Taylor pushed forward despite fatigue, his body strained from the relentless pace, yet his determination left no room for hesitation. Trix Hall stood tall, a silent witness to past conflicts, its structure holding secrets buried beneath years of forgotten history. Within its walls, Glast's theft of the sealed tome had set everything into motion, leading to inevitable consequences awaiting resolution. Taylor's pursuit began within these halls, a desperate attempt to recover what had been taken before everything spiraled beyond control. The wounded found solace in the Academy's care, their struggles momentarily eased while the larger battle loomed beyond their reach. Returning here had never been part of the plan, yet fate pulled him back to the place where everything started. From the secret laboratory to this final destination, the journey had come full circle, drawing all loose ends into place. The towering magic structures loomed ahead, their glow illuminating the night as an unspoken promise of an impending conclusion. Among the Academy's grand structures, one building remained untouched, an unspoken testament to its former owner's lingering influence. Black's contribution ensured uninterrupted education, a legacy left behind despite the turmoil that followed his past decisions and actions. Footsteps echoed across the Academy's grounds, remnants of history leaving invisible trails that guided those still chasing their unresolved purpose. Tracking Lucy's presence proved effortless, her lingering energy unmistakable amidst the shifting atmosphere surrounding the Academy's sacred grounds. From this vantage point, the Academy stretched endlessly, each pathway tied to a memory, a legacy shaped by Lucy's influence. Lucy walked forward as the swirling energy surrounded the towers, her presence steady despite the overwhelming force distorting the space. Taylor followed closely, their exchanges feeling unchanged despite everything shifting around them, as if the past still clung to them. The tension in the air remained unbroken, memories resurfacing in Lucy's mind as she traced steps from long-forgotten moments. The edge of the structure stretched before her, the drop below vast, a place where past sorrows had once taken hold. Taylor glanced down, realizing the sheer height, a place where falling meant the end. Yet for Lucy, it held meaning. Lucy's voice remained calm as she recalled past hardships, emotions that once overwhelmed her now feeling distant and unfamiliar. time had dulled the pain, though the memories remained vivid, a reminder that even sorrow eventually faded into acceptance. Glack's words echoed within her thoughts, wisdom imparted not to dwell on loss but to move forward despite the weight. Even if magic could return what was lost, the cycle would only repeat, leaving the same wounds to reopen. Lucy gazed at the towering structures, realization dawning that resurrection was never a solution but a burden best left untouched. Rothtailor observed in silence, understanding that Lucy had reached the answer she sought, her conviction now steady and unwavering. The realization settled in that she had no intention of turning back, the weight of choice firmly in her hands. The final decision had already been made, yet uncertainty lingered, an unspoken question left hanging between the two of them. Rothtailor tried to find the right words, but hesitation held him back. Knowing nothing would change the outcome, Lucy stepped forward, breaking the moment of silence, moving toward the conclusion only she could reach on her own. Lucy leaned against Rothtailor's shoulder, her exhaustion evident as the magical towers pulsed with an eerie, mesmerizing glow around them. Rothtailor hesitated but complied, realizing she needed the support, though he still wondered what had led her to this moment. The glowing pillars of celestial magic surged, their energy converging at the center, signaling the end of something long in motion. Professor Glast had dedicated his life to celestial magic, obsessed with uncovering its secrets no matter the cost or consequences. Resurrection magic had been sealed forever, ensuring the dead could not return, solidifying the finality of loss in this world. Lucy was well aware of this, her expression solemn as she accepted the truth that magic could not reverse everything. Rothtailor watched her, understanding the unspoken emotions that lay beneath her composed exterior, knowing she carried burdens few could comprehend. The two of them sat in silence, gazing at the towering structures as the night stretched endlessly before them. The sky above seemed more distant than ever, as if the world itself had shifted, changed by everything that transpired. Despite everything that had happened, there was an undeniable beauty in the moment, something neither of them would forget. The ground trembled as an ancient mechanism awakened, long-dormant power responding to the remnants of celestial energy within the towers. A weapon created by Glast using celestial magic had been hidden, waiting for the moment it would be unleashed again. A figure emerged, commanding the towering construct, its energy pulsing in response, preparing for the battle that was about to unfold. The first strike of the awakened magic golem sent shockwaves through the area, shaking the very foundation of the academy. In the depths of the tower, unseen forces stirred, their presence looming as the final confrontation began to take shape. Taylor charged forward, the final phase of the battle beginning as the towering construct emitted a deep, ominous glow around him. The golem's energy surged, releasing a violent explosion that shook the entire battlefield, signaling the challenge that awaited at its core. Isla remained trapped within the golem's heart, her presence barely visible beneath the swirling layers of celestial magic and ancient power. A burst of light illuminated the battlefield as allies emerged, their combined forces pushing through the barriers keeping Ayla imprisoned. A green aura surged as support arrived, a final push needed to reach the core before the golem's power fully activated. Taylor leaped into the air, dodging the golem's massive attacks, his focus entirely on reaching the imprisoned Ayla before it was late. Sprinting forward, he weaved through falling debris, his every movement precise as he prepared for the decisive moment that would decide everything. His determination never wavered as he closed the distance, his mind focused only on freeing Ayla from the golem's grasp. A final strike was delivered, energy clashing as Taylor pushed through, ensuring the last barrier between them was completely shattered. At some point in the chaos, his vision blurred, his glasses lost amidst the battle, yet his resolve remained unshaken. The quiet routine of a professor unfolds, surrounded by books and symbols, a life dedicated to studying celestial magic and knowledge. Sitting alone at a desk, pages filled with meticulous notes pile up, forming the foundation for lessons that shape young minds. The process repeats endlessly, reviewing magical principles, analyzing celestial formations, and refining theories to ensure students receive the most accurate knowledge. Seasons change beyond the window, but inside, the academic world remains the same, built on principles of logic and structured learning. As the snow falls outside, a determined student frequently appears, eager to learn beyond the standard curriculum, driven by insatiable curiosity. The young student insists on studying advanced magic before her time, motivated by an inner ambition that refuses to be ignored. Time passes and the snow turns to rain, yet she persists, her dedication unwavering despite the challenges of mastering magic. A nervous assistant professor arrives, her presence marked by constant mistakes and repeated apologies, struggling to keep up with demanding expectations. The cycle of seasons continues, rain giving way to spring, a soft breeze carrying the scent of blooming flowers through campus. The headmaster, a figure of experience and wisdom, visits often, continuing his routine of tea before addressing administrative responsibilities. Even after his promotion, the headmaster maintains this tradition, a reminder that some habits persist despite the ever-changing academic landscape. Through these moments, the professor remains at his desk, watching the cycle of students, faculty, and responsibilities unfold before his eyes. Surrounded by the movement of academia, he immerses himself in research, believing that dedication to work is the key to purpose. The balance between solitude and interaction shapes his days, creating a rhythm that never quite changes despite the world outside shifting. The window remains his silent companion, a frame through which he observes time passing, each visitor adding another chapter to life. A book lay open on the desk, its worn pages containing knowledge tied to painful memories that never seem to fade. Slamming the book shut, a surge of celestial energy crackled, resonating with suppressed emotions that had long been buried deep inside. The book lifted, its aura intensifying as ancient symbols glowed, forming an intricate barrier filled with overwhelming magical energy and chaos. Straining against the pressure, hands trembled while gripping a blade, forcing a counterspell to break through the arcane storm ahead. A violent clash erupted as the celestial force met steel, shaking the room while echoes of forgotten power stirred within shadows. Sparks scattered as the blade deflected energy, struggling against celestial magic's pull, forcing a desperate attempt to regain control completely. Pulsing waves of pink light twisted the air, forcing time itself to distort as magic attempted to rewrite the surrounding reality. The aura intensified, sending sharp pain through his body, reminding him that past wounds and painful memories could never truly disappear. A distant figure emerged within the energy's core, their silhouette framed against a storm of uncontrolled magic unraveling everything around them. The surge exploded outward, colliding with an unknown force, sending shockwaves that scattered debris and shook the very foundation beneath. A sudden force pushed back as celestial magic surged, overwhelming the battlefield with an unpredictable and volatile display of raw energy. Time fractured, layers of overlapping magic intertwining, creating a trap that compressed everything within its grasp, forming an inescapable magical prison. Shadows flickered within the expanding chaos, the arcane storm growing stronger, trapping those caught inside without a clear escape route. A voice called out urgently, struggling against the onslaught of compressed time, desperately reaching toward an ally amid the swirling magic. A powerful energy erupted, shattering restraints, sending green light surging forward as a final attempt to break free from imprisonment. Taylor's cold gaze met the swirling magic as energy surged, lifting his sword high to cut through the distortion ahead. The force roared around him, his blade slicing upward, creating an arc that split the unstable energy into scattered fragments. Blood dripped from Taylor's lips, exhaustion creeping in as the weight of magic pressed against him, distorting his vision. His breath grew heavy, eyes clouding as the overwhelming force of reality-shifting magic threatened to consume what little remained. The darkness stretched before him, time slowing as memories surfaced, flashing through Taylor's mind in waves of aching recollections. A familiar face appeared within the void, her presence warm yet distant, a lingering trace of what Taylor had once lost. The light flickered, distant but tangible, guiding him closer as determination pulled him toward the fragile boundary of reality. Taylor's pulse quickened, fingers reaching forward, nearly grasping what had slipped through time's grasp, driven by a desperate longing. The energy surged violently, forcing Taylor to move, pushing past the chaos while gripping his sword tighter against the storm. Each strike shattered the forces against him, the clash of steel and magic echoing as he fought to reshape destiny. Sparks ignited as Taylor's blade met the glowing core, power colliding, sending waves of burning golden light across the battlefield. Shadows twisted and lashed out, desperate to contain him, their form collapsing under the relentless force of his sweeping blade. The golden storm expanded, consuming the dark mass, breaking through the barrier that had held time frozen within its grasp. Heat rushed through the air as the battlefield illuminated, the last remnants of resistance fading beneath the overwhelming surge. Standing amidst the fading light, Taylor steadied his breath, eyes locked forward as reality settled, the battle finally reaching its end. Flames surged around the swordmaster as his blade crackled with energy, unleashing a skill powerful enough to shake the battlefield. Taylor's blade clashed against celestial magic, sending sparks flying as time itself trembled under the overwhelming force of reversal magic. Ancient runes glowed, reversing time's flow, breaking the barrier that had trapped those frozen within its grasp, restoring their lost movement. The echoes of time resounded as those trapped gasped for air, their bodies freed from the relentless grip of stasis. Taylor's fingers tightened around his sword, his resolve burning as magic crackled, determination unwavering even against the cost of sacrifice. Taylor gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the strain as magic surged through his veins, threatening to consume him. Ice magic erupted, sharp spears forming mid-air, crackling with energy before launching forward, piercing through the distortion in a flash. The frozen lances carved through space, targeting the unstable core of the spell, attempting to shatter the chaotic energy completely. Taylor lunged forward, weaving through the falling debris, his sword striking true as magic whirled, sealing the chaotic remnants. His chest heaved as he steadied himself, golden light reflecting in his eyes, knowing the battle's final moment had arrived. A violent explosion erupted, flames consuming everything in its path as the last remnants of the battle reached its peak. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the battlefield, knocking down anything that stood in the way of destruction. Amidst the crumbling chaos, Taylor's eyes remained focused, his body moving instinctively as he evaded the cascading debris around him. The battlefield trembled as fire engulfed the remnants of the fallen enemy, the intense heat warping the very air itself. Ashes filled the sky, golden embers swirling as the ruins collapsed, marking the end of a battle fought with everything. Taylor collapsed onto his knees, breath unsteady, the battle's toll weighing heavily as exhaustion crept through his weakened limbs. The battlefield lay silent, the once chaotic energy dispersing into the air, leaving behind only remnants of a long struggle. Clouds of dust swirled as movement resumed, broken ground cracking beneath footsteps that carried the weight of hard-fought victory. A deep breath filled Taylor's lungs, the pain lingering, sweat dripping down as his body struggled to remain upright. His opponent acknowledged the outcome, shoulders sagging in resignation, as the realization of defeat settled into his exhausted expression. A slight push sent him backward, momentum pulling his body toward the abyss, the sensation of weightlessness overtaking his senses. His figure descended rapidly, the towering structure looming above, fading into the distance as he was cast into the unknown. The wind howled past his ears, the vast expanse below rushing closer as gravity took hold, sealing his inevitable fall. A violet glow flickered beneath him, swirling with arcane symbols, its presence disrupting the descent, altering the course of fate. Eyes filled with longing gazed downward, emotions surfacing as memories clashed against reality, the past refusing to be forgotten. A name left his lips, carried by the wind, vanishing into the night as magic twisted around his falling body. Arcane energy crackled, distorting space itself, forming an intricate pattern beneath him, activating celestial magic's power before impact arrived. The runes flared, their intensity reaching a peak, shattering the limits of spatial movement, forging an escape from imminent destruction. A bright flash illuminated the darkened sky, swallowing his form entirely, leaving behind only traces of unstable magical remnants. The void spat him out beneath the vast branches of an ancient tree, celestial energy dissipating as silence reclaimed the night. Glass stumbled beneath the ancient tree, his escape barely successful, the magic circle fading as his body collapsed from exhaustion. Blood seeped through his wounds, mana failing to stop it, his breath uneven as the weight of battle bore down. His vision blurred as memories resurfaced, realizing this moment was where Professor Glast was always meant to meet his end. Roth Taylor stood beneath the moonlight, watching carefully as Glast forced himself upright, needing to confirm the lingering doubt in his mind. A towering magical formation pulsed with energy, its presence dominating the battlefield as an unseen force orchestrated the unfolding chaos. Lortel ensured the mercenaries' departure, handling loose ends while securing the remaining forces left scattered throughout the island's vast terrain. With her father contained, only final preparations remained, ensuring all critical escape routes were sealed before the last confrontation began. Lortel rushed through the corridors, her mind racing as she sought answers, uncertainty gripping her thoughts with growing intensity. A familiar voice called her name, breaking her focus as she turned, only to find herself confronted by an unexpected presence. Roth Taylor watched as tension filled the air, his gaze sharp while analyzing the situation unfolding before him with quiet calculation. Dorothy and Claire moved with urgency, their presence a sign that something deeper lurked beneath the surface of this battle. The underground waterways had been secured, their mission completed, yet an unsettling feeling remained, lingering beneath the surface of certainty. Tears streamed down Dorothy's face as uncertainty gripped the moment, emotions colliding against the stark reality of what lay ahead. Flames roared behind Ed, his arrival shifting the atmosphere, signaling the final confrontation that would decide the fate of all. Janica questioned the existence of the towering structures, her curiosity driven by past encounters and the deeper mystery surrounding them. The settlements had adapted, merging celestial magic into everyday life, redefining the way people thrived within their evolving world. Reports surfaced detailing unusual activity deep within the northern forest, sparking concerns about the origins of the unexplained celestial disturbances. If celestial forces were involved, there was only one possible culprit, someone whose presence had long been intertwined with forbidden knowledge. Rothtail's mind raced, uncertainty clouding his thoughts as the events no longer aligned with the expected course of the unfolding battle. The aftermath of battle remained evident, scars left across the land, a reminder of how close everything came to complete destruction. If Glass decided to leave, the balance of events would shift, altering everything in ways impossible to predict or control. The thought weighed heavily, pushing the need to confirm his fate before it became another unknown that disrupted the fragile timeline. Under the moonlit sky, Rothtail approached cautiously, his gaze locked onto Glass, whose presence still lingered despite the overwhelming odds. A quiet moment passed between them, unspoken questions hanging in the air, as tension settled into the night's uncertain stillness. Lortel and Janica arrived, their presence breaking the silence as they took in the scene, confusion evident in their expressions. Glass sat beneath the ancient tree, his body weakened, yet his posture remained composed despite the severity of his injuries. A deep breath steadied him, eyes reflecting years of wisdom, burdened by decisions that had led him to this moment. Rothtail observed carefully, searching for meaning in Glass's gaze, questioning how events had brought them both to this inevitable confrontation. A distant memory surfaced, moments that shaped everything, reminding him of the lines blurred between mentor, enemy, and fate's cruel hand. Glass acknowledged the inevitable, recognizing that despite his choices, destiny had brought them here, facing a conclusion that felt unavoidable. His voice carried resignation, accepting that every action had led him toward this fate, though he had never intended such an end. He had seen talent in Rothtail long ago, seeking to shape him, yet now facing him as a reminder of failure. The weight of past mistakes pressed heavily, each regret lingering as the night stretched on, filled with quiet acceptance and unspoken thoughts. Despite everything, Glass found peace in the life he had lived, knowing that in the end, he had never been alone. Glass's mind drifted to the past, recalling the years that felt both fleeting and endless as time shaped his journey. Rothtail listened as the memories unfolded, piecing together the history that had quietly influenced so much of his life. Cleo's presence had been constant, years of shared experience shaping their dynamic, though the passage of time had altered everything. The weight of unspoken emotions filled the silence, the realization of how much had changed settling heavily in the night. Dorothy's tears had told a story of their own, emotions unspoken yet deeply understood as everything neared its inevitable conclusion. Claire smiled softly, her memories filled with moments of relentless study and unexpected lessons that had shaped her over time. She recalled Glass's strict nature, his criticisms sharp yet unwavering, always pushing her to improve beyond what she thought possible. He had been the most difficult mentor, yet in every moment there was an undeniable belief in the potential of others. Dorothy's instincts had always been sharp, sensing things that others ignored, even when the truth remained just beyond her grasp. Though uncertainty lingered, she knew one thing: Glass had left behind something far greater than his mistakes and regrets. Dorothy had always admired Glass, despite his flaws, forever grateful for the recognition he had given her long ago. His legacy carried contradictions, a man who sought perfection yet chose a path that led him to complete isolation. No one could deny his brilliance, though the decisions he made had often placed him at odds with the world. As he lay there believing himself alone, memories of his students remained, a silent testament to the life he had shaped. In reality, his influence had never faded. His lessons, his guidance, and the talents he nurtured lived on beyond him. Glass had spent his life proving his daughter's worth, ensuring that her value was seen despite the world's indifference. His years as a mentor and colleague shaped many lives, leaving behind lessons that continued to echo beyond his presence. Despite everything, he had never truly been alone, his legacy woven into the lives of those who had learned from him. Yet in his final moments, his vision blurred, the world fading as even his reflection became an unfamiliar shadow. His glasses lay shattered, a silent testament to the choices made, the burden of past regrets pressing against his weakening frame. Before the chaos unfolded, Glass had foreseen the fate of the Academy's library, ensuring its contents would remain protected. Roth Taylor had managed to preserve the most vital knowledge, securing only the materials that held true importance within their hidden depths. The realization dawned that there was more left to uncover, remnants of forgotten wisdom still buried beneath years of secrecy. Glast acknowledged his failure, recognizing that responsibility now rested in another's hands, his influence lingering beyond the final moments of his life. With a final motion, he entrusted everything to Ed, passing the weight of knowledge and responsibility to him without hesitation. Glast's gaze held one last question, the unspoken inquiry of why his student had become the one to receive his legacy. Roth Taylor remained silent, understanding the implications of what had been given, the burdens left behind from a man who once held power. There was still something hidden, something Glast had guarded, ensuring that only the right hands would eventually uncover its significance. The Academy's staff could never be allowed to disturb what had been left behind, a warning woven into his final words. As the night stretched on, Lucy's presence lingered in his thoughts, a reminder of moments that had long since passed. Glast's hand trembled as he closed his eyes. Lucy stood over him, her grip tightening on the hilt, unshaken. Darkness concealed Lucy's face. Roth Taylor, watching from afar, wondered what expression she wore in that moment of irreversible decision. A gentle squeeze, hesitation flickering for an instant, then resolve. Glast exhaled deeply, embracing the weight of his fading life. Blood glistened under the moonlight as Glast slumped. Lucy's heart pounded, uncertain if she felt relief or lingering regret. Against the old tree, Glast's lifeless body rested. Bathed in silver light, he looked eerily peaceful despite the grim reality. Roth Taylor stood on the rooftop, gazing at the Academy. The dawn rose, yet the past clung stubbornly to his mind. From a distance, the Academy remained unchanged, but inside, tensions brewed, and Lucy knew the weight of her next step. Sunlight stretched across the grand halls, masking unseen turmoil. Glast's absence cast long shadows, though few knew its significance. The headmaster's sharp gaze surveyed the entrance, instincts flaring. A deception lurked nearby, hidden behind practiced expressions and measured steps. Papers rustled as names were read aloud. Evaluations began, yet beneath official procedures, something far more dangerous took root. Isla watched Roth Taylor closely, sensing the weight of his thoughts. Suspicion lingered, forming walls neither words nor reason could break. Trust scattered like fallen leaves. Glast's final moments haunted Lucy, each step forward burdened by decisions she could not erase. A firm hand slammed the table, breaking the silence. Accusations circled, yet truth remained elusive, buried beneath unspoken intentions. The Academy's watchful eyes narrowed, their patience fading. Threads of past and present tangled together, forming an inescapable web. Roth Taylor met the piercing gaze before him. What seemed like an outsider's ignorance concealed depths even he struggled to understand. Roth Taylor straightened his uniform, holding a document. His expression hardened as he processed the Academy's decision regarding his recent performance. His eyes narrowed at the report. Something felt off, like an unnoticed flaw that distorted the reality of his efforts. The diary's words did not match his expectations. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he questioned the truth behind his assessment. Shock settled in as his fingers tightened. The report reflected unfamiliar details, raising doubts about the Academy's intentions toward him. He left the hall, mind swirling with thoughts. The Academy's recognition felt different from what he truly desired. Janica approached with a warm smile, concern evident. She studied Roth Taylor carefully, noting his exhaustion from recent events and struggles. A quiet moment passed as Janica observed him closely. His tired stance spoke louder than any words he could offer. She hesitated before speaking again. A strange feeling nagged at her, as though something important had been left unspoken. Roth Taylor shifted uncomfortably, avoiding direct eye contact. Janica's concern deepened, her instincts telling her there was more beneath his exterior. He finally acknowledged his fatigue, subtly admitting the toll recent events had taken. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him. Memories flashed vividly in Roth Taylor's mind. Janica had always been there, supporting him through moments he had taken for granted. He recalled her unwavering presence, realizing only now the depth of his reliance on her during life's most difficult moments. Guilt settled in as he reflected. He had been too focused on himself to truly appreciate the support Janica provided. Professor Glast's final moments replayed in his mind. The weight of unspoken words and regrets grew heavier with realization. A cold understanding settled in, lost taught lessons too late, and he now faced the consequences of his past actions. Janica stood there, her expression uncertain. Roth Taylor's words weighed on her mind, carrying guilt and unspoken burdens from before. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she processed everything. Supporting Roth Taylor had always been natural, but uncertainty now clouded her. His sudden bow startled her. He spoke earnestly, his posture showing regret, but the truth behind his words remained unclear. Janika's mind raced, watching Roth Taylor. The intensity of his emotions felt overwhelming, yet something about his words seemed strangely off. Realization dawned on her face. Roth Taylor's hesitant response confirmed her suspicions, and a strange mix of relief and anticipation settled. The autumn sky stretched endlessly. The Academy's chaos had subsided, yet the echoes of past events still lingered in memory. Roth Taylor exhaled, watching the last chapter of his struggles end. The Academy's affairs had closed, yet something felt unfinished. The man's voice was firm as he observed Roth Taylor's weary expression. His words carried finality, an unshakable decision already made. Roth Taylor listened, understanding what was being offered. The weight of independence clashed with the reality of returning to structured life. Thoughts drifted as he walked past wooden fences. The simplicity of solitude had been comforting, yet a new path awaited. Footsteps echoed in the quiet evening. Roth Taylor approached his familiar hut, feeling conflicted as he prepared for inevitable change. His fingers brushed against the wooden frame. A sigh escaped as he realized this peaceful chapter was reaching its conclusion. Inside, dim light flickered, welcoming him back. The weight of transition settled, but an unexpected presence suddenly shattered his thoughts. The sound of something dropping made him freeze. His instincts sharpened as he turned, his body reacting before his mind. His eyes widened in shock as Lucy collapsed before him. Disbelief flashed across his face, uncertain of what happened. Lucy gazed at the cloudy sky. The distant mountains brought memories of her childhood, moments untouched by present hardships. She recognized the familiar path ahead. This was not the Academy, but the northern mountains where her past remained hidden. Lucy's mind drifted to forgotten days. Childhood echoes stirred within her, though uncertainty clouded the reason behind this dream. Her steps felt weightless as she approached the old cottage. Familiar walls whispered memories she thought she had abandoned. The sight of the old man's room brought comfort. She decided to seek him, hoping for answers to lingering questions. Lucy's eyes widened as she stood frozen. The warmth she expected was absent, replaced by an eerie, unsettling silence. Darkness consumed the room as shadows loomed. Fear crept in as memories distorted into something far more terrifying than before. Glowing red eyes stared through her. The skeletal figure questioned her decisions, demanding answers Lucy struggled to give herself. The figure's rage echoed loudly, questioning her choices. Lucy's heart pounded as guilt clawed at her fragile, wavering thoughts. Lucy trembled, realizing this was no ordinary dream. It was a nightmare shaped by fears she dared not confront. Lucy's eyes fluttered open, the dream's weight still heavy. She sat in silence, unsure if it had truly ended. The maid's voice interrupted her thoughts. Morning light seeped in, pulling Lucy back to reality despite lingering unease within. Silence lingered between them as Lucy gathered herself. The dream's impact left her questioning what awaited her that day. A surge of magic pulsed through her veins. Advanced spatial magic activated, fueled by instinct rather than conscious choice or will. She felt an unexplainable pull toward the northern forest. Something awaited her there, and Lucy knew she couldn't ignore it. Lucy's bare feet touched the wooden floor. Roth Taylor approached quickly, his steps determined, carrying unresolved emotions and unspoken thoughts. Roth Taylor's arrival brought an unexpected sense of calm. Lucy's eyes softened, the tension from past events momentarily easing away. Her gaze shifted as she smiled gently. Relief washed over her, knowing familiar company was near after difficult days. Lucy's soft whisper acknowledged the weather. Clouds gathered, mirroring the quiet storm within her mind as uncertainty lingered. She acknowledged the end of an era. The peaceful solitude she once knew would now be left behind. Lucy's sudden fall startled Roth Taylor. He moved instinctively, catching her just in time, realizing something troubled her deeply. She thought about cats, their independence. Like her, they resisted control, always unpredictable, slipping through expectations whenever least expected. Lucy recalled how cats feigned indifference but craved attention when ignored. Her thoughts mirrored her own complex feelings inside. Roth Taylor's gaze remained steady, processing her words. He recognized the irony, realizing how emotions often resembled fleeting feline behaviors. He pondered her final thought. Sometimes control wasn't about force, but knowing when to step back and observe quietly. Professor Rubian's lecture captivated the class. His charm and wit turned complex subjects into engaging lessons that students easily absorbed. The students admired his charisma, even comparing relationships to taming elusive cats. Laughter filled the room at unexpected comparisons. Roth Taylor noticed how Rubian's popularity guaranteed good grades. Initially overwhelmed, he worked tirelessly to match his peers' progress. Now confident, Taylor surpassed expectations. His meticulous notes and dedication made him stand out, even in challenging subjects and lessons. As the day ended, Taylor felt accomplished. Yet, an unexpected invitation made him pause, leaving questions lingering in his mind. The Academy's scholarship program promised opportunities. Its towering halls symbolized endless responsibilities for students seeking financial support and stability. Taylor listened intently as Rubian explained. Balancing tuition with academy contributions seemed logical, but uncertainty clouded his thoughts about involvement. Rubian's confident stride reflected his certainty. Taylor's hesitation was evident, unsure of the demands this opportunity would place upon him. The mention of administrative work surfaced. Assisting Professor Glynn felt manageable, but deeper responsibilities lurked beneath the surface of expectations. Anissa's efforts were acknowledged, but the workload remained overwhelming. Taylor realized accepting would mean embracing relentless tasks and constant demands. Taylor contemplated the arrival of new students. He understood the challenges, remembering his own journey and obstacles faced when starting. His expression hardened as thoughts settled. He sensed someone significant among them, an individual who could change everything unexpectedly. Floating above his hand, the enchanted book pulsed. It amplified his abilities, sharpening his focus as responsibilities continued to grow. Taylor recalled past struggles and newfound strength. Determination fueled his ambition, realizing success demanded more than talent. It required relentless effort. Thoughts lingered on future battles. Every choice now shaped what awaited, especially with potential rivals among the incoming students. Rubian's favor weighed heavily on Taylor's mind. Trusting him meant navigating complexities, where every favor concealed hidden expectations and risks. Taylor sensed Rubian's motives. His mind raced, realizing the favor wasn't merely assistance, but entangled in unseen personal ambitions. Lortel's hand brushed her hair. Calculations filled her mind, weighing options, knowing decisions now would shape her future greatly. Ruthlessness wasn't new to Lortel. Her determination stemmed from survival instincts, pushing her to secure advantages without unnecessary delays. The signed document glimmered faintly. Lortel's eyes steadied, accepting any price necessary to secure her ambitions without hesitation or regret. Lortel leaned forward, scribbling notes. Her mind raced, calculating the benefits of the upcoming winter classes without Glast's presence. The pen danced across the paper. Lortel's thoughts wandered to new opportunities now that roles at the academy had shifted. Her eyes narrowed, considering responsibilities. Without Glast, someone had to step up. Lortel wondered if she could fill that space. She sighed softly, acknowledging the burdens. Others like Taylor and Janica would also be preoccupied with their growing responsibilities soon. Lortel's pen cracked under pressure. Uncertainty lingered, but her determination remained steady despite the challenges approaching from every direction. An ominous feeling settled in Lortel's chest. The weight of upcoming decisions felt heavier than expected, gnawing at her thoughts. Taylor's familiar voice echoed as he approached. His concerns about supplies for winter reminded Lucy of unfinished preparations for survival. Lucy processed his words, realizing shortages loomed. Taylor's question lingered, highlighting her lack of focus on essential preparations recently. His curiosity unsettled her. She wondered why Taylor suddenly paid attention to her habits, making her feel unexpectedly vulnerable. Questions swirled in her mind. Why now? Lucy rarely felt cornered, but Taylor's presence stirred unexpected thoughts she couldn't ignore. The worn axe rested near the stump. Taylor considered leaving the campsite behind, knowing changes would reshape familiar routines soon. Moving into Dex Hall meant losing the quiet moments spent at the camp, especially the fleeting interactions with familiar faces. Taylor acknowledged how this change would create distance. Even encounters with Lucy and Janica would become rare once responsibilities pulled them apart. The thought lingered as familiar voices approached. The carefree steps and playful waves reminded him of simpler fleeting days. Memories of time spent at the camp resurfaced. Taylor felt a bittersweet attachment, realizing how much he cherished that place. Janica's cheerful expression brightened the atmosphere. Taylor listened, appreciating her support despite the uncertainty of moving into Dex Hall. The lively chatter around them filled the air. Taylor's mind drifted to unfinished tasks, particularly the hidden safe in the library. Holding the key, Taylor knew responsibilities awaited. He realized the decision to move could alter his future significantly. The application in his hands felt heavy. Taylor contemplated the shift, aware that every choice carried unforeseen consequences ahead. Gratitude flickered in his eyes. He acknowledged Janica's thoughtfulness, realizing the complexity of decisions they all faced together. Janika's words lingered as she turned. A sudden surge of magic caught everyone's attention, breaking the calm atmosphere instantly. Lucy's panicked expression revealed her thoughts. She rushed forward, urgency in her steps, as if to prevent something irreversible. Roth Taylor's confusion deepened at Lucy's sudden reaction. Her determination made him reconsider the weight of his pending decision immediately. Lucy's bare feet shuffled quickly. She moved with haste, fearing the impact of choices made without full understanding or foresight. She reached out desperately. Her presence radiated urgency, as though stopping Roth Taylor was the only thing that truly mattered now. Roth Taylor's confusion grew. That moment marked the beginning of events that would challenge everything he once believed certain. Janika's cheerful demeanor masked her genuine admiration. She recognized Roth Taylor's rapid growth, impressed by his relentless dedication and perseverance. His spiritual resonance surpassed expectations. Janika observed quietly, realizing Roth Taylor's potential already rivaled many experienced elementalists effortlessly. Her sharp gaze noticed every detail. She acknowledged the improvement in Roth Taylor's mana reserves, impressed by his swift progress overall. Lucy's silent glare didn't go unnoticed. Janika wondered if her presence had upset Lucy, sensing unspoken tension between them. Lucy's usual morning routine was absent. She escaped the dormitory early, lost in thought, still wearing her simple pajamas. Roth Taylor felt his magic surging. The power increase urged him to push boundaries, aiming to master intermediate spells with focus. The book's pages glowed. Roth Taylor absorbed its knowledge, determined to improve, knowing magic mastery required relentless dedication and unwavering resolve. Frustration settled in as spells fizzled. Roth Taylor's efforts felt insufficient despite the day's commitment to perfecting his magical abilities. Lucy's presence unsettled Roth Taylor. Her silence and focused stare hinted at unspoken concerns, leaving him puzzled by her behavior. Janika's nervous apology lingered. Lucy's reactions felt intense, almost hostile, especially when Janika was involved in conversations around Roth Taylor. Roth Taylor noticed Lucy's unease. Her tension suggested fear rather than aggression, making him question her intentions and unspoken worries. Magic challenges frustrated Roth Taylor. Intermediate spells proved more demanding than anticipated, leaving him drained despite his continuous practice throughout the day. Exhausted, Roth Taylor admitted defeat for now. The day's efforts felt fruitless, but he remained determined to improve eventually. Lucy's question surprised Roth Taylor. She expressed a desire to visit somewhere, leaving him curious about her sudden request. Lucy's thoughts were divided. Checking the campfire and fireplace became vital as freezing nights threatened comfort and survival. She considered Dex Hall's warmth. Moving there promised safety from harsh weather but distanced her from familiar routines at camp. Roth Taylor's silent glance at Lucy reflected confusion. Her determined stare suggested something significant weighed on her mind unexpectedly. Lucy's steady gaze met Roth Taylor's eyes. Determination sparkled within her, signaling urgency for something she couldn't ignore anymore. Lucy's resolve strengthened. She requested Roth Taylor's company, suggesting an immediate visit to a place holding unknown importance for her. The rope tightened as Roth Taylor secured it against the sturdy tree, preparing for the descent into darkness below. Roth Taylor's hands gripped tightly while descending, shadows swallowing him as he moved deeper into the forgotten chamber. Roth Taylor floated carefully above the cavern floor, balancing magic and strength to navigate the treacherous depths beneath him. The faint glow of magic illuminated the hidden chamber where countless relics lay untouched for years. Roth Taylor's eyes locked onto the hidden key. Realizing Glass's secret had remained buried until now for unknown reasons, Roth Taylor secured another rope, ensuring safe passage before exploring further into the forgotten archives buried beneath the academy. Magic energy surged as Roth Taylor navigated obstacles, realizing multiple trips would be necessary to retrieve everything safely. A hidden safe revealed itself, surprising Roth Taylor as he pondered Glass's reason for concealing its existence from everyone. Roth Taylor's hand grasped the key tightly, knowing it unlocked more than just forgotten relics from the past. Roth Taylor's mind drifted to Lortel, hoping her supplies would arrive soon to assist in his growing responsibilities. Roth Taylor steadied himself, exhaustion creeping in, realizing strength training had prepared him for moments like this. Lucy's magic flickered as she floated behind him, determined to offer support despite her exhaustion. Roth Taylor's heart raced as he noticed the weight of secrets growing heavier with each passing moment. Lucy's presence offered comfort, a silent reminder that he wasn't alone in the challenges ahead. Roth Taylor's mind settled on asking Lortel for assistance, realizing he couldn't face everything alone anymore. Lucy's eyes widened as Roth Taylor revealed the ring. glowing with untapped power capable of bending time itself for magic. The legendary ring promised future magic drawn into the present, offering limitless potential but with a cost too dangerous. Rothtail's fingers trembled holding the artifact, realizing its ability to channel advanced magic from future efforts back into now. Memories of battles fought and magic wielded flashed before him, showing the devastating strength possible through this newfound tool. Yet Rothtail knew its price, risking his consciousness depending on how much magic he dared to unleash instantly. As flames flickered around him, Rothtail envisioned using the ring's power only in moments of absolute desperation and peril. Outside battle, Rothtail imagined overcoming magical barriers, forming contracts with high-ranking spirits despite his previously limited magical capacity. Years of training with low-ranking spirits lingered in Rothtail's mind, emphasizing his insufficient power compared to other elementalists. If this ring could temporarily amplify magic, Rothtail believed he could summon beings far beyond his current capabilities. Lucy's cautious gaze followed Rothtail's resolve, knowing that using this power would invite immense danger alongside fleeting greatness. Rothtail clenched his fist, recalling Professor Clast's disappointment, his own determination now fueled by the ring's overwhelming potential. Memories of the professor's harsh judgments echoed, labeling untalented students like Rothtail as hopeless investments in a magical academy. Rothtail stared at the ring, convinced it could shatter barriers holding him back from achieving mastery and recognition. Professor Clast's obsession with researching magic tools became clear to Rothtail. Now every hidden secret revealed through this discovery. Rothtail stood beneath the shattered ceiling, realizing the professor's final gift was this ring, hidden until Rothtail's greatest need. Professor Glass's research into forbidden magic was all because he wanted to protect someone precious to him. The ring wasn't created for power but as a heartfelt gift for his beloved daughter's safety. Rothtail exhaled sharply, recalling how he once lost focus chasing dreams that seemed forever beyond his reach. He realized that the ring's true significance came from love, not ambition or selfish desires for power. Rothtail gripped the rope tightly, determined to endure every challenge, knowing survival demanded sacrifices beyond imagination. Lucy's steady gaze lingered on Rothtail, making him question the weight of decisions waiting ahead of him. Rothtail's mind raced, torn between moving into Dex Hall or remaining isolated within his familiar makeshift camp. Lucy's silent question echoed louder than words, her expression revealing concern and curiosity about his uncertain path. Rothtail understood the ring's power was immense, but every benefit carried unseen risks waiting to unfold. Being around Lucy often forced Rothtail to confront difficult choices he wished he could ignore forever. The rustic camp reminded Rothtail of solitude's harsh reality, contrasting with the structured environment inside Dex Hall. Winter's cold bite gnawed at him, making the comfort of Dex Hall an undeniably tempting thought. Lucy's keen sense detected rain approaching, proving once again how attuned she was to her surroundings. As drops fell, Rothtail acknowledged that even Lucy's sharp instincts couldn't always predict everything perfectly. Rothtail opened the wooden door, realizing uncertainty would always shadow his path, regardless of his final choice. Rothtail realized the unexpected rainfall didn't match the season, questioning whether this moment signaled something unusual approaching soon. Lucy's calm presence reminded him that certainty was fleeting, especially when unpredictable events defied logical expectations without warning. Her sharp gaze remained steady, watching the sky as uncertainty filled the air, blending curiosity with growing concern. Rothtail thought about how rain often followed periods of calm, bringing new challenges despite peaceful moments previously experienced. Snowflakes gently replaced raindrops, defying expectations as Rothtail accepted unpredictability as a constant part of his journey. Rothtail admitted that preparations for winter were incomplete, realizing solitude made survival harder without help from trusted companions. Lucy's presence offered unexpected reassurance as Rothtail acknowledged the difficulty of managing everything alone before winter's harsh arrival. He asked for help sincerely, realizing self-reliance wasn't always the smartest choice when challenges grew insurmountable quickly. Lucy's response was surprising, recognizing Rothtail's struggles while offering her support despite his usual stubborn independence. A sudden slip disrupted their moment, making Rothtail laugh at how easily unexpected events reshaped ordinary circumstances. Rothtail considered the benefits of staying at camp, finding comfort in familiar surroundings despite the growing challenges ahead. Thoughts of the future weighed heavily as Rothtail realized stability wasn't always guaranteed, no matter his preparations. Snow-covered ground brought momentary peace, But Roth Taylor knew this calm would soon vanish with approaching responsibilities. New challenges awaited, including rivalries between Princess Penia and Lortel, both seeking power within the competitive academy. Roth Taylor braced for what lay ahead, knowing new allies and enemies would soon shape his unpredictable journey. Lucy's presence radiated power as the final challenge, her eyes glowing with unmatched magic and unwavering determination. Roth Taylor's expression remained calm, knowing obstacles would come, but he decided not to dwell on them prematurely. Both believed they would survive the next chapter, enduring whatever trials awaited them in the uncertain future. A new side of Lucy's strength emerged, one unseen before, making Roth Taylor trust their resilience even more. Roth Taylor felt certain that no matter what happened next, they would both emerge stronger and unbroken together. Winter's arrival blanketed everything in snow, bringing both serene beauty and endless work for Roth Taylor's camp preparations. Snowfall was peaceful at first, but as it thickened, the labor to clear it became exhausting. Roth Taylor spent the entire morning shoveling tirelessly, knowing neglecting the camp now would cause bigger problems later. Despite promising not to overwork himself anymore, Roth Taylor tackled every chore needed before tomorrow's scholarship duties. He focused on restocking firewood and properly storing food supplies, preparing for the harsh winter months ahead. The cold weather made preserving food easier, allowing Roth Taylor to complete his tasks much faster than expected. With stored supplies secured, Roth Taylor felt relieved, knowing his camp was ready for winter's relentless challenges. In exchange for abandoning dormitory life, Roth Taylor earned a scholarship that helped cover his tuition expenses. Enduring solitude and harsh conditions wasn't easy, but Roth Taylor accepted every hardship for his ultimate goals. Prepared and determined, Roth Taylor braced himself for whatever challenges the coming semester would inevitably bring. Roth Taylor clenched the magical artifact tightly, feeling its overwhelming energy surge through his body as flames ignited fiercely around him. The blazing power intensified, crackling with heat as Roth Taylor focused his mind, preparing to summon everything within his soul. Through the swirling flames, Roth Taylor's determined gaze locked forward, calling out to Marilda, knowing this moment would change everything. The Academy's grand architecture stood tall as students moved through the day, unaware of upcoming challenges awaiting them. Laplace Bakery, known for its sweets crafted by a former royal chef, attracted visitors with its renowned delicacies. The terrace seating, filled with fragrant flowers, offered a peaceful escape amidst the bustling academy life outside. A luxurious afternoon tea set, hard to obtain due to its popularity, awaited those lucky enough to get it. Janika's cheerful smile appeared as she enjoyed tea, knowing she wouldn't have met Anis without the tempting desserts. Anis teased Janica about her obvious feelings for Roth Taylor, making Janica flustered while defending herself awkwardly. Janica admitted she felt overwhelmed at first, but had accepted reality despite Roth Taylor's rising reputation among students. Memories of Roth Taylor's presence lingered in Janica's mind, making her heart race every time she thought of him. Clara's persistent questions about Janica's feelings made her blush, realizing how deeply she admired Roth Taylor without expressing it. Janica's panic grew, as Clara pointed out that her silence could lead to the dreaded fate of being just friends. Clara's bluntness frustrated Janica, highlighting how her one-sided affection would never reach Roth Taylor if left unspoken. Janica realized that following Roth Taylor like a lost puppy wouldn't make him acknowledge her true feelings. Clara encouraged Janica to make Roth Taylor see her as someone important, not just another follower admiring him. Anis observed their conversation, knowing Clara's advice was crucial if Janica wanted to change her current situation. She understood that Anis's presence had helped improve Roth Taylor's reputation, but her feelings remained just as strong. Clara's repeated efforts praising Roth Taylor to staff and students improved his reputation, making him more trusted within the academy. Anis disagreed with others, questioning whether Roth Taylor's actions truly reflected the praise and trust he now received. Observing Janica's carefree attitude despite constant reminders showed Anis how little responsibility she felt toward deadlines and tasks. Other professors acknowledged Janica's lack of discipline but also recognized her undeniable brilliance and magical talent within the academy. Claire's charm, coupled with her exceptional magical skills, made her stand out despite her flaws and carefree behavior. Claire's network of connections granted her opportunities others could only dream of, securing her place among elite students. Somehow, Claire earned the favor of key figures like Professor Glast and Administrator Talaria through her charming demeanor. Handling numerous responsibilities, including supporting professors, highlighted Claire's strategic efforts to maintain her influential position. Anis Halen's reputation as the top senior magic student reflected her unmatched talent, earning respect from everyone. Annis's close relationship with Professor Glast ensured her knowledge and skills remained unmatched within the Academy's walls. Annis gathered personal information by moving between the library, dorms, and office almost like a meticulous stalker. Her ability to avoid suspicion while collecting data showcased Annis's strategic mind and cunning approach to relationships. To Annis, maintaining alliances meant wearing different masks depending on the situation and the people involved. Analyzing Rothtailor's background, Annis noted his noble birth, siblings, and early selection as family successor. Despite his prestigious upbringing, Rothtailor's unimpressive grades during his first year questioned his true capabilities and potential. Annis struggled to adjust to the academy, working tirelessly to secure her scholarship while managing daily responsibilities with determination. Her admiration for Lortel drove her forward, pushing her to survive despite the hardships she faced at every turn. Though financial instincts were not her strength, Annis relied on her unique skills to navigate the academy's competitive environment. She researched Rothtailor, uncovering details about his upbringing and the powerful influence of his noble family. His privileged background stood in stark contrast to her struggles, but his lack of academic success left her intrigued. Annis studied his history further, piecing together the puzzle of his personality and his reputation within the academy. His oppressive childhood and expectations had shaped him into someone she needed to understand in order to move forward. Despite his noble status, he lacked remarkable achievements, making him a curious anomaly among the students. She considered his personality, analyzing his potential connections and preferences, trying to anticipate his behavior. As she processed her thoughts, the sudden appearance of Claire shattered her concentration, throwing her off balance. Annis reacted too late, realizing she had miscalculated her surroundings as the sudden impact sent her stumbling backward. The unexpected encounter left her momentarily disoriented, struggling to regain her composure amidst the confusion. A sharp pain shot through her as she caught herself, barely managing to prevent a complete fall. The warm glow of sunlight illuminated the room, casting an ethereal light over Claire as she stood gracefully. She steadied herself, her gaze locking onto Rothtailor, sensing that this moment was more significant than it seemed. Belle stood in the hall, her presence commanding attention as she addressed the matter with a calm and composed expression. She acknowledged the efforts of others, expressing gratitude while maintaining her professional stance in the academy's structured environment. Rothtailor remained deep in thought, piecing together the clues that had been subtly appearing throughout his recent experiences. The growing pattern of small details made him question how much had gone unnoticed before he started paying closer attention. Belle's actions made him wonder about the choices people made when circumstances shaped them into something far beyond expectations. Rothtailor observed Belle's role in the academy, recognizing the influence she carried among those who worked under her guidance. Though no longer bound by noble status, he still maintained formalities, respecting the hierarchy that remained deeply ingrained in the system. The academy structure ensured responsibilities were clearly defined, leaving little room for deviation from the expectations placed upon them. Belle remained firm in her stance, unwilling to let others dictate her decisions despite the pressures she faced from different sides. The lingering weight of unspoken thoughts remained between them as they continued forward, each carrying their own burdens in silence. The academy continued its daily routines, with new students preparing to enter, marking another shift in the ever-changing atmosphere. Rothtailor turned his attention to upcoming arrivals, noting the presence of someone whose reputation had already begun to spread. Tanya Rothtailor's name surfaced, bringing with it a wave of expectations that would inevitably influence the course of events. The energy surrounding the news hinted at challenges ahead, as the academy adjusted to another significant presence within its halls. With everything unfolding so quickly, Rothtailor prepared himself for the inevitable changes that would come with his sister's arrival. The cold air settled over the academy as Ziggs considered his plans for the break, thinking about his time away. He reflected on his recent progress, pushing himself beyond his limits while focusing on his physical and magical training. Rothtailor observed the flames flickering before him, contemplating how much had changed since the previous year's winter. The conversation shifted toward magic, with thoughts lingering on the relentless effort required to master even the most basic spells. Rothtailor remained cautious, sensing something unusual about Ziggs. Though he chose to stay quiet and wait for confirmation, Ziggs maintained his composure despite exhaustion settling deep into his muscles after another intense day of training and preparation. His relaxed attitude concealed the effort he put into refining his abilities while keeping his true progress hidden from others. Rothtailor recalled a past conversation, remembering a time when another student had asked about his whereabouts with genuine concern. The memory resurfaced, bringing a reminder of relationships that remained unresolved, leaving lingering questions in the back of his mind. As the fire crackled, Taylor considered the weight of expectations, knowing he still had unfinished business ahead. The bag landed with a soft thud, its weight confirming the payment for an upcoming task that needed immediate attention. Taylor stood with Lucy, discussing the task ahead while carefully considering the best approach to access the underground library. Lucy remained behind, lost in thought as she contemplated the situation, weighing the risks involved in what lay ahead. Taylor's gaze shifted downward, his instincts warning him as something unusual caught his attention beneath the darkened floor. A faint blue glow emerged from below, its ethereal presence stirring an uneasy feeling as energy pulsed through the air. Ziggs effortlessly caught the object, his focus remaining on the training ahead as the winter air chilled the academy grounds. Taylor sat by the fire, contemplating how to best utilize the camp while balancing his studies and future responsibilities. He carefully planned his schedule, ensuring that his time would be spent efficiently without unnecessary distractions or delays. The list of tasks grew longer, each responsibility piling up as the weight of expectations settled on his shoulders. The academy loomed in the distance, a constant reminder of the challenges awaiting him once the break finally ended. The new group gathered, preparing for their duties as senior students took charge of responsibilities for the upcoming evaluation. Taylor listened carefully, absorbing the details about the examination, knowing that its results would shape the academy's next academic cycle. The dark presence of Professor Glast's influence remained strong, his past examinations still leaving a lasting impression on students. The upcoming test location was revealed, shifting the challenge to a more dangerous terrain where strategy and adaptability were crucial. Tasks were assigned swiftly, each student given a role, ensuring the preparations would be completed before the final deadline arrived. Taylor stood in the hall, his composed demeanor unwavering as he faced yet another situation demanding his attention and awareness. Observers analyzed his every move, considering the influence he held while speculating about his relationships within the academy's social circles. The gathered information formed a calculated strategy, carefully designed to test his reactions and uncover the truth behind his intentions. Anis appeared with a confident presence, prepared to challenge Taylor's position while ensuring her own advantage in the unfolding situation ahead. The snowy path stretched before them, the academy's landscape covered in frost as winter's presence settled over the towering mountains. Taylor observed the area, noting potential dangers hidden beneath the ice, where one misstep could lead to an unexpected fall. The journey continued without pause, the cold air biting against their skin as the altitude made each step feel heavier. Anis took a moment to relax, her expression softening as she found comfort in the brief pause from walking. Taylor sensed a shift in the conversation, realizing Anis had something more to say beyond the surface of her words. The evening grew darker as thoughts weighed heavily on Taylor's mind, lingering uncertainties forming an unshakable presence around him. A memory surfaced, shadows of doubt forming from past interactions, hinting at an underlying tension yet to be addressed. The checklist in his hands served as a reminder of unfinished responsibilities that required his focus before the day ended. Anis stood beside him, her composed demeanor unwavering as she carefully navigated the emotions hidden beneath her cheerful exterior. The subtle shift in her tone hinted at something deeper, revealing unspoken burdens she carried through her time at the academy. The conversation deepened, revealing fragments of Anis's struggles as she reflected on the challenges that shaped her path forward. She recalled financial hardships, pushing herself to survive within the academy while ensuring she could continue despite overwhelming circumstances. The journey had not been easy, but Anis refused to let adversity define her, relying solely on her determination. Taylor acknowledged her strength, recognizing the resilience that carried her through each hardship with unwavering persistence. The moment passed between them, unspoken understanding settling as they continued forward, both aware of the weight of their pasts. Anis walked beside Taylor, her expression thoughtful as she considered the similarities between their struggles and past experiences. A sudden misstep sent her forward, her balance slipping on the uneven ground as she instinctively reached for stability. Taylor reacted quickly, steadying Anis before she could fall, his grip firm as he ensured she did not get hurt. She hesitated for a moment, her thoughts racing as she processed the unexpected warmth from their close proximity. Anis tried to calm herself, regaining composure as the brief moment of surprise faded into the background of their journey. Taylor stepped away, his expression neutral as he observed Anis, who appeared more flustered than he had anticipated. She instructed him to wait as she walked away, her sudden departure leaving a lingering question in his mind. The snowy landscape surrounded them, its quiet stillness emphasizing the uncertainty of her intentions as she disappeared from sight. Annis reflected on her approach, carefully considering how to balance charm and sincerity without losing her intended purpose. Her strategy blended different personas, an effort to create the perfect image that would yield the response she wanted. Annis smirked slightly, believing everything was going as planned while maintaining an air of confidence in her actions. A flicker of doubt crept in, making her wonder if she had allowed herself to become too immersed in her act. She brushed aside her hesitation, reassuring herself that everything remained within her calculated approach to handling the situation. Rothtail's physique surprised her, his composed demeanor hiding the physical strength that contradicted his seemingly aristocratic upbringing. She reassessed him once more, realizing that beneath his noble status he possessed more resilience than she had originally expected. Annis observed Rothtail, her mind racing as she analyzed the subtle charm that naturally drew others toward him. A sudden realization struck her, a deeper understanding of why some had become entangled in his presence so easily. She clenched her hands, recognizing the unseen methods that unconsciously influenced those around him without deliberate effort. Determined, she vowed not to be swayed, setting her resolve as she planned her next course of action. The night deepened, and a newfound intensity burned in her gaze as she focused entirely on Rothtail. A deep breath escaped as the cold mountain air surrounded him, offering brief solitude from the complexities within the academy. The breathtaking landscape provided temporary relief, allowing him to push aside his burdens, if only for a fleeting moment. Yet some concerns remained unsolved, lingering in his mind, refusing to be dismissed by the beauty of the horizon. The issue surrounding Tanya Rothtail persisted, a challenge he could not yet fully grasp or find a solution for. Her cunning nature made her a formidable opponent, shaping her into a master strategist beyond her young years. Tanya's ambitions extended far, her calculated moves ensuring she solidified her influence before others could rise against her. Her next step would be decisive, gathering key figures under her command to strengthen her foothold within the academy. Bell had warned of Tanya's reach, emphasizing how quickly she consolidated power without hesitation or uncertainty. Rothtail had anticipated her movements, but an underlying concern lingered about how she would ultimately perceive and treat him. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts, the question of Tanya's intentions leaving him without a clear path forward. Rothtail was once insignificant, barely mentioned before vanishing, leaving little information about his true nature or his current ambitions. The records held no clues, no signs of a larger role, making it difficult to predict his actions or thoughts. The uncertainty left a growing sense of unease, as deciphering Rothtail's intentions became increasingly complicated. Tanya Rothtail's perception of him was absolute, reducing his worth to nothing more than disposable waste beneath her notice. The academy remained unchanged, its halls filled with countless students and the weight of unseen conflicts beneath the surface. The strongest figures emerged, each with talents surpassing ordinary students, setting the foundation for power struggles within the academy. Warriors, scholars, and mages honed their skills, preparing for the future while shaping their legacies with each decisive action. Among them stood a feared presence, wielding abilities beyond comprehension, ensuring their influence stretched far and wide. This gathering of elites shaped the academy's fate, creating an environment where power dictated one's survival and standing. The academy's structure was built on ambition, ensuring only those willing to fight for their place would remain. Tanya moved with purpose, her actions precise, ensuring every step aligned with her grand design for dominance within the academy. Manipulation came effortlessly, her words crafted to control those around her, shaping events to align with her ambitions. Every move was calculated, allowing no room for hesitation, ensuring she remained several steps ahead of her opponents. Rothtail was an obstacle, one she viewed as insignificant, destined to be discarded like forgotten remnants of failure. The academy's shadows whispered secrets, hidden agendas woven into its foundation, waiting for the right moment to unravel completely. Tanya received a direct order to act as a proxy. Strengthening her position within the academy meant proving herself beyond noble expectations. She acknowledged the command with confidence, knowing it was an opportunity to solidify her influence. Success required careful planning and execution. Before leaving, Tanya informed her father of her resolutions. She intended to carve her own path, separate from family ties. The academy was a place where intellect determined power. Even nobles sought knowledge, proving that birthright alone was never enough. Tanya reminded herself not to rely solely on her background. True recognition required proving her worth through effort and strategy. Tanya sipped her tea, prepared for a formal discussion. Every interaction had underlying motives, and she needed to remain composed. A familiar name was mentioned, stirring old memories. She had known him since childhood and understood the burden his presence carried. Unlike others, she had grown up witnessing his failures. He had always been considered a disgrace, unable to meet expectations. His incompetence was widely acknowledged, yet his arrogance never faded. He acted superior despite lacking the perseverance to improve. Even a minor talent had inflated his ego. His belief in his potential far exceeded his actual achievements. Tanya recalled how he barely managed to use mana. Watching him struggle had once left her speechless at the absurdity. Time had passed, but the results remained unchanged. Witnessing his continued failures brought a strange sense of vindication. She realized the conversation had become one-sided. The silence felt unnatural, as if her words carried more weight than intended. A lesson resurfaced in her mind. Understanding the importance of etiquette and balance in discussions was a necessity among nobles. She reminded herself to remain composed. Careful judgment was essential when dealing with those who held influence despite their incompetence. Tanya and the man had unfinished business tied to the hidden dealings of commerce. The weight of expectations pressed down heavily. The farewell carried a cryptic warning. Tanya sensed something ominous beneath the surface, a challenge she had no choice but to face. A chilling sensation surrounded her as an intense gaze locked onto her. The overwhelming aura made it difficult to remain composed. The presence of the serpent twisted reality, its oppressive energy wrapping around Tanya. The situation escalated faster than she had anticipated. Tanya struggled to maintain composure, realizing the conversation had shifted in a dangerous direction. Understanding emotions became crucial in high-stakes encounters. The unsettling atmosphere thickened as Lortel observed the expression before her. The shift in energy hinted at something far deeper. A knowing smile formed, radiating an eerie confidence. The rising aura suggested an unexpected turn, forcing Tanya to reassess the situation. Taylor reviewed his winter break goals carefully. Completing everything efficiently would help him improve and secure a stronger position at the academy. The book contained mid-rank magic, offering deep insights. Mastering these spells required patience, discipline, and a sharp understanding of magical principles. The Academy's library provided unrestricted access to advanced magic. This advantage allowed Taylor to progress steadily without unnecessary setbacks. The cold breeze outside kept his mind sharp. Despite the quiet surroundings, expectations weighed heavily, pushing him to train harder. Ignition magic required control and precision. Channeling energy properly ensured success, proving that effort and discipline mattered more than raw talent. Taylor understood that mastering magic theory compensated for his limitations. Even without practical experience, knowledge allowed him to stay ahead. His calculations were precise, ensuring consistent progress. Recognizing patterns in spell structures became second nature through careful study and repeated exposure. Lucy always appeared in unexpected places. Her presence was unpredictable, making it necessary to remain aware of his surroundings. Over time, Taylor had become accustomed to her sudden appearances. Anticipating movements required adaptability and a sharp sense of awareness. Lifting Lucy required little effort. She was incredibly light, making it easy for Taylor to move her without any difficulty. Flames ignited with controlled precision, responding smoothly. Managing fire magic required steady adjustments to prevent reckless destruction from minor miscalculations. Taylor and Lucy agreed to stay outside. The open air allowed them to focus better without unnecessary distractions breaking concentration. Scents carried subtle traces of memories. The lingering flower fragrance from earlier interactions remained noticeable, creating an unexpected familiarity. Prolonged exposure to mana affected perception. Small changes in the environment became easier to detect through heightened magical sensitivity. Lucy quickly noticed a shift in Taylor's condition. Even the slightest differences in behavior revealed underlying physical effects from magic use. Lucy observed Taylor's condition, sensing an imbalance in his mana flow. His exhaustion hinted at something beyond simple physical strain. With careful movements, Lucy extended her hand. The surrounding energy responded, indicating traces of depleted mana lingering around Taylor. A brief silence followed as Taylor processed her words. The realization of his reckless actions settled in slowly. A deep breath steadied his thoughts. Even without immediate concern, he acknowledged the need to manage his energy properly. Winter's harsh training would strengthen him. The trials ahead required perseverance, ensuring his growth before the season's end. Taylor's sharp gaze met Lucy's, considering the unusual request. Trust between them had grown, though some things remained unspoken. Lucy's expression remained unreadable, waiting for his response. Taylor hesitated, understanding the weight behind seemingly simple actions. The atmosphere shifted as movement broke the stillness. Flames crackled nearby, casting shadows that danced with the wind's rhythm. Lucy's presence was always unpredictable, appearing when least expected. Her actions often defied logic, yet they carried undeniable purpose. Taylor observed her closely, recognizing the familiarity in her demeanor. Their connection had strengthened through countless encounters over time. Lortel approached, her presence breaking the moment. Her confidence suggested she had something important to discuss, shifting the mood instantly. The conversation moved toward pressing matters. Lortel had a way of steering discussions toward topics that carried significant weight. The Academy loomed in the background, a silent reminder of their obligations. Every decision had consequences that extended beyond personal choices. The objectives remained clear, demanding strict adherence to expectations. Taylor's role in the unfolding events had yet to be solidified. Tanya stood waiting, exuding an air of authority. Her expectations were unwavering, ensuring discipline remained a priority moving forward. Elka eagerly shared details about noble family secrets, her excitement clear. Some hidden truths within the Taylor lineage intrigued her deeply. The discussion expanded as Zig joined in, adding his perspective. His presence shifted the atmosphere, making the conversation more intense. Tanya remained silent, carefully processing the information. Her awareness of the family's history made her cautious about what was revealed. Tanya's expression hardened as she sensed the weight of the moment. The implications of this knowledge could not be taken lightly. Zig stood firm, dark energy pulsing around him. His well-trained body carried powerful mana, signaling his readiness for any confrontation. The realization dawned quickly. Zig had recognized Tanya's identity, immediately linking her to Taylor, revealing awareness of family relations. Tanya maintained her composure, understanding the implications. A connection to Taylor meant potential complications that needed careful handling. Zig's amusement grew, clearly entertained by the revelation. His smirk carried unspoken intentions, hinting at plans beyond the current encounter. Taylor observed closely, recognizing an opportunity to gather more insight. Information exchange often held greater value than direct confrontation. The atmosphere lightened as an unexpected comment shifted the mood. Laughter broke tension, redirecting focus toward another pressing matter. A magical item was presented, intended for new students. Its purpose remained uncertain, yet its presence suggested hidden significance. Tanya hesitated before accepting it, unsure of its true value. Her instincts warned against blindly trusting unfamiliar artifacts. The Academy's environment encouraged strategic thinking. Items like these often held deeper meanings, requiring careful analysis before use. Another casual remark redirected attention, shifting priorities toward an upcoming event. Lortel's expression hinted at concealed motives beneath her words. Tanya carried the artifact with uncertainty. The weight of responsibility lingered, reminding her of the many decisions still left unresolved. Zig smirked, acknowledging the situation. Managing relations within the Academy required skill, especially with noble families involved in conflicts. Tanya watched as Zig's confidence grew. Handling misunderstandings swiftly was key to maintaining order in unpredictable social dynamics. Zig noticed Tanya's hesitation. He understood the importance of influence, knowing even small alliances could change the course of events. Introducing himself properly, Zig ensured clarity. Acknowledging connections to others within the Academy strengthened his standing among those who mattered. Tanya prepared herself for what was coming. Stepping forward, she braced for the unexpected as the situation intensified rapidly. Tanya suddenly found herself disoriented. The shift in surroundings caught her off guard, making it difficult to assess her location. The Academy's faculty building loomed ahead. The unexpected transition hinted at someone's deliberate involvement in altering her course. Anis's office awaited. Tanya steadied herself, realizing this was not a random event but a carefully orchestrated move. A familiar voice acknowledged her arrival. Despite the confusion, Tanya remained composed, knowing she needed to analyze the situation first. Her mind raced, processing the circumstances. Understanding the Academy's power structure meant knowing when to act and when to wait. Anis observed Tanya's reaction carefully. Assessing students required patience, ensuring they adapted under pressure before revealing crucial insights. The rigorous training demanded resilience. Tanya's stamina, though tested, proved she possessed the endurance expected of those who excelled. Taylor's reputation came into play. His strategic decisions set him apart, making him an anomaly among Academy nobles. Every document he handled remained flawless. Tanya realized his approach went beyond academic excellence, extending into precise execution of responsibilities. Anis recognized potential in Tanya. If handled correctly, she could rise beyond expectations, proving herself capable of much more. Claire leaned closer, questioning Anis about Taylor. Comparing his abilities to hers sparked curiosity given their distinct but intertwined backgrounds. Annis hesitated before revealing observations. She had discreetly followed Roththaler while investigating an unusual academy event tied to past occurrences. Roththaler's hidden campsite emerged during surveillance. His personal construction, despite lacking assistance, displayed remarkable craftsmanship and unwavering determination. The settlement spoke of resilience. Everything within the camp, from tools to its foundation, showcased his unwavering commitment to independence. Annis pondered over his achievements. Despite expectations, even influential figures acknowledged Roththaler's capabilities, hinting at hidden depths beyond his noble lineage. Annis discovered subtle clues that set Roththaler apart. His practical survival skills contradicted the expected upbringing of noble heirs. Such developments separated him from peers. His experiences extended beyond privileged education, forming a stark contrast to the sheltered, aristocratic lifestyle. Claire found unexpected similarities. Comparing her struggles to his, she acknowledged how determination shaped individuals beyond birthright advantages. Annis admitted his character stood apart. He defied conventional expectations, proving himself through action rather than relying on heritage. Doubts surfaced in Claire's mind. Analyzing her interactions, she questioned whether Roththaler's nature was truly defined by external judgments alone. Claire reflected on Roththaler's demeanor. His composed nature and disciplined habits suggested careful self-management beyond mere appearances. Even unexpected attributes, such as physical upkeep, hinted at dedication. His ability to maintain composure added to his presence. Annis momentarily lost focus. Realizing her thoughts drifted, she shook off distractions, regaining composure before the discussion continued. The room's warmth intensified. Adjusting to the environment, Claire suggested minor changes to maintain a comfortable atmosphere. Annis reassessed herself. The weight of exhaustion hinted at overexertion, leading to an unexpected moment of unsteadiness in her movements. Annis sensed something was wrong. The tension in the air hinted at an unfolding situation beyond her immediate control. Doubt filled her mind. The realization that this was no ordinary problem left her struggling to find a solution. Alarm surged through her as she turned. The sudden movement revealed an unexpected presence, one that caught her off guard. Roththaler's ability to form a spirit contract shocked her. Such an accomplishment required immense talent and exceptional magical affinity. Janika's involvement became evident. A spirit with such potential indicated deliberate guidance, making this contract more strategic than mere coincidence. The spirit's abilities raised new concerns. Annis realized it could act as a messenger, relaying everything between Roththaler and Janika. Understanding this link complicated matters. If Janika monitored Roththaler's actions, controlling future interactions would become far more difficult. Claire approached Annis, curious about her progress. Concern filled her voice as she assessed the exhaustion evident in Annis's expression. The weight of the situation caused Annis to lose focus. Startled, she fumbled, sending important documents tumbling onto the floor. As papers scattered, she remained composed. Her calm demeanor and presence reminded Annis of the stability their family always upheld. Janika stood calmly, her presence exuding confidence. The air around her carried a sense of authority, making her difficult to ignore. Observing the surroundings, Janika remained composed. She had always been someone who commanded attention without needing to say much. Tanya's gaze fixated on Janika. The realization of her influence and reputation made Tanya question how this meeting would unfold. A quiet determination settled in Tanya's expression. She understood that gaining Janika's support would be crucial for what lay ahead. Lortel stood beside Tanya, her presence unwavering. She knew Tanya needed guidance, ensuring she did not misstep in this delicate situation. Flames raged around Janika as she stood unwavering. The intensity of the fire reflected the emotions surging through her determined heart. Tanya watched in shock, uncertain of Janika's condition. The fiery aura surrounding her made it difficult to discern her true state. A shadowed figure emerged within the flames, their presence commanding. Tanya felt the heat intensify, realizing something significant was unfolding. Tanya's eyes burned with an eerie glow. She had always trusted too easily, but now she stood as something unstoppable. The crescent moon shone softly, covering the wooden house with a blanket of tranquility amidst the cold winter night. Despite most preparations being complete, legendary materials were still difficult to obtain, especially with winter making resources incredibly scarce and elusive. Lortel sat by the fire, adjusting her scarf, pondering a solution to the growing challenge of obtaining the required materials. Roththaler observed her calm demeanor, quietly admiring how she balanced her responsibilities, ensuring everything moved forward without hesitation despite her busy schedule. The warmth of the steaming cup in her hands offered Lortel a brief moment of solace during the frigid night. The crescent moon reflected gently on the frozen river, creating a serene image of tranquility amidst the harsh winter surroundings. Nature's stillness provided peace for most, but Lortel's thoughts were restless. Contemplating challenges each individual faced during these difficult times, her gaze shifted to a detailed list outlining the numerous goals and tasks she needed to complete during this season. Adjusting her gloves, she prepared herself for the relentless cold, knowing diligence was essential to navigate the harsh winter challenges. For Lortel, winter's stillness felt magical, offering clarity amidst the chaos, like walking through a quiet, untouched forest path. Roth Taylor noticed Lortel resting near the fire, her figure glowing faintly as the flickering flames illuminated her peaceful expression. He tilted his head slightly, wondering if she had finally allowed herself some rest after tirelessly working to complete countless tasks. Though amused by the situation, Roth Taylor couldn't help but worry, considering how her efforts left her with little time. Roth Taylor realized he hadn't traveled all this way to discuss trivial matters but felt hesitant to address his real concerns. Lortel's smirk betrayed her understanding, her expression subtly illuminated by the strange ethereal glow now surrounding her, captivating Roth Taylor completely. Roth Taylor observed the glowing object in Lortel's hand, realizing it was the reward she had successfully acquired. Lortel gracefully held the glowing prize, her confidence radiating as the object's aura pulsed, casting an ethereal light around her. As the object materialized fully, its sharp edges gleamed, representing both power and the effort required to obtain it. Lortel smirked with satisfaction, the warmth of her success evident as she leaned back to savor the moment. Roth Taylor glanced at her, realizing she sought more than power, her determination masking a deeper purpose behind her calculated actions. Memories of Lortel's past flashed before her as she reflected on the value of perseverance and the cost of ambition. She adjusted her cloak, subtly reminding Roth Taylor that deals were not simple, especially when stakes involved matters greater than material gains. The fire crackled as Roth Taylor pondered her words, understanding her ambitions while weighing the consequences of siding with her entirely. Lortel's words carried weight, her sharp gaze emphasizing her determination, making her offer one Roth Taylor couldn't easily dismiss. The air grew heavy as Lortel leaned in, her intentions clear, leaving Roth Taylor to decide whether to align with her path. Lortel stood tall, her gaze locked onto the looming challenge, sensing the start of a critical turning point in their story. Princess Fina emerged as Lortel's rival, her poised demeanor signaling the beginning of a clash destined to shape their futures. Lortel's mind raced, strategizing her next steps as Fina prepared to seize control, escalating the political tension within the academy. Roth Taylor listened intently, realizing the rivalry held greater implications, forcing him to consider the consequences of remaining neutral or choosing sides. Lortel's voice softened, her plea sincere, as she asked Roth Taylor for unwavering support, knowing his decision could tip the scales. Lortel stood across from Fina, the tension between them thick as their rivalry began to dominate the academy's atmosphere. The decision of who to support weighed heavily, with Roth Taylor realizing that even minor choices could shift the delicate balance of power. Lortel's actions had bolstered her reputation, but Roth Taylor couldn't help feeling her motivations were beyond simple politics or personal ambition. Roth Taylor's quiet observation revealed his inner conflict, balancing the sincerity of Lortel's cause against the gravity of taking sides in this feud. Despite his doubts, Roth Taylor's concern grew, understanding that the stakes weren't just about victory but the meaning behind her determined efforts. Lortel's confidence grew as she carefully stoked the flames of ambition, a spark symbolizing the calculated plan she had prepared. Her captivating demeanor masked a strategic mind, each move aligning her path toward the complex goals she envisioned for the future. Roth Taylor couldn't help but be mesmerized, questioning the depth of Lortel's motives while her sharp focus hinted at unseen possibilities. The fire illuminated her determined smile, a reflection of her multifaceted nature, earning her the reputation of unmatched resourcefulness. Beneath the fiery exterior lay an unpredictable element, leaving Roth Taylor uncertain of what would emerge from her labyrinthine schemes. Under the pale moonlight, Lortel's rare expression of contentment caught Roth Taylor off guard, lingering in his mind long after their encounter. The next morning dawned peacefully, marking a rare break from academy life where obligations temporarily gave way to moments of calm. Roth Taylor rose early despite his intentions to sleep in, the habit of discipline overriding the opportunity for leisure during the break. Standing outside in the crisp winter air, he ignited a fire, reflecting on the warmth she resolved had left behind. Her presence lingered in his thoughts, a vivid reminder of their conversation and the soft strength that refused to fade. Lortel's gaze lingered on Rothtailor, the firelight flickering between them as she spoke of familial ties and hidden intentions. Rothtailor pondered the situation, questioning if his younger sister viewed him with distrust or merely harbored playful mischief typical of siblings. Lortel smiled warmly, sharing how she had introduced Rothtailor's sister to various acquaintances, setting the stage for unexpected outcomes. A quiet resolve filled Rothtailor's expression as he imagined how Tanya's actions would lead to another eventful day tomorrow morning. Footsteps echoed in the distance, marking the beginning of a new chapter as the night's warmth faded into anticipation. Tanya approached swiftly, her determined stride accompanied by an aura of mystery that hinted at unresolved familial connections. Her presence stirred questions, leaving Rothtailor grappling with the enigma of their sibling bond, a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. Standing before the fire, Tanya's hesitation seemed to reflect both unease and a hidden depth beneath her carefully guarded expression. Rothtailor observed her closely, realizing Tanya's visit wasn't just a simple reunion, but carried layers of meaning beyond appearances. Tanya handed him a gift, her actions hinting at an unspoken desire for approval as her eyes avoided his gaze. Tanya's nervous demeanor puzzled Rothtailor, leaving him to wonder if her intentions were genuine or concealed beneath a layer of uncertainty. Reflecting on his past actions, he realized his conduct must have left a stronger impression on his family than anticipated. Tanya's voice trembled slightly, but her words carried sincerity, bridging the emotional distance that had formed between them. Rothtailor's expression softened as he silently accepted Tanya's gesture. The warmth of familial bonds rekindled despite lingering doubts and questions. As the gift revealed its contents, sad filled the air, breaking the tension and easing the weight of their conversation. Tanya's expression remained firm, her perseverance visible as she faced a situation that demanded strength beyond her years and experience. Victor observed her resolve, commending her ability to maintain composure despite the underlying tension and pressure present in the room. The air grew tense as Victor's mysterious aura enveloped the room, his words carrying a weight that unsettled everyone present. Tanya flinched slightly, yet her determination didn't falter, showcasing her inner strength even when overwhelmed by Victor's overpowering presence. Her plea echoed softly, revealing vulnerability that hinted at deeper emotions, contrasting her usual confident demeanor amidst the looming conflict. Tanya's quiet determination stood firm, but Victor's imposing words caused a ripple of doubt to creep into her guarded mind. The tension between them escalated, highlighting a stark contrast between their convictions, as Victor's authority pushed Tanya to her limits. Victor's chilling smile conveyed his unshaken belief in his superiority, a stark reminder of Tanya's ongoing struggle to prove herself. Rothtailor's reassuring presence eased Tanya's nerves, his acknowledgement of her efforts offering comfort amidst the storm emotions within her. Grateful yet composed, Tanya held the gift close, its meaning transcending material value, symbolizing trust and recognition she longed for. Tanya hesitated briefly, her actions reflecting uncertainty as she sought to maintain dignity in the presence of those surrounding her. The fire's warmth provided a momentary refuge, grounding Tanya as she prepared to navigate the delicate balance of expectations and identity. The atmosphere grew lighter as casual interactions unfolded, granting Tanya an opportunity to observe and understand those she'd just encountered. Rothtailor observed Tanya silently, noticing her reserved demeanor, which masked her curiosity and eagerness to connect with the unfamiliar faces present. Tanya's gaze shifted toward the group, her determination to strengthen her bonds solidifying, a quiet resolve shaping her next steps. Rothtailor reflected on Tanya's kind demeanor, marveling at her ability to connect with people despite the complexities of her role. Tanya's spirit shone brightly as she handled a high-level fire spirit, demonstrating her remarkable strength and commanding presence. The fiery display mesmerized onlookers, her control over the flames leaving no doubt about the depth of her magical abilities. Tanya's actions, though elegant, held a firm authority that commanded respect, even as she dealt with the challenges of school life. Rothtailor sensed an underlying narrative, pondering whether Tanya's tales were an embellishment or rooted in a mysterious truth she concealed. Rothtailor maintained his resolve, determined to navigate his circumstances while balancing the weight of familial expectations with personal aspirations. Tanya's quiet determination revealed her struggles, her vulnerability adding layers to the complex relationship between her and Rothtailor's past. Reflecting on his shortcomings, Rothtailor expressed his sincere support, wishing Tanya well as she pursued her ambitious goals within the academy. Tanya's conflicting role as a villain for Fina lingered in Roth Taylor's thoughts, highlighting the complicated dynamic of her character and loyalty. Despite her actions, Roth Taylor's attachment to Tanya grew stronger, appreciating her as the only blood relative he'd encountered since arriving. Tanya's uncertain gaze left Roth Taylor pondering the future of their bond, unsure how their relationship would evolve under such circumstances. Her momentary fear emphasized the daunting challenges she faced, though her resolve strengthened as she prepared for what lay ahead. An overwhelming sense of danger consumed Tanya as she recalled a moment when she nearly lost control while speaking ill of Janica. The flames symbolized her realization of Janica's unwavering loyalty, a reminder of the strength behind the mysterious bond they shared. Tanya emerged with newfound clarity, determined to approach her next steps with caution, understanding the depth of true fury and allegiance. Sylvania Academy's top elites displayed their extraordinary skills, making the academy a place where only the most talented could thrive. Among the brightest students, the legendary genius Mage Muriel stood as a testament to the academy's unparalleled reputation for excellence. Roth Taylor recognized that no matter how well he acted, his true nature would eventually surface in such an environment. Tanya hesitated in the hallway, her curiosity piqued as she wondered about the unfamiliar presence she sensed from the next room. Despite being in Awfulus Hall, the most prestigious dormitory, an unsophisticated presence seemed to contrast starkly with its refined atmosphere. Tanya's thoughts lingered on the imperfections she noticed, understanding that even the best places were not immune to such disparities. The unexpected meeting left Tanya momentarily off balance, as she realized she was speaking to someone closely related to Roth Taylor. As they exchanged a few words, Tanya's guarded demeanor softened slightly, acknowledging the mutual challenges they both silently endured. Tanya offered a parting gesture, reminding the other to seek help if needed, her quiet kindness subtly breaking the tension. Despite Awfulus Hall's reputation, Tanya felt uneasy, her gaze reflecting the complexity of emotions stirred by her surroundings and encounters. Tanya wandered through the prestigious halls of Awfulus Hall, her eyes drawn to the golden nameplates reserved for only top students. Stopping in front of room 302, Tanya's heart raced as she read the name Lucy Muriel, the Academy's legendary mage. Standing before the door, Tanya marveled at the weight of the title, feeling both awe and uncertainty in its presence. The grand architecture of Sylvania loomed over Tanya, symbolizing her struggle to adjust to its expectations and the mysteries within. The vibrant rose garden bathed in golden sunlight set the stage for an intriguing conversation about introductions to potential acquaintances. Lady Annis suggested meeting someone distinguished, her confidence reflecting her expectations for a proper introduction befitting their refined social circle. The waitress in the red dress attentively listened, her presence adding a sense of grounded normalcy to the elevated atmosphere of Awfulus Hall. Despite her direct tone, Lady Annis's candid remarks left room for introspection, hinting at her deeper concerns about personal growth. The tranquil atmosphere of the garden subtly contrasted the lively dialogue, emphasizing the importance of balance in their everyday pursuits. Lady Annis admitted her underlying curiosity, her composed demeanor betraying a hint of vulnerability as she reflected on past encounters. The waitress quietly observed, her unobtrusive presence ensuring the conversation remained fluid while offering her subtle support to Lady Annis. Lady Annis acknowledged the unexpected attachment, her rational thoughts clashing with her emotional struggles, creating a moment of quiet internal conflict. Her inner resolve grew as she prepared to address her emotions constructively, ensuring her actions aligned with her aspirations. The serene ambience of the garden continued to offer solace, complementing Lady Annis's journey of self-awareness and introspection. Lady Annis reviewed profiles of potential suitors, her strategic approach reflecting her determination to navigate her emotions through practical solutions. The waitress stood nearby, her calm and composed demeanor hinting at a deeper understanding of the complexity behind Lady Annis's choices. The realization of her feelings brought clarity, prompting Lady Annis to reconsider her actions and the implications for those around her. Her resolve to act thoughtfully strengthened as she acknowledged the balance between her personal desires and the impact of her actions. The sun dipped lower in the sky, its golden light mirroring Lady Annis's growing clarity and resolve to move forward gracefully. The atmosphere grew tense as Lady Annis left without resolving her thoughts, her expression reflecting the weight of unspoken emotions. Thoughts of supervising exams with Ed troubled Lady Annis, her guilt toward Janica surfacing amidst her growing sense of responsibility. A suggestion about Janica's kindness and sincerity brought clarity, reminding Lady Annis of her genuine intentions and commitment to their shared friendship. Lady Annis reflected on her actions, realizing her mistakes were less significant in the grand scheme of Janica's unwavering kindness. Grateful for her realizations, Lady Annis embraced the importance of protecting her friends while balancing her own imperfections. Lady Annis acknowledged Janika's strength, her thoughts circling around the charm of imperfection and how it brought depth to relationships. Encouraged by a friend's words, Lady Annis began to see the value in vulnerability, moving toward clarity and acceptance. Memories of the boy with a strong spirit filled her thoughts, reminding Lady Annis of the balance between strength and gentleness. Her guilt lifted as she found clarity, resolving to focus on protecting those dear to her with genuine determination. Sitting in the serene garden, Lady Annis thought of Janika, her mind clear and ready to embrace her decisions confidently. Lady Annis reflected under the firelight, her thoughts wandering as she considered the challenges ahead with a calm demeanor. The tranquil night blanketed the surroundings, its stillness a stark contrast to the emotions stirring within those preparing for winter. Roth Taylor crossed paths with Janika, their meeting marked by an unspoken tension as mutual understanding began to subtly emerge. Roth Taylor's gaze held a quiet resolve, his thoughts lingering on the delicate balance between duty and personal reflection in the moment. Janika sat alone, her pensive posture illuminated by the faint firelight as she sought clarity amidst her swirling emotions. Roth Taylor sits silently by the fire, reflecting on his thoughts while holding a steaming cup of warm tea for comfort. The cold air and flickering fire set a serene backdrop as he pours himself another serving, savoring the moment. Snow begins falling once again, covering the grounds with a white blanket, signaling the deepening winter season surrounding their camp. Janika, hesitant, sits by the fire next to Roth Taylor, her silence filled with unspoken thoughts that she struggles to articulate. They both stare into the flames, their words unspoken, but the warmth of their companionship fights off the winter's chill. Roth Taylor reassures Janika with his calm presence, quietly allowing her space to breathe and process without needing to explain herself. A flicker of warmth appears in Janika's eyes as she realizes her struggles are met with understanding and not judgment. Roth Taylor notices Janika's vulnerable yet determined spirit, comparing her to a small animal bravely facing the harshness of her challenges. Together, they brace against the cold, finding a fragile solace in the firelight while winter's unrelenting presence surrounds them completely. The fire burns brightly as Roth Taylor contemplates the passage of time and the eventual return of spring to their lives. Spring slowly approaches, but for now, Roth Taylor and Janika continue facing the trials of the lingering winter season. Memories of their past fill the peaceful dormitory, revealing moments of strength and growth after overcoming their personal struggles together. Janika recalls Roth Taylor's transformation from a figure of power to someone shaped by humility, as he became the person she admires. Roth Taylor's journey was marked by countless challenges, yet his perseverance allowed him to rise and find strength within his purpose. Their shared connection reinforces the bond between them, built on respect and understanding as they prepare to face what comes next. Tanya's glowing energy weapon illuminated the room as tension built, making everyone brace for an unforeseen consequence. Tanya's magical force pulsed, creating an intimidating aura, causing onlookers to gasp at the magnitude of the power displayed. Tanya steps forward, her silhouette shrouded by a glowing purple mist, commanding an ominous and unsettling presence. Tanya challenges another, locking eyes with an intensity that filled the room, brimming with unspoken determination and anger. Chaos erupted as Tanya and her opponent clashed, their opposing energies sending shockwaves, breaking furniture and leaving the audience in utter dismay. A haunting memory lingers as Tanya recalls an overbearing presence, the burden making her breath shallow with fear. Tanya recollects years of silent torment under the oppressive figure, her inner anguish silently stoking a growing fire of rebellion. The scene shifts to Tanya's forgotten estate, the loneliness palpable as she plans her redemption against insurmountable odds. Empowered by newfound resolve, Tanya decides to participate in an election to regain control and reclaim her honor. Late into the night, Tanya sits under a dim light, strategizing her first move, with hope barely outweighing her doubt. The evening sky paints the academy in hues of orange and purple, signaling the calm before the approaching night. Lady Annis stands poised near the academy gates, her presence exuding grace and authority under the fading sunlight. Lady Annis and Roth Taylor exchange a fleeting glance, their paths crossing briefly as they prepare for their respective tasks. Claire appears at the entrance, her confident stride drawing attention as she surveys the scene with a determined expression. Claire and her friends gather near the courtyard, their lighthearted camaraderie offering a stark contrast to the weighty atmosphere. Claire, now overseeing the exam, reflects on the differences in the test compared to Professor Glast's original design. The glowing magic marbles scattered across the landscape replace the difficult-to-find magical items from the initial plans. Roth Taylor surveys the magical marbles, realizing their ease of access, yet senses a hidden complexity in their purpose. The altar of substitution awaits, its mysterious energy drawing candidates who seek to prove themselves in the test. A shadowed figure, the disciple of a renowned master, monitors the trial, adding tension for the exam participants. The night brings a grim atmosphere as countless students prepare for the onslaught of creatures summoned by the trial's design. Dragons and fierce monsters appear, forcing students to confront challenges that separate the determined from the faltering. The academy grounds are strewn with exhausted participants, no new A-class students emerging from the rigorous trials of survival. Roth Taylor, noticing the scenario's importance to the academy's narrative, strategizes to keep the test outcome within its desired course. Writing a formal apology, he prepares to maneuver events toward a future that aligns with his calculated plans. Claire's focused eyes scan the snowy landscape, brimming with determination as she assesses the trial's progress. Monstrous creatures lurk in the shadows, adding an ominous tension to the Academy's survival challenge. A glowing object radiates magical energy, hinting at its importance to the test and the students' objectives. Lady Annis observes the scene with a calm yet calculating demeanor, her presence commanding respect and attention. Lady Annis remains steadfast, her poised stance revealing her authority and deep understanding of the trial's intricacies. Roth Taylor reaches for a fallen object, determined to keep it safe as Lady Annis watches nervously in the background. Lady Annis nervously smiles as she glances at Roth Taylor, feeling uneasy about the situation unfolding around them. A tense moment ensues as Lady Annis tries to keep up, but a sudden movement catches her attention. Roth Taylor's quick reflexes come into play as he steps forward to shield Lady Annis from imminent danger. Lady Annis steadies herself, realizing the gravity of the moment as Roth Taylor takes charge of the unfolding scenario. A sudden clash sends Lady Annis stumbling, but Roth Taylor supports her, keeping her safe from the dangerous chaos around them. Roth Taylor warns Lady Annis about the danger ahead as she catches her breath, realizing the stakes of their task. The purple disc becomes the center of attention, glowing ominously as the situation grows more complicated. Another student steps forward, mocking the tension, but Roth Taylor's focus remains sharp on the task at hand. Roth Taylor and Lady Annis regroup, assessing the situation as they prepare for what seems like an unavoidable confrontation. Clebius steps forward confidently, his imposing presence casting a shadow as he surveys the area with an air of authority. Roth Taylor and Lady Annis exchange a cautious glance, bracing themselves for the encounter with Clebius as tension rises. A mysterious object emits a faint glow, catching the attention of everyone present and adding to the air of suspense. Another object, intricately designed, begins to resonate, hinting at its significance as the group tries to comprehend its purpose. Clebius approaches Roth Taylor and Lady Annis, his piercing gaze meeting theirs as the atmosphere becomes charged with anticipation. Clebius stands before Roth Taylor and Lady Annis, his presence creating tension as they try to read his unreadable intentions. Roth Taylor feels a sudden energy shift as the surroundings grow darker, hinting at a deeper threat Clebius might unleash. Taylor swings his sword for the first time, surprising everyone in the combat training arena with his unexpected strength. Lucy stands frozen, realizing Taylor's skills exceed her expectations as the crowd cheers in awe of his performance. Taylor's victory against Lucy changes the trajectory of their dynamic, sparking a shift in how everyone perceives his potential. Janica watches intently, her ambition ignited by the intense combat scene, paving her path toward a new and fiery determination. The combat training hall erupts with anticipation, marking the start of another year filled with rigorous challenges for all students. The elite first-year students clash fiercely in the combat arena, showcasing their powerful magical abilities and impressive tactical skills. Each combat match becomes an intense display of raw talent, with Taylor standing out as the strongest among his peers. The crowd gasps as Taylor's energy intensifies, his movements driven by unparalleled determination and a mysterious fiery aura. Despite the competition's intensity, Taylor's focus sharpens, proving his unmatched abilities against the seemingly invincible elite students. The matches conclude with Taylor emerging victorious, solidifying his place as the top combatant of the year's training program. Taylor stands confidently, having become a symbol of growth and resilience for his classmates after a year of hard work. She, the enigmatic figure, observes Taylor's transformation, her veiled identity hinting at a deeper connection to his journey. The bond between Taylor and Clarice becomes critical, shaping the story's future as their intertwined destinies unfold dramatically. A celestial event sparks an awe-inspiring display of power as Taylor and she prepare for the battles that lie ahead. The elite students face another challenge, their motivations driven by the chaos and frenzy brought by their intense competitive environment. The assistant professor Claire Elfin's determined gaze intimidated students, as the results of the class placement exam were revealed to everyone. Purple discs, glowing with strange energy, were used during the exams to assess and rank the participants' capabilities. A malfunction during the exam left students frustrated as the discs' circuits broke, rendering the entire process chaotic and unreliable. The group gathered, lamenting their wasted effort. Their confusion grew as the situation became increasingly unclear and tensions began to rise. Lady Annis sighed, taking responsibility for the oversight. She regretted her mistake and reflected on the impact it had on students. Lady Annis stood with composure, observing the aftermath of the exam as uncertainty loomed over the group's next steps. Rothtailor examined the broken devices, his mind racing with possible solutions to prevent the situation from escalating further. Clebius Nortondale hesitated but stepped forward, offering his knowledge in an attempt to assist in resolving the technical failures. Rothtailor and Clebius joined forces, combining their efforts to find a way to restore order amidst the growing tension. Snow blanketed the surroundings, a serene yet ominous backdrop to the group's struggles as they prepared for the next challenge. Phoenica Penia Clol reflected quietly, her thoughts filled with the growing responsibilities she had undertaken as part of her journey. A student approached the group cautiously, bringing news that added urgency to their already pressing challenges. A butterfly sign appeared, glowing faintly, symbolizing a deeper connection to an unseen power that would soon play a pivotal role. Janica Faylover observed the group, her presence bringing both reassurance and an unspoken promise of guidance through the unfolding crisis. The students looked down at the ground, their expressions a mixture of determination and uncertainty as they faced the unknown together. Janica observed Tanya's confident posture, intrigued by the boldness radiating from the young woman introducing herself to the Saintess. Tanya adjusted her ribbon, presenting herself as the next head of the Rothtailor family, her determination evident in her voice. Janica's eyes softened, recalling the family's lineage. She noted how Tanya's predecessor, Crepin, was baptized under her guidance years ago. Tanya stood firmly, her thoughts fixated on her own baptism as a rite of passage awaiting her future responsibilities. Janica smiled faintly, sensing Tanya's ambition. She silently acknowledged the girl's potential, eager to witness her growth into leadership. The announcement of the day's main event echoed through the academy grounds, causing students to focus their attention immediately. The instructors raised their hands, signaling the start of the trial, their voices stern as the first challenge officially began. A brilliant flash of magic illuminated the sky, fireworks marking the commencement of the competitive exam for the incoming class. Students scrambled toward their designated locations. Each faculty's challenge varied, but the goal remained the same, proving their worth through skill. Tanya charged forward, her heart racing as she outmaneuvered opponents. Her focus sharpened as she sought to secure her position. The academy insignia gleamed brightly, reminding all participants of the privileges awaiting those who passed the trials with distinction. He glanced around, analyzing the chaotic scramble. His strategy formed quickly as she identified a clear path to advance. With determination, he sprinted past a distracted student. He knew reaching the summit before others would solidify her position. The tension heightened as Joseph, another participant, broke into a heated rush, disrupting others and attracting unwanted attention to their race. Tanya clutched a glowing artifact tightly. She felt overwhelmed by the number of competitors ahead, each as driven as herself. Tanya studied the glowing artifact carefully, suspecting the altar required a hidden mechanism to activate, making the challenge trickier. She piercing scream echoed, drawing Tanya's attention. Tanya realized something unusual had occurred, interrupting her calculated strategy. Tanya dashed toward Kylie, carefully keeping her footing steady, knowing the icy terrain could sabotage her efforts at any moment. Tanya discarded her shoes to navigate the slippery ground better, ignoring the biting cold as she refocused on her goal. Kylie observed Tanya with curiosity, wondering about her peculiar actions and admiring her determination despite the unorthodox method. Tanya balanced herself barefoot, feeling the icy ground beneath her feet, her focus unwavering despite the challenging environment. Kylie noticed Tanya's unusual decision, puzzled by her reasoning but impressed by her adaptability under pressure. Tanya smirked, determined to outpace her competitors. She approached the task with a mix of practicality and a bold streak. Kylie felt both admiration and confusion, interpreting Tanya's actions as unpredictable yet oddly inspiring in their sheer audacity. Tanya finally introduced herself formally, asserting her presence with confidence, ready to establish her standing among the Academy's fiercest competitors. Kylie's mind wandered as she reflected on the challenges that came with her family's reputation, now carried by Tanya's boldness. Janica recalled a past encounter with someone whose intimidating presence had left an indelible mark on her confidence. The shadow of an ominous figure haunted her memory, a powerful reminder of the expectations she sought to overcome. Tanya steeled herself against doubt, knowing that strength came from persistence, not status, as she advanced steadily toward her goal. With the snowy landscape stretching before them, Tanya and Kylie moved forward, finding an unspoken camaraderie amid their shared determination. Tanya exhaled softly, taking a moment to gather her thoughts as the snow crunched faintly under her feet. Kylie introduced herself, explaining she came from a remote town and lacked experience with such formal and competitive environments. Kylie apologized politely, acknowledging her nervousness and inexperience. Tanya listened with a neutral expression, trying to understand Kylie's humble demeanor. Tanya suggested they work together and asked for informal communication. Kylie agreed cautiously. Unsure of Tanya's relaxed attitude, Tanya reminded Kylie about the exam, brushing off concerns about others' expectations. Her focus remained on moving forward. Tanya extended her hand confidently to help Kylie, signaling her willingness to cooperate despite the competitive nature of the trial. Kylie hesitated for a moment but eventually grabbed Tanya's hand. Her expression showed both surprise and gratitude for Tanya's gesture. Tanya smiled excitedly, admitting this was her first chance to form a bond in such a stressful and competitive setting. Kylie looked concerned, wondering if Tanya's bold actions might create unnecessary risks during the trial. Her doubts lingered quietly. The two moved through the snow together, with Tanya's energetic steps leading the way while Kylie tried to keep up. The red-haired man faced a ferocious monster, its glowing eyes filled with malice as it towered over him menacingly. The monster unleashed a devastating attack, red energy crackling and tearing through the air with unstoppable force. The red-haired man fell to the ground, his strength fading, as Clebius watched him from a distance with a sharp gaze. A hand reached out, its intent unclear, either to help or finish off the fallen man as tension built. Clebius stepped forward, his expression calm but focused. As he prepared to confront the escalating situation before him, Clebius struggled fiercely, held tightly by Rothtailor, his desperate attempts to escape adding tension to the chaotic situation. Rothtailor stood calmly, his confidence unwavering as he prepared to respond, his presence commanding attention amidst the escalating commotion. A powerful attack erupted, sending shockwaves through the area, shaking the ground as the challenge grew more intense. Lady Annis and Clebius were assigned to block advancing students, creating a barrier to test their strength and determination. She gazed at the altar with firm resolve, his role critical in ensuring only the strongest would reach their goal. Onyx soared through the air with precision, his mastery of flight magic allowing him to oversee the trial from above. Claire reviewed the documents outlining the trial's updates, her sharp focus ensuring all adjustments were clearly communicated to participants. Clebius, stationed at the southern entrance, stood imposingly, observing the students as they attempted to advance toward the altar. Rothtailor, at the altar, resolved to stay and guard it, aware of its importance in determining the students' capabilities. Rothtailor remained vigilant, his unwavering focus on his task ensuring no one bypassed the obstacles he and Lady Annis had created. Claire adjusted her glasses, inspecting the details of the updated trial mechanics with a keen focus on their implications. Rothtailor confidently reassured the group, his calm demeanor showing he had considered every angle, even without his full magical capabilities. Rothtailor observed the trial's progress, his determination unwavering as he prepared to face the challenges ahead with resourcefulness and grit. A set of glowing purple objects floated ominously, their presence signaling advanced magical tools capable of altering the trial's course. Rothtailor held a radiant magic stone, marveling at its power and precision, a testament to Sylvania's exceptional craftsmanship. Rothtailor activated the Altar of Substitution, a glowing magical platform designed to extract and recharge energy from enchanted items efficiently. Examining the altar, Rothtailor noted its ability to continuously replenish his magic reserves, making it a critical resource for survival. Rothtailor reflected on the time past, his concentration unwavering, while preparing for the prolonged battle against advancing opponents. Lady Annis and Clebius strategically delayed others, while Rothtailor relied on his ample supply of magic stones to maintain the upper hand. Encased in a glowing aura, Rothtailor resolved to hold the line firmly, determined not to let a single opponent succeed. Rothtailor's aura glowed brilliantly, his eyes filled with resolve as he declared his readiness, the culmination of precise and careful preparation. A defeated student collapsed on the snowy battlefield, gasping for air, urging others to escape the escalating danger ahead. Another group of students hesitated, catching their breath while preparing for the next challenge, their focus shifting to survival instincts. A powerful red aura enveloped a monster-like figure, its menacing presence signaling the start of an intense and deadly confrontation. A scream pierced the air as the terrifying figure attacked, its destructive energy overwhelming those too slow to react. Clebius observed from afar, recognizing the attack's magic as unfamiliar. He pondered its origin, ruling out Lady Annis as the source. Clebius urged his group to run as the danger escalated, attempting to keep them safe despite the rapidly worsening situation. Lady Annis pursued the fleeing students, her determination to enforce the trial evident as she displayed her combat abilities. A detailed assessment highlighted Lady Annis's excellence in academics, but described her as only slightly above average in practical combat abilities. Despite her limits, Lady Annis remained a challenging opponent for first-year students, her experience making her formidable in their eyes. Another student, Joseph Whitefelt, appeared, his confident demeanor reflecting his exceptional skills that set him apart from other participants. Joseph Whitefelt, known as a prodigy, effortlessly displayed his genius by mastering advanced magic at an astonishingly young age. Lady Annis allowed Joseph to proceed, her understanding of his potential reinforcing her decision to prioritize her efforts elsewhere. Joseph continued upward confidently, while Lady Annis reflected on her own shortcomings, feeling burdened by her earlier missteps in the trial. Lady Annis clenched her fists, realizing her failure to maintain control of the trial while others advanced despite her efforts. Her thoughts lingered on the broken magic reinforcing item, lamenting her inability to devise a proper alternative plan amidst the chaos. Roth Taylor stood near the altar, calmly explaining the purpose of the exam and the process for completing the trial successfully. Joseph Whitefelt, unimpressed, questioned the trial structure and the difficulty of defending the altar while opposing advancing competitors. Joseph's demeanor shifted as he analyzed the glowing vision disc, noting its subtle differences and potential use in the exam. Roth Taylor observed Joseph warily, sensing his growing confidence as Joseph's analysis of the trial mechanics became clearer. Joseph examined the vision disc closely, realizing it was an improved model and deciding to proceed with heightened awareness and caution. Roth Taylor observed his opponent closely, noting their low magical energy but remaining cautious of their strategies and potential resourcefulness. Joseph identified traces of magic stone use on the altar, deducing his opponent's reliance on external sources for power. Frustrated by the lack of challenge, Joseph decided to unleash a mid-rank magic spell to create a more engaging scenario. A fiery explosion erupted, illuminating the battlefield as Joseph's magic displayed its intensity, forcing others to react swiftly or face consequences. Joseph warned that his spell, Particle Explosion, required precise dodging, challenging his opponents to react quickly or risk being overwhelmed. A determined student raced forward, avoiding obstacles as they focused on reaching the altar despite the treacherous path ahead. Roth Taylor observed the chaos from a distance, his composed demeanor contrasting with the student's frantic attempts to advance. Lady Annis stood firm, her gaze sharp and resolute as she evaluated the situation and prepared to take action. Frustrated by the unfolding events, Lady Annis reflected on her inability to control the northern entrance, feeling the weight of failure. Roth Taylor maintained his calm stance, his sharp mind analyzing the situation and preparing for the next phase of the trial. Roth Taylor evaded the fiery blast with swift precision, demonstrating his combat experience and sharp reflexes in the heat of battle. Joseph prepared his next attack, summoning flames in his hand, ready to unleash the destructive power of fire magic. The intensity of the fire revealed Joseph's use of ignition, a high-level technique known for its devastating precision and power. The flames spread with controlled force as Joseph displayed his mastery of fire magic, dominating the battlefield with fiery energy. Joseph stood confidently amidst the blazing flames, his fiery aura emphasizing his overwhelming presence and determination to claim victory. The flames from Joseph's attack burned brighter than expected, revealing his disciplined training and mastery over mid-level fire magic techniques. The sheer scale of the fire suggested it was a mid-rank spell, showcasing Joseph's elevated skill and strategic planning. Despite the powerful flames, Roth Taylor's defensive magic barrier absorbed the attack, rendering the fire ineffective against his advanced protection. Roth Taylor calmly analyzed the situation, confident in his ability to endure Joseph's ignition spell while conserving his mana reserves. A comparison of mana reserves showed that Roth Taylor's superior capacity allowed him to maintain control despite Joseph's relentless fire magic. Roth Taylor assessed Joseph's reliance on ignition, recognizing his opponent's lack of advanced combat experience despite the impressive display of flames. Confident in his defenses, Rothtailor believed Joseph's mana would run out before causing any significant damage to his barrier. Joseph unleashed another fiery strike, but Rothtailor's defensive magic absorbed the blow effortlessly, maintaining his calm and focused demeanor. Joseph switched tactics, landing a physical strike that bypassed Rothtailor's magical defenses, forcing him to reevaluate his strategy. Rothtailor winced from the hit, realizing that Joseph's unpredictability could turn the battle, demanding both skill and adaptability to win. Rothtailor charged through the flames, his determination and resilience showcasing his ability to withstand intense magical attacks without faltering. Joseph, shocked by Rothtailor's fearlessness, prepared to retaliate. Realizing his opponent's strength exceeded his initial expectations in the duel, Joseph summoned mid-rank ice magic, channeling its power to create an icy barrier against Rothtailor's fiery onslaught. Rothtailor countered with Ignition, a potent fire spell, its flames roaring as he sought to break through Joseph's icy defenses. Joseph analyzed the situation, noting Rothtailor's strategy of using steam to obscure visibility and gain a tactical advantage. Rothtailor unleashed Scorch, a powerful fire spell that erupted in a destructive wave, forcing Joseph to adjust his tactics. Flames surged as Rothtailor intensified his attacks, the battlefield illuminated by the radiant orange glow of his destructive magic. Joseph activated Blessing of Recovery, using its regenerative properties to recover stamina and maintain his focus amidst the fiery chaos. Rothtailor, empowered by fire tolerance, stood unharmed within the flames, his immunity rendering Joseph's attacks less effective. Joseph summoned a physical shield, deflecting Rothtailor's attacks while preparing for a counterstrike, demonstrating his adaptability in battle. Joseph's frustration grew as he questioned the origin of Rothtailor's newfound strength and his ability to keep up. Determined to end the fight, Joseph relied on his superior casting speed to unleash a series of rapid magical attacks. Rothtailor closed the distance, shattering Joseph's defenses with a physical attack powered by Spirit Formula, Explosion. The Spirit Formula unleashed a devastating explosion, launching Joseph into the air, the battlefield erupting in a cascade of fire and debris. As Joseph plummeted from the explosion, the destructive power of Rothtailor's final attack solidified his dominance in the battle. The battlefield erupted as Rothtailor's fiery magic clashed with the surroundings, scattering debris and intensifying the chaos around him. Joseph steadied himself, determined to maintain focus despite the overwhelming force Rothtailor displayed during their relentless duel. Recognizing the magic, Joseph realized it was spirit magic fueling Rothtailor's resilience and power throughout the confrontation. Rothtailor utilized the Blessing of Recovery, his spirit form concealed within the fire, further complicating Joseph's attempts to counter him. The spirit within the flames revealed its true form, enhancing Rothtailor's presence and turning the tide of the intense battle. Joseph observed the aftermath, his mind racing as he analyzed Rothtailor's tactics and hidden magical items still unused. Rothtailor's movements were deliberate, his confidence unwavering as he maintained control over the duel's pacing and flow. Facing defeat, Joseph acknowledged his loss, placing his magic stone on the ground as a sign of surrender. Rothtailor prepared for the final phase, his aura intensifying as he readied himself for the next challenge. Summoning his full power, Rothtailor's energy surged, signaling his readiness to face the next wave of competitors with unmatched determination. Rothtailor unleashed a mid-rank ice spear, its shimmering brilliance highlighting the precision and power behind his spell. Joseph countered fiercely, his screams of frustration echoing as he struggled to withstand Rothtailor's relentless assault. Rothtailor's physical strength overwhelmed Joseph, demonstrating a rare combination of magical and physical prowess rarely seen in mages. Joseph was stunned by the unexpected impact, questioning how Rothtailor could deliver such a powerful blow with sheer force. Rothtailor stood tall, his calm demeanor masking the immense effort required to dominate the duel against such a formidable opponent. A burst of green energy emanates as Joseph prepares an advanced defense, its aura spreading across the snowy battlefield. Joseph activates the Deep Protection of the Wind, an ethereal shield encasing him while dispersing nearby attacks in a surge. The shield intensifies, sending a spiral of energy outward, forcing Rothtailor to reassess his next move strategically. The unleashed wind manifests into a towering figure, a guardian spirit enveloping Joseph with unparalleled magical strength. The green beam of energy blasts forward, reshaping the terrain as its force carves through the frozen landscape ahead. Rothtailor, battered but standing tall, steps forward, determined to face Joseph's relentless magical barrage head-on with his willpower. Joseph, clutching a shattered crystal, acknowledges his limits, realizing the outcome as the tide of energy dissipates around him. He lets the broken shards fall, their glow fading as he silently admits defeat, lowering his head with a sigh. Rothtailor approaches, acknowledging Joseph's effort with a composed demeanor, recognizing the fierce competition they endured. Joseph, defeated but not disheartened, seeks Rothtailor's name as respect glimmers in his eyes for his worthy adversary. With the battle concluded, Rothtailor walks away, leaving Joseph behind to recover his strength in the aftermath of their duel. A lingering shadow looms over the battlefield, a sense of quiet tension returning as the echoes of their clash fade. Rothtailor ascends further, carrying the weight of his victory. Knowing the journey ahead remains far from complete, he glances back momentarily, his resolve strengthening as he prepares for the challenges awaiting him at the next altar. The path clears before Rothtailor, his presence commanding respect as the snowy winds guide him onward to his destiny. Clebius contemplates his choice to join the combat faculty, reflecting on the challenges and sacrifices he made. He recalls the benefits he abandoned and wonders how he would have fared in the alchemy faculty. As sparks of energy surge, the top combat student, Clebius, reveals his full power, shocking everyone present. Nortondale emerges as an awe-inspiring presence, radiating with energy, as Clebius summons his ultimate strength. Clebius's face hardens with resolve, determined to prove his capabilities in the face of overwhelming odds. He struggles to maintain focus, grappling with exhaustion from the intense battle that pushed him to his limits. His allies encourage him to press on, even as the looming threat tests their collective strength and resolve. Time dwindles, leaving Clebius overwhelmed as he ponders how to overcome such an insurmountable obstacle. Exhausted students cling to one another, finding solace in camaraderie as they reach the final stages of the exam. The last exam's atmosphere intensifies, bathed in the glow of magic and determination. As combatants prepare for the final challenge, he remembers his past, haunted by the fear and hatred he once endured, leaving a deep scar on his resolve. Rothtailor faces his opponent, determination burning in his eyes, ready to prove his strength despite the weight of his past. Clarice reflected on the lessons instilled by the Archbishop, her gaze unwavering as she contemplated her faith and identity. The Archbishop's presence loomed over her, his words emphasizing her role as a vessel of unwavering devotion and spiritual purity. Clarice's posture embodied her dedication as she clung to the teachings, grappling with the weight of her expectations. The memory of her faith clashed with her internal longing for freedom, her thoughts branching into dreams she never voiced. Amidst her silent reflection, Clarice envisioned a life unbound by expectations, yearning for something beyond her rigid existence. The capital's grandeur spread out before her, each structure symbolizing the strength and pride of human craftsmanship. Clarice's admiration waned as she considered the fragility of human creations, overshadowed by nature's eternal resilience and splendor. The emerald fields and golden lands blended with vibrant life, contrasting the capital's pale imitation of nature's genuine beauty. She marveled at the diversity of the world beyond her cloistered life, realizing the narrowness of her own experience. The vast desert and distant mountains whispered possibilities, urging her to seek freedom and break from her constrained destiny. Clarice's heart softened at the sound of Adele's song, her only companion who embraced simplicity over grandeur. Adele's melody wove a tale of peace and liberation, her voice resonating with the stars in Clarice's quiet nights. As Clarice gazed from her window, Adele's sincerity illuminated her internal conflict between duty and the life she desired. The soft moonlight reflected Clarice's longing for a world where friendship, love, and ordinary joys could flourish unencumbered. The thought of a normal life offered Clarice a fleeting hope, tempting her to pursue the unknown and abandon fear. Under the soft glow of the crescent moon, Clarice stood in silent reflection, her past weighing heavily on her heart. Adele's words about love lingered in Kylie's thoughts, igniting a faint warmth as the chilly breeze whispered through the cloister. Memories of Clarice's vibrant landscapes filled her mind, a stark contrast to the life of solitude she once knew. She wandered through the city streets, recalling Adeshan's stories. Loneliness felt heavier, yet an unknown resolve began to bloom. Bright lights illuminated her path. The bustling streets offered possibilities Kylie never dared imagine, rekindling her dormant hope for a fresh start. Kylie and Verdio exchanged a brief but meaningful glance, their shared silence heavy with unspoken thoughts about their current predicament. Kylie stood alone, her thoughts swirling as the weight of her decisions pressed down on her shoulders. Fleeting memories of her past life in Sylvania resurfaced, reminding her of simpler times that now felt impossibly distant. Rothtailor's imposing figure emerged, his presence unshakable as he evaluated the tension in the air with a calculating gaze. Tanya joined Kylie, their shared moment tinged with unease as they prepared for what felt like an inevitable confrontation. Rothtail's eye gleamed with determination, his sharp gaze unwavering as the energy around him began to shift dangerously. A devastating attack erupted, the sheer force of it sending shockwaves through the ground and scattering debris in every direction. Tanya stood her ground, facing the oncoming attacks with an unyielding resolve that burned brighter than the chaos surrounding her. Rothtail's eyes narrowed, his focus unbroken as he calculated his next move amidst the escalating conflict. A monstrous mouth emerged from the shadows, its presence alone threatening to overwhelm everything in its path with pure terror. Rothtail stood firm, his confident stance radiating control as he observed the chaos unraveling around him with an unyielding gaze. Asks confronted Kylie, their exchange laced with tension as the air grew heavier with the imminent threat closing in. The battlefield erupted with ferocious attacks, energy slicing through the air and forcing everyone to react swiftly to the onslaught. Kylie froze momentarily, fear gripping her as she faced the overwhelming power surging toward her without any means of escape. Tanya and an unknown man prepared themselves, their movements coordinated as they stepped forward to counter the growing threat together. Kylie steeled her resolve, her trembling hands betraying the calm facade she tried desperately to maintain under immense pressure. Tanya advanced, her determined expression unshaken as she assessed the situation with precision and prepared for her next move. A heavy footstep echoed, signaling the approach of something colossal, its weight reverberating across the tense battlefield. Monsters emerged from the shadows, their grotesque forms moving with intent as they zeroed in on their terrified prey. The horde of monsters advanced relentlessly, their collective force creating an aura of terror that seemed impossible to overcome. Tanya stepped forward, her unwavering stance a beacon of courage amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Her presence demanded attention, as even the monsters seemed momentarily stalled by the sheer force of her confidence. A questioning gaze flickered in her eyes, reflecting the confusion and determination sparked by the unexpected twists unfolding. The monsters roared louder, their forms more menacing as they surged forward with unchecked aggression. Powerful forces clashed on the battlefield, shaking the very ground as the fight reached a crescendo of unimaginable energy. Kylie had always fantasized about noble men, imagining them as embodiments of grace, composure, and impeccable charm. A neat appearance, a generous smile, and refined manners were qualities she envisioned in the noble men of her dreams. However, her expectations crumbled when she discovered that the man before her, Rothtail's son, was nothing like her fantasy. This person, standing amidst chaos, was nothing short of a scoundrel, utterly shattering her once romanticized perception of nobility. Tanya's simmering hatred toward this so-called scoundrel burned brightly, rooted deeply in her experiences and shaped by her unwavering disdain. Tanya prepared herself, deciding to tackle the main objective while Kylie positioned herself as bait, playing to her strengths. Kylie confidently reassured Tanya, claiming her unique constitution made her capable of handling situations that would otherwise overwhelm most people. Tanya hesitated but couldn't dismiss Kylie's resolve, even as the plan required them to face great risks together. Kylie reflected on her bond with Tanya, realizing how much they had grown since meeting at Sylvania's academy. Despite the growing tension, their determination illuminated the path ahead, binding them together as allies and friends in this critical moment. Normally, Tanya would have dismissed Kylie's claim as absurd, but her recent actions hinted at something entirely unexpected. As Kylie moved, a glowing energy surrounded her, deflecting an attack that had come hurtling toward her with menacing force. Tanya watched in awe as Kylie, usually timid, displayed a surprising strength that defied everything she thought she knew about her. Kylie, the one often hiding in the background, now led the charge, her bravery commanding attention and respect. Surging forward, Kylie's burst of energy left no doubt that she had embraced her newfound role with unwavering determination. The spirit unleashed a torrent of energy, spiraling through the battlefield as Tanya stood resolute, facing its overwhelming force. Kylie's focus shifted to the looming spirit as it roared, its colossal form readying to strike with unmatched ferocity. A sharp, fiery attack clashed with the spirit's energy, creating an intense blaze that shook the air around them. The clash of forces lit the sky in vibrant hues, a battle between light and darkness pushing everyone to their limits. The holy magic's blessing emanated across the battlefield, empowering those brave enough to stand firm and resist the spirit's devastating wrath. The spirit's overwhelming presence sent shockwaves through the air as its attacks collided with the fiery resistance Tanya summoned. A burst of radiant energy surged forward, scattering the shadows as Tanya braced herself for the relentless onslaught. Kylie reeled momentarily, caught in the intensity of the clash, but her resolve burned brighter with each passing second. Roth Taylor emerged from the chaos, his expression defiant, as if mocking the idea of surrender in the face of adversity. The battle escalated as energy crackled through the air, both sides refusing to yield despite the toll on their bodies. Emit magic radiated through the air, its vibrant green glow creating a powerful surge that commanded attention across the battlefield. Tanya and Kylie moved in unison, their combined strength amplifying the magic's intensity as the air grew dense with energy. Kylie's magic burst forth, weaving intricate patterns as it clashed with the spirit's overwhelming power, forcing it to recoil. A brief pause in the battle revealed Tanya catching her breath, her determination unwavering despite the relentless challenges ahead. The vision disc shimmered into focus, an enigmatic tool revealing new possibilities amidst the ongoing chaos on the battlefield. Arrows of pure energy formed in midair, crackling with power as they streaked toward their intended target with precision. She startled eyes followed the trajectory, her mind racing as the magical arrows revealed an unexpected level of skill. The realization hit hard. Someone once unable to wield a sword had now mastered such precise and advanced magical abilities. A single arrow glowed brighter, emitting a forceful warning that showcased the wielder's unmatched control over its trajectory and strength. The revelation of magical arrows left Kylie questioning everything, her disbelief giving way to admiration for the sheer mastery on display. A towering spirit loomed over the battlefield, its presence exuding a power that dwarfed anything Kylie had faced before. Ed Roth Taylor stepped forward, his figure radiating confidence as he prepared to confront the overwhelming force before him. Kylie, catching her breath, reflected on how little had changed since her earlier struggles, the weight of her past heavy. Despite her efforts, a deep sense of inadequacy lingered, reminding her of the times when she felt utterly powerless. The memories haunted her, resurfacing in vivid flashes as she struggled to push past the fear and stand her ground. Tanya's eyes glistened as she acknowledged the hardships endured, her voice steady as she explained the reasoning behind her actions. Her resolve was evident, a testament to the strength she had built while overcoming her connection to Ed and her past. The fiery clash continued, every move highlighting the raw determination of those refusing to yield in the face of adversity. Ed stood firm, addressing Tanya with surprising sincerity, his words resonating deeply as he acknowledged her courage and perseverance. The tension broke momentarily, revealing a newfound understanding between them as the battlefield crackled with residual energy. Roth Taylor stood amidst the fiery battlefield, reflecting on the unexpected strength of those around him and how much they had changed. Tanya stood amidst the glowing sunset, reflecting on her journey. Every challenge brought her closer to unraveling the mysteries around her. Tanya's presence was unwavering despite the illusionary attack. Her determination to stand firm sparked a faint glimmer of hope. Roth Taylor surveyed the scene, recognizing the challenges everyone endured. His composed demeanor masked the exhaustion from his own trials. Kylie struggled to make sense of the events as Tanya supported her. Exhaustion and doubt clouded her thoughts as reality blurred. Tanya's embrace brought Kylie back to reality. Her protective stance radiated strength, grounding Kylie in the moment. Roth Taylor, Tanya, and Kylie faced the aftermath of the exam. The fading sunlight cast long shadows over the exhausted group. Kylie felt a shift as something within her began to change. An unfamiliar sensation crept in, sparking confusion and unease. Kylie and Tanya stood together, observing the outcomes. Their bond remained steadfast despite the trials they had endured. A devastating attack flashed in their memories, serving as a reminder of the danger they had narrowly escaped. A gold object shimmered in the aftermath, its presence holding an air of mystery and significance. A valuable object glimmered in the fading light, its intricate design stirring memories and questions about its true purpose. Kylie's memories flooded back as she recalled the warnings tied to the object's immense power and potential consequences. Professor Claire appeared, her demeanor calm yet commanding, as she inspected the mysterious artifact with a look of concern. Kylie held her breath, grappling with the possibility that her identity might be revealed as cracks in her facade began to show. The valuable object pulsed with light, resonating with Kylie's emotions and hinting at a fateful decision looming on the horizon. Roth Taylor reminded Kylie to stay cautious as she held the small gold object, its significance yet unclear to her. Kylie's eyes widened as she examined the object closely. Memories surfaced, linking the artifact to her past and present. Tanya rushed to check on Ed, noticing his injuries. Despite his reassurance, concern filled the air around them. The class assignment exam ended with relief and exhaustion settling among the students. Sunset painted the sky with warm hues. A slight change in the scenario left a gap in their fates. Roth Taylor and Kylie unknowingly faced new uncertainties. The small change brought new intensity. Ruby-like eyes glimmered as a hidden force began to focus its attention on Ed. Kylie felt her heart racing as the atmosphere shifted. The weight of her choices now felt heavier than before. Tanya stayed close to Ed, supporting him as others dealt with the aftermath. Tension simmered among the group. An ominous silhouette appeared against the sunset. Doubts about its existence gnawed at Ed as he questioned his perception. The world around them remained still, but uncertainty lingered. Kylie couldn't shake the feeling of impending change. The sunset skies carried a quiet serenity, masking the chaotic undercurrent that would soon ripple through their lives. Kylie recalled words about life's fleeting nature and its beauty, finding solace in the connection between moments and memories. A radiant glow of the artifact resonated with a sense of purpose. Kylie's thoughts spiraled as questions consumed her mind. As the wind shifted, an unseen presence whispered its truth. Kylie stood still, grappling with revelations about her destiny. Ed remained steadfast, reflecting on the hardships endured. His gaze held a quiet determination as the world settled into night. Janica stood gracefully, her advice resonating as she emphasized the importance of companionship and emotional resilience in overcoming life's challenges. Mug acknowledged her wisdom, affirming her statement. Their bond, though unconventional, carried a weight of mutual respect and understanding. Rothtailor rested under the golden glow of twilight, his injuries barely masking the exhaustion of recent battles and hidden responsibilities. Mug's presence alongside Marilda hinted at a dynamic relationship. Though not bound by a contract, their connection was undeniably significant. Janica's thoughtful expression conveyed her careful consideration of Marilda's words. Reflection lingered in the air as the night grew deeper. Marilda's voice carried the weight of experience as she guided Rothtailor through his worries. Her insight often pierced through his doubts. Rothtailor gazed at the sky, considering her perspective. The fleeting beauty of life mirrored the struggles he sought to understand. Mug observed quietly, its ethereal glow reflecting the quiet depth of their conversation. Its presence symbolized balance amidst chaos. The world's unpredictability weighed heavily on Rothtailor. He realized that enduring hardship was necessary for growth and eventual renewal in springtime. With newfound resolve, Rothtailor embraced the stillness. His thoughts remained fixed on navigating the delicate balance between his duty and dreams. Mug shifted forms, embodying a graceful blend of beauty and strength, a reflection of its multifaceted role in Rothtailor's journey. As the mana swirled around them, Rothtailor felt the artifact's pulse synchronize with his own, sparking deeper self-awareness. Memories of past battles resurfaced. The scars born in silence were a testament to the resilience he nurtured throughout his journey. Mug's aura emanated wisdom and power. Its guidance shaped Rothtailor's understanding of the interconnectedness between humans and spirits. Rothtailor's determination solidified. With each step forward, he embraced the challenges ahead, knowing that his path was uniquely intertwined with Mug's presence. The towering altar shimmered faintly as the setting sun painted the sky. Rothtailor examined the unfamiliar mana resonating around it. A strange energy swirled at the pyramid's peak, leaving Rothtailor questioning its origin. He realized this was not his power. A figure emerged from the shadows. Lucy, wearing her signature magic hat, approached calmly, her eyes glinting with quiet intent. Rothtailor's grip tightened as he watched Lucy ascend toward the altar. Her presence added layers of mystery to the scene. The air grew heavier, and the altar seemed to respond. Rothtailor braced himself, sensing that something pivotal was about to unfold. Lucy stood beside Rothtailor, her eyes scanning the altar's glowing surface. She admitted unease, hinting at her reasons for being there. The sky darkened as Rothtailor listened. Lucy spoke of her distrust toward the Order, unveiling her doubts about the Holy City. The Apostles of Telios descended, their mission clear, to silence Lucy before her growing suspicions disrupted the fragile balance of power. Characters from the Academy unknowingly followed orders, their actions setting the stage for a collision between duty and hidden truths. The altar of substitution became the battleground for truths and secrets, as allies and foes prepared to confront their intertwined fates. Lucy's power flared as she stepped forward. The mana surrounding her exploded outward, shaking the resolve of those who opposed her. The transformation was stunning. Lucy's newfound strength revealed her as a force unmatched, a symbol of defiance against insurmountable odds. Her piercing gaze met her enemies. They faltered, their confidence shattered as Lucy's power surged with overwhelming intensity. Half the battlefield fell to her might. Lucy's strength shifted the tide, marking her as the savior of Arkan Island. With the battle momentarily paused, Lucy stood tall, her will and determination now an undeniable beacon for both allies and adversaries. Lucy's stamina waned, her body faltering as she struggled against overwhelming odds. The battle was nearing a decisive turning point. A burst of energy shattered the air as Taylor unleashed the final form of his swordsmanship, overpowering Lucy's defenses completely. Lucy collapsed to the ground, her strength spent. The truth of her intentions began to surface as the dust settled. Whispers spread among the crowd. Lucy's actions, misunderstood as villainous, were revealed to be part of a larger noble purpose. The revelation struck everyone deeply. Lucy's sacrifice painted her not as a villain, but as a tragic hero fighting in shadows. Lucy's enigmatic nature became clearer. Her resolve, though silent, spoke volumes about her dedication to protecting what mattered most. Roth Taylor watched the setting sun, his mind torn between the weight of duty and the growing respect he had for Lucy. Lucy's journey, now intertwined with the scenario, brought an unshakable resolve to those around her, even in the face of despair. Her unwavering spirit inspired hope. Roth Taylor pondered the meaning of sacrifice, knowing Lucy's strength came from carrying burdens others couldn't bear. Roth Taylor realized the importance of lending support to Lucy's resolve, even if it meant setting aside his own hesitations and fears. Lucy and Roth Taylor stood together, their shared determination binding them as they prepared for the challenges in Act 3. Roth Taylor reflected on their growing bond. Despite their differences, Lucy's unwavering resilience became a source of strength for him. Lucy revealed her vulnerability, a rare glimpse into her humanity. Roth Taylor found himself more determined to protect her at all costs. The two shared a quiet moment as the sun set. Roth Taylor's commitment deepened, vowing never to abandon Lucy in her struggles. Roth Taylor promised himself one thing: to ensure Lucy always knew he'd stand beside her, even in the darkest of moments. Clara returned to her tranquil home earlier than expected. The peaceful atmosphere reminded her of the comfort she longed for. The waiter received a neatly wrapped present from Clara, expressing gratitude. Their bond grew stronger with thoughtful gestures like this. Most assumed Annis came from nobility, but Clara's Viscount lineage was the actual source of admiration among their peers. Walking through her serene surroundings, Clara cherished the familiar sights. Gratitude filled her as she reflected on her fortunate circumstances. Excited for the gathering, Clara eagerly prepared to share snacks and memories with friends she hadn't seen in ages. Clara felt a sharp pang of discomfort, her body reacting strangely. Her heartbeat quickened as anxiety began to take over. The once delightful blueberry pie suddenly tasted bland. Clara's heightened sensitivity made her question what could be causing this disarray. Uncertainty clouded her mind as her friends remained silent. The lack of warmth in their eyes left Clara unsettled. The tension grew as flames of disagreement flickered between Janica and Annis. Their usual banter had taken on a harsher tone. Clara realized the atmosphere was unlike anything she'd felt before. Her heart raced, wondering if she should intervene or wait. Clara met Janica in the warm, sunlit room. The atmosphere carried a mix of anticipation and quiet tension. Clara and Annis shared a brief, uncertain glance. Their silent exchange hinted at unspoken concerns lingering between them. Janica's sharp gaze focused on Clara, her observation unyielding. The weight of her words added to the rising tension. Roth Taylor studied the details of his progress, noting his strengths and weaknesses, determined to improve his survival skills. The assessment highlighted Roth Taylor's adaptability and talent, but his average stamina remained a glaring limitation in harsh environments. A wooden wall rose to block the icy winds, ensuring the small hut remained secure during the coming storm. Roth Taylor inspected the setup, wondering if this protection would suffice or if he needed to construct something even sturdier. Despite doubts, Roth Taylor decided to focus on optimizing his supplies, confident he could manage whatever challenges lay ahead. Lucy approached, her guarded demeanor revealing the weight of her assignment as Roth Taylor kept his eyes on the horizon. Roth Taylor sensed Lucy's unease, knowing her responsibilities required vigilance as the Academy prepared for an unusually harsh snowstorm week. The icy winds intensified as Roth Taylor evaluated their survival strategies, pondering how the team would endure in these conditions. Lucy glanced at the sky, her calculated expression suggesting she had doubts about the barricades protecting them from the storm. Together, Roth Taylor and Lucy reviewed the environment, the harsh wind battering the walls and testing their plans to the limit. Roth Taylor tied the roof securely, knowing every precaution mattered as the storm threatened to sweep away their fragile shelter. He carefully stored his hunting tools and essential items inside the hut, prepared for the days he would remain indoors. The Spirit Library became Roth Taylor's focus, its magical resources promising answers to the challenges posed by the relentless snowstorm. Lucy observed Roth Taylor's preparations, her concern evident as she considered his unyielding resolve to adapt to the hostile environment. Snow began to blanket the area as Roth Taylor and Lucy exchanged determined glances, ready to face the coming trials. Lucy expressed her deep worry for Taylor, holding onto him tightly as the weight of upcoming challenges loomed over them. Her thoughts trailed off as she considered whether her concerns were overstepping, but her unease continued to linger. Her apprehension only grew, turning into a quiet hope that Taylor would overcome the trials they were about to face. Flames flickered vividly in her imagination, symbolizing the immense challenges and intensity of the days that lay ahead. Janica appeared suddenly, catching sight of the scene and silently processing Lucy's closeness to Taylor, her expression unreadable. Janica approached, her piercing gaze fixed on Lucy and Taylor, trying to make sense of the atmosphere she had interrupted. Clara stood nearby, observing the situation quietly as Janica's protective instincts began to manifest in her growing suspicions. Anis struggled to explain herself, her tone uncertain as Janica's intense scrutiny made the tension in the room palpable. Janica's doubts about the situation continued to grow, leaving the air heavy with unspoken questions and unresolved tension. Taylor observed silently, realizing that the dynamics within the group were more strained and complicated than he had anticipated. Anis fumbled for words, her explanations becoming more awkward as Janica's sharp gaze demanded clarity and justification. Janica's protective instincts were clear in her unwavering stance, as she continued to question Anis's motives without hesitation. Anis hesitated, realizing that no explanation would be enough to fully ease Janica's lingering doubts. Clara watched as the growing tension between Janica and Anis revealed deeper rifts within their fragile alliance. Despite the unease, a subtle understanding seemed to emerge as they all prepared to face the challenges ahead together. Janica slammed her hand on the table, expressing frustration over Anis's actions, which had caused unnecessary concern and confusion. Her voice trembled as she admitted how much she had worried about the situation. Feeling betrayed by Anis's approach, overwhelmed with emotion, Janica questioned her place in the group, wondering if her concerns even mattered to those around her. Taylor stepped in to reassure Janica, reminding her that her care and support were valued more than she realized. Janica's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by the realization that her efforts had not gone unnoticed by those she cared for. Janica tried to hold back tears, reflecting on the situation while Anis stood by, struggling to find the right words. Anis hesitated before admitting her mistake, explaining her reasoning and trying to mend the trust she had strained. Janica's tension eased slightly as she considered Anis's explanation, grateful for the honesty, but still cautious about moving forward. Clara joined in, lightening the mood with a small remark, helping Janica and Anis to shift the tone toward reconciliation. With the tension fading, they began to laugh awkwardly, realizing their misunderstandings might have strengthened their bond after all. Anis announced she needed to leave, quickly gathering her things while Janica and Clara watched her with puzzled expressions. Clara waved her off cheerfully, wishing her a safe journey and wondering about the sudden urgency in her departure. Anis hesitated at the door before turning to ask Clara an unexpected favor, catching her completely off guard. Clara looked surprised but nodded, agreeing to the unusual request as Anis prepared to take the next step. As Janica left, Anis and Clara shared a confused glance, silently wondering what kind of adventure she was planning next. Anis apologized to Janica, expressing regret for her actions and acknowledging the strain they had caused in their friendship. She reflected on how distance had affected their feelings, wondering if the upcoming Academy event might mark a new beginning. The announcement about the Academy Scholarship Program brought excitement, as students realized their hard work would be rewarded with continued opportunities. Taylor watched as Kilbius and Onyx celebrated their success, feeling inspired by their determination and camaraderie. He considered how teamwork and persistence had brought them this far, solidifying the bonds formed through shared struggles and triumphs. Taylor reviewed the details of his magic power development, noting the spirit slots and potential avenues for future growth. The empty slots represented untapped potential, motivating him to refine his skills and form contracts with higher-level spirits. Around the campfire, memories of earlier struggles surfaced, reminding them of how far they had come since their first challenges. They reminisced about their initial hardships, laughing over small victories that had seemed insurmountable at the time. Taylor reflected on Janica's steadfast support, recognizing her as the one friend who had consistently stood by him. Janica admired Taylor's progress, impressed by his ability to make a contract with Marilda despite the inherent challenges. She noted how difficult it was to handle a high-level spirit, acknowledging the clever tricks Taylor had employed. Taylor shared his plans for the future, explaining how the legendary Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring had played a role in his success. They discussed the temporary limitations on his magic, preparing for the next steps and future opportunities once the semester resumed. Janica smiled warmly, congratulating Rothtailor on his milestone as they celebrated his spirit contract and looked forward to what lay ahead. Janica questioned Rothtailor's choice to stay in the library through the snowstorm, intrigued by his determination to continue working. Rothtailor encouraged Janica, reminding her of her recognition as the top student and the attention it brought her. As student council elections approached, Janica's neutrality stood out, showing her respect for all candidates instead of picking sides. Rothtailor mentioned Janica's sister's ambitious involvement in the elections, bringing a new layer of complexity to their conversation. Janica reflected on her relationship with her sister, feeling conflicted but acknowledging their connection despite the challenges of their bond. Janica admitted she couldn't fully express their relationship confidently, considering her sister's impact after being disowned from their family. She reflected on how their lives would always be intertwined, whether they liked it or not, because of their shared history. Despite their past, Janica expressed her hope to maintain a good relationship with her sister, valuing the connection they still shared. Rothtailor listened, understanding Janica's resolve, as they continued discussing how these relationships shape their present and future paths. Their conversation deepened as Janica sought advice about what her sister might like, eager to mend their relationship with a thoughtful gift. Rothtailor asked Janica about her intentions, sensing she was hiding something, though her demeanor quickly betrayed her lack of subtlety. Janica's poor attempt at deception made her guilt evident, leading to her quick confession, unable to bear the tension. Rothtailor reassured her, realizing the issue wasn't serious and appreciating her honesty despite the initial misunderstanding. As the storm began outside, preparations were made for the coming day, with everyone resolving to remain indoors for safety. The snow fell heavily as Janica and Rothtailor reflected, preparing for the challenges ahead and the choices they would face. Rothtailor held the golden emblem tightly, his thoughts racing back to the terrifying events of the past few days. The sight of the enormous spirit beast still haunted him, its presence a reminder of the Academy's overwhelming challenges. Beyond fear, Rothtailor felt discomfort, questioning his own understanding of what had happened during that intense confrontation. Kylie's expression reflected confusion as she replayed the events in her mind, struggling to make sense of what she saw. Rothtailor's formal words at the end lingered in her thoughts, a stark contrast to the chaotic moments leading up to them. Lucy clutched the emblem, fear creeping in as she questioned whether Rothtailor had uncovered her closely guarded secret. She reflected on the efforts she made to maintain a normal academy life, hiding her true identity from everyone. The weight of potential discovery loomed. Knowing one revelation could shatter the life she had built at the academy, gathering information about Rothtailor revealed his mysterious background, adding complexity to her feelings of fear and curiosity. She resolved to observe him carefully, knowing the northern forest snowstorm might bring further clarity or greater risks to her plans. The snowstorm roared outside as Lucy braced herself, stepping into the freezing winds with determination and trepidation. The bitter cold enveloped her, amplifying her fear of Rothtailor and the unknown challenges that lay ahead. As the storm swirled, Lucy recalled moments of fleeting warmth, longing for the vibrant colors of the world outside. The melody of a distant guitar reminded her of simpler days, grounding her amidst the chaos of the blizzard. The storm's intensity grew as Lucy pushed forward, feeling both fear and determination to uncover the truth within herself. Rothtailor clenched the golden emblem, channeling its power as radiant energy enveloped him, illuminating the cold, dark surroundings. The glowing energy erupted into the night, creating a protective barrier as he prepared to confront the challenges ahead. Determined to hold on to the freedom he worked tirelessly to achieve, Rothtailor steeled himself to confirm his next steps. A sudden realization hit, and he resolved to meet the figure he believed could provide clarity amidst the chaos. In the heart of the storm, the Saintess Kylie stood, shrouded in distress, her figure barely visible through the snow. Clebius's eyes adjusted to the dark. A skill he honed as darkness had been a constant companion in his life. The memory of his brother lingered. The one person who remained by his side when everyone else abandoned him? The sharpest memory was the moment Clebius stabbed his brother through the heart, a decision that still haunted him. His brother's last words echoed in his mind, words that might have been a curse or something more profound. Claire entered the room, breaking his thoughts, her sharp question pulling him back to the reality of the present. Clebius stammered as he tried to respond to Claire, burdened by the weight of his self-perceived failures. Memories of being a burden haunted him, making him question whether he could ever meet the expectations placed upon him. Claire's stern yet understanding tone made Clebius realize he couldn't remain stuck in the past if he wanted to grow. She urged Clebius to focus on taking action, encouraging him to move beyond doubt and prove his capabilities. Finally, Clebius nodded in determination, agreeing to try. As he decided to embrace the challenges ahead with resolve, Claire gave her approval, her gaze unwavering as she reminded Clebius of the work required to prove his potential. Clebius gazed out of the window at the storm, the cold reflecting his resolve to face the trials ahead. During the break, Clebius had focused on mastering magic engineering and spirit formula infusion, strengthening his skills for future battles. The blend of disciplines provided him with clarity and confidence to adapt to challenges in ways he hadn't before. Determined to succeed, Clebius resolved to continue training in both fields, embracing the road ahead with newfound purpose. Rothtailor stood in the library, contemplating the quiet stillness as he prepared to delve into the work ahead. A man diligently moved through the aisles, organizing books and straightening the shelves with a focus that matched Rothtailor's determination. A hand reached for a specific book, its movement precise, as though uncovering a key piece of vital information. Two people stood side by side, collaborating seamlessly to bring order to the chaotic library. Hands picked up books methodically, their gestures reflecting both purpose and careful thought as they worked together. The Delheim's hourglass shimmered, its intricate design a testament to mastery over time in magical craftsmanship. Rothtailor carried a heavy book, the weight symbolic of the knowledge and responsibility he aimed to shoulder. With calm precision, Rothtailor pulled a book from the shelf, focused on gathering every resource needed for his research. His hand moved carefully, retrieving another book as he pieced together fragments of knowledge into a cohesive understanding. Rothtailor's movements were deliberate as he retrieved yet another book, ensuring no essential detail would be overlooked. Rothtailor rose determinedly, his resolve solidifying as he prepared for the grueling task of braving the snowstorm. He began his walk through the snow, each step deliberate as the harsh conditions tested his physical and mental endurance. Kylie's footsteps left shallow imprints in the snow, marking his slow but steady progress through the storm. Kylie's foot sank deeper into the snow, the increasing intensity of the storm making each step a struggle. Despite the relentless cold, Kylie ran, the urgency of his mission driving him forward against the unyielding forces of nature. Kylie trudges through the unforgiving snowstorm, her figure barely visible amidst the swirling winds and relentless icy shards. A well-mapped path provides direction for Kylie, her steps deliberate and determined despite the storm's continuous attempts to deter her progress. A spark of adventure ignites within Kylie, each step forward adding to her resilience as the environment tests her spirit. Holy magic radiates around Kylie, forming an invisible barrier that shields her from the unseen dangers lurking in the snowy wilderness. Protected by blessings, Kylie moves forward unharmed, her faith and courage serving as her strongest allies in this perilous journey. Unease grips Kylie as she senses a hidden truth lingering just beneath the surface, amplifying her determination to uncover it. A flicker of light catches Kylie's eye, prompting her to focus, her thoughts racing as the intensity of the situation grows. Each step forward is careful yet resolute, the snow crunching faintly beneath Kylie's boots as her resolve strengthens. A streak of crimson interrupts the white expanse, startling Kylie with its vividness and stirring a deep sense of alarm. Kylie pauses to process the scene, her breath quickening as the gravity of the discovery begins to weigh on her. The room's unsettling ambiance overwhelms Kylie, her gaze fixed on the blood-drenched surroundings as unease grips her tightly. A sudden growl disrupts the silence, drawing Kylie's attention to the looming presence of a monstrous shadow in the distance. With trembling hands, Kylie steels herself, her instincts on high alert as the danger grows clearer before her eyes. Blood pools around her boots, its stark red a vivid reminder of the perilous situation Kylie has entered. Despite the overwhelming fear, Kylie braces herself, knowing her quick thinking and inner strength are all that stand between her and survival. Kylie's senses heightened as the eerie sound of footsteps echoed through the abandoned cabin, piercing the chilling silence. Her eyes darted to the shadowy corners, heart racing with the realization that she was not alone in the darkness. The wind howled outside, rattling the worn shutters as if warning her of the impending danger she could not see. Kylie clenched her fists, every instinct telling her to run, yet her curiosity compelled her to stay and uncover the truth. A figure emerged from the shadows, its presence overwhelming, sending a cold shiver down her spine as fear gripped her. The atmosphere grew heavier as the figure moved closer, its silent steps filled with an unnatural menace that chilled her resolve. Kylie scrambled to hide, pressing herself into the shadows, praying her trembling breaths wouldn't give her away. She peeked through a crack, catching a glimpse of the intruder's sharp weapon, glinting ominously in the dim light. Her hands instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a gasp as the figure stopped, surveying the room with unsettling precision. With a sudden jolt, the figure turned its head as if sensing her presence, making her heart pound wildly. Kylie's hiding place felt suffocating as she struggled to keep calm while the figure's glowing eyes scanned the room. The shadowy figure moved with deadly purpose, its weapon trailing the floor, leaving a haunting trace of blood behind. She dared not move as the figure's gaze lingered on her hiding spot, the air thick with unspoken tension. Gathering her courage, Kylie prepared to defend herself, her determination growing despite the overwhelming dread coursing through her. The figure finally spoke, its voice low and chilling, breaking the silence and sending an undeniable message of danger her way. Roth Taylor cautiously enters the room, his eyes immediately catching sight of Kylie, who appears tense and uneasy. Kylie scans her surroundings, feeling an ominous presence creeping closer as she struggles to calm her racing thoughts. The faint sound of footsteps reverberates, sending chills down Kylie's spine as she clutches her scarf protectively. Through the broken doorway, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes emerges, its presence menacing and shrouded in mystery. Kylie recoils in fear as the figure steps forward, the overwhelming aura of dread filling the dimly lit room. Kylie hides behind a crate, trying to stifle her breaths while her mind races to comprehend the unfolding scene. Outside, the snowfall becomes heavier, cloaking the ground in white, but the ominous figure moves with unwavering determination. Kylie's heart pounds as she hears the faint creak of the door opening, followed by heavy, deliberate footsteps inside. The room is plunged into silence, broken only by the figure's cold, labored breaths echoing eerily in the confined space. With every step closer, the figure's intent becomes clearer, and Kylie feels the overwhelming weight of impending danger pressing in. Kylie braces herself against a wooden beam, her eyes wide as she hears the figure mutter cryptic words under its breath. Light floods the room momentarily as the figure performs an incantation, its magic casting eerie shadows across the room. Kylie tries to steady her shaking hands as the magical energy dissipates, leaving behind faint traces of heat and charred wood. The figure turns sharply, its attention shifting to Kylie's hiding spot, causing her to flinch and press closer to the shadows. Kylie musters her courage, preparing to confront the figure, knowing there's no escape without facing what awaits in the darkness. Snowflakes swirl in the night as the towering manor stands firm against the howling winds, lights glimmering faintly inside. Belle, the chief maid, receives the report of Kylie's absence, her demeanor sharp and calculating amidst the growing tension. Belle consults her aide, carefully planning an efficient strategy to locate Kylie without disrupting the order of the household. A composed Belle masks her concern, knowing the stakes of revealing Kylie's identity could bring chaos to the entire region. Belle decides to act discreetly, using Kylie's unique blessing as a shield against the potential dangers lurking in the snowstorm. The determined maid steps out into the cold, clutching her cloak tightly as she embarks on her solo search. She instructs her subordinates to ensure the safety of the students, emphasizing the importance of keeping everything under control. The information from a witness leads Belle toward the northern forest, her mind racing as she pieces together Kylie's trail. The realization strikes hard. Kylie has ventured into territory belonging to a man known for his uncanny charm with women. The scene transitions to a solitary cabin, isolated in the forest, where Kylie faces the harsh snowstorm alone, awaiting help. Inside the glowing warmth of the cabin, Kylie adjusts her scarf, bracing herself to step out into the frigid storm. The snow deepens, but Belle moves forward, her breath heavy with concern as she searches tirelessly for Kylie's trail. Belle pauses, eyes darting in all directions, her heartbeat quickening as the cold air carries faint sounds of movement nearby. Determination surges within Belle as she pushes forward, realizing the urgency. Kylie, the saintess, is in imminent danger amidst the storm. A man in a red coat silently approaches through the snow, his gaze fixed ahead with an unsettling intensity. The man carefully examines the trail of footprints, each step deep and firm, as the cold wind howls around him. He grips a flaming torch tightly, its flickering light casting long, distorted shadows on the icy forest floor. Belle peers out cautiously, her mind racing as she pieces together the suspicious man's presence and her next move. Determined to uncover the truth, she clenches her fists, bracing herself to face the unfolding mystery ahead. The flashbacks of the man flood her mind, his stoic demeanor always at odds with the warmth of his actions. He had earned trust through his unwavering sense of duty, yet his enigmatic nature left others unsure of his motives. Belle adjusts her cloak, knowing she must tread carefully while balancing her growing suspicions with what she already knows. Inside the cabin, Kylie sits at the table, visibly tense as she notices Belle's arrival with a guarded expression. The young man beside her looks startled, his body shifting defensively, as though shielding Kylie from Belle's questioning gaze. Belle addresses the urgency of the situation, pointing out the danger that Kylie faces if they delay their next move. Kylie clutches her scarf tightly, her breath visible in the freezing air as she nervously watches Roth Taylor and Belle. The wind howls relentlessly, the snowstorm pressing against the walls of the cabin as Roth Taylor considers their precarious circumstances. Roth Taylor rests his bandaged hands on his knees, his calm demeanor hiding the turmoil of the situation's complexity. Belle glances at Roth Taylor one last time, silently questioning his motives as the storm outside continues to rage. Kylie cautiously places the chair down, her movements precise, revealing her awareness of the fragile dynamic in the tense room. Roth Taylor observes her calmly, his bandaged arms resting by his side, reflecting the toll of his recent struggles and battles. The holy magic radiates from Kylie, illuminating the room with a brilliant glow that momentarily overwhelms the dim surroundings. Roth Taylor shifts slightly, instinctively shielding himself as the intense light engulfs the space, casting long shadows on the wooden walls. As the light fades, Kylie's expression hardens, determination evident in her stance while the air feels charged with purpose. Roth Taylor leans forward, his posture deliberate, acknowledging the gravity of Kylie's actions while maintaining an air of restrained curiosity. Kylie meets his gaze unwaveringly, her presence embodying quiet strength amidst the uncertainty of their tenuous, fleeting connection. Roth Taylor gestures subtly, his demeanor reflecting both skepticism and a guarded acceptance of the implications of Kylie's unexpected spell. The room's stillness deepens as Kylie adjusts her posture, the faint hum of lingering magic filling the silent void. Roth Taylor's bandaged figure remains unmoving, his sharp eyes fixed on Kylie, silently probing her motivations and the weight of her resolve. Kylie lowers her gaze briefly, gathering her thoughts before raising her head again with a renewed sense of clarity and focus. Roth Taylor's expression softens slightly, an unspoken recognition forming as he silently contemplates Kylie's unexpected presence and bold actions. The air between them grows heavier, the weight of their shared silence speaking volumes about their unvoiced uncertainties and intentions. Kylie subtly shifts her weight, her steadfast demeanor revealing her inner strength, as if bracing herself for what lies ahead. Roth Taylor's measured response creates a fragile understanding, marking the beginning of a connection forged in this brief, pivotal moment. Belle and Kylie push through the snowy winds, their breath visible as they strive to find the way ahead. A warm fire illuminates Kylie's face as she looks back, contemplating the comforts of Ophelis Hall after this ordeal. The small hut behind them still carries the metallic tang of blood and the undeniable harshness of reality. His shadow looms near the hut, an imposing figure that hints at a life entwined with violence and solitude. The essence of freedom feels distant, replaced by the heavy burden of survival etched into the present moment. Kylie's footprints trail behind her, a symbolic journey into the harsh reality of chasing freedom amidst the freezing snow. The warmth of Belle's presence offers Kylie solace as she reflects on the profound respect she has for her. Belle hesitates, sensing an unspoken bond forming, her own worries concealed beneath her icy composure. Kylie's determination contrasts sharply with her vulnerability, as Belle shields her from the biting wind. Their shared silence speaks volumes, reflecting the depth of understanding and the weight of their unspoken worries. A blooming plant heralds the arrival of spring, a gentle reminder of renewal and growth after a harsh winter. The Laplace Bakery stands as a symbol of comfort, its doors open to welcome those seeking warmth and respite. Lortel and Roth Taylor sit together, their quiet conversation suggesting deeper plans amidst the serenity of the bakery's ambiance. The chefs approach Lortel and Roth Taylor, their warm gestures and greetings reflecting the bakery's lively and inviting atmosphere. Lortel speaks to Roth Taylor with a calm yet decisive tone, her words hinting at the unfolding of an intricate plan. Lortel sips tea calmly, countering accusations of harsh practices while explaining her approach to ethics and managing resources. The stacked delivery boxes highlight the bakery's halted operations caused by the snowstorm that disrupted distribution efforts. A chef reflects on canceled orders, expressing frustration about the situation while seeking solutions to address the challenges. Lortel emphasizes the importance of morals in business, urging the chefs to reconsider their approach to problem-solving during crises. A chef nervously requests Lortel's influence to address team concerns, recognizing her role in mediating the bakery's current issues. Lortel reassures the staff, offering her expertise in financial management while maintaining optimism despite the bakery's financial difficulties. She suggests walking with Roth Taylor, demonstrating her proactive nature in tackling challenges while building trust among her team. Roth Taylor observes the bustling marketplace, commenting on the limited resources and the effects of the snowstorm on their operations. The busy bakery reflects the combined efforts of the staff, working hard to sustain productivity amidst ongoing financial constraints. Lortel humorously remarks on her skill in managing money, boosting morale while ensuring everyone stays focused on overcoming obstacles. Lortel and Rothtailor walk through the marketplace, discussing strategies to handle the bakery's financial and operational challenges. Lortel notices Rothtailor's frugality as he stops by the library to borrow a textbook rather than purchasing one. Rothtailor mentions the high cost of textbooks, highlighting the financial struggles faced by students balancing education and living expenses. Lortel contemplates offering financial help but chooses to respect Rothtailor's independence and resourceful mindset. As they continue their journey, mutual understanding grows between Lortel and Rothtailor, fostering a partnership built on shared resilience. The approaching student council election stirs curiosity as Lortel considers her role and the importance of strategic decisions. Rothtailor walks beside Lortel, exchanging thoughts on leadership and responsibility within their roles at the academy. They reflect on Tanya Rothtailor's potential, weighing her leadership against the challenges of their academy's politics. Tanya's candidacy becomes the focus, highlighting her resolve despite the constraints of her upbringing and expectations. Rothtailor acknowledges Tanya's resilience, recognizing her as a beacon of effort and ambition among their peers. Lortel's insight reveals the complexity of Princess Fiona's campaign and the overwhelming odds she faces in the elections. Tanya's sincerity in her approach starkly contrasts Fiona's strategic manipulation, creating an undercurrent of tension within the student body. Rothtailor's internal conflict arises, contemplating loyalty and values as he evaluates the candidates' efforts and their personal connections. The blossoming cherry blossoms symbolize hope and renewal, underscoring the transformative journey of the candidates and their supporters. Lortel appreciates Rothtailor's stance, subtly relieved he shares her preference for Tanya over the politically adept Princess Fiona. Lortel's playful demeanor shifts, her subtle affection for Rothtailor hinted in her gestures and words during their conversation. Rothtailor, slightly taken aback, processes Lortel's playful teasing, unsure of her intentions but intrigued by her demeanor. Lortel's vulnerability surfaces briefly, her lighthearted nature masking deeper feelings and her aspirations for connection amidst their shared responsibilities. Rothtailor's awkward response sparks a moment of levity, easing the tension as they navigate their growing friendship. Their camaraderie strengthens, the shared walk leaving an imprint of mutual respect and unspoken understanding as they part ways. Rothtailor stands firm, deciding against distractions while resolving to focus on his graduation and goals without compromise. Lortel glances up, contemplating the weight of Rothtailor's determination as their journey intertwines amidst the challenges ahead. The sky brightens with subtle hues as they walk together, forging a silent understanding in their shared struggles. Rothtailor visualizes the towering obstacles awaiting him, determined to conquer the hardships required to fulfill his ambitions. His resolve solidifies as he considers his future, promising himself he will not waver despite any emotional complications. A vivid image of a fiery dragon flashes, symbolizing the magnitude of the trials Rothtailor must endure to graduate. Rothtailor imagines himself confronting formidable foes, realizing the sheer effort required to protect peace and ensure his success. The classroom scenes merge with glimpses of Clarice and Fina, each representing pillars of support he needs for triumph. Rothtailor envisions a future where unity and strength lead to overcoming challenges that once seemed insurmountable. His determination burns brightly, fueled by the thought of emerging victorious in this symbolic battle for both himself and others. Tanya and Kylie discuss the shifting dynamics of the student council elections, their ambitions intertwined in the academy's intricate politics. Rothtailor reflects quietly on his own role, balancing his ambitions against the complex relationships surrounding him. Penny, a daughter, sits silently in her room, the weight of her family's expectations evident in her contemplative posture. Penny gazes out at the dimming sky, his demeanor steady but his thoughts turning inward. Penny muses over the unfolding events, considering the impact of his family's legacy on the academy's ever-changing landscape. Jix crouched in the dimly lit room, frustration building as the overwhelming pressure of expectations pressed heavily on him. Slamming the table, he glared at the glowing dual request form, the flickering light reflecting his growing resentment. The words on the form blurred as Jix's thoughts spiraled, the academy's harsh demands feeling impossible to overcome. The glowing paper illuminated the room faintly, reminding him that the upcoming duel might be an unavoidable part of life. Clenching his fists tightly, Jix resolved to confront this challenge head-on, knowing the duel could shape his future forever. Wade stepped forward, his bluish-gray hair catching the light as his sharp gaze bore down on Jix intently. Jix rose to meet Wade's gaze, sensing the tension in the air and recognizing the formidable opponent standing before him. Wade announced his intentions clearly, declaring his desire to prove himself by challenging and defeating the Academy's strongest students systematically. He mentioned Janica and Drake as targets, two legends whose unmatched skills represented towering heights Jix could only dream of reaching. Jix realized Wade's ambition wasn't personal. Defeating every top student was his plan to dominate the Academy and earn recognition. Wade calmly explained he had already issued challenges to other students, starting with the formidable top faculty of magic studies. Jix listened in quiet frustration, knowing Wade had a specific plan and that his involvement in the process was inevitable. Wade clarified his strategy, explaining how Jix was next because even second-tier students played pivotal roles in shaping his rise. Though Wade's approach seemed arrogant, Jix couldn't help but feel a strange admiration for his unwavering confidence and determination. Meeting Wade's piercing gaze, Jix stood firm, bracing himself for the difficult duel that would determine both of their futures. Jix's hand tightened on Wade's arm, his firm grip emphasizing the silent tension building between them in the confrontation. Both Jix and Wade faced each other, their contrasting emotions clashing, as students nearby began to notice the escalating moment. Wade's composed stance and sharp features reflected his unshaken confidence, making his quiet resolve even more intimidating. Jix stood firm, determination flashing in his eyes, ready to push forward against the challenges he knew lay ahead. Turning a corner, Jix stopped as Rothtailor approached, his reputation and commanding aura filling the space with undeniable tension. Bright daylight streamed through the academy windows, illuminating the busy courtyard where students hurried between classes and training sessions. Rothtailor's face revealed calm composure, his piercing gaze reflecting his confidence as whispers of his strength spread across the academy. Wade stood motionless, his thoughts deeply focused, the sunlight casting a faint shadow that highlighted his unwavering determination. Wade remained still, his uniform ruffling slightly in the breeze as he prepared for the next steps of his journey. Jix stood in the distance, exhaustion clear in his posture, yet a sense of resilience lingered despite his recent struggles. Jix leaned against a wall, visibly weary from battle, though his spirit remained unbroken despite the toll of recent events. Facing Rothtailor, Jix spoke earnestly, his voice steady, seeking answers about the Academy's shifting dynamics and Rothtailor's growing influence. The midday sun cast warm, dappled light across the Academy grounds as students went about their routines under the vibrant sky. Rothtailor walked forward with purposeful strides, his confidence and focus drawing attention as he moved through the bustling courtyard. Rothtailor stopped at the edge of the courtyard, a determined energy surrounding him as he considered his next move. He walked thoughtfully across the courtyard, considering whether sharing a piece of information earlier would have changed Wade's reaction. He recalled his classmate Princess Pena, a peer whose withdrawn demeanor had recently caught his attention more than once. Sitting in the bright classroom, Rothtailor contemplated his next duel, focusing on Rothtailor, whose name frequently emerged in conversations. Princess Pena listened intently to the surrounding chatter, her sharp awareness of Rothtailor's reputation evident as she remained focused on him. Jix, observing from afar, noticed Princess Pena's subtle reaction to Ed's name, her composed exterior failing to hide her interest. Princess Pena remembered Ed clearly, her heightened awareness of his presence overshadowing her thoughts, reflecting on their complex connection in the academy. Jix, still pondering his earlier hesitation, decided there was ample time to address Wade, choosing patience over immediate action. A gentle breeze accompanied the warmth of spring, its soothing presence bringing a moment of peace to the academy grounds. A butterfly fluttered by, its delicate movements reminding Jix of the calm within the northern forest, a place of natural harmony. The northern forest's vibrant greenery reflected the beauty of spring, offering a serene retreat from the pressures of academy life. Lucy stood on the rooftop observing the area as she reflected on Jix's surprising growth and determination in their training. With her sharp insights, she acknowledged Jix's improved connection with his spirit, which enhanced his magical abilities significantly within a year. Despite her encouraging tone, Janica took pride in her role as a mentor, naming her guidance unteacher Janica Mode with quiet satisfaction. Rothtailor playfully accepted Janica's demeanor, appreciating her efforts in helping him build confidence and develop his unique mana flow connection. With Janica's guidance, Rothtailor committed to finding a spirit whose mana matched his own, realizing its importance for greater magical synergy. Rothtailor reflected on how his fire and wind affinity shaped his spirit contract, but wondered about expanding into other elements. He imagined the complexities of elemental combinations, recognizing the challenges of balancing fire and wind with an entirely new spirit. Janica encouraged him to seek versatility, explaining how a broader connection could help him adapt better in different scenarios. Taylor considered her advice, knowing that mid-rank spirits required immense compatibility and were often regarded as symbols of destiny. The vision of a spirit sorcerer from ancient lore evoked memories of journeys through nature, rivers, and fate-guided connections. Taylor gazed into the northern forest, its tranquility inspiring him to focus on forming bonds with spirits reflecting harmony. Spirits swirled around him, showcasing unique attributes and potential, while Taylor felt both awe and pressure to choose wisely. Janica observed the spirits dancing, her guidance steady, as she admired Taylor's potential to harness their power strategically. Taylor hesitated as the spirits crowded around him, their energy vibrant, forcing him to confront the responsibility of his decision. With Janica's encouragement, he resolved to explore his connection further, knowing this decision would define his future capabilities profoundly. A radiant water spirit emerged, its elegant form reflecting power, drawing Taylor's attention to its potential as his partner. Janica introduced additional mid-rank spirits, explaining their abilities, while Taylor struggled to focus on the overwhelming possibilities presented. Taylor began to doubt, questioning whether this method of actively selecting a spirit conflicted with his belief in fate. Janica maintained her confident demeanor, guiding Taylor through the spirits, though he remained hesitant about trusting this unfamiliar process. As the Academy welcomed new students with its lively festival, Taylor pondered whether his choice aligned with his journey's purpose. The top student of the third year, Janica, was absent from the festival due to undisclosed personal reasons. Lucy, the top student of the second year, also skipped the festival, leaving a noticeable void in the celebration. The faculty worried their absence might dull the festival's liveliness, but Princess Penya's presence uplifted the atmosphere entirely. Princess Penya exuded unmatched grace, her composed demeanor inspiring awe, even as Sylvania Academy emphasized equality within its diverse student body. Despite this equality, nobles and commoners alike hesitated to approach her, except for one fearless individual during the lively event. Wade, the top student of the first year, engaged in an intense chess match with Penya, showcasing his strategic thinking. Penya praised Wade's skill, noting that his hesitation to sacrifice a pawn prevented him from securing an earlier victory. Wade acknowledged Penya's critique, reflecting that projecting real-world tactics onto chess felt fundamentally different and challenging in practice. Their conversation turned to lessons learned at the Academy, where self-awareness proved just as valuable as academic and martial prowess. Wade considered Penya's insight, realizing that understanding others required embracing the idea that one cannot always be correct in judgment. Ed Taylor, expelled from the Academy, was regarded as a minor concern, though doubts lingered in some minds about the decision. His actions, such as saving Janica and making a home in the forest, gradually reshaped opinions regarding his worth. Over time, Ed's ability to survive and thrive despite rejection reflected his resilience and his bond with nature's spirits. The mistakes of those who underestimated him became apparent as Ed's growing strength revealed the potential he carried within himself. With fire in his soul and determination driving him, Ed embraced his path, overcoming challenges and preparing for greater trials. Taylor's influence grew within the Academy, his increasing presence garnering respect even among the incoming students who spoke highly of him. As Taylor's prominence grew, others began reflecting on past misjudgments, with mistakes seeming more significant in the face of his success. Acknowledging the Academy's values, Taylor understood that resolving issues required maturity, rather than avoiding problems or behaving impulsively like a child. Regardless of one's social standing, Taylor believed deeply in the responsibility to learn, embracing his duty to grow and improve. Penya's focused gaze reflected her realization that meaningful progress came through embracing challenges, regardless of personal doubts or obstacles ahead. Penya smiled after their match, her gratitude evident as she acknowledged how much she had learned from their intense chess game. Taylor reflected on the futility of avoiding challenges, knowing his path required facing conflicts directly to achieve true resolution. His plans unfolded as he prepared to address unresolved matters, intending to retreat to the northern forest solitude afterward. By the campfire, Taylor imagined reconnecting with trusted allies, sharing ideas freely in the forest's tranquil and refreshing environment. Princess Penya felt the warmth of spring seep into her heart, her confidence restored as she embraced newfound inspiration. Until the third morning, Princess Penya awaited news with rising tension, her thoughts consumed by uncertainty and unspoken fears. The moment the news of Ed Taylor's death reached her, shock shattered her composure, emotions erupting uncontrollably like a storm. The Academy's majestic towers loomed against the blue sky, a hub of activity as students diligently pursued their academic goals. The letter addressed Rothtailor's father, acknowledging the time spent away at the Imperial Castle and updating him on current events. The writer explained how letters became their primary means of communication, detailing their experiences and reflections on family obligations. The writer pledged to uphold the honor of the Rothtailor name, expressing their determination to excel at Sylvania Academy. Memories of adjusting to the rigorous schedule resurfaced, emphasizing the importance of balancing family expectations with the Academy's demanding curriculum. The writer reflected on a vivid childhood memory of the lilac-covered hills behind their residence, a place of peace and beauty. In the dream, they walked hand in hand with someone whose identity remained unclear, evoking a sense of comfort and connection. The path they followed felt familiar, symbolizing both the challenges and support experienced throughout their journey at Sylvania Academy. The dream invoked feelings of unity and purpose, reminding the writer of the deep bonds guiding their actions and choices. The vivid imagery stayed with them, inspiring a renewed focus on the responsibilities and connections defining their place within the Academy. The writer speculated that Wade's reliability must have impressed their father, potentially earning his trust during moments of uncertainty and transition. The writer acknowledged that Ed Rothtailor's reputation carried mixed perceptions, though recent actions hinted at his growing maturity and adaptability. Rothtailor's unexpected transformation created a contrast between his past and present, showcasing his ability to rise above difficult circumstances. The letter referenced a dangerous seal of deadly poison, underscoring the urgent threats faced and the stakes involved in their legacy. A concluding note mentioned Tanya Rothtailor's role, highlighting plans for student council elections and ongoing negotiations critical to family success. The Academy's towering silhouette reflected the challenges ahead, as a vassal was dispatched to assist with critical responsibilities. In the shadows, a cloaked figure prepared to leave, their mission clear and bound by trust placed in their abilities. Sending a vassal for personal support was unconventional, but the Academy granted permission due to the unique nature of the request. The vassal embarked on their journey under the cover of twilight, the weight of their task visible in their movements. Darkness engulfed the path as they disappeared into the distance, leaving behind an unspoken tension of the mission's gravity. The swirling energy coursed through the figure's body, its raw intensity overwhelming as they struggled to adjust to its force. With a focused gaze, they harnessed the absolute power of mana, marveling at its limitless potential yet dreading its cost. A violent surge of energy enveloped the scene, its brilliance blinding as every ounce of control was pushed to its limit. The rain poured heavily, matching the intensity of the moment as the individual confronted the inevitability of their chosen path. The result was undeniable, the air thick with tension as the confrontation marked a turning point in their arduous journey. Blood stained the ground as the battle reached its peak, each movement slower as exhaustion took a toll on them. A sharp scream cut through the rain, her voice filled with desperation as she rushed to aid the fallen figure. He collapsed under the relentless downpour, his injuries severe, while her cries carried across the battlefield in futile anguish. Reaching out her trembling hand, she struggled to pull him back from the edge, her determination fighting against her despair. Silent tears streamed down her face, her grip unwavering. As the rain washed away the blood and hope lingered faintly, rain poured heavily, each drop echoing the tension as Tanya processed the escalating conflict before her eyes with unease. The crimson energy swirled violently, illuminating the space and revealing the immense sacrifice needed to protect those closest to Tanya. Grasping the orb of power tightly, Tanya prepared herself, understanding the necessity of what must be done. The narrative shifted 3 days prior, showcasing the serene academy before the chaos unraveled unexpectedly. Warm sunlight bathed the academy, a stark contrast to the ominous events foreshadowed by recent disturbances in the atmosphere. Scribbled notes of strategy filled the board, highlighting the meticulous planning required for the upcoming student council elections. Princess Penya's influence cast a long shadow over others, her name recognized widely across the academy and surrounding regions. Despite Fenia's popularity, her overwhelming presence stifled others' chances of gaining any meaningful victory in the competitive council race. With her chances bleak, the student considered relinquishing ambitions, weighed down by the inevitability of a one-sided outcome. Outside, a refreshing breeze filled the campus, yet her mind remained heavy with the burdens of impossible expectations. Tanya navigated her conversations with peers, offering guidance and maintaining her composed demeanor despite her growing internal worries about expectations. Students gathered around Jix, admiring his unrivaled strength, as Tanya discreetly observed the dynamics of their interactions. Tanya exchanged polite words with those around her, her voice steady but her thoughts drifting to unresolved responsibilities awaiting her. Lortel joined the lively conversation, her presence radiating confidence as she provided input on their ongoing discussions about academy matters. Tanya greeted Marilise cautiously, her reserved tone masking the subtle curiosity about Marilise's contributions to the unfolding council race. They stands confidently in the grand hall, surrounded by students who admire her poise and respect her growing influence. Kylie and Terry, inspired by Tanya's dedication, dream of achieving similar recognition through their hard work and determination. Tanya encourages her peers, emphasizing that consistent effort and focus will eventually lead to accomplishments worth celebrating in the academy. The room glows with optimism as students feel empowered by Tanya's words, fostering a sense of unity and shared aspirations. Tanya leaves the hall, her mind filled with plans to further uplift her peers and continue achieving personal growth. Tanya reflects on how her reputation has soared due to her association with Ed, despite her internal feelings of self-doubt. She remembers Ed's past struggles and wonders why his strength and resilience inspire such respect among their peers now. Wandering through the corridor, Tanya contemplates her identity and whether her achievements stem from her own merit or connections. The weight of expectations grows heavier, leaving Tanya questioning her place in the academy and the path she has chosen. Tanya resolves to define her own success, independent of her brother's legacy, determined to prove her worth. Tanya meets Kadek and Nox, two trusted allies sent to assist her in handling academy matters and external negotiations. Kadek offers to gather important market information to streamline trade discussions, ensuring smoother and more favorable outcomes for all. Nox reassures Tanya, emphasizing their shared responsibility in tackling the challenges she faces as a representative of the Rothtailor family. Tanya expresses gratitude for their support, knowing their expertise will significantly ease the burden of her growing responsibilities. Together, they strategize, blending wisdom and determination to address pressing issues and uphold the Rothtailor name with dignity and efficiency. Tanya reflects on her dedication to academics, balancing personal challenges and high expectations within the competitive Sylvania Academy environment. Nox steps forward with insight, offering Tanya valuable advice to navigate the complexities of the Student Council presidential election process. News of Princess Penya's unexpected withdrawal surprises Tanya, raising questions about the election's outcome and her role moving forward. Tanya recalls meaningful past moments with Princess Penya, pondering the weight of leadership and the burdens of responsibility within the academy. Tanya's thoughts shift to Arwen Rothtailor, contemplating how his influence might affect her journey in the Student Council election. The Rothtailor patriarch's public image contrasts sharply with Princess Penya's discovery of hidden truths concealed beneath his refined demeanor. Amid the serene springtime atmosphere, Princess Penya focuses on her responsibilities while contemplating the sacrifices her position demands. Tanya is inspired to uncover concealed motives, spurred by her peers' determination for justice and equality within the academy. Princess Penya's decision to withdraw from the election reflects her prioritization of personal values over public expectations and leadership duties. Tanya harnesses newfound resolve, determined to confront challenges head-on while cherishing the bonds she has built with close allies. Tanya confidently reassures Ed of her unwavering support, pledging to guide him towards success in the upcoming council election. Tanya reflects on Princess Penya's decision to step back, considering how it shapes her own perspective on leadership and strength. Tanya's determination deepens as she seeks allies, aiming to resolve the uncertainties surrounding Princess Penya's withdrawal from the race. Tanya feels gratitude for the support of her trusted companions, who encourage her efforts to foster positive change within Sylvania. Jix's arrival introduces a dramatic new twist, further complicating Tanya's path and uncovering more layers to the election's unfolding narrative. Jix stands before the group, his intense gaze capturing their attention as an air of tension fills the scene. The vision of a wolf arises, symbolizing the struggles faced, its piercing eyes reflecting resilience and solitary strength. Jix draws his bow, channeling energy into the arrow, preparing to strike at the looming shadow of uncertainty before him. The dark wolf remains unflinching, staring down the threat, embodying resolve even with an arrow aimed directly at its heart. A close-up of the wolf's eye reveals determination, while Jix steadies himself, sensing the weight of what lies ahead. Princess Penya's eyes, soft yet burdened, radiate a deep vulnerability as they meet those of Jix, telling an untold story. Jix acknowledges the weight she carries, a burden that seems to strip her of confidence and weaken her determination. Despite the heaviness, Jix decides to leave her be for now, determined to observe and understand the situation further. His animal-like instincts lead him to assess the worst possibility, suspecting Fenia's relationship with the Rothtailor family holds deeper issues. The light filters through the corridor as Jix contemplates the implications, weighing every decision with an increasing sense of urgency. The group discusses their next move, deciding to wait until Elemental class finishes to begin training with mid-tier spirits by the ocean. A peaceful resolve settles among them as they look forward to facing the challenges that lie ahead the following day. One member quietly reflects, their face contemplative, the promise of the ocean sparking hope and curiosity for what it holds. As the day draws to an end, mutual gratitude fills the air, unspoken bonds forming in the moments of quiet understanding. The distant gaze of Princess Penia signals an inner struggle as she silently prepares herself for what tomorrow might bring. Lucy lies on the roof, staring at the sky, she mind wandering as the clouds shift lazily above him. Lucy Marlin stands determined, her sharp gaze cutting through the calm surroundings as she prepares for a confrontation with Rothtailor. A sudden surge of energy bursts forth as Lucy casts her spell, the powerful force aimed directly at her target. Rothtailor reacts swiftly, dodging the magical attack, his movements fluid and precise amidst the tension brewing in the air. The forest glows with the fiery aftermath of their clash, the crackling flames reflecting their unyielding determination in the face of adversity. The campfire crackles warmly, its flickering light casting long shadows as Lucy quietly approaches with a contemplative expression. Lucy stares at the fire, her thoughts heavy, as Rothtailor calmly watches the sparks dance in the evening air. As the rain begins to fall, Lucy lowers her gaze, realizing the impending storm will halt her plans for the evening. The gentle rain begins to soak Lucy as she remains near the campfire, her emotions subdued by the dreary weather. The fire continues to burn brightly despite the rain, the glowing embers reflecting their unwavering determination under the dimming skies. Rothtailor reaches the northern coastline under a relentless downpour, the cold wind whipping against him as he surveys the desolate cliffs. The barren landscape stretches endlessly, the perfect location for Rothtailor to train and connect with the powerful water spirits. The cliffs offer no shelter, but their solitude provides Rothtailor with the peace he needs to focus on his training. Rothtailor grips his bow tightly, the rain dripping from its string as he steels himself for the challenges ahead. The muffled sound of Mug's movement catches Rothtailor's attention, prompting him to steady himself and maintain his focus on the task. Under the pouring rain, Rothtailor faces two cloaked figures, their presence radiating an ominous energy as they approach silently. Kadek and Nox, shadowy vassals of the Rothtailor family, prepare for confrontation, their weapons sparking with dark magical energy. Under the relentless rain, Rothtailor gazes at the two figures approaching, each shrouded in mystery and determination. Kadek and Nox, the formidable vassals of darkness, emerge as guardians of the Rothtailor legacy and power. They speak of their mission, cloaked in reverence, holding both regret and loyalty in their storm-laden eyes. With a cursed dagger in hand, they recount their past mistakes, seeking redemption under Rothtailor's unyielding leadership. Their unwavering commitment shines as they kneel, swearing to uphold the honor of the Rothtailor family no matter the cost. The rain intensifies as the vassals recount their reasons for betrayal, their remorse reflecting in Rothtailor's stern, unyielding gaze. Memories of a younger Rothtailor surface, his resolve and sharpness growing amidst trials, proving his worth as the true heir. A vow is made to rebuild trust and loyalty, forging a path toward the restoration of the Rothtailor family. Rothtailor, with piercing eyes, assesses their words, weighing their devotion against the weight of the dagger's betrayal. The vassals stand firm, proclaiming their readiness to protect Rothtailor and his legacy, embracing their roles in his future. Kadek and Nox pledge their service anew, describing Rothtailor as the beacon guiding the family through unrelenting storms. Rothtailor listens, his thoughts racing through strategies, understanding the strength these vassals could offer in the battles ahead. Kadek reveals the power of the Windsword, a family heirloom, ready to strike against enemies of the Rothtailors. The storm reflects Rothtailor's inner turmoil, his mind a battlefield of trust, duty, and the legacy he must uphold. Together, they stride forward into the night, a united front against the challenges that threaten the Rothtailor family's future. Rothtailor lunged forward with his blade, aiming at Kadek, who deflected the strike using a glowing, energy-infused weapon. Nox ignited a massive wall of flames surrounding the area, forcing Rothtailor to dodge swiftly to avoid the burning heat. Kadek countered with a fierce wind-infused attack, slicing through Nox's flames and pushing Rothtailor back momentarily amidst the fiery chaos. Rothtailor clashed against their combined might, his weapon glowing blue as he released energy that disrupted their synchronized assault. Kadek and Nox stood united, their dark powers surging as they prepared to unleash a devastating attack on Rothtailor. Nox confronted Rothtailor, his fiery rage fueled by memories of Meliana, whose pain and suffering became the source of his vengeance. Images of Meliana's struggles and torment flashed in Nox's mind, intensifying his resolve to make Rothtailor pay for the past. Nox's flames grew fiercer, his emotional turmoil creating an unrelenting attack, while Rothtailor readied himself for the incoming fiery onslaught. Rothtailor's blade shimmered with energy, slashing through the flames, while Kadek's wind magic swirled dangerously, amplifying the battlefield's chaos. The battle intensified as Rothtailor's resilience clashed against Nox's flames and Kadek's winds, neither side showing signs of retreat. Nox's voice carried his anguish and determination, as he reminded Rothtailor of the emptiness and pain vengeance brings to all. The flames danced higher, fueled by Nox's despair, while Kadek's winds swirled, creating a storm that engulfed the battlefield. Rothtailor shifted, avoiding another fiery strike, his movements precise, countering Nox's wrath and maintaining his composure amidst the fury. Kadek acknowledged Rothtailor's growth with a smirk, impressed by the young master's ability to endure against such overwhelming odds. As the storm raged on, Rothtailor steadied his blade, prepared to deliver a final decisive strike against the relentless duo. Rothtailor focused intensely, dodging flames as Nox's blazing attack roared closer, testing his agility amidst the relentless storm's chaos. The fiery onslaught demanded precise movements, forcing Rothtailor to widen his dodging range, making it harder to survey his surroundings. Rothtailor gripped his bow tightly, standing his ground as Nox's relentless strikes surged forward, engulfing everything in blazing heat. Nox lunged with fiery intensity, closing the distance and ensuring there was no escape, his overwhelming force filling the air. Rothtailor prepared a decisive move, channeling a burst of energy as Nox's fiery form dominated the battlefield, relentless in pursuit. Rothtailor acknowledged the situation, dodging with precision, anticipating his opponent's next move while keeping his mind calm amidst chaos. Nox's flames roared fiercely as Rothtailor countered with swift action, disrupting the attack and retaliating with tactical precision. Rothtailor's maneuver inflicted a significant blow, leaving Nox staggered momentarily, the fierce battle intensifying under the relentless rain. The possibility of telekinetic magic or spirit summoning crossed Nox's mind as Rothtailor's unexpected tactics revealed his deep strategic insight. Rothtailor's next calculated strike unfolded, targeting Nox with remarkable precision, showcasing his mastery and adaptability in the heated confrontation. Rothtailor's defense absorbed Nox's fiery assault, carefully executing a strategic retreat while readying a countermeasure to break the relentless offensive. Using basic magic, Rothtailor blocked and redirected energy, luring Nox closer with deliberate movements amidst the fiery chaos. Rothtailor shifted tactics swiftly, executing a surprise maneuver that disrupted Nox's balance and exploited the fiery battlefield's unpredictable dynamics. A powerful explosion erupted as Rothtailor's counterattack connected, unleashing a devastating force that momentarily overwhelmed Nox's fiery defense. Nox emerged from the fiery aftermath, his resolve unshaken, preparing for another round of intense combat against Rothtailor's relentless resilience. Rothtailor skillfully maneuvers, dodging fiery assaults while using calculated precision to anticipate Nox's relentless strikes under pouring rain. Nox launches a devastating blaze, forcing Rothtailor into wider defensive movements, leaving limited opportunities for counterattacks amidst scorching flames. Rothtailor prepares his bow carefully, balancing each move as Nox corners him, increasing the tension of their intense battle. Flames surge wildly as Nox charges with ferocity, closing the distance to ensure no escape routes remain for Rothtailor. Rothtailor braces himself, drawing upon inner resolve to strategize his next move against Nox's unrelenting fiery assault. Rothtailor's plan unfolds as he utilizes a quick distraction, striking back with unexpected precision against Nox's blazing onslaught. A critical hit lands on Nox, sending him roaring in pain, momentarily halting his fiery dominance in battle. Nox's ally, Kadek, watches in disbelief as Rothtailor's swift strategy starts shifting the tide of their intense confrontation. Rothtailor unleashes a potent defense, blending elemental manipulation with calculated tactics to withstand the growing pressure from both adversaries. Rothtailor seizes the moment, combining skills and quick thinking to weaken Nox's fiery strength, pushing him closer to defeat. Rothtailor taps into a hidden power, summoning the aid of elemental spirits to counter Nox's overwhelming fiery presence. The elemental spirit, Leisha, emerges, radiating brilliant energy, reinforcing Rothtailor with its immense power and strengthening his strategic position. Nox struggles against the combined force of Rothtailor and Leisha, his fiery magic unable to overpower their growing coordination. Leisha unleashes a water-based attack, clashing directly with Nox's flames, creating a powerful shockwave that disrupts the battlefield. Rothtailor presses forward with newfound confidence, utilizing Leisha's support to prepare a decisive blow against his formidable opponent. The sharp dagger of the water spirit pierces through the air, glowing fiercely against the stormy battlefield around Rothtailor. Gasping for air, Nox struggles as the chilling grip of the water spirit tightens its hold on his throat. Rothtailor endures searing pain from the battlefield's relentless strikes, his vision clouded by smoke, rain, and bloodshed. Despite his injuries, Nox summons his last reserves of strength, roaring in defiance as he raises his cursed weapon. As darkness looms, the faint purple glow of the cursed dagger marks Nox's unyielding resolve amidst the chaos around him. Rothtailor's battered figure glows with an aura of green, an unexpected blessing shielding him from the storm's brutal ferocity. The wind roars louder, and Rothtailor channels the storm's blessing, striking with a force he never thought he possessed. Swirling energy surges forward, consuming the enemy ranks as Rothtailor's resolve strengthens under the unrelenting storm's blessing. Nox's dagger glows ominously, but his confidence wavers against the unexpected force of Rothtailor's enhanced power. A blinding spiral of storm energy scatters everything, leaving the drenched battlefield in stunned silence as the chaos dissipates. The battlefield quiets, the storm's wrath retreating, leaving Rothtailor standing amidst scattered debris and heavy rainfall. Blood drips from Rothtailor's bruised face as he grips his weapon tightly, his eyes scanning for the next threat. Nox, wounded and weary, meets Rothtailor's fierce gaze, their conflict frozen in the weight of the storm's aftermath. A chilling wind sweeps the battlefield, the rain masking the tension between the two warriors locked in an unspoken truce. Rothtailor takes a step forward, his presence commanding the storm's power, marking the end of the fierce struggle. Rain poured as Rothtailor's battered body trembled, barely holding on after the fierce confrontation with his enemies. A fleeting moment of exhaustion overtook Rothtailor as he struggled to maintain balance under the relentless downpour. He steadied himself, realizing the gravity of his injuries, determined to push forward despite the odds against him. In the silent battlefield, Rothtailor's breath echoed, a testimony to his resolve to finish what he started. With one final glance, Rothtailor prepared himself, ready to deliver the decisive blow to end this torment. Rothtailor gripped his weapon tightly, each step reminding him of the burden of his family's expectations and duty. A sudden memory of his father's cruel decisions ignited his will to confront the darkness that plagued his lineage. As lightning illuminated the battlefield, Rothtailor faced his opponent with unwavering determination, his eyes burning with purpose. Blood dripped from his wounds as he swung his blade, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into his attack. The adversary faltered under the force of Rothtailor's blow, a turning point that signified hope amid the chaos. Rothtailor staggered as the enemy struck back, their counterattack pushing him closer to the edge of the cliff. A sudden arrival broke the intensity of the moment as Janica emerged, her presence commanding immediate attention. Janica's calm yet fierce demeanor brought an aura of tension, shifting the dynamics of the escalating battle. Rothtailor recognized Janica's arrival and found renewed strength, their combined presence turning the tide in his favor. Together, Rothtailor and Janica launched a final coordinated assault, ready to bring the fight to a definitive end. Rothtailor collapses to the ground, his body battered and bloodied from the intense battle that left no mercy in its wake. Janica emerges from the forest, horrified at the sight of Rothtailor's wounded state, rushing forward with urgency and despair. Rothtailor struggles to stay conscious, his vision blurry as he hears Janica's frantic footsteps closing in from the distance. Janica leans over the edge, extending her hand in desperation as Rothtailor dangles precariously over the jagged cliff. Rothtailor's strength falters as he slips further, but Janica's determination burns fiercely, refusing to let him fall into oblivion. Janica's determined expression turns grim as the sinister figure, cloaked in darkness, begins moving closer toward her and Rothtailor. The malevolent presence curses under its breath, recognizing Janica's sudden arrival as an obstacle to its carefully laid plans. Rothtailor musters all his remaining willpower, his trembling fingers grasping for his weapon as the shadowy figure looms nearer. A sudden burst of arcane energy erupts, illuminating the stormy night as Janica shields Rothtailor with unwavering resolve. The battlefield is consumed by an explosive light, its mysterious aura surging with power as the tides of the confrontation shift. Nox stood amidst the chaos, his battered body a testament to his resilience as lightning crackled ominously in the storm. The swirling energy coalesced, forming a radiant entity beyond comprehension, its power dwarfing anything Nox had ever witnessed on the battlefield. A supreme elemental spirit emerged, its luminous form radiating ethereal beauty, symbolizing a force beyond mortal understanding and earthly boundaries. Janica, her eyes glowing red with resolve, commanded the spirit's immense power, altering the course of destiny with unshaken determination. The enormous magic circle activated, radiating energy into the dark sky, creating a storm-like atmosphere with intense power. A master summoner focused their strength, invoking Glasscan, the dark spirit, as vibrant energy spheres swirled around the circle. The ritual summoned a radiant being of destruction, its form towering above, resembling a sun ready to consume everything. With unmatched brilliance, the summoned entity burned fiercely, its presence recalling ancient myths of apocalyptic power and scorched lands. The sky lit up with an otherworldly glow as the summoning reached its peak, threatening to alter the balance forever. Thermos, the highest-ranking fire spirit, began to manifest, its eyes glowing with malice, emitting waves of scorching heat. Even the appearance of one limb of Thermos carried enough destructive energy to turn vast forests into ash. The intricate magic circle pulsated ominously, filling the sky with chaotic patterns that foretold the devastation it promised to bring. Janica stood frozen, absorbing the immensity of the power before him, his mind racing to grasp its full implications. A crimson-eyed girl emerged, her command of the summoning clear, as her voice carried both authority and menace. Kedek struggled for breath as the overwhelming energy around him drained his strength, leaving him nearly immobilized. The enemy roared in fury, unleashing unrestrained power that tore through the battlefield, shattering everything in its wake. The green force of the opposing spirit surged forward, cutting through the flames with precision, altering the momentum of battle. A colossal spirit revealed itself in vivid detail, its ethereal form dominating the space and igniting awe in its presence. Amid the chaos, a desperate voice echoed, urging survivors to flee and escape the relentless destruction consuming the area. Kadak unleashes a barrier of green energy, struggling to repel the relentless attack from the overwhelming force surrounding him. Janica steps forward with determination, summoning the fierce energy wolf, its glowing form radiating a deadly aura. The energy wolf charges at Rothtailor, tearing through the battlefield with ferocious speed, leaving destruction in its wake. Janica's presence dominates as she commands the wolf to strike, her focus unwavering despite the storm raging around them. Rothtailor braces himself, battered and weakened, his mind racing for a way to survive the onslaught before him. Janica's expression shifts as she reveals she wasn't summoned by Rothtailor, her red eyes gleaming with restrained fury. Rain pours down as Rothtailor stumbles through the battlefield, his body worn but his resolve growing stronger. Memories of his academy days flash back intense training sessions where he pushed himself to create and innovate without limits. Amid the storm, Rothtailor recalls crafting the legendary grade Magitech item, a creation forged through his relentless dedication. The Magitech tool glows briefly before its energy is expended, healing Rothtailor momentarily and lifting the deadly curse. Rothtailor collapses to his knees, the effects of the Magitech item fading quickly, leaving his body vulnerable to the cold rain. Wounds sting as Rothtailor forces himself to stand, the chilling rain sapping what little strength he has left. Battling exhaustion, Rothtailor faces the battlefield with grim determination, his breath visible in the icy air. The freezing rain continues as Rothtailor's mind races, calculating his next move while feeling the lingering effects of his injuries. Despite his battered body, Rothtailor grits his teeth and prepares to face the danger ahead, unwilling to yield to defeat. Rothtailor watches the scene above the cliff, his expression tense as the pouring rain obscures the fiery chaos. Rothtailor's soaked boots remain planted on unstable ground as the wind howls through the dark, ominous battlefield. Rothtailor stands firm, rain dripping from his hair as his gaze locks onto the swirling storm of magic above. Kreppen observes the scene from afar, their presence radiating a foreboding aura that looms over the escalating confrontation. Rothtailor's focus sharpens as he channels his resolve, preparing for the next critical move in this perilous situation. Rothtailor stands with his allies, their expressions resolute as the rain and storm seem to test their unity. Kreppen remains unwavering, their calm yet menacing demeanor hinting at untold power ready to be unleashed. Kadek and Nox square off against Tanya, the relentless storm accentuating the dramatic standoff between them. Rothtailor collapses to his knees, the toll of the battle leaving him drenched, bloodied, and weakened. Rothtailor looks up at the sky, his breath labored but his determination burning brighter with every fleeting moment. A fiery explosion erupts in the darkness, illuminating the battlefield with its intense, volatile light. Rothtailor lies motionless on the rain-soaked ground, his body showing the aftermath of a grueling battle. Rothtailor's eyes flicker open, their clarity reflecting his stubborn refusal to surrender to despair. Janica embraces Rothtailor tightly, her relief evident as she finds him alive amidst the devastation. A hand appears out of the chaos, trembling yet determined, signaling the fragile line between survival and defeat. Rothtailor, lying battered, clutched his wounds under the relentless rain, struggling to stay conscious amid the storm's chaos. Janica knelt by his side, her eyes filled with worry as she tried to comfort him despite his injuries. A sob escaped Janica, her trembling hand reaching out to steady Rothtailor as the rain drenched them both. The two lay on the wet ground, the storm raging above them as silence filled the air. In the distance, the storm's power continued unabated, shrouding their fragile moment with an ominous presence. Rothtailor sat by the fire, its warmth contrasting sharply with the cold rain outside as he planned his next steps. Janica brought supplies, her cheerful demeanor a rare comfort amidst the uncertainty and tension surrounding Rothtailor's situation. Sitting close to the fire, they shared a rare moment of camaraderie, their shared struggles bridging the gap between them. Janica shifted awkwardly, her emotions betraying her as she quickly looked away, hiding her flushed face in the firelight. The flickering firelight reflected in their eyes as a heavy silence settled, both lost in their thoughts of survival. The rain poured relentlessly, its sound blending with the crackling fire as Rothtailor reflected on the weight of his decisions. As the storm continued, Rothtailor remained focused, his mind churning with plans for the future amidst the constant turmoil. Lucy sat outside the cabin, her gaze distant as the rain fell around her, lost in thought and solitude. Unlike her usual boredom, Lucy felt a sense of purpose in her quiet watch, a resolve she couldn't yet name. The cabin owner's simple life played vividly in her mind, a stark contrast to the tension they all lived under. Rothtailor examines the extinguished campfire, crouching over the soaked ashes, scanning the area for any signs of recent activity. Kicking the wooden braces, Rothtailor tests their sturdiness, ensuring everything still holds together after the stormy weather. He collects the completely soaked laundry from the drying rack, shaking off the excess water before heading indoors. Rothtailor pushes tools under the tarps to protect them from rust, carefully organizing the scattered items left outside. Shaking the water off his clothes, Rothtailor greets Lucy as he enters the cabin, prepared for the next task. Lucy senses a strange magical energy lingering nearby, her violet eyes narrowing as she scans the surroundings for any threats. Muttering to herself, Lucy finds the sensation irritating, her discomfort growing as she adjusts to the tension-filled air. Rothtailor, perched on the rooftop, acknowledges Lucy's efforts, thanking her quietly for maintaining the cabin during his absence. Yawning, Lucy stretches her arms, exhausted from keeping the house in order while dealing with the lingering magical disturbances. She leaps gracefully from the roof, her cloak billowing in the wind as she lands lightly on the muddy ground. Lucy's eyes widen in concern as she spots a bleeding man in the forest, barely standing as the rain pours. Knox introduces himself as a retainer of the Rothtailor family, his voice trembling as he clutches his injured side. He explains his injury, claiming to have slipped in the forest, mentioning his companion's unfortunate encounter with a wild animal. Knox pleads for Lucy's help, his bloodied appearance convincing her to assess the situation further. Determined, Lucy promises to save him, her aura flaring as her resolve strengthens under the ominous rain. Lucy, cloaked in shadow, faced the drenched figure trembling before her. The storm concealed her resolute expression as she sought truth. The weight of her question pressed down, forcing the figure to stammer. Lucy's eyes pierced through the lies they feared to tell. A glowing blade fell to the ground, its venomous aura radiating. Lucy's focus shifted to its rare, deadly mark. Examining the blade, she recognized the poison, a high-grade mark used only by the most calculated of assassins in rare encounters. Standing on the cliff, Lucy concluded the culprit had already fled beyond reach, leaving behind only traces of their sinister intent. The rain fell harder as Lucy approached Ed's lifeless body. The scene screamed of betrayal, orchestrated with brutal precision. Janica stood nearby, trembling as she confessed her arrival too late to stop the fatal blow that had sealed Ed's fate. Lucy carefully analyzed Janica's account. The pieces fit together, revealing the meticulous strategy employed by those behind this treachery. Janica hesitated before revealing the culprits were Kadek and Knox, retainers of a powerful house who had shattered their trust. Lucy resolved to inform the headmaster at daybreak. Justice would come swiftly, ensuring no others would fall victim to betrayal. Lucy turned sharply at Janika's call, spotting a collapsed student nearby. The rain soaked their frail figure, demanding immediate attention. Moving quickly, Lucy carried the injured student, her focus unwavering despite the storm raging above them. Janica followed, her concern evident as Lucy's determination to uncover the truth and ensure safety grew stronger. With the student secure, Lucy reaffirmed her resolve to confront Kadek and Knox, ensuring they couldn't harm anyone else. Returning to camp, Lucy and Janica braved the storm, united in their shared mission to bring justice for Ed's death. Lucy reached toward the glowing artifact on the ground, its pulsating light intensifying under the storm's unrelenting downpour. The artifact released a violent burst of purple energy the moment Lucy's fingers made contact, shaking the ground around her. A surge of magic enveloped Lucy, lifting her into the air as lightning crackled and the storm grew more intense. The purple energy spiraled wildly, engulfing Lucy completely while Janica and the others watched in disbelief and panic from a distance. As the energy consumed Lucy, her form disappeared within the swirling storm, leaving an eerie silence in the wake of destruction. The storm continued raging as Lucy reappeared, suspended in midair, her body glowing with a dangerous intensity from the artifact's power. The energy radiating from Lucy became chaotic, forcing Janica and others to shield themselves as the artifact's corruption deepened. A powerful scream escaped Lucy as the artifact's magic overwhelmed her, twisting her movements with its dangerous, uncontrollable force. The magical surge revealed images of Kadek and Knox, their betrayal etched into the swirling chaos surrounding Lucy's figure. The retainers' actions appeared calculated, their ties to Lady Tanya Rothstaler connected to the artifact's corrupted origins and sinister purpose. A vision of Tanya Rothstaler lingered in Janica's mind, her role in the artifact's creation becoming disturbingly clear. The artifact shattered violently, releasing a massive shockwave of magic that sent debris flying and engulfed the battlefield in chaos. From the smoke and dust, Lucy emerged, her glowing eyes and crackling aura a clear sign of the artifact's lasting effect. The storm's intensity faded, but Lucy's transformation left a chilling aura, her stance unshaken by the destruction around her. A single question lingered: was Lucy still herself, or had the artifact changed her into something entirely beyond recognition? Lucy stood in the midst of glowing runes, her violet energy radiating as the storm reflected her growing, ominous power. The surrounding figures hesitated, their faces showing concern as the magical resonance around Lucy seemed to spiral beyond their comprehension. A glowing artifact in Lucy's hands activated, the blue runes on its surface shining brightly, drawing in energy from the environment. Magical circles formed beneath Lucy's feet, amplifying her presence as the artifact's power intertwined with her innate magical abilities. The group watched in shock as Lucy's power expanded, the artifact unleashing a surge of magic that engulfed the entire area. Lucy's violet energy intensified, her expression unreadable as the artifact seemed to meld her power into something darker and more uncontrollable. Her hand extended toward the artifact as the light exploded, illuminating her determined gaze and further connecting her with its magic. As the energy swirled, Lucy's words echoed, demanding action, her voice reverberating with the artifact's power as runes lit the night. The artifact's glow enveloped Lucy entirely, her figure lifted into the air as her control over the power seemed absolute yet foreboding. Lightning struck the ground as Lucy's voice carried through the chaos, her demand clear: Tanya Rothstaler must be brought to her. A powerful explosion ripped through the battleground, shaking the earth as shards of debris flew into the air with force. Thick smoke billowed from the aftermath, clouding the area in a dense haze as the storm raged on. Elvira stood at the edge of the chaos, her fiery red hair glowing against the destruction as she surveyed the scene. Wade stepped forward, his confident posture reflecting the strength of a seasoned fighter, his focus unshaken by the devastation around him. Jix appeared next, his imposing presence a reminder of the challenges still ahead, his gaze sharp and filled with resolve. Jix observed the aftermath of the battle, his thoughts lingering on Elvira's skills and her surprising defeat during the duel. Reflecting on the one-on-one combat, he questioned if even Elvira, known for her strength, had truly lost against her opponent. He approached the arena floor, his gaze fixed as he analyzed the intricate details of the match that had unfolded. His attention shifted to Elvira's unwavering determination, her red cloak billowing as she silently prepared for another challenge ahead. Jix stood nearby, his commanding presence a reminder that tougher trials awaited, raising the stakes for those daring to face him. A violent explosion erupted in the distance, sending shockwaves through the area as purple energy crackled and illuminated the dark sky. Smoke billowed from the source of the chaos, shrouding the surroundings in a dense haze that obscured Wade's view. Jix steadied himself, his boots hitting the ground firmly as he prepared to take action amidst the growing turmoil. Racing forward, he scanned the area, the realization dawning that the escalating energy had already spiraled beyond their control. As the violet energy surged, she emerged from the haze, her commanding aura radiating power and an ominous sense of authority. The arcane magic intensified, creating a swirling vortex that reflected years of mastery, its raw power rippling through the air. Lucy stood at the center, enveloped in violet energy as she called out Tanya Rothstaler's name with undeniable resolve. The magic circles beneath Lucy expanded, her voice echoing as she demanded Tanya's presence, her tone filled with urgency and purpose. The storm around Lucy grew stronger, her words shaping the energy into an unstoppable force as it surged outward in waves. Jix, still observing from afar, turned sharply as the call for action grew louder, his instincts driving him toward the scene. Chaos erupted as Wade and Maid rushed to assess the situation, confusion and urgency evident in their expressions. A report came in that the head maid had been taken down. Further adding to the rising tension among the group, details surfaced about Ed Rothstaler, a third-year student who had been targeted, leaving more questions about the assassin's motives. The faint trace of footsteps hinted at someone retreating from the scene, heightening suspicions of a carefully orchestrated attack. Speculations arose about the Rothstaler family's involvement, their retainers potentially tied to a larger conspiracy connected to Tanya Rothstaler. Jix assessed the scene as Jix directed him, his calm demeanor masking the urgency of the unfolding situation. A decision had to be made, and Wade hesitated as he weighed the risks of staying versus the need to act. Jix emphasized the gravity of revenge, though his intentions seemed more personal, complicating the already tense atmosphere. He took a deep breath and moved forward, aware that his actions could alter the course of the current events. As he proceeded, Jix's steps echoed in the quiet hall, his resolve growing as the conflict intensified further. Evidence from the scene began to align, pointing toward Tanya Rothstaler's involvement as Jix pieced together the fragmented information. 5 minutes after the chaos began, Tanya's absence was confirmed, deepening suspicions about her connection to the unfolding events. The locked door seemed to confirm Tanya's escape route, forcing Jix to consider all possibilities for her hiding place. Inside the dimly lit room, emotions ran high as questions lingered, unanswered and heavy with implications of betrayal. Jix's mind churned with doubt, yet every clue led back to Tanya, leaving him unable to fully comprehend the situation. Tanya's reputation at the academy had grown due to Senior Rothstaler's guidance, casting doubt on her involvement in his assassination. Even with Tanya's potential motives, the notion of her orchestrating an assassination felt inconsistent with her behavior and actions. Jix's expression darkened as he prepared to confront Tanya directly, determined to uncover the truth behind the rising suspicions. Tanya trembled under Jix's intense gaze, her hesitation only fueling his doubts about her possible involvement in the sinister plot. Jix demanded an answer, his voice firm as Tanya struggled to respond, her silence hinting at a deeper layer of mystery. Tanya's tearful denial lacked conviction, leaving Jix unconvinced as the tension grew, threatening to spiral into an irreversible outcome. The magical energy surrounding them intensified, adding pressure to the situation as Jix realized Tanya's life might hang by a thread. The weight of Senior Rothstaler's death loomed over Jix, his thoughts clouded by grief and the desire to uncover the truth. Flashes of Rothstaler's accomplishments and guidance haunted Jix, his mind racing with unanswered questions about the events leading to this moment. Determined yet conflicted, Jix resolved to investigate further. Aware of the many pieces still missing from the puzzle surrounding Rothstaler's death, Jix hesitated, unsure whether interfering would worsen the situation, as conflicting thoughts about Tanya's role clouded his judgment. Deciding to wait for clarity, Jix instructed Tanya to remain hidden, knowing any rash action could lead to greater risks. He acknowledged the danger Tanya faced while considering Lucy's potential reaction to the unresolved tension surrounding Rothstaler's death. Jix recognized the need to prevent Lucy from taking drastic measures, his focus shifting to resolving the conflict without more bloodshed. Channeling his resolve, Jix vowed to honor Senior Rothstaler's values, preparing himself to stop Lucy before the situation escalated further. Jix stood in the center, his focused gaze assessing the tension as the conflict with Lucy escalated in intensity. Jix and Wade exchanged a brief glance, each preparing to face the overwhelming aura radiating from Lucy's magic. Wade stepped forward with determination, channeling his energy as he prepared to counter Lucy's formidable presence in the room. Jix, with unwavering resolve, steadied himself against the force of Lucy's growing power, his defenses barely holding. Tanya, trembling with fear, watched helplessly as the battle unfolded, her fate uncertain amid the chaos surrounding her. Wade's hand glowed with power, his resolve evident as he began to unleash his counterattack against Lucy's overwhelming magic. Wade stepped boldly into the fray, his presence commanding as the energy in the room intensified with each passing second. A sudden surge of power erupted, creating a mesmerizing display of raw energy as the two forces collided spectacularly. The room was illuminated by the awesome power unleashed, casting shadows across the walls as the battle escalated. A fiery attack engulfed the area, leaving destruction in its wake as Lucy's relentless magic pushed Wade to his limits. A mysterious woman appeared in the midst of the battle, her calm demeanor contrasting with the chaos surrounding her arrival. Jix's shock was evident as he turned to see the woman's presence, questioning her role in the unfolding events. The woman stood confidently, her gaze piercing as she evaluated the situation, clearly aware of the power dynamics at play. Jix, still reeling from the battle, tried to make sense of her sudden appearance amidst the ruins of the confrontation. Lucy arrived shortly after, her imposing figure drawing all attention as she turned her focus to Clebius with unwavering determination. Jix clenched his fists tightly, the intense purple energy surrounding him swirling with chaotic force against the dark backdrop. Jix stood firm, his eyes narrowed as he confronted the overwhelming power building in the air around him. A faint glow began emanating from the distance, illuminating the scene as energy pulses echoed through the tense atmosphere. Jix turned, his gaze sharp as he prepared to face the escalating threat head-on in the rain-soaked battlefield. Tanya's distant figure emerged, her determined expression signaling a pivotal moment in the brewing chaos. A glowing hand pulsed with vibrant green energy, illuminating the stormy surroundings and intensifying the tension in the air. Energy rippled outward, a surge of light and power clashing as it spiraled upward with a thunderous roar. A sudden explosion of power created a blinding burst, its intensity sending shockwaves across the darkened battlefield. The clash of energy became more ferocious, with each pulse shaking the earth and illuminating the storm above. A massive eruption of fire consumed the scene, its overwhelming force threatening to engulf everything in its path. Elvira stood silently in the rain, her striking red hair and calm demeanor contrasting with the chaotic surroundings. Clebius's eyes widened in shock as he took a step back, realizing the gravity of Elvira's sudden appearance. Elvira's sharp gaze cut through the storm as she approached, her presence commanding attention amidst the chaos. Clebius shifted his stance cautiously, the tension palpable as he prepared to confront the looming threat Elvira posed. Lucy's determined figure emerged from the shadows, stepping forward to face Clebius, her resolve evident despite the storm. Clebius stumbled forward, rain masking his frustration, as the echoes of failure haunted him under the cold, stormy sky. His thoughts spiraled in self-criticism, the weight of his perceived inadequacy pressing him down with relentless force as the rain poured. The storm's howl matched his inner turmoil, the tension rising as every decision felt like a lost cause amidst chaos. Janica approached Rothtailor amidst the chaos, her calm demeanor piercing through the storm as she exchanged critical insights with him. Near the fire, Elvira's sharp gaze analyzed the situation, her composed presence contrasting the growing uncertainty surrounding Lucy's whereabouts. The flames illuminated Rothtailor's determined face as he clenched his fist, focusing on the path leading to Tanya's location. The firelight danced in his eyes, reflecting a moment of hesitation as he gathered his resolve under the rainy night. With his breath steady, Rothtailor pushed forward, the weight of the situation pressing on his shoulders, but failing to deter him. Determined to act, Rothtailor sprinted toward Ophelis Hall, his mind set on finding Tanya and resolving the unfolding chaos. The rain poured relentlessly as she approached the shelter, her determination evident despite the storm's attempt to weigh her down. Inside, the elder shared wisdom, his calm presence contrasting turbulent emotions as he reflected on struggles and perseverance. His words struck a chord with Lucy, encouraging her to hold on to her beliefs even as challenges threatened her resolve. Memories surfaced for she, moments of kindness and humanity interwoven with battles that had shaped her into who she had become. The elder reminded she that greatness comes from persistence, urging her to dedicate herself fully to her purpose and growth. Lucy stood amidst a surge of magic as colorful energy collided, her focused gaze locked on the source of the power. The battlefield trembled under the intensity of the magical clash, each wave of energy reflecting Lucy's unyielding determination to prevail. Her glowing eyes radiated confidence as she vowed to return stronger, promising to fulfill her ambitions no matter the cost. Lucy's aura grew more commanding as she stepped forward, her resolve unshaken by the chaos surrounding her. The magic faded, but Lucy's presence remained, her words lingering in the air like a promise to rise above any challenge. As the storm of magic subsided, Lucy stood tall, her silhouette outlined by the remnants of the chaotic energy. The memories of past battles and pain flickered through her mind, slowly becoming distant as she embraced her new strength. Lucy's gaze turned forward, her purpose clearer than ever, though the weight of her journey remained etched in her expression. The sky cleared, leaving an unsettling calm as Lucy's journey continued, marked by resilience and a drive to overcome. Standing alone, Lucy reflected on the Elder's wisdom, realizing that even the harshest battles could transform pain into unshakable strength. Flames erupted across the battlefield, illuminating the stormy night as Lucy prepared herself for an imminent clash of power. The explosion rippled through the air, forcing Lucy to brace as Elvira's fiery energy shattered the silence of battle. Elvira emerged from the swirling smoke, her unwavering determination evident, despite the chaos intensifying with every moment under the storm. Lucy observed Elvira's precise movements, her magical aura surging as the tension in the air grew sharper with each passing second. Tanya stood watching from afar, her thoughts clouded by worry as the escalating battle unfolded against the storm's relentless downpour. Lucy's hand ignited with mana as she unleashed a powerful spell, countering the fierce attack that surged toward her. Elvira's flames surged forward, clashing with Lucy's energy, their combined power creating shockwaves that reverberated through the rain-drenched battlefield. The collision of their spells illuminated the stormy night, creating dazzling arcs of light as the storm amplified the chaos. Power radiated from Lucy's spell as she pushed against Elvira's relentless force, carving a fiery path through the darkness. Flames consumed the area, engulfing the battlefield with intense energy that threatened to overwhelm even the strongest of combatants present. A mysterious figure stepped forward, her commanding presence sending ripples through the battlefield, her aura brimming with immense, unyielding power. Lucy's attention shifted sharply as the figure's mana surged, displaying an eerie brilliance that hinted at unparalleled magical expertise. The woman stared directly at Lucy, her intentions clear as she raised her hand, preparing to strike with precision. Lucy steadied herself, her focus sharp as the storm continued roaring, refusing to falter under the intensity of the threat. Elvira approached Lucy through the storm, her fiery resolve blazing brightly as she readied herself for the inevitable confrontation ahead. Elvira observed the glowing crimson devices, her alchemical creations brimming with mana as the storm raged on outside. Lucy's magic surged, amplifying the area with crackling energy, pushing her boundaries as the devices neared dangerous overload. The students panicked, realizing the delicate balance of magic was tipping towards disaster, while Lucy remained fixated on her goal. The devices began to hum louder, their energy swirling into a dangerous vortex, threatening to tear apart the structure. The crimson devices reached maximum capacity, triggering an alert as their stability crumbled, forcing everyone into a tense standstill. The explosion tore through the stormy skies, a vivid clash of magic that echoed across the academy grounds, leaving chaos behind. Lucy steadied herself amidst the glowing embers, her determination unshaken, despite the immense strain the alchemical devices demanded. Calculations whirled in Elvira's mind as she studied the imploding devices, trying to stabilize their volatile mana outputs. The glowing maids and devices worked in tandem, their coordination creating a fragile shield to contain the magic's destructive impact. The intense energy subsided slightly, but Elvira's confidence wavered as Lucy's plans pushed limits beyond the Academy's known boundaries. Elvira stumbled, her mana reserves nearly depleted, yet her resolve to challenge Lucy's overwhelming power drove her forward. Lucy's mana manipulation surpassed expectations, her actions deliberate yet desperate as the devices continued consuming mana to fuel her strategy. The glowing circuits and devices surged again, their mechanisms evolving rapidly, absorbing and converting mana with unpredictable results. The students watched in awe and fear as Lucy orchestrated her alchemical masterpiece, defying conventional magical principles with her innovations. Elvira prepared herself for the final confrontation, knowing this was her only chance to match Lucy's raw, relentless determination. Lucy's purple magic flares up, surrounding her with energy as she prepares a powerful spell under the pouring rain. Clebius watches Lucy's growing power, his expression tense as the destructive energy begins to distort the space around them. She stands defiant, analyzing the situation as her red magic starts to react to the overwhelming mana Lucy is generating. Lucy releases a concentrated burst of violet energy, her mana forming intricate runes as the intensity shakes the battlefield. Elvira braces himself, the ground beneath him cracking under the weight of Lucy's overwhelming attack as he plans his next move. Clebius charges forward, the rain cascading around him as his determination cuts through the tension in the air. Elvira darts across the battlefield, her agility unmatched as she aims to flank Lucy during the chaotic spellcasting. Lucy raises her hands, unleashing a massive wave of magical energy that arcs across the dark sky, illuminating the scene. The purple energy engulfs the battlefield, forcing Clebius and Elvira to shield themselves as Lucy's magic reaches its peak. The explosion from Lucy's overload sends waves of destructive force outward, the environment trembling under the sheer magnitude of her power. Clebius regains his footing amidst the rubble, his focus unwavering as he strategizes to counter Lucy's devastating spells. Lucy descends slightly, her magic flaring brighter as she locks her sights on Clebius, preparing for another fierce assault. Wade takes position, channeling a new wave of magic, his crimson aura glowing as she prepares to attack from the side. Clebius leaps forward, his blade cutting through the violet energy as Lucy intensifies her counterattack with precision. The three combatants collide, their spells intertwining in a storm of colors, creating a scene of unmatched chaos and brilliance. Wade charged forward, his blade flashing under the moonlight, aiming to break through Clebius's unpredictable defensive style. A sudden collision of sharp energy erupted, sparks scattering across the battlefield as Wade tested Clebius's unconventional swordsmanship. Clebius narrowed his eyes, analyzing Wade's erratic movements, recognizing a blend of noble techniques and feral unpredictability. This realization fueled Clebius's determination, crafting counters as he shifted his own movements to match Wade's chaotic rhythm. With unwavering focus, Clebius lunged, his attack aimed to exploit gaps in Wade's balance, eager to claim a decisive advantage. Clebius adjusted his stance, blending theoretical precision with instinct, finding gaps in Wade's unique, yet unbalanced, technique. His blade struck true but missed a decisive blow, exposing vulnerabilities in Wade's unpredictable style that could shift outcomes. Clebius drove forward, seizing the moment to destabilize Wade's balance, creating openings to ensure complete victory. The battle raged fiercely, Clebius's keen insights proving pivotal as he anticipated Wade's attacks, countering with calculated precision. Exhaustion mounted, but Clebius's relentless spirit persisted, claiming victory by overwhelming the unrefined chaos of Wade's blade. As Clebius delivered the final blow, Wade retaliated with a desperate burst of power, shaking the ground beneath. A surge of wind erupted, forcing Clebius to brace. But he countered swiftly, his techniques proving resilient against Wade's tempest. Despite the setback, Clebius pressed on, enduring Wade's cutting force while searching for an opening to strike back effectively. A final maneuver reversed the tide. Clebius deflected Wade's attack, driving his blade toward a decisive finish. The battlefield fell silent as Clebius stood victorious, the air heavy with the aftermath of their ferocious clash. Clebius engaged Wade with swift strikes, parrying the incoming blade while analyzing Wade's unpredictable sword movements under moonlight. Wade unleashed a powerful horizontal slash, aiming for Clebius, who countered with an upward deflection, sparks illuminating the night. The clash of swords echoed through the open courtyard as Clebius started observing gaps in Wade's stance for an advantage. Wade's balance wavered momentarily, providing Clebius with a chance to execute a feint and a sudden counter aimed at disarming him. The fierce battle paused briefly as both combatants caught their breath, their expressions revealing the determination to claim victory. Clebius adjusted his grip on the hilt, preparing to test Wade's defenses with a combination of speed and precision. Wade retaliated with an unexpected spinning maneuver, causing Clebius to step back and reassess the rhythm of the fight carefully. The impact of their next clash resonated, leaving faint scorch marks on the stone floor as raw energy radiated outward. Clebius's sharp instincts identified Wade's overextension, enabling him to press forward with a calculated sequence of swift strikes. Wade staggered momentarily, caught off guard by Clebius's refined strategy, yet determination burned fiercely in his eyes. As Wade unleashed a final desperate attack, Clebius shifted his weight expertly, evading the strike while preparing his decisive counter. Clebius's blade connected with Wade's, sending a sharp ringing sound through the air as sparks flew from the impact. Wade faltered slightly, feeling the strain of the duel, but still stood firm, refusing to concede to Clebius's advantage. Clebius maintained his composure, his calculated movements signaling his mastery over the art of practical swordsplay honed over years. In a final move, Clebius disarmed Wade, his blade stopping inches from his opponent, marking the end of the intense duel. Clebius steadies himself, his gaze sharp, realizing the stakes of this fight are beyond personal pride in the storm. Dark clouds swirl, and the air thickens as Clebius's opponent lunges forward, shattering the ground with raw strength. The flash of blades creates a fleeting light show in the night, their strikes synchronized yet deadly unpredictable. Clebius's instincts scream as he dodges the incoming blow, his counterstrike empowered by sheer resolve against the relentless assault. With a heavy breath, Clebius braces, realizing arrogance won't save him against an opponent skilled in cunning and power. Clebius falters as his enemy's aura grows darker, consuming the space with a crimson energy unshackled by mortal limits. A sudden vision flashes Elvira's words of warning echo, urging him to remain calm amidst the tide of raw fear. Clebius's muscles twitch involuntarily as terror seeps into his veins, freezing his ability to move with swift precision. Despite overwhelming odds, his opponent lunges forward, crimson energy flaring, and Clebius's inner resilience manifests in a desperate block. The red energy beast howls, threatening annihilation, but Clebius feels his body push forward, driven by sheer determination and survival. A powerful attack caused by Clebius made the atmosphere very tense. The red aura radiated so clearly and hotly, Clebius's face burns with intensity, crimson energy radiating from his form, embodying unwavering resolve as he prepares for the ultimate test. Lucy unleashed the Flame Pillar spell, its radiant power erupting with unrelenting force, consuming the surrounding space in a fiery blaze. The spell multiplied in intensity, reaching its peak as the flames surged higher, reshaping the battlefield with a destructive roar. Despite the fiery assault, Clebius braced himself, his focus unwavering as he prepared to counter with his own strength. The air shifted violently as Clebius activated the Blessing of the Storm, disrupting the flames with an explosive gust. Amidst the chaos, the wounds on Clebius deepened, but his determination burned brighter as he prepared his ultimate technique. The battlefield transformed as Lucy and Clebius clashed, their powers creating a whirlwind of flame and wind in equal measure. Clebius lunged forward, his sword enveloped in green energy, deflecting the fiery projectiles with precision and calculated movements. Lucy intensified her spell, the flames responding to her control, as the ground cracked beneath the sheer force of heat. Clebius launched his counterattack, the Blessing of the Storm creating a barrier of wind to repel Lucy's relentless fiery barrage. As the storm subsided, Lucy's determination showed no signs of wavering, and the final blow of the battle drew near. The wounds on Clebius began to heal unnaturally fast as blood spilled, symbolizing the forbidden Nortondale technique awakening. With newfound strength, Clebius struck back, his attacks unrelenting as he forced Lucy to retreat momentarily under pressure. Lucy retaliated, the flames shifting into a towering inferno, aiming to envelop Clebius in a burning vortex of power. Unyielding, Clebius activated the blood sword technique, the blade's crimson glow matching the intensity of Lucy's inferno. The battlefield reached its climax as their combined energy transformed the surroundings into an arena of chaos and destruction. A ferocious roar shook the battlefield as the crimson aura of the blood sword technique radiated a dangerous energy throughout. The technique summoned sharp waves of purple energy, forming barriers that enclosed the raging demon-like figure within its grasp. The figure broke free with a powerful burst, sending fragments of the barriers scattering like shards of glass into the air. A dense, concentrated orb of purple energy formed, signaling an impending clash as the atmosphere thickened with destructive intent. The energy detonated, lighting up the battlefield with flashes of crimson and violet, marking the height of the devastating confrontation. The roaring figure's form grew more monstrous, its crimson aura intensifying as the battlefield trembled under its increasing power. Its enemy responded by weaving intricate patterns of violet magic, creating a web of energy that surged towards the demonized swordsman. With a deafening clash, the crimson and violet forces collided, sending shockwaves that reshaped the ground and air around them. The battle's intensity escalated as the crimson aura erupted into fiery tendrils, overwhelming the violet magic's intricate defenses. The battlefield glowed red as the blood sword technique's power peaked, its wielder preparing for the decisive ultimate blow. The blood sword technique, a forbidden art, drew from the user's blood, converting pain into power and defying all natural laws. Tales of this monstrous technique spread fear, branding its practitioners as abominations even within the prestigious Nortondale family. Whispers of the family's cursed legacy filled the air, the battlefield becoming a stage for forbidden power to reveal its secrets. Among the chaos, a lone figure watched, contemplating whether power derived from such monstrous means could still retain its humanity. As the crimson aura subsided slightly, the battle's intensity lingered, leaving an unspoken challenge for those daring to confront this force. A man faces the overwhelming aura, his eyes narrowing as the crimson tendrils of the blood sword technique swirl ominously. The crimson energy coalesces into a menacing form, its raw power twisting reality, shrouding Clebius in an eerie crimson mist. Clebius braces himself, sensing the unstoppable force emanating from the forbidden technique, a legacy feared across the generations. A monstrous figure emerges from the crimson energy, embodying rage and vengeance, standing as a testament to the Dale family's legacy. The tension rises as Clebius realizes the sheer destructive potential of this entity, knowing this battle is unlike any before. The clash intensifies as Clebius launches an attack, his blade aiming to disrupt the divine punishment encasing the battlefield in energy. The swirling violet energy erupts, creating a blinding flash as Clebius channels all his strength to counter the crushing force. Divine punishment descends, a massive display of destructive energy forcing Clebius to retreat as the environment around them crumbles. Desperation fuels Clebius, each step calculated amidst the chaos as his adversary remains relentless in their devastating assault. Against overwhelming odds, Clebius's determination sharpens, knowing survival hinges on enduring this punishment and exploiting a single opening. Lortel steps into view, her crimson hair cascading as she calmly gestures toward the narrow corridor leading out of the chaos. The darkened hallway stretches ahead, faint light flickering at the far end, as Clebius hesitates to act on her suggestion. Lortel's sharp gaze pierces through the tension, her poised stance suggesting both calculated plans and hidden motives. Clebius reluctantly moves toward the corridor, recognizing the urgency but unable to shake his doubts about Lortel's intentions. The tense silence is broken by fleeting whispers of energy, the unspoken question lingering between trust and survival. Lortel's piercing gaze held unspoken resolve, the air heavy with the tension of her determined presence. Clebius's quiet contemplation faltered as Tanya's words stirred a storm of conflicting emotions within him. The shadow of regret danced across Clebius's face, hinting at a past filled with battles and losses. Lortel's haunting confession carried the weight of vengeance, her unyielding spirit radiating a chilling determination. The group stood frozen, the tension thick as each contemplated the darkness lingering in their choices. Tanya's trembling form spoke volumes, her unease evident as she faced the unrelenting challenges before them. Clebius's stern demeanor softened slightly, his silent resolve a testament to his strength. A fleeting moment of hesitation rippled through the air, uncertainty gripping the group in its relentless clutch. The storm around them intensified as Clebius squared his shoulders, readying himself for the impending conflict. The sight of Clebius in his monstrous form was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a testament to his overwhelming power. The fiery sunset bathed everything in gold as memories of battles long past resurfaced in vivid clarity. Words of wisdom from a mentor echoed in Clebius's mind, grounding him in the face of uncertainty. The legacy of Velsus Nortondale loomed large, a reminder of duty and unyielding strength. The power surging through Clebius in his demonic form painted a stark picture of rage and resolve. The ground trembled beneath the weight of Clebius's energy, a vivid contrast to his unwavering stance. Lightning shattered the dark sky, illuminating the battlefield where the Nortondale family's infamous sword demon, Clebius, emerged. Clebius, drenched in crimson fury, charged forward, his blade transforming the surroundings into a chaotic sea of blood. His glowing red eyes radiated pure rage, severing any semblance of morality as he cut through friend and foe alike. The air thickened with the stench of blood as Clebius unleashed a devastating strike that left his enemies trembling. A monstrous roar echoed, drowning the night in terror as Clebius abandoned reason, fully embracing the power of destruction. Blue lightning clashed against Clebius's crimson energy, sending shockwaves across the battlefield and blinding all who dared to watch. Clebius lunged forward with unmatched speed, his blade cutting through the electric wall like paper, closing in on his enemy. The clash of energy shattered the ground beneath them, sending debris flying into the sky in an apocalyptic display of power. Clebius's silhouette became a terrifying specter in the storm, his blade glowing brighter with every swing. His opponent hesitated, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Clebius's power as he stood amidst a maelstrom of destruction. Lucy gazed at the chaos, her expression shifting between fear and determination, the storm reflecting in her sharp eyes. The air around Lucy crackled with energy as she readied herself, unwavering in the face of the monstrous battle ahead. Lucy clenched her fists tightly, her heart pounding as she calculated her next move, determined to stand against Clebius's fury. Clebius emerged from the lightning, his crimson eyes locking onto Lucy, his power radiating pure menace as he approached. With each step Clebius took, the ground shook, his presence a terrifying reminder of the overwhelming strength he wielded. Clebius stood amidst the relentless storm, his bloodied hands gripping the hilt of his weapon, resolve burning in his eyes. The rain soaked his weary form as he reflected on the burden of survival, each step weighted by past actions. Lightning illuminated his figure, revealing the raw pain of his struggle, unyielding even in the face of despair. A fleeting moment of silence gripped the battlefield, the storm's fury mirroring the chaos Clebius felt within himself. The memory of a hero lingered, etched into the heart of the night as Clebius faced his uncertain path forward. Clebius clenched his teeth, the echoes of his decisions resounding as blood dripped into the cold earth beneath his feet. The forbidden power within him surged, an unrelenting force that both protected and devoured, threatening to consume his very identity. His figure blurred in the chaos, every motion fueled by instinct, as he fought to control the darkness inside. The storm reflected his turmoil, each clash of lightning a reminder of the unyielding fight between man and monster. The blade pulsed with crimson energy, an extension of his soul, binding him to a fate he sought to escape. The battlefield quieted as Lucy emerged from the shadows, her hat shielding her from the rain, her presence calm but commanding. She approached Clebius with steady steps, her gaze unwavering, acknowledging the burden he carried yet offering no judgment. The rain fell harder as the forbidden technique reached its peak, drawing on every ounce of strength left in Clebius's body. Lucy raised her hand, a silent gesture of solidarity, her figure a beacon amidst the storm of blood and chaos. Clebius unleashed a final devastating surge of power, the blood sword's energy enveloping him. As Lucy stood firm in quiet resolve, the closer he approached the edge of death, the energy within him surged uncontrollably, defying reason and expectation. Despite this power, Lucy's presence loomed, her gaze unwavering as if mocking his efforts to overpower her. For Lucy, who always stood at the peak of strength, the creeping sensation of vulnerability was foreign and unbearable. A fleeting moment of fear gripped her as she faced a scenario where she was no longer the dominant force. Lucy decided to eliminate any remaining threat, focusing her power to end the battle decisively, leaving no room for error. A shockwave burst across the scene, throwing debris into the air and shaking the foundation of the drenched battlefield. The rain fell steadily, revealing the battered figure who still stood tall, his resolve unbroken despite his torn state. From across the battlefield, the shadowy figure emerged, his piercing gaze revealing that he had survived the impossible once more. The tension thickened as the rain cascaded, a reminder of the countless battles fought on this land by warriors like them. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he stepped forward, prepared to face the storm head-on and bring this to a close. Clebius and Tanya moved cautiously through the dark hallway, their surroundings filled with ominous shadows and distant rumbles of thunder. Clebius stopped for a moment, his sharp gaze scanning the corridor, as though sensing the danger that lay ahead. He pressed forward, his posture tense and deliberate, each step bringing him closer to the source of the disturbance. Lortel appeared suddenly, confronting Clebius in the hallway, her intense gaze meeting his as the tension thickened between them. Lortel stood resolute, the dim light illuminating her determined expression as she prepared for the storm brewing within the academy. Clebius remained still, his sharp presence dominating the corridor as the storm's light framed him against the oppressive shadows. Lortel's focus sharpened, her determination unshaken as she prepared to face whatever challenges Clebius brought to the confrontation. Lortel turned to look at Janica, her expression revealing the internal conflict she struggled to suppress in the face of uncertainty. Her body wavered, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm her as her legs buckled under the immense pressure of the situation. Janica rushed to steady Lortel, her presence a calming force as they braced themselves together in the tense and darkened hallway. Janica supported Lortel, holding her upright as the exhaustion from the battle began to weigh heavily on her fragile frame. Janica glanced toward Clebius and Tanya, her keen eyes assessing the tense scene as the storm's light flickered ominously. The four figures Clebius, Tanya, Janica, and Lortel stood amidst the chaos, the charged air thick with unspoken tension and uncertainty. Lortel leaned on Janica, her breathing heavy as the storm cast fleeting shadows across the walls of the academy corridor. Lortel's eyes gleamed faintly, the spark of her unyielding resolve refusing to fade despite the growing weight of the situation. Janica glanced at Lortel, her unease evident as the tension between them grew amidst the looming storm outside. Lortel turned toward the window, her expression conflicted as she reflected on the situation unfolding before her. A sudden surge of magical energy illuminated the space, drawing everyone's attention to the shifting dynamics in the corridor. Janica stood firm, her gaze focused on Rothtailor as he approached, his intent shrouded in the storm's cold shadows. Rothtailor's figure emerged from the rain-soaked darkness, his presence unnerving as the storm's power crackled faintly around him. Clebius's ragged breathing betrayed the strain of his battles, his body barely standing as exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. She paused, her gaze fixed on Clebius, who seemed to embody the desperation and chaos that had enveloped the night. Rain poured down relentlessly, its rhythm punctuating the fleeting moments of reflection among the battered figures in the desolate landscape. She moved closer, her resolve hardening as the reality of the situation crystallized before her in the storm's harsh light. Elvira followed behind, her concern growing as the intensity of Clebius's struggle became evident amidst the thunderous downpour. Clebius collapsed to his knees, the weight of his struggles finally catching up to him as rain washed over his wounds. Images of the past flickered in his mind, moments of hope and defiance that had carried him this far. She watched silently, her emotions a mix of frustration and admiration as she tried to piece together her next move. Elvira supported Clebius, her strength unwavering despite the bleak circumstances, as the storm's wrath seemed to mirror their inner turmoil. The storm subsided slightly, leaving an eerie calm in its wake as the group gathered their strength to face the inevitable. Rothtailor approached Elvira and Clebius in the rain, his presence casting a somber shadow over the tense atmosphere. Clebius's face reflected exhaustion and despair, his expression heavy with the weight of his recent struggles and lingering self-doubt. Elvira addressed Rothtailor, her words filled with a mix of gratitude and determination as she acknowledged the significance of his arrival. Clebius mustered the strength to speak, his voice faint but resolute, as he tried to express his thoughts amidst the relentless downpour. Clebius's weakened body betrayed his effort, his frailty evident as he struggled to remain upright against the unrelenting rain. Rothtailor pulled his hood tighter against the storm, his eyes glinting faintly as he assessed the chaos surrounding the battlefield. He thought back to the Academy's warriors, admiring their ability to endure overwhelming odds as the rain obscured their distant figures. Rothtailor's gaze turned to the battlefield ahead, his thoughts racing to strategize while marveling at the perseverance of his companions. The rain intensified, shrouding the scene further, as Rothtailor prepared himself mentally for the next challenge he would have to face. He noticed Lucy approaching in the distance, her presence cutting through the rain, igniting a flicker of determination within him. Rothtailor turned to Lucy, his words heavy with the weight of their shared struggles and the pain of his absence. Rain poured steadily as Rothtailor reflected on the difficult choices he had made, his regret echoing in the storm's rhythm. He recounted the moments when their paths diverged, leaving him to face unknown dangers while Lucy remained steadfast in her fight. Lucy listened intently, her calm but piercing gaze fixed on Rothtailor, the tension between them palpable amidst the storm. The storm swirled around them as Rothtailor and Lucy stood together, steeling themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Rothtailor tightly embraced Lucy, his expression filled with relief, as the storm mirrored the emotions shared between them. Lucy turned toward Rothtailor, her voice calm yet heavy with the weight of recent events as they both gathered their strength. The rain poured heavily as their silhouettes stood together, creating an atmosphere of solemnity amidst the chaos surrounding the Academy grounds. Their quiet moment carried a sense of reflection, as though both were preparing for the challenges that lay ahead.